Chapter 1, Changjua, do you want a wife or not? Changjua, Summoning System, San Cat. Origin Card Potential, F Level. Biological Strength Rating, Level 5.2, Gene Secondary Unlocking Potential, 0.00007%. Does not meet the advanced training standards of Caxiu Academy and will enter the career placement process. Based on the comprehensive daily performance assessment, the placement occupation is sewer rat catcher. Changjua looked at his palm in confusion. There was a furry, round-faced kitten the size of a palm, staring at him with its big, round amber eyes, curiously and flatteringly. This little thing is not even as big as a mouse. Who is going to catch whom? Put away the cat and walk out of the awakening room. Changjua could feel dozens of eyes glued to him, some sympathetic, some gloating, and most of all, feeling relieved. Fortunately, this top-performing class monitor finally fell from his high position and became a waste like them. Changjua walked silently to the corner of the hall. Leaning against the cold chair, I was lost in thought. In this life, will I still be a person at the bottom of society who can't make it out? I originally thought that as a time traveler, I could awaken powerful abilities in this catastrophic world with extraordinary powers, and become a killer like the male protagonists in novels, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of my life. Who would have thought that even though he had studied hard and trained diligently for 18 years? In the end, it's still an F-level waste. Changjua. A soft call came from my ear. Changjua raised his head and saw a tall girl walking in the backlight. Her light blue dress made her skin look whiter than snow. It was his girlfriend Su Wantong. There was some concern and complexity in her eyes. Changjua, I plan to sign with the Thunder Guild. What are your plans for the future? Changjua stared at her, and when he saw her avoiding his gaze, he sighed. You still promised him? I didn't agree to be his girlfriend. I just signed a contract with their guild. Su Wantong blurted out, and her ears turned red instantly. With your D-level potential, you're given a B-level contract, and the condition is, leaving me? Changjua raised his eyebrows, a hint of sarcasm and self-mockery flashing in his eyes. As expected, the first sword I strike after getting ashore is to kill the person I love first. Even though he felt that he had lived a second life and could see such things calmly and clearly, there was still a sense of depression rising in his chest. How do you know? Su Wantong was stunned. How could he not know that others had brought people to block the school gate for him? Changjua hesitated for a moment, suppressed his complicated emotions, and spoke calmly. Let's break up. Su Wantong hurriedly grabbed Changjua's hand and said in a panic. Changjua, we can pretend to be apart for a while. When the contract expires, I will. No need. Changjua gently broke free and smiled casually. Don't feel any pressure. Just think of it as me bringing it up. If anyone asks, don't say you were the one who dumped me. Su Wantong bit her red lips, looked away, and changed the subject in a low, hoarse voice. Several new teams in the Thunder Guild are in need of servants, and the compensation they offer is pretty good. How about? Save some dignity for me. Changjua interrupted her with a smile, stood up and walked out. I have something to do at home, I'll leave first. Changjua. Su Wantong looked at his somewhat lonely back, opened her mouth, and felt like there was a sour orange stuck in her throat. If you want to keep. When it reached his mouth, he swallowed it back. She knew very well that from the moment Changjua's awakening results came out, their life trajectories were like two lines that crossed and then rapidly deviated, and it would be difficult for them to intertwine again. As soon as Changjua left, Su Wantong's best friend in Nua walked up to her and advised. Tong, Changjua is actually quite reliable. With his intelligence, even if he can't become a Caxio, he won't do too badly in the future. Do you want to reconsider? Su Wantong shook her head decisively. By the time I get a Class B contract, the gap between him and me will only get bigger. A short pain is worse than a long one. And Nua frowned and said with some worry. Although Zhao Shichang is the son of a shareholder of the Thunder Guild, it's unclear whether he can actually come up with a B-level contract. Even if he can, he'll definitely have ulterior motives towards you. So what if you have evil intentions? Su Wantong's voice suddenly rose a few notches, carrying some inexplicable resentment. I've had enough of this shitty life. I want to go to the inner city and become a better person. I don't want to live in the gutter like my mom did. Tong, I know you are not that kind of person. And Nua reached out to touch her shoulder, but was dodged. D-level potential isn't bad either. You can completely rely on yourself. Stop talking. Su Wantong hugged her head tightly and curled up in the seat. I don't want to listen. And Nua felt helpless when he saw this. I had no choice but to stop talking and accompany her silently. When Changjue walked out of the school gate, it was already dark. The old solar street light at the door struggled with a crackling sound, but ultimately failed to light up completely. Changjue's sight penetrated the gloomy gray fog in the air, and the outlines of the skyscrapers in the inner city were faintly visible. Compared with the glittering neon lights and the endless flow of hovercrafts, this crowded and dilapidated outer city seemed to have been forgotten in the old times. 200 years ago, a mysterious alternate dimension arrived. Countless gates appeared, and if they were not closed in time, a large number of disaster beasts would pour out. Fortunately, at the same time, lighthouses with mysterious powers appeared all over the world. They could isolate themselves from the influence of the ruins, help humans awaken their true nature, and condense a card with extraordinary abilities within their bodies. Humanity huddles in the city protected by the lighthouse, relying on the mysterious power of cards to fight against the world-destroying crisis from the ruins. On the surface, the giant city still maintains human civilization and the rule of law. In fact, strength is respected and the hierarchy is strict. For example, only high-level Kaxiu and some high-quality genes can settle in the gorgeous inner city. He knew that Su Wantong's dream was to go to the inner city. He can't give it. So, it's better to be decent. As for whether her contract with the Thunder Guild was legitimate or not, it had nothing to do with him anymore. Changjue let out a long breath and walked towards the subway entrance. At this moment, a quick shout suddenly came from behind him. Student Changjue. He paused and turned around in surprise. At the school gate, a beautiful girl was running towards the school. Her long legs under her denim shorts were dazzlingly white. Ruan Qinghe? Changjue looked at the newcomer in surprise. Ruan Qinghe was the class beauty in the next class. During the 3 years of high school, the two of them had very few interactions. What does she want from me? Ruan Qinghe ran in front of Changjue. Due to her rapid breathing, the white t-shirt on her upper body trembled slightly along with her round outline, which was inexplicably eye-catching. Changjue cursed himself inwardly, quickly looked away, and asked, "What's up?" Ruan Qinghe raised her jade hand, and with her white fingertips she smoothed out her wind-blown hair. The tips of her ears were slightly red, and she lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, I just accidentally overheard your conversation. Don't be sad." "Thank you, I'm fine." Changjue forced a smile. "You're welcome." Ruan Qinghe seemed a little nervous. She clutched the corner of her clothes, glanced at Changjue quickly, lowered her head, and said incoherently, "I'm an E-class priest. Although I'm too timid to enter the ruins realm, I can still earn money by joining the medical system or the team's logistics and medical team. I'm usually very hardworking and can do housework. I also like children." Classmate Ruan Qinghe. Changjue interrupted her, somewhat confused. "What, exactly do you want to say?" Ruan Qinghe took a deep breath, raised her fair and rosy cheeks, and looked at Changjue with some expectation in her almond eyes. "Classmate Changjue, do you want a wife or not?" Changjue was stunned. He even suspected that he had misheard. "What did you say?" I know it might be too abrupt to say this now." Ruan Qinghe seemed a little embarrassed, "but I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I'll never have another chance. Are you willing to register for marriage with me?" This. Changjue was a little confused and puzzled. "Why me? I mean, we're not that familiar, and you're talented. You don't need to carry out breeding missions as required by the government, and you even have the opportunity to enter the inner city. Why are you in such a hurry to get married?" Her priest origin card is a rare healing card. Although the E-level's healing ability is not very strong, it is very popular among some low-level hunting teams. Changjue subconsciously suspected that she had lost the game and came to play the dare. After all, putting talent aside, Ruan Qinghe has an outstanding appearance and figure, so there is really no reason for her to rush to marry a loser like him. Ruan Qinghe bit her red lips slightly, her face showing hesitation. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. I think you are mature and stable, and someone I can rely on. Also, I want to move out of home as soon as possible. I'm sorry, but I'm not thinking about getting married right now." Changjue's tone faded. He noticed that there were two girls at the school gate, looking over here curiously. "It seems that it is most likely a prank." "What do you mean by liking his maturity and stability?" If it were said in his previous life, he would have believed it to some extent. In this cruel world where one may have food to eat today but not tomorrow, family background and personal strength are the most important things. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Without waiting for Ruan Qinghe's reply, Cheng Zhuo turned around and walked towards the subway entrance. Ruan Qinghe looked at Cheng Zhuo's departing back with a somewhat lonely look, her eyes reddened, and she instantly lost her courage and no longer had the courage to call out to Cheng Zhuo. When Cheng Zhuo returned home, it was completely dark. His family lived in resettlement housing at a parts processing factory, which was the housing for factory employees where his father Cheng Qingshan worked. Rows of gray buildings were crowded together, and each balcony was embedded with rusty iron fences, looking like pigeon cages. There are now 7 people in his family, except for his alcoholic father and calculating stepmother. He also has 2 siblings and 2 half-sisters. Cheng Zhuo originally had an older brother, but he died in the ruins world. I also have an older sister who has been married for 2 years. In order to awaken as many extraordinary humans with high-level origin cards as possible, each lighthouse city has various benefits in its policies to encourage childbirth. For example, in Qingtie City where Cheng Zhuo lives, a one-time subsidy of 50,000 city-state coins will be given for having one more child. Because he had many brothers and sisters, his family was given an extra single room. 7 people live in a house of about 90 square meters and can get by. As soon as he walked to the door, Cheng Zhuo smelled the rare aroma of meat. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The last time I ate meat was last time. It's far away anyway. My son is back, come and have dinner. Cheng Qingshan's bloodshot face poked out, rarely without the smell of alcohol, and his voice was a little kinder than usual. Cheng Zhuo became even more worried. As an alcoholic father, he always has a bad temper and his conversations are full of bad words. He has no patience in raising children. As long as he is dissatisfied with something, he will start to scold his children. Today he awakened his origin card, and the electronic transcript was sure to arrive home before him. He thought his alcoholic father would become even more aggressive. However, the smiling look made Cheng Zhuo feel a chill on the back of his neck. If you have something to say, just tell me, Cheng Zhuo said. Cheng Qingshan's eyes rolled around and he waved his hand. Hey, don't worry, eat first. Your Aunt Wang made your favorite braised pork ribs, come and try it. Cheng Zhuo glanced at his stepmother Wang Xiulan, who was also smiling, and his 2 younger sisters who were constantly slurping their saliva, and frowned. You better tell me, how can I dare to eat it if you guys are like this? Hey, kid, can I really drug you? Wang Xiulan scolded. Your father saw that your awakening had a bad result and was afraid that you would be sad, so he specially asked me to make this. Come and try it. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the half-closed door was pushed open with a bang. Fat old Lu, the street committee member of West District 13, walked in with his big belly shaking and a silly smile on his face. He raised his hand and patted Cheng Zhuo on the shoulder, smiling greasily. Congratulations, Xiao Zhuo. What a coincidence. You managed to get in at the last minute for this batch, otherwise you'd have to wait until next month. Cheng Zhuo's face was full of question marks. Uncle Lu, what are you congratulating me for? Fat old Lu was stunned, what else could it be? The Yenyu division is arranging marriages. Cheng Zhuo pointed at himself. Me? A marriage? That's right. Fat old Lu laughed even more happily. The government is giving you a wife, so you can say goodbye to your chubby boyfriend right away. Are you happy? 1. Xingtiqing's administrative area is divided into 3 levels, inner city, outer city, and suburban shantytowns. 2. Star Iron City originally only had the inner city, which was an absolute shielded area of the lighthouse. Later, due to population expansion, the current Star Iron Outer City was encircled in the surrounding area where only occasional low-level stargates could be found. Excerpt from the administration section of the Qingtie documents. Chapter 2 Meeting Ruan Qinghe again. Although the invasion of Shujie caused a large-scale loss of human population. But the major tower cities are actually not short of people. On the contrary, most of Tacheng and the outer city are extremely crowded. However, the Tacheng Federation still formulated various compulsory policies to breed the population. The purpose is to obtain more high-level awakeners. The Tacheng Federation still retains free marriage, but has clear regulations on reproduction. Men and women must marry before the age of 22 and have children within 2 years of marriage. Newlyweds will receive a subsidy of 50,000 city-state coins and a resettlement house. And monogamy was abolished. Of course, origin cards above level E, or card repairers who have entered the next level, are not subject to this restriction. If it weren't for the discovery that people with low-level origin cards and low gene unlocking rates could also produce high-level origin offspring, the reproduction department would have added a maximum limit of 4 wives. I am afraid that people at the bottom will completely lose the opportunity to reproduce. In order to allow those who failed in free love to get married, the city-state breeding committee would arrange an official marriage on the 15th of every month. Once you register, you will have 3 chances to participate. You can freely choose among the participants for the first 2 times. Men and women who still fail in the last attempt will be gathered together and forced to marry according to their age. This kind of official marriage may be a good thing for those who can't find a partner. But for Chang Zhua, it was undoubtedly a bad thing. He is not even 19 yet. Although the origin card he awakened is of the lowest level, he has done well in his studies and has a decent appearance. It is not necessary for him to participate in an official marriage now. After hearing what Fat Old Lu said, Chang Zhua immediately understood what was going on. He looked at his alcoholic father angrily. You signed up? Cheng Qingshan avoided looking at me, feeling a little guilty. I'm worried that you won't be able to find a wife in the future because you've awakened a useless origin card. Your Uncle Lu said there are many beautiful girls this time, so you can choose from them. Yes, yes, yes. Fat Old Lu echoed. Cheng Zhua glared at Cheng Qingshan angrily, not wanting to argue with him. He turned to Fatty Old Lu and said, Uncle Lu, please help me cancel it. I don't want to get married for the time being. Fat Old Lu looked embarrassed. I can't cancel it. Cheng Zhua was puzzled. Why? Doesn't this registration require personal confirmation? It's because your father urged me to do so that I found someone I knew in the education department and took the internal route. Fat Old Lu turned around and glanced at Cheng Qingshan with a reproachful look. Old Chang, you too, it's such a big deal, why don't you discuss it with your child? Hearing this, Cheng Zhua suddenly felt suffocated. After all, he married his wife himself, why didn't he say anything? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Fat Old Lu smiled awkwardly and said, Hey, Xiaozhua, don't be angry. Your family is in financial difficulty, so it's normal for your father to want some subsidies. Cheng Zhua was even more furious when he heard this. With such a gambler and alcoholic, it would be strange if he wasn't poor. Cheng Qingshan's eyes widened and he cursed, How can you talk like that, kid? I'm talking about you, what do you think? Cheng Zhua roared, staring coldly at Cheng Qingshan, and said word by word. Listen carefully, you can't take a single cent of my marriage subsidy. You! Cheng Qingshan pointed his finger angrily, but was frightened by Cheng Zhua's cold eyes and subconsciously took a step back. He felt a little aggrieved, angry and cowardly. This kid's eyes don't look like an 18-year-old boy at all. I'm not going to eat anymore. You guys eat it. Cheng Zhua left the table depressed and returned to his bedroom. Xiaozhua, don't be late tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Violating breeding regulations is a serious crime. Fat Old Lu's instructions came from outside the bedroom. I understand. Cheng Zhua responded and fell tiredly on the bed. What a frustrating day. Awakening to the true nature of garbage, forced to break up. And then suddenly you're getting married tomorrow? If you don't know, you might think he is heartbroken, has given up on love, and just married someone at random. What a damned world. Cheng Zhua cursed inwardly, raised his wrist, reached out and touched it, and a fluorescent screen instantly appeared. This is a smartwatch, similar to the mobile phone in the previous life, but with more advanced functions. He opened the text message and saw the notice from the education department. Click the link. Rows of names with photos are all information about people participating in tomorrow's wedding event. Cheng Zhua clicked on the women's column and read through them one by one. Most of them are nondescript. I finally saw a few good-looking ones, but the notes were. She's divorced and has 2 kids, but she's still a little fairy. Looking forward to finding her Mr. Right. A 30-year-old widowed bachelor, I'm asking for a 300,000 yuan dowry, and the marital home will be in my name only. I'm 20 years old, origin card F level, federal civil service, monthly income of 3,000, height 160 centimeters. I require an origin card of no less than E level, a civil service position with a monthly salary of no less than 30,000, and a height of at least 180 centimeters. Cheng Zhua flipped through a few pages, becoming increasingly upset. He gradually realized that the people who participated in official marriages were generally the following 3 types of people. One type is those who are under 22 years old, but are too ugly, have poor family conditions, and cannot find a partner. The second type is relatively outstanding, but their circle is too small and their requirements are too high, so they have to get married when they reach a certain age. The third group is those who are divorced or widowed, feel lonely, or can't make ends meet and are looking for someone to live with. He looks down on the first type of people. The second type of people look down on him. As for the third type of person, he still wants to find a young one. In short, if he really wants to find a partner among this group of people, it is really difficult to find someone he likes. Never mind, let us go to the venue and see tomorrow. Cheng Zhuo turned off his watch depressedly. Early the next morning, Cheng Zhuo refused his family's request to accompany him and arrived at the activity building of the education department alone. There was a fully automatic identification device in front of the door. Cheng Zhuo approached and heard a beep sound. His personal information instantly popped up on the big screen. Identity confirmed. May you find your ideal partner. A gentle electronic female voice sounded. I hope so. Cheng Zhuo took a deep breath, suppressed his irritability and walked in. The venue was a huge square hall with a dome embedded with cold white lights, illuminating every detail. The people from the education department are quite thoughtful. In this kind of light, heavy makeup or bad skin will easily expose you. The hall was already packed with people, and there were many couples of men and women gathered together, getting to know each other. Young man, are you also attending the wedding? Wow, you are so handsome. Suddenly, a shrill woman's voice came from beside me. Cheng Zhuo was startled. When he turned around, he found that a middle-aged woman with gorgeous clothes, gold and jade, and a face as white as if it was painted white, was staring at him with a smile. She licked her lips subconsciously, and circled around Cheng Zhuo, her eyes squinting and shining. How about being with me? I'm rich, I can buy you a house, and give you the latest iPhone 1988 watch and a Porsche Cayenne Speedster. Cheng Zhuo waved his hands hurriedly. No, thank you, I'll go shopping again. Hey, young man, you don't know how good your sister is. Little guy, if you regret it, remember to call your sister. The middle-aged woman smiled like a barbell. Then she reached out and rubbed some oil on his chest, then walked away with her waist twisted. Cheng Zhuo was pardoned. Just as I was about to turn around, I found a fat woman as fat as a tank fortress coming up behind me. The fat woman blocked Cheng Zhuo and stared at him shyly. Your eyes, you're in love with me, right? Ah. Kiss me, now. Are you sick? Cheng Zhuo looked at the big mouth that might eat him up in fear and fled in embarrassment. I walked around awkwardly. Cheng Zhuo's handsome appearance still attracted a lot of people's attention, but as he expected, most people were somewhat strange. It's rare that he thinks something is pretty good overall. The conditions proposed were beyond his reach. No wonder people on the internet say that most people will be forced to play the third game. Everyone wants to find their ideal type, but how many of those ideal types can end up in official arranged marriages? What are you pretending for, little bitch? Besides me, who else here can afford to support you in these two burdens? And you still think I'm too old? Look at those guys who haven't even grown all their hair yet, who can afford to support the three of you at the same time. Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd behind him. Cheng Zhuo walked over curiously. After seeing the embarrassed girl surrounded in the middle, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but be slightly startled. Hey, Ruan Qinghe? Chapter 3, Marry Three at Once? Why did Ruan Qinghe come to participate in the marriage of Yan Yusi? Cheng Zhuo was a little surprised. He suddenly remembered that yesterday afternoon, Ruan Qinghe stopped him at the school gate and asked him if he wanted a wife. Could it be that she wasn't playing a prank? Is there really something you can't tell others about that makes you anxious to get married? What about what that person just said about marrying three people at the same time? Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell on Ruan Qinghe's side. A pair of twin girls were leaning against her. They looked to be just adults, dressed simply, and looked very pure and lovely. But it seems a little not normal. One of the girls had one gray eye and one blue eye, both with a hollow look, while the other had silver hair and was silent. A pot-bellied man stood beside them and said impatiently, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't agree, I'll leave. The onlookers advised. Little girl, you really need to think about this carefully. You said that the three of you signed up together, and there's no subsidy for the two disabled girls. How can an ordinary family afford to support them? You are so picky, young man. You are so picky even though she is rich. You are so picky because she is pretty. You yourself want to study at Kashu College for 4 years. You're after money, and they're after sex. Why are you pretending? Ruan Qinghe blushed and denied. I'm not after the money. I just need the half that belongs to me to pay for my tuition. I can work part-time to support myself. My origin card is an E-level priest. Ridiculous. The big-bellied tycoon sneered and curled his lips. How much money can an E-level priest make? Even if you can support yourself, who will support these twins, one blind and one mute? We can work together. The girl with heterochromia among the twins said unconvincingly. My sister and I have a telepathic connection. She can be my eyes, and I can speak for her. But forget it. A woman in the crowd sneered. It's hard for ordinary people to find a job, so what can you do? It's nice to go to paradise, and with twins, I'm sure many bosses will like them. Ha ha ha, I just don't know if their husbands can handle being cuckolded. Seeing that the words of the onlookers were becoming more and more harsh, Ruan Qinghe's eyes gradually turned red. After hesitating for a long time, Cheng Zhuo finally softened his heart. He pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Ruan Qinghe. When Ruan Qinghe saw him, she was stunned at first, and then tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head, a little flustered. It seems like when you are in a mess, you feel uneasy and awkward when meeting acquaintances. Young man, judging from your washed-out clothes, your family must be average. But don't be fooled by her beauty. She has 2 burdens behind her. A middle-aged woman advised. Then, a girl who looked like a kiwi fruit came up to Cheng Zhuo, her face full of excitement. That's right. Little brother, she looks like she's not suitable for marriage. I'm the one who's right for you. Cheng Zhuo didn't think there was anything wrong in being picky given Ruan Qinghe's conditions. Most of the people around her who are weird are women. Those exhortations were not well-intentioned. It's more of jealousy and prejudice. Cheng Zhuo ignored him. He extended his hand to Ruan Qinghe and asked, "Come with me?" Seeing this, the big-bellied local tyrant sneered. "Boy, don't dream about it. She won't go with someone like you." Halfway through his words, he was surprised to find that Ruan Qinghe just gave him a surprised look, and then stretched out his hand impatiently, with a little excitement on his face. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, a group of 4 people, holding hands, squeezed through the crowd. This damn pretty boy. The big-bellied local tyrant spat inwardly in anger. A moment later. In a partitioned room next to the activity hall. Ruan Qinghe raised her red face and looked at Cheng Zhuo expectantly. Of the twins, the silver-haired girl looked at him curiously, while the other girl with heterochromia pouting her nose, sniffed around him. I'm sorry, I thought you were playing a prank yesterday afternoon. Cheng Zhuo took the initiative to break the silence and looked at Ruan Qinghe suspiciously. But why are you in such a hurry to get married, and? Cheng Zhuo turned to look at the twins, his meaning was self-evident. Ruan Qinghe lowered his head slightly and explained in a somewhat depressed tone. After my father passed away, my stepmother was unwilling to support me in my studies at Kashu Academy. She asked me to sign up with the consortium's hunter team and go to the ruins to earn money, but I was too timid to go. Later, she forced me to marry an old man and threatened to kick me out if I didn't. Ruan Qinghe reached out and held the twin sisters, then said, "They are my neighbor's 2 sisters. After my mother left when I was very young, my father seemed to have changed. He would beat me at every turn, so I hid at my neighbor Aunt Zhang's house. Aunt Zhang treated me very well, but she entered the ruins realm years ago and never came back. It was very difficult for them to live like this, and I couldn't abandon them." The girl with heterochromia hugged Ruan Qinghe and said softly, "Sister He, if you take us with you, you won't be able to get married. Why don't we separate?" Ruan Qinghe shook his head. "My stepmother has taken over your house, and you don't get any allowance for your marriage. Are you going to let me watch you end up living on the streets?" Cheng Zhuo was a little confused. "Occupying the house, what's going on?" Ruan Qinghe explained angrily. "I don't know what connections my stepmother had, but Aunt Zhang's assigned housing was already in her name 6 months before it was handed over. And lately, the way she looks at the Xia Chan sisters has become increasingly strange. That's why I'm so anxious to find a good man to marry my 2 younger sisters." So that's how it is. Cheng Zhuo suddenly realized. Unlike in peacetime, people with disabilities have few human rights in the giant lighthouse city today. The city-state regularly clears out a group of homeless people and sends them to the slums outside the city. After the twin sisters' parents passed away, they no longer had the right to live in the allocated house. After the owner died and the handover period expired, the house would be allocated to other people, and they could only rent or buy a new house. Nowadays, the outer city is crowded and job opportunities are saturated. There are many normal people who are unemployed, not to mention disabled people like twin sisters. If Ruan Qinghe really doesn't care, the sisters either become playthings of rich men, or they would wander the streets or be sent out of the city. If things go wrong, you might even be captured by some underground organizations, have your organs removed, and have your body dumped in the wilderness. Chang Zhuo was stunned. The silver-haired girl suddenly walked in front of him. Her white teeth bit her red lips until they turned white, as if she had made a great decision. With a red face, she stretched out her hand and gestured in front of Chang Zhuo. The general meaning is, if you are willing to accept us, we will work hard to support ourselves. The three of us will accompany you at night. Aren't you tempted? Chang Zhuo couldn't understand the sign language and looked at Ruan Qinghe blankly. But Ruan Qinghe was biting her red lips tightly, and her originally fair and delicate cheeks were so red that they almost bled. The girl with heterochromia smiled broadly. Hey little brother, my sister wants to say that if you can marry us and help Qinghe's sister finish her studies, we sisters will work hard and make money. We are in tune with each other and have learned a lot of positions. Sex will be very enjoyable. Do you like maids or black stockings? Sister is also silver. The girl with heterochromia was speaking when her mouth was suddenly covered by the silver-haired girl. Her pretty face blushed and her eyes were full of disbelief. Although she didn't make any movement, the girl with heterochromia seemed to understand her meaning and pulled her fingers apart and said, "Oh, you didn't say that much, but the meaning is pretty much the same. Also, I can see it if I hold your hand, even though it's not as clear as a normal person. What I mean is, we won't completely hold you back." Chang Zhuo hesitated. To be honest, it is impossible not to be moved when faced with three young and beautiful girls, each with their own unique beauty, wanting to marry you at the same time. But the reality is cruel. In the outer city, it was extremely difficult for him to support a family of 4 by himself. Even if he was willing to be a servant of the Ruins hunting team and go to the Ruins realm for adventure, you may not be able to seize the opportunity. Servants exchange their lives for money and earn a lot of money, so positions are always in short supply. As for placement jobs like sewer ratcatcher, at most they can keep him from starving to death. Seeing Chang Zhuo in deep thought. Although Ruan Qinghe was shy and frightened, she mustered up her courage again and said, "Student Chang Zhuo, I only need half of the subsidy to pay for tuition, and I can work part-time to support myself. Are you willing to?" Chang Zhuo came back to his senses and his gaze fell on Ruan Qinghe's pure and sweet face without any makeup. He suddenly realized. Ruan Qinghe's origin card is E-level, and it is a rare healing type. Even if she didn't dare to go to the Ruins realm, as long as she could become a Caxiu in the academy, after graduation and starting work, she would have no problem working as a medical logistics person in a hospital or the consortium's Ruins hunting team. These professions all pay well. In other words, as long as he can wait until Ruan Qinghe graduates, he might be able to live a life of luxury. It's just 4 years, just endure it. This damn outer city, one day you might get sucked into a randomly appearing boundary gate and lose your life. What are you doing looking ahead and behind? Having missed Ruan Qinghe and the twins, does he really have to go to the hall to find those weird people to marry again? Thinking of this, Chang Zhuo stared at the anxious girl in front of him and said seriously, "I have little talent and my family is poor. If I follow you, you might have a hard life." Ruan Qinghe shook her head repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's okay, it won't be any harder than before." Chang Zhuo was slightly stunned. Then I remembered. The girl before him was not one of those flowers that grew up in love in her previous life. She was only 18 years old, but she had experienced poverty, a chaotic family, and the death of her loved ones. She was just a girl who had lost her way, trying to find one. A path that even she herself wasn't quite sure of. Perhaps this was their destiny, Chang Zhuo thought. Since they had to get married. No matter how poor I am, no matter what setbacks I encounter, I can promise that I will never abandon you. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Will you marry me? Be my legally wedded wife?" "I do." Ruan Qinghe's eyes instantly turned red. It's not that I was particularly excited, but more of a lingering fear after the shock. After participating in the matchmaking event, she felt a little regretful. The people she met made her realize that her original ideas were too idealistic. Fortunately, God blessed her and she met Chang Zhuo again. For some reason, there was always an aura about this man that made her feel inexplicably at ease. If Sister Qinghai is willing, I am willing. The girl with heterochromia smiled, her empty eyes fixed on Changshuo, her nose twitching as if she wanted to remember Changshuo's smell. The silver-haired girl took a step forward, stretched out her hand, and gently placed it on Changshuo's hand. Her hands were cold and soft. He touched it lightly as if hesitantly, then held it tightly, as if he had made up his mind. Just then, an ethereal voice rang in his ears, and Changshuo was overjoyed. Bite. The host has found a true partner, and the harmony system is activated. Congratulations on receiving the newcomer blessing gift pack +1. Chapter 4 My sister wants a French kiss. Hearing the system prompt, Changshuo was so surprised that his whole body trembled. It has been 18 years since the fetus was worn out. The standard configuration for time travelers is finally here. Harmonious system? It sounds very serious. Now is not the time to study. He suppressed his excitement, glanced at the three women, and said calmly, "Let's go register first." The three girls happily agreed. On the way to the registration window of the Yenyu department, Changshuo remembered that he still didn't know the names of the twins. It's outrageous that we had to register before we even said a few words when we met for the first time. Or this world is too ridiculous. After the heterochromatic girl chattered about the introduction, Changshuo quickly got to know the twin sisters. Like Changshuo, their origin cards are all F level. The girl with heterochromia is called Xia Chan, and she is my younger sister. Her awakened origin card is Petrifying Gaze, similar to Medusa's ability, which can petrify anything she sees. The problem is, she was born blind and can't see anything. The silver-haired and speechless one is the elder sister Xia Mo. Her awakened origin card is the Beast Speaker. In simple terms, this ability allows her to communicate with and tame strange beasts. What a coincidence, she can't speak. Problem with language center, can hear. In fact, even if the twin sisters had no defects, their F-level white origin cards would not be much stronger than those of ordinary people. In this world, after awakening the origin card, one needs to fuse a source card called the Breathing Meditation card and complete the Lighthouse contract in order to officially become a card master and grow further. Source cards, also known as source power cards, can be divided into the following categories according to their grade: inferior gray, common white, good green, fine blue, epic purple, legendary orange, mythical red. F-level origin cards like Changshuo and the twins have very weak initial origin skills and almost no ability to sense source power. They must at least fuse with an epic level or higher breathing meditation card before they can absorb source power. But epic breathing meditation cards often cost millions and up, which ordinary people simply cannot afford. Moreover, even if an F-level player uses an epic meditation card and becomes a card cultivator, the first level is basically the limit. Therefore, in Tacheng, by default, only those above level E can become Kaxiu. F-level, at best an ordinary person with some acrobatic skills. He is good at performing shows during festivals. A moment later, Changshuo led the three girls through the activity hall and came to the marriage registration office of Yanyusi. At this time, there was already a long queue at the check-in registration window. This was Changshuo's first time attending an official matchmaking event, but for many people it was their third time, so there were quite a few people registering for marriage. There were many people with sad faces in the long queue. Obviously, most of these people were forced into marriage by the authorities using the AI algorithm. One of the registration procedures is the same as in Changshuo's previous life, a marriage checkup. The main purpose is to record hereditary, infectious diseases, genetic and disability issues. Different from the policy of concealing some infectious diseases in the past. Any questions here will be answered on the spot. For those who can be treated, the marriage examination office will recommend that you register after treatment, otherwise you will not be able to receive marriage resettlement housing and newlywed subsidies. Taking advantage of the free time in the queue, Changshuo quietly opened the system panel. Master, Changshuo. Realm, level 0. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 8. Constitution, 5. Lucky, 8. Number of partners, 03. Harmony reward, to be unlocked, please complete the first contract. Space, newcomer blessing gift pack. Exploration function, to be unlocked, please complete the path authentication. Harmony value function, to be unlocked, please complete the path authentication. Note, the harmony between human emotions and the body is a unique energy of the species. The sexual entanglement between you and each of your contracted partners will become a source of system energy. Through the system annotation, Cheng Zhuo learned that 3 is the upper limit of the number of contract partners he can currently have, and this upper limit will increase as his realm improves. And the so-called reward of harmonious music. You need to combine your soul and desire with your partner to receive it. If your partner changes their mind, the contract will automatically become invalid and Hemming will no longer provide rewards. Multiple wives bring more blessings, but it is not just a system for getting stronger through sex. Cheng Zhuo is looking forward to the Hemming reward. But obviously, this matter cannot be rushed. Although poor people don't care about weddings nowadays, they still have to wait until the new house is settled and have a small sense of ceremony. Cheng Zhuo's eyes fell on the glittering treasure chest in the space. Knowing that it would not be discovered by outsiders if it was opened within the system, he immediately said to himself, "Open the gift package. Congratulations to the master for receiving the blessing, all attributes plus 10. Congratulations, master, for obtaining the breathing meditation card Dragon's Breath Mythical Grade Red. Congratulations, master, for obtaining the enhanced origin skill. Please enter the training system as soon as possible." Following a series of system prompt sounds, Cheng Zhuo suddenly felt as if a hot current was surging out from his chest, rapidly traveling through his limbs and bones, bringing waves of tingling and burning sensations. He subconsciously clenched his fists. Ruan Xinghe, who was standing beside him, saw Cheng Zhuo's body trembling slightly and thought he was nervous. Then she silently clenched his hand. The attribute values on the system were gradually rising, and Cheng Zhuo's body was also changing rapidly, with his muscles and bones even making slight crackling sounds. The 10-point attribute improvement was completed in less than half a minute. Cheng Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely surprised. He felt full of strength, and the fatigue caused by last night's insomnia was swept away. What surprised him even more was he actually got a mythical breathing meditation card. Mythical. If the history books of the Ruins realm did not conceal anything, only one of this level had appeared in the past 200 years. With this mythical breathing meditation card, becoming a Caxiu is no longer a luxury for him. As for the enhancement of the original skills, it is not convenient for him to investigate now. He was very curious about how the system would strengthen his sandcat. "Student Cheng Zhuo, are you okay?" Ruan Xinghe looked at Cheng Zhuo with some worry. She felt that Cheng Zhuo was sweating a lot and his breathing was a little rapid. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Cheng Zhuo seemed to have grown a little taller. "It's okay." Cheng Zhuo smiled with relief and said jokingly, "Cheng Zhuo, classmate? Why don't you change your words?" "Ah." A blush appeared on Ruan Xinghe's cheeks again. She lowered her head in a panic, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes, and glanced at the twin sisters beside her. Xia Mo still looked indifferent. Xia Chan raised his eyebrows and his eyes curved into crescents. For some reason, even though her eyes clearly couldn't see, Ruan Xinghe felt that she saw through him clearly, with a look full of mockery. Ruan Xinghe, with her ripe cherry face, raised her eyes to look at Cheng Zhuo. She pursed her red lips, and after a long while, she couldn't utter the 2 words in her heart. She only said in a mosquito-like voice, "Cheng, brother?" The name was soft and light, with a girl's unique shyness, like a feather gently brushing against the tip of Cheng Zhuo's heart, making it feel numb. He couldn't help but feel happy and touched her head lovingly. This action made Ruan Xinghe's face turn even redder. But she didn't dodge. Instead, she stood on tiptoe and boldly kissed Cheng Zhuo on the cheek in response. "Eh?" Xia Chan let out a strange cry, squeezed her sister Xia Mo with a teasing look on her face, and said jokingly, "Brother Cheng Zhuo, my sister said she wants a French kiss too." Xia Mo's eyes widened in surprise. He glanced at Cheng Zhuo in panic, shook his head repeatedly, turned around and was about to hit Xia Chan. Xia Chan giggled and dodged around Cheng Zhuo and Ruan Xinghe. Ruan Xinghe burst out laughing and said angrily, "Little Chan, you are pretending not to see, right?" The corners of Cheng Zhuo's lips subconsciously rose as he watched the scene lovingly. He felt as if he was too lucky. The men and women around looked at her with either envy or jealousy. A handsome man, registering with 3 beautiful girls, made many people feel jealous. Cheng Zhuo could faintly hear sarcasm such as brainless face control, "Sooner or later you will starve to death, and you are just so in appearance." But he didn't care. Only when people really lack something will they be hurt by ridicule. Cheng Zhuo is obviously not. Next. The mechanical sound of the registration window interrupted Chengzhua's daze. He and the three women followed the instructions and stepped into a testing machine in sequence. The results came out in just a few seconds. As expected, both he and Ruan Xinghe had no problems and could register normally and receive subsidies. Xia Mo and Xia Chan were marked as having genetic abnormalities. They can register, but they are not eligible for the newlywed subsidy. The only way was to get cyber eyes and voice generators installed before registering. However, that kind of surgery was too expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, which was obviously not something the four of them could afford. Even though they knew this would be the result, the two girls still looked a little lonely. Even the lively summer cicadas were a little silent. It's okay. When I become Caxiu, I will definitely find a way to cure you. Ruan Xinghe clenched his fists and encouraged him. Chengzhua also nodded, yes, I will also find a way to cure you. With the system in place, Chengzhua has the confidence. At the very least, he could earn more money to provide them with surgery. Yeah, okay. The two girls nodded in unison, not holding out much hope, but feeling warm in their hearts. Chengzhua held the three women in front of him. Don't be discouraged, smile, and take wedding photos. The intelligent process is fast. Including waiting in line, they completed the registration in less than half an hour. After it's all over, Chengzhua raised the key in his hand. West District 11, Building 5, Room 501, Xingfu Community, let's go and see our new home. Summer Cicada, Yao. Chapter 5 New House. The Xingfu Community in District 11 is not far from the Yanyu Division, about 3 kilometers away. At Ruan Xinghe's insistence, the group chose to walk. It was noon. The scorching sun hung overhead, but the three girls seemed to be unaware of the scorching heat and were laughing and joking as they sought shade along the way to avoid the sun. Chengzhua followed behind, slightly raising the corners of his lips, looking at the three women. Among the three, Ruan Xinghe is slightly taller. She is about 168 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. The white t-shirt fits tightly against her back, which makes her smooth shoulders and slender waist look particularly beautiful. Her round hips are wrapped in wide leg pants but still cannot be hidden. Every step she takes is rhythmic and perfect. A very standard devilish figure. However, she has a small frame and soft features, which makes people feel a sense of pity. Ruan Xinghe was very low-key in school, but that did not prevent her from being the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys, and many people put her among the top 3 school beauties. Chengzhua opened the certificate on the watch and stared at the couple's wedding photo. Until now, he still has a sense of unreality. He remembered that before their class's awakening ceremony yesterday, several boys were talking about Ruan Xinghe from the next class, saying that she awakened to the healing department, had a gentle personality, and was simply the perfect girlfriend candidate. I didn't expect that she would become my legal wife. Moreover, a pair of beautiful twin girls are also included. Chengzhua's gaze fell on Xia Mo and Xia Chan, who were both still and moving. The second girl is slightly shorter, but her body proportions are equally good. Xia Chan was wearing a loose, somewhat pale yellow t-shirt with the collar hanging loosely on her shoulders, revealing a small piece of her fair and smooth collarbone. She always likes to jump with her slender, white and fleshy legs, and her high ponytail bounces up and down, full of energy. Their facial features and skin color are actually almost the same, but Xiaomo's gray t-shirt and silver hair make her skin look even colder and whiter, like a piece of jade that cannot be penetrated by sunlight. She always liked to lower her forehead slightly to hide her cold almond-shaped eyes. There is a kind of beauty that is like a beautiful girl next door, yet cold and pure. Most of the time, she was the one led by Xia Chan. The three men were dressed simply and plainly, with their cuffs and trouser legs more or less worn, and their shoes were the kind that had been patched up repeatedly, but their youthful bodies could always make the simplest materials look beautiful in a way that was unique to their age. Chengzhua looked at the three people quietly, as if he was watching a flower struggling to take root in barren land. A strong thought suddenly arose in his mind. In the days to come, I must make sure they are always this happy and smile freely. They played and laughed along the way, and soon the four of them arrived at the Xingfu community. This community is a renovated residential area with several additional buildings added on the basis of an old high-rise community. It is very crowded, but fortunately it is still clean. The four of them quickly found Building 5, Room 501. Standing in front of the paint-mottled gate, 4 pairs of eyes were filled with anticipation. "Open the door quickly, open the door quickly!" Xia Chan urged impatiently. With a crunch sound, the door opened, the accumulated dust fell, and the house of less than 50 square meters was exposed at a glance. The room was obviously empty and had not been occupied for a long time. There are two small compartments on the right-hand side of the door, a kitchen and a bathroom. What surprised them was that the predecessors had built a half-floor attic on the inside, with a sleeping area upstairs and a small living room downstairs. Wow, this house is a duplex. Ruan Qinghe leaned on the handrail and looked up, his eyes shining like falling stars, obviously very satisfied. Xia Chan pulled Xia Mo around the room, looking around, then opened her arms and cheered. Great! Even though the grasshopper is small, it has all the internal organs. That's called a small sparrow with all the organs. Ruan Qinghe corrected. Xia Chan stuck out her tongue, almost. Xia Mo, who was standing beside her, also had a faint smile on her face and pointed to the kitchen. Xia Chan smiled cunningly and translated. Sister said that the kitchen space is also good, and the height of the stove is just right. Brother Zhua, do you like the apron uniform? Sister said she was in pain. You deserve it. Ruan Qinghe smiled at Xia Chan, who was grimacing in pain, and turned around to pull Chang Zhua to the corner. Chang Zhua, brother, can I put a flower stand here? Okay, I'll do as you say. Chang Zhua said with a smile. Wow, the second floor is quite spacious. It can hold 2 large mattresses. Hee, my sister and I can share one, and Sister Qinghe and Brother Zhua can share another. The laughter of summer cicadas came from the mezzanine. Ruan Qinghe's pretty face flushed. Momo, don't help her, let her be blind. My sister said this is possible. The new house is not big, and it might be a bit crowded for 4 people to live in. But after entering the door, the 3 girls kept smiling on their faces. Especially Ruan Qinghe, she is very content to have such a little nest of her own. After having a few bites of lunch, the 3 girls bought some cleaning tools and started cleaning. Just over an hour. The fresh scent of the detergent overwhelms the rotting smell of the old furniture. The windows were wiped clean and even the dust and the cracks of the floor was picked clean. The 4 of them sat on the living room floor, chatting. Chang Zhua also learned from their words. I got to know the 3 girls a little better. Time passes by little. Until the sky outside the window turned dark blue and the street lights at the entrance of the alley began to flicker. It's time to go. It's not safe to go any later. Chang Zhua stood up first. Okay, let's go back and start packing and prepare to move. Ruan Qinghe said reluctantly. Good. Okay. It is easy for illegal incidents to occur in the outer city at night. Chang Zhua took the initiative to send the 3 girls back, and watched their figures disappear at the entrance of the corridor before turning around and leaving. However, he did not choose to go home, but returned to his new house. Plan to stay here for 1 night. Chang Zhua plans to complete the card repair path certification tomorrow during the day and complete the partner contract in the evening. Turn on all system functions and then consider the next plan. Caxio's path certification requires a contract with the lighthouse. Otherwise, it is impossible to improve your realm. But the lighthouse contract is not unconditionally open. In order to prevent too many low-potential awakeners or even non-awakeners from blindly rushing into the ruins or wilderness and losing their lives in vain. Lighthouses of all sizes around the world are managed by dedicated personnel. Only those who pass the assessment and obtain a hunting license have the opportunity to become a true exotic animal hunter. Hunters and servants, according to official names, are actually exotic beast hunters, also known as hunters. They just have different divisions of labor and strengths, but their essence is the same. Including the academic school at Kashu College, they all have one thing in common. He is a lighthouse certified professional hunter. When they fight in the ruins realm, they will have Lingxi's information assistance, some rewards from the lighthouse, and most importantly, breathing source of power blessing. This is one of the most core ways for Caxia to improve his realm. The reason why breathing meditation method includes both breathing and meditation is because these are 2 ways to enhance source power. The breathing method can be used when killing strange beasts, which is similar to gaining experience by killing monsters in games. As long as you kill more, your origin will increase faster. Meditation, on the other hand, is generally a static practice, mainly used to restore source power, deepen understanding, break through realm barriers, etc. The combination of the 2 is the complete way of practicing Caxiu. This is the mysterious thing about the lighthouse. It can shield the world and provide shelter for humans. It is also inextricably linked to the ruins realm, and they seem to complement each other. Tomorrow, the school will hold a new student recruitment meeting, and the city-state will also start a hunting trial for this group of newcomers. The trial lasts 6 hours. The city-state will recommend newcomers to become hunters or servants based on the trial evaluation. Or the academic Kaxiu. Alternatively, simply ban the contract and live as an ordinary citizen. At that time, all major guilds will also observe in real time, and this is also the easiest opportunity for newcomers to sign with the guild to show their abilities. Changzhou will definitely participate. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 3 months or take the risk of going to the wilderness for certification. In addition to obtaining the contract opportunity, he also needs to find a reasonable source for his mythical breathing meditation card. There are eyes in the sky everywhere in the city. If I was ever discovered to be unusually powerful, I couldn't say I bought it by spending a few small goals. There are good opportunities in the hunting trials. Therefore, he needs a quiet environment to understand the changes in the system and himself so that he can perform at his best tomorrow. Go back to the new house and close the door tightly. Chengzhou stretched out his hand, and with a thought, he began to summon his little kitten. Fuck! As the space in front of him distorted slightly, he felt his hand sink. He was so frightened that he quickly clasped his hands together and almost stumbled to the ground. What the hell is this big pile? Chengzhou was stunned. The little kitten, which was only the size of his palm before, had now grown several times larger in proportion and turned into a large kitten as big as a wolfhound. Kittens have short legs and round bellies, and when magnified, they look like gas tanks in cat skin. This system strengthens. Could it be that it just increases the size of the summoned beast? Chengzhou felt that it was not that simple. He remained calm and decided to use the unique telepathy between him and the summoned beast to find out whether Gas Tank had any special abilities. Meow. Try it for a while. Chengzhou gave up helplessly. Although this little guy's physique is much larger than that of an adult sandcat, his mind is obviously still at the state of a newborn. No matter how Chengzhou communicates, its response is, drink milk, drink milk, drink milk. I can't even afford milk, so where would I get it for you? You look so much like a gas tank, so from now on you'll be called a gas tank. For summoned creatures, in addition to ordinary feeding, the main way to grow is to eat the source cores of exotic beasts. Judging from the current state of the kitten, the system may have strengthened its bloodline and not directly stimulated its growth period. However, the system's note on the can's information surprised Chengzhou. Summoned beast, burial dune cat infant. Baby growth progress, 0%. Realm, first level beast pet. Talent, evil spirit hunter, has a deterrent effect on all evil spirits, ignoring any soul attacks. Talent night owl, when night falls, little fatty's speed will be doubled. Introduction, this is a sand cat that has been enhanced by the power of diazation. Aside from being greedy, it seems to have no flaws. Guan Guan actually became a first level pet. The gap between the first level and those who have not entered the level is not small. Take the human Kaxiu for example. A newly awakened Kaxiu, even if it is S level, is unlikely to be stronger than level 30.0. Once you enter the rank, even if it is F rank, it starts at level 50.0. Whether it is humans or alien beasts, each class is absolutely crushed in terms of biological strength alone. This gap becomes more obvious as the social class becomes higher. Gurgle. Suddenly, a very loud gurgling sound came from the little guy's stomach. Meow. Seeing its pitiful appearance, Chengzhu's heart softened, and he went downstairs to buy a big bucket of milk. The little guy drank very fast. 1 L of milk was empty in 10 seconds. He looked at Chengzhou eagerly, as if he was still not satisfied. When we make money, we'll give you enough to drink. Meow. After drinking milk, the little guy's communication ability obviously improved and he finally responded. Chengzhou rubbed its big head and put it back into the origin card. Then, he took out the mythical breathing meditation card from the system space. The Devil's Breath. Chapter 6, First Time Getting Married, No Experience. Before the invasion of Shujie, human technology in this world was already very advanced. In order to improve individual combat power, strengthening methods such as super serum and humanoid armor have emerged. However, these high-tech products were left far behind after the emergence of Kaxiu. In addition to Kaxiu's various original abilities that can be continuously improved. The most important thing is, most exotic beasts are basically immune to non-source power attacks. The most important way for Kaxiu to improve is to accumulate source power in the source card, and use the source power to continuously strengthen the body, enhance the power of offensive moves, and bring personal combat power to the extreme. In the 200 years since the invasion of the Shujie, although some unique cultivation methods have appeared. But only breathing meditation is the mainstream method of practice. Since the development of the card repair system, some people have already figured out how to make cards using materials from the Su realm. Breathing meditation cards are also the easiest to obtain. The demon dragon's breath in Changju's hand was not very heavy. The front was inlaid with layers of scales, and the back had a very complicated inscription. It was clearly a dead object, but when I touched it with my fingertips, I could feel a pulse-like beating. In a trance, Changju felt as if he was holding the heart of a giant dragon. There seemed to be an inexplicable connection between the breathing meditation card and the origin card. The moment Changju took them out, he understood the fusion method. He sat cross-legged on the ground, clasped his hands together and held the cards. The moment the card touched his palm, as Changju activated his inner essence, the card suddenly glowed with dark golden light, like a dragon coming to life, climbing through his fingers. Layer upon layer of dark golden scales, following the rhythm of his breathing, gradually covered Changju. Changju gradually immersed himself in an inexplicable state of detachment. Like a dream. It was as if he could see with his own eyes the dark golden light gradually merging into his white origin card. According to the knowledge he had learned about meditation cards, after integrating the breathing meditation card, he would instinctively master the corresponding abilities. Changju waited patiently. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes, and a vertical pupil like a dragon's eye flashed in his pupil for a moment, then disappeared in an instant. Done. A feeling of mastery arises spontaneously. In addition to being used to absorb source power and improve realm, breathing meditation is generally integrated with original skills to obtain additional original skill amplification capabilities. What surprised Changju was that this set of demon dragon's breath actually had two special abilities. One is dragon power. As Caxiu's realm increases, his strength will grow far stronger than that of an ordinary Caxiu. The second is dragon form, which can work on both the main body and the summoned beast at the same time. Gain enhanced strength and speed, and wear dragon armor to greatly enhance your defense. Dragon shape. Changju secretly activated the secret method, and his body really began to change. A green dragon scale instantly appeared on his chest. Then, like a stone thrown into a lake, the dragon scale created ripples in a halo of light and quickly covered his entire body. He could feel that his entire skeleton and muscles had changed, and his height had increased by 20 or 30 centimeters. But only a moment. He was wearing a set of green armor with dragon patterns, and his face was ferocious, like a human-shaped beast. Changju clenched his fists and clearly felt the muscles all over his body tensing up, and a surge of powerful force was surging. He tried to throw a punch, and a clear sonic boom was heard in the air. The power has increased by at least 4 or 5 times. Changju was horrified and immediately glanced at the system. Sure enough, the attribute column had changed to Strength, 15 plus 50. Agility, 15 plus 50. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 15 plus 50. Lucky, 18. It's like Captain America wearing Iron Man armor. The defensive attribute was not reflected, but with just this body of dragon scales, ordinary swords and knives would never be able to hurt him at all. With a pop sound, Changju snapped his fingers subconsciously, and the cans fell to the ground with a clatter. Meow? The little kitten Guan Guan obviously didn't have the ability to land on all fours like an ordinary cat. He was dizzy from the fall and looked at Changju with grievance. Don't feel wronged. I'll give you a try. Changju raised his eyebrows and smiled, activating the dragon form once again. Guan Guan let out a meow, and his round body quickly expanded like a balloon. 2 bumps suddenly appeared on its originally furry forehead, followed by 2 unusual crackling sounds, and 2 blue-black dragon horns pierced through the fur and came out. The round face also became longer and the outline became tougher. The pair of scarlet eyes were wide open, revealing a ferocious light. At the same time, the fur all over its body stood up and hardened, turning into green dragon scales, which then quickly spread over its body like a tide. Even its tail was shining with cold light and had sharp thorns growing on it. Just a moment. Guan Guan's body was covered with tiger-like blue-black dragon scales, and he had horns on his head. He looked like an ancient ferocious beast, and there was no trace of a kitten at all. Guan Guan obviously didn't keep up with the pace of this sudden change. It shook its heavy head. Staring at his front paws that had suddenly become several times thicker, his amber pupils suddenly turned vertical lines in shock, revealing a look of confusion and stupidity that was visible to the naked eye. A whimper rolled out of its throat subconsciously, but the sound was no longer a soft meow, but was accompanied by a tremor like thunder, like a tiger roaring in the forest, and entangled with a hint of dragon's roar, which made people's eardrums tighten. Seeing this, Chengzhuo quickly pinched its mouth. If it were to roar, the ceiling would probably be blown off. After the transformation of one man and one cat, the originally spacious new house suddenly became crowded. Chengzhuo adjusted himself to his transformed body a little, then he cancelled his dragon form state. He just observed the rate at which the source power in the origin card was lost, and it felt like a bucket with a leak at the bottom, with water flowing out. With his nascent source of power, it would only last for 5 minutes at most. How is this different from second man? After experiencing the powerful changes brought about by meditation skills, Chengzhuo is not willing to be a real man for only 5 minutes. It is imperative to increase the source power reserve of the origin card. Whether you are a hunter or a servant, you must first sign a contract with the lighthouse and become a professional hunter. The next morning, at 7:15, Chengzhuo was awakened by the alarm clock. His breathing stopped suddenly, and he almost died on the spot. It seemed that due to his transformation last night, he was very exhausted. In the second half of the night, he rushed to the restaurant downstairs and ate 5 bowls of beef noodles before he suppressed his hunger. When he came back, he curled up on the hard bed and fell asleep immediately, sleeping until dawn. However, after getting up and taking a shower, he was in excellent physical condition. With a physical fitness level that is 3 times higher than that of an average person, his recovery ability is beyond doubt. I ate a dozen buns and 3 bowls of soy milk downstairs. Afterwards, Chengzhuo jogged all the way to school at a speed of 100 meters in 10 seconds, sweating slightly. It is midsummer now, and the sycamore tree at the school gate is lush and leafy, with its green leaves swaying in the wind. There was a slim young girl standing under the tree, and she suddenly caught Chengzhuo's sight. She was wearing a light-colored dress, the hem of which was gently swayed by the wind, revealing her long, white legs. She had her hands behind her back, her fingertips unconsciously scratching at something. The moment I saw Chengzhuo, those eyes were as bright as fallen stars. She first stood on tiptoe to look over here, and after confirming that it was him, she jumped for joy and waved her arms high. The moment the girl smiled, the air seemed to become a little sweeter. Several boys passing by were stunned, their steps slowing to almost stop, their eyes glued to Ruanqinghe. Until they saw the person she was waving to, they sighed angrily and walked away with drooping shoulders. Who knows how her actions have brought more sorrow to the youth of these young men? Chengzhuo's lips curled up subconsciously. He walked step by step towards his new wife. Why didn't you reply to my message all night? Ruanqinghe came forward first, her red lips slightly pouting, her tone sounding a little aggrieved and a little embarrassed. After all, the two of them had just established a relationship, so they weren't that familiar with each other. Chengzhuo suddenly realized and quickly looked at his watch. There were more than 20 missed calls and dozens of unread messages. Apart from a few messages from a buddy of his and a greeting message from Xia Mo, the rest were all calls and messages from his newlywed wife. From "Are you home yet?" at 10 o'clock last night, to "Is everything okay?" at 1 o'clock in the morning, to "Are you up yet? There's a new member orientation meeting today, will you come?" at 7 o'clock this morning. There was unconcealable worry between the lines. Sorry. Chengzhuo scratched his head awkwardly. I slept too soundly last night. I thought something happened to you. Ruanqinghe scolded. I'm sorry. This is my first marriage and I have no experience. Chengzhuo put on a smile, trying to please her. From now on, I will definitely reply to your messages immediately. Ruanqinghe's cheeks flushed slightly, and she spat secretly. Bah, who is your wife? Whom? You've already got the certificate, haven't you? There's still a ceremony, huh? Don't even think about saving money, I want a feast. At least 8. Ruanqinghe clenched his fists, pretending to be vicious. No, 12 dishes. At least half of them have to be meat. Okay, let's go to the Morsky Hotel to eat. Forget it, it's too expensive. Chapter 7's Class Phoenix Power. Cicadas are chirping loudly on Wutong Avenue of Xingteaching No. 4 Middle School. Today's schools have lost their former bookish atmosphere, replaced by a seething restlessness. On both sides of the road, rows of blue awnings were laid out in a row. The canvas was printed with a variety of emblems: the 6-pointed star of the Nebula Guild, the 5-colored emblem of the Cinder Ruins Guild, the lightning symbol of the Thunder Guild, the claw totem of the Holy Beast Guild. Monster hunters are the backbone of humanity's resistance against monsters. But joining the hunting team of a large guild is a place that is envied by the citizens. The 4 major guilds are the first choice of hunters. After all, a large guild means better treatment and resources, a more professional training system, and more complete security guarantees. Today's event seems to be for selecting hunters, but in fact it is also for the citizens to see. In this era of struggle for survival, people need some spiritual sustenance. The newcomer hunting trial, which will be broadcast live, is one of the topics that people talk about with great relish. The hunting trial will not involve venturing into the ruins, but will be held in a closed and abandoned city on the outskirts of the city. There are exotic beasts that have not yet reached the rank, which is very suitable for newcomers to practice. It is also convenient for live broadcast observation. People always look forward to newcomers. Guess which team of hunters and retainers will become a legendary duo like Batman and Robin from old-time comics. Therefore, every time a trial is held, the various channels of the city-state live broadcast will always trigger a viewing boom. Walking along the school's boulevard, Changjua and Ruanxing has stopped in front of the six-pointed star flag of the Nebula Guild. Under the awning, a girl in professional attire smiled. "Student, are you planning to sign up for our Nebula Guild?" "No, we want to consult Nebula Kashu Academy. Please go here to register for Kaxiu Academy." The girl maintained a professional smile and led the two to a thin display screen. In Star Iron City. Not all awakened ones will participate in the hunting trial. After all, some people's original skills are not suitable for fighting, and some people are simply timid, such as Ruanxinghe. Kaxiu College became the destination for these people. You can improve your professionalism and give full play to your original strengths without any risks. Ruanxinghe, E-level priest, regular class, tuition fee is 25,600 city-state coins. You can pay after verification. A ethereal voice of AI came from the display screen. Ruanxinghe had already learned about Xingyun through the internet, so after reading the admission regulations briefly, he decided to sign up. After the information registration is completed, the girl in charge of reception hands over an electronic receipt. Registration fees for Kashu College are paid on the spot. There is no such thing as summer vacation in this era. After 2 days of rest after registration, Ruanxinghe will start school. Okay. Ruanxinghe bit her red lips tightly, and with a painful look on her face, she swiped the electronic receipt into the holographic projection of her watch to confirm the payment. Half of the marriage subsidy allocated to her by the education department was instantly used up, and she even paid some more. For a moment, she even wanted to give up and become a hunter instead. "Don't worry, our family will never be short of money in the future." Changjua saw through her little thoughts and said with a smile. Why? Ruanxinghe suddenly looked up, and stars instantly lit up in her almond-shaped eyes. "Did you win the lottery?" Not really, but it's almost the same." Changjua took her hand and said, "Come with me." A moment later, the two of them walked through the bustling crowd and arrived at the large holographic projection in the center of the playground, which played the hunter's highlights in a loop. The long sword tears the belly of the monster, the heavy sniper shoots the head, and the blade leaves afterimages. Every frame is full of thrilling tension. The picture finally freezes on a beautiful woman wearing red armor. The close-fitting scarlet armor outlines her hot body curves. She is Rosa, the captain of the Phoenix Squad. A star hunter known to almost everyone in Star Iron City. She was originally an F-rank awakener. After participating in the rookie trial last year, she only worked as a hunter attendant for half a year. Later, he accidentally obtained a legendary meditation card, and soon after practicing, he triggered the second awakening. Her origin leaped from an F-level fire spirit to an S-level phoenix force, achieving a legendary growth process. Would you like to join me in exploring the mysterious world of ruins? Want to observe the bloody heroics of the hunters up close? Do you want to seize the opportunity and rewrite your destiny like me? Become a professional hunter. From now on, your life will be filled with excitement and wealth will be within your reach. Kill strange beasts and protect your homeland. Your life deserves to be more exciting. Rosa's seductive voice, wrapped in honey-like temptation, echoed over the playground. She raised her hand and brushed past the flaming phoenix spear, which was taller than her. The flames flowing beside her seemed to break through the constraints of light and shadow. Ruanxinghe's face turned pale upon seeing this. "You want to participate in the hunting trial?" Changjua nodded, his tone calm. "Yes." "Can you please not go?" Ruanxinghe tugged at Changjua's sleeve with a trembling voice, her eyes filled with worry. "I know you're under a lot of pressure right now, but don't worry, our lives will get better after I graduate. I've made inquiries, and even though I'm only E-level, it's still easy to find a job. Don't worry. Cheng Zhuo smiled and comforted, I won't go into a dangerous world. I will only do things that I am confident in. Okay. Ruan Xinghe lowered his head slightly, feeling a little depressed. Although the two of them got their marriage certificate, they were still a little unfamiliar with each other. She didn't want Cheng Zhuo to take risks, but she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Cheng Zhuo rubbed Ruan Xinghe's head and said, Don't worry, I'm in the top 10 in my grade in the Shujia survival course. Ruan Xinghe raised her complicated eyes and said, Then you must be extra careful. She didn't try to dissuade him anymore. It's just like there's a stone pressing on my heart. If it weren't for her and her twin sisters, Cheng Zhuo probably wouldn't have chosen to be a servant. It seems that the servants do not need to charge into battle, and are equivalent to backpackers, but there are too many variables in the world of ruins, and it is inevitable to encounter emergencies, and the physical requirements are harsh. Usually, F-level awakeners who can serve as servants are mostly those with enhanced physical constitutions. Like Cheng Zhuo, a summoned beast with potential of only F has almost no combat ability and no enhancement to the main body, so it can only serve as a mascot. He's risking his life. I must work hard to prevent him from taking risks, Ruan Xinghe thought secretly, clenching his fists. Son thief, I finally found you. Did your watch explode? Why the hell didn't you reply to my message? Suddenly, a noisy sound came from the side of the two of them. Then a dark shadow came up to Cheng Zhuo's side and hooked his neck. I knew you wouldn't give up and would definitely sign up for the trial. Cheng Zhuo looked at the visitor with some surprise. Why are you here? This guy is his best friend in school, Black Monkey. Of course, this is not his real name. Black Monkey's real name is Ho Wanli, and he got this nickname because he is dark and thin. After Black Monkey awakened his origin card yesterday, he was immediately surrounded and taken away by a group of guild recruitment managers. This guy is extremely lucky, and his awakening potential is B-level. His ability is Shadow Warrior. He can condense his own shadow and possess twice the strength and speed of his original body. Not only can he learn various fighting techniques, but he can also double replicate all the card amplification effects and skills of his original body. He. Ho Wanli said slyly. What? Old Chang, you don't think that just because I become so talented, I'll forget about my brothers, right? I've already informed the guild leaders, and they'll definitely sign you. Isn't that enough for you to call me godfather? Cheng Zhuo frowned, you just joined the guild, and you're already using the back door. Will this have a bad impact? TSK. Ho Wanli grinned widely, holding his head high and saying, Brother Ho is very popular now, so what's this little thing? See this big screen? I'm sure they'll be showing my promotional video next year. Seeing his sincere and provocative look, Cheng Zhuo didn't refuse anymore. Anyway, I won't hold him back, so I sighed and said. Okay, I think you are filial. You bastard. How dare you talk to your grandfather like that? Ho Wanli glared with his big dark eyes and pretended to strangle him. But Cheng Zhuo easily dodged it. By the way, which guild did you sign with? Cheng Zhuo asked. Ho Wanli casually replied, Thunder Guild, damn, I wanted to sign Nebula, but Thunder offered too much. Cheng Zhuo was stunned, Thunder Guild? Ho Wanli noticed the strangeness in Cheng Zhuo's tone and asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Thunder Guild? Chapter 8 Newcomer Trial. What the hell? That Zhao Shichang from the Thunder Guild stole your girl? After hearing Cheng Zhuo's reason for breaking up, Ho Wanli jumped up half a foot high, his voice like thunder. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed to the Thunder Guild's recruitment office, cursing. Fuck, this bastard, I'm going to terminate the contract now. Keep your voice down. Cheng Zhuo quickly held him in place, glanced awkwardly at the strange looks from all around, and said in a low voice. The penalty for a Class B contract must be over 10 million. Are you planning to sell yourself to pay off your debts? Well. Ho Wanli's face turned the color of liver. Cheng Zhuo patted his shoulder and said comfortingly. Just hang out there peacefully. The Thunder Guild doesn't belong to Zhao Shichang alone. Ho Wanli's eyebrows twisted into a knot. Are you coming yet? Cheng Zhuo waved his hand indifferently. I don't rule it out. It depends on which company offers the best conditions. I can't choose right now, but... He glanced back at Ruan Xinghe, who was not far behind him, and said, if I have the chance, I might prefer Xingyun. Ho Wanli followed his line of sight, glanced at him, and said in surprise. Old Chang, you're not falling for that class beauty next door, are you? I advise you not to even think about it. I heard she already has a secret crush on someone. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Yuan Qinghe, lowered his voice, and said with a wink. Hey, she's been looking at me with a smile on her face. Do you think she has a crush on me? I want to eat. Cheng Zhuo glanced at Ho Wanli, and in his shocked eyes, he took 2 steps back and naturally reached out to pull Yuan Qinghe to his side. I forgot to introduce you. This is my new wife, Yuan Qinghe. Call her sister-in-law. He turned to Yuan Qinghe again, his tone a little gentler. Qinghe, this is my best brother, Ho Wanli. Yuan Qinghe extended her hand generously, with a faint shy smile on her face. Hello, classmate Ho. I am one of Brother Cheng's wives. I hope you will give me your guidance in the future. Ho Wanli looked at the smiling Yuan Qinghe. He looked at Cheng Zhuo again. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly came to his senses and immediately hooked Cheng Zhuo's neck and pulled him aside, his voice a little shaky. Fuck, what's going on? A new wife? And another one? This is a long story. Cheng Zhuo had no choice but to tell her about his experience of having his alcoholic father register for marriage without telling him, and how he happened to meet Yuan Qinghe and the twins. He didn't mention that Yuan Qinghe had previously offered to marry him, for fear that the boy would be jealous and faint. You. Ho Wanli's face turned pale and blue, and he was shocked. I haven't seen you for just one day, and you've already married 3 wives? And a pair of twins? Looking back at Yuan Qinghe, whose smile was pure and gentle, Ho Wanli suddenly felt that his B-level contract was no longer attractive. He really experienced what it meant to. I am afraid that my brother is having a hard life, and I am also afraid that he is driving a Land Rover. Cheng Zhuo sighed and laughed. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Ho Wanli gritted his teeth. I'm so worried that you'll be heartbroken after a breakup, you dog. You're such a dog. He turned around and walked back to Yuan Qinghe and returned to his normal state. Sister-in-law, just call me Black Monkey. If Lao Cheng bullies you in the future, just tell me and I'll help you beat him up. Even though he was a bit better at fighting than me before, I can easily crush him now. Okay. Yuan Qinghe nodded slightly and looked at Cheng Zhuo, who was approaching, with stars in her eyes. But he certainly won't bully me, right? Of course. Ouch! Black Monkey raised his hands to cover his eyes exaggeratedly, wailing in a long tone. It's so hard to be single. At 9 o'clock in the morning. A deep, drawn-out middle-aged voice suddenly rang out from the speakers surrounding the playground, suppressing the clamor. Fellow awakeners, the future pillars of the city-state, good morning. Cheng Zhuo and others subconsciously raised their heads. On the screen, their principal Zhou Dafa, with a belly that looked like she was 8 months pregnant, stepped onto the podium. He adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses that had slipped to the tip of his nose and cleared his throat. Ahem. Today's hunting trial is your first direct encounter with a strange beast, and it's also your first step toward truly resisting disaster. As the principal, I feel a great sense of responsibility, but I'm also deeply gratified. An hour later. Cheng Zhuo was almost drowsy listening to this. Principal Zhou finally finished his opening remarks and staggered off the stage. To Cheng Zhuo, the effective message of his speech consisted of only 3 sentences. 1. The hunting trial lasts for 12 hours. 2. There are a total of 2,976 people, divided into mini-teams of 4, and ranked by points for killing monsters. The highest prize is 1 million. 3. The overall individual evaluation will be conducted by the City-State Superintelligence Lingxi, which will rate the players based on multiple dimensions such as close combat, defense, long-range attack, reaction, and pressure resistance. Another half-hour passed. The newcomers participating in the trial began to receive communication combat uniforms and weapons in turn. The right arm of the combat suit is equipped with Lingxi's Terminal Assistant, which can monitor the user's condition at any time. In addition to ratings, Lingxi will also monitor vital signs and activate the combat suit's locked shield and distress procedures at any time to ensure everyone's safety. As for the weapons in the trial, they are all cold weapons. But unlike traditional cold weapons, this type of weapon is embedded with source cards made from the source cores of exotic beasts, which contain various types of source power damage to ensure sufficient lethality to exotic beasts. Cheng Zhuo chose a spear, which was the weapon he practiced with the most. TSK, this outfit must cost at least 200,000. Ho Wanli turned around with a long sword in his hand, looking up and down at his outfit, and sighed. With this material, an unranked exotic beast wouldn't even be able to make a mark. The clothes can't be torn, but the shock can't be prevented. Cheng Zhuo weighed the gun barrel and said in a serious tone. Don't be careless. Yeah, I understand. Ho Wanli rarely put away his playful smile and nodded heavily. Maka baka. At this moment, Chang Zhua's watch suddenly rang urgently. The words "old drunkard" appeared on the screen. Connected. As Chang Zhua murmured, a rough man's face popped up on the watch. It was his unreliable father Cheng Qingshan. Chang Zhua frowned. What's the matter? Cheng Qingshan's face turned ashen. You rascal, where have you been for not coming home all night? Your Aunt Wang was worried to death. Didn't I leave a message to Aunt Wang saying I wouldn't be going back? Chang Zhua looked puzzled. Leave AP. Cheng Qingshan spitted at the camera. You didn't even tell me where you were going. If you have something to say, just say it. Chang Zhua was a little impatient. I've never seen you care about me so much before, thinking about the marriage allowance? Cheng Qingshan had a strange look on his face, and curled his lips and said. Who cares about your little money? It's Wan and Xioma who are looking for you. After saying that, the camera turned and two half-grown faces immediately squeezed into the screen. He is somewhat similar to Chang Zhua, but more immature. They are Chang Zhua's younger brothers Chang Mo and Chang Wenwen. Wow, second brother looks so handsome. Chang Wenwen clings to the screen and shouts excitedly, Second brother, are you going to be a beast hunter? Come on, we are all watching the live broadcast. Second brother can only be a servant. Chang Mo pushed her away, a look of worry on his face. Brother, the rat catcher is actually quite good. You really don't have to risk your life. Don't worry, second brother knows what's going on. Chang Zhua's voice softened unconsciously. Although their family was poor, the brothers and sisters got along well with each other. He chatted with his younger brother and sister for a few minutes, and soon his stepmother, Aunt Wang, came over and pushed the two little ones with pigtails in front of the camera. Chang Zhua has an average relationship with his stepmother, but he has no grudges with his two younger sisters. The two little sisters are 7 and 5 years old. In their eyes, there is no such thing as having half-sisters. I only knew that Cheng Zhua was the second brother and was going to fight monsters, so I followed Chang Wenwen and shouted and cheered. Hang up, don't talk anymore. After a while, Cheng Qingshan grabbed the camera with a gruff voice, and before closing it, he glared at Cheng Zhua. If he's going to die, then don't bring him back. I don't have the money to buy a new cemetery. After the video ended, Ruan Xinghe leaned over gently, with a hint of envy in her tone. You have such a good relationship with your brothers and sisters. Chang Zhua nodded. Well, not bad. I'll introduce your second sister-in-law to them in a couple of days. Okay. Ruan Xinghe's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she blinked curiously. They call you second brother, why don't you see the eldest brother? I entered the ruins realm 2 years ago and haven't been able to come out. Cheng Zhua tightened his grip on the gun barrel and lowered his voice. His eldest brother is Cheng Yao, who is 4 years older than him and has E-level potential. In order to seek an opportunity to enter the second-level Caxio, he ventured into the 2-star gate. According to his teammates, even the body was not recovered. Hearing this, Wan Xinghe's face turned pale, and he looked at Cheng Zhua with increasing worry. Sorry. You must be extremely careful. Yeah. Cheng Zhua nodded seriously. At this time, scenes like Cheng Zhua's, where family members or partners give instructions, can be seen everywhere on the playground. Cheng Zhua had already submitted his registration through his watch, and now all he had to do was wait. About half an hour passed. The ethereal voice of the super-intelligent entity echoed over the playground. All players, please follow the instructions of the terminal team and go to the designated area to reunite with your teammates. Conventional weapons are ineffective against exotic beasts. In the 7th year of the Lieshu era, Master Mozhan Han forged the first sword inlaid with a source power card, marking the official birth of source power weapons. Excerpt from the Weapons chapter of Hunter's Record. Chapter 9, Ex-Girlfriend's Best Friend. After Lingxi's notice was issued, a team of city guards appeared from nowhere and the idle people were cleared out of the playground one after another. After Chang Zhua asked Ruan Xinghe to go back and pack his luggage, he and Ho Wanli went to their respective team assembly areas. His squad number is 81. The terminal shows that there is 1 D-level and 2 E-level teammates. According to Lingxi's principle of balanced distribution, this clearly detected the improvement in his physical fitness and assessed his strength to be above level C. However, what surprised Chang Zhua was that the captain of the team was actually an acquaintance. As we approached Area 81, we heard 2 complaints. Hey, what's wrong with our team? Even if A and B levels aren't enough to split evenly, at least we can arrange for a C level. What's the point of having an F level? That's right, this guy named Chung Jua is a summoner, with the most useless origin skill in the F tier. Why is he joining in the fun? He's really screwing over his teammates. Is there a bug in Lingxi's matching system? Hey, what the hell is this intelligent division? I think it's just some big shot manipulating the situation, trying to get the best seedlings together to win the jackpot. Seeing Cheng Zhuo approaching, the two boys immediately shut up. But the frustration was clearly visible on his face, and the disgust in his eyes could not be hidden. Cheng Zhuo ignored them, his eyes fixed on the other side of the team, and nodded to a girl with a high ponytail. What a coincidence. This girl turned out to be his ex-girlfriend's best friend, Anua. Anua's expression was a little complicated. He nodded, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at team number 80 next door. Following her gaze, Cheng Zhuo finally noticed his ex-girlfriend Su Wanong, and the boy next to her with a sneer on his face was Zhao Shichang from the Thunder Guild. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. Cheng Zhuo stood in team number 81 with an expressionless face. Oh, what a coincidence, isn't this Monitor Chung from Class 3? Zhao Shichang had no intention of letting him go. With a deliberately high-pitched voice, he turned to Su Wanong and said, Tong Tong, it seems he hasn't given up on you yet. You know, his swarthy brother is trying desperately to force a F-rank loser like him into our Thunder Guild by signing a contract with him. Wouldn't it be better for him to just be catching rats in the sewers? He chose to die as a servant. Cheng Zhuo didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he didn't hear it. Seeing him like this, Zhao Shichang's face suddenly turned cold, and a trace of undisguised ferocity flashed in his eyes. Su Wanong frowned, walked up to Cheng Zhuo, and said with some dissatisfaction in her voice, Cheng Zhuo, why are you doing this? Cheng Zhuo raised his eyelids. I said this matter has nothing to do with you, do you believe it? Su Wanong seemed not to hear and continued to scold. Just for a fight? Is it worth risking your life? What are you trying to prove? Are you childish? Cheng Zhuo felt a little helpless and slowly took out a pair of headphones and put them on. He really has no desire to communicate. Ever since Su Wanong tacitly agreed to Zhao Shichang's pursuit, he had seen through it. You. Su Wanong was choked by his stubborn look and her cheeks turned red instantly. And Nua quickly stepped forward and pulled her aside, whispering comfort. Don't be angry. Maybe he just really wants to become a hunter. You know, he trained so hard for this day. Maybe he wants to learn from Phoenix Girl Rosa and try for a second awakening. But he's only an F-rank summoner, what chance does he have? Su Wanong lowered her voice, but she couldn't hide her annoyance. Rosa was able to awaken a second time because her secondary gene unlocking rate exceeded 10%. How can he compare? I knew it was easy for him to break up, but he couldn't let go at all. And Nua. Although he was not very familiar with Cheng Zhuo, and Nua felt that Cheng Zhuo was not that kind of person. And Nua did not discuss the matter any further. He pulled Su Wanong to talk about their plan to enter the Beast City. After a few words of comfort, Su Wanong's mood gradually calmed down. Your team is so weak, what are you going to do? Su Wanong held in Nua's hand, feeling a little worried. It's okay. And Nua smiled, his tone very calm. The team's weaknesses might even help me improve my overall rating. Su Wanong looked back at Zhao Shichang and whispered. Actually, if you're willing. He said he could help you get a C-rank contract. It would be great if we sisters were in the same guild. And Nua smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything, but the firm rejection on his face made his attitude clear. Buzz. At this time, a buzzing sound came from far away and became louder and louder. Everyone looked up. It was a giant vertical takeoff and landing transport plane, its circular engine emitting dark blue plasma flames as it slowly descended. Let us set off. The crowd at the scene became excited and noisy again. Soon, the front row of people began to board the plane one by one under the command of a team of fully armed city-state soldiers. The interior of the cabin is like the hollowed-out inner cavity of a giant steel beast, larger than it appears from the outside. Cheng Zhuo found the corresponding seat in the team and sat down by the window. The two boys deliberately separated themselves from him, so Anua, who came in last, had to sit next to Cheng Zhuo, bringing in a faint fragrance. Cheng Zhuo nodded and turned to look out the window. The cabin was filled with the dull thud of metal plates being stepped on and the voices of various teams discussing. Only Team 81 was filled with awkward silence. The two boys were casually flipping through the trial manual on the terminal, while Chang Zhuo was wearing headphones and looking out the window. And Nuo frowned slightly and started talking first. "Everyone, my name is Nuo." Her voice was gentle yet clear, instantly attracting the attention of the two people beside her. "Everyone, please introduce yourselves and your abilities. Since we're assigned to the same team, working together will give us a chance to achieve better results." Seeing that it was the only D-level member in the team, and she was a beautiful woman, she spoke. The other two were too embarrassed to continue pretending to be dumb. One of the tall and thin men was the first to respond. "My name is Wei Qingfeng, my origin card is E-level fire controller, and my biological strength is level 8.3. Pang Wei, an E-level beastman, biological strength 9.1, 14.6 after beastification." Another boy with a hedgehog hair raised his eyelids lazily, with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Beastmen have always been popular in low-level battles. Basically, they can easily deal with newborn monsters that have not yet reached the level as soon as they awaken. The beasts of the Ruin Realm can generally be divided into 4 types based on their physical signs: primary form, derivative form, enhanced form, and dominant form. Except for some individual cases, these 4 types are basically gradually strengthened, but it is not an absolute growth system. For example, some small newborn alien beasts remain in the newborn state even when they reach maturity. The biological strength of unranked newborn alien beasts is at most level 10.0, and these newborn beasts account for 80% of the hunting beast city. Like Pang Wei's level. As long as you pay attention to avoid those rare derivatives and enhanced forms, there is basically no danger. And Nuo nodded with satisfaction and introduced himself. "I'm a D-rank wind archer, with a bio strength of 10.5. I can handle long-range firepower, but my archery accuracy isn't quite up to par right now, so please understand." After she finished speaking, she turned around and patted Chang Zhuo's shoulder. "Chang Zhuo, what about you?" Chang Zhuo's headphones didn't actually have any music playing, but he took them off anyway and said, "Chang Zhuo, F-class summoner, biological strength." He paused, then continued according to the evaluation result when he awakened, level 5.2. The system only displays 5-dimensional attributes, and there is no method to evaluate the biological body strength of the city-state. So, Chang Zhuo is actually not sure about the current exact amount. Why? Wei Qingfeng, who was on the outermost side, sighed heavily. He exchanged glances with Pang Wei, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, as if to say, "Look, he is indeed a scumbag with combat power 5. The standard strength for a healthy adult male is 5.0, and Chang Zhuo's 5.2 is indeed no different from that of an ordinary person. Of course, the biological strength of the awakened person is only the most basic part of personal combat power. The original skill is the key." But Chang Zhuo's F-level original skill, the more they thought about it, the more suffocated they became, and their faces fell again. Buzz. At this moment, the transport plane suddenly vibrated and the hum of the engine suddenly rose. Chang Zhuo subconsciously looked out the porthole. The playground on the ground was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon he saw the towering city wall in the distance. Soon, the transport plane gradually stabilized. Quiet. Suddenly, a rough roar exploded at the end of the cabin, making the eardrums numb. You could hear a pin drop in the cabin. The person who spoke was a burly commander in black military uniform. His square face was as hard as a piece of iron, and his beard was standing upright. At first glance, he looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. He spoke in a deep voice, warning one sentence at a time. "You little brats, especially those who think you're high potential, don't think you're superhuman just because you have some extraordinary abilities. Having good physical fitness and strong original skills doesn't mean you can kill monsters. Some wimps pee their pants at the sight of blood. When it comes to a life or death situation, their strength is only 1/10 of what it was. Your origin card potential and biological strength can all be digitized, but..." He pointed at his head, pounded his chest, and roared. "Your shit brains and cowardice can't be reflected in the data. Don't F-King think you're safe just because you have combat uniforms. Let me tell you, while it's true that deaths rarely occur during trials, at least 30% of people are injured or disabled in every trial. For those of you who are scared, there's still time." He looked around eagerly and sneered. "Now, before we continue, everyone, be quiet, read the trial manual carefully, and prepare to enter the city." His words, which were full of motherly connotations, made everyone look at each other in surprise. However, since you have decided to participate in the trial, you naturally have certain expectations about injuries. No one really backed down at this time. About 10 minutes later. Buzz. The transport plane hummed again, and a strong feeling of falling came. Cheng Zhuo looked out the window. Below is a dilapidated city with no visible edge. In fact, before the catastrophe, this place was once a prosperous urban area. But now, it has become a huge nest filled with low-level exotic beasts. Everyone, jump out in order according to your team numbers. Go! 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 After the bearded commander roared, the door of the transport plane slowly opened with a click and a strong wind rushed in instantly. The combat uniform has automatic parachute opening and positioning functions. Don't worry about safety issues. But there were still many people standing in front of the cabin door, shaking their butterfly legs. The soldiers behind them didn't give them any chance to prepare themselves mentally, they kicked them one by one at a rapid pace. When they were about to reach Team 81, and Nua's eye showed a hint of complexity, and he warned Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo, when you go down later, remember to wear your communication headset and quickly reunite with us. Don't act alone. As the best friend of my ex-girlfriend. Cheng Zhuo knew her a little bit. A girl who was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside and very enterprising. This reminder was not out of concern, but out of worry that Cheng Zhuo would fall behind and affect her overall evaluation. Cheng Zhuo raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand and made an OK gesture. After the team ahead of him had jumped down one by one, either voluntarily or passively, he walked to the hatch, faced the strong wind, and jumped down without hesitation. Chapter 10 Blind Core. Star Iron Inner City. In the top-floor conference room of the City-State Hunting Ruins General Administration. Several high-ranking officials from the Hunting Ruins General Administration sat at the main seats, and on both sides sat dozens of recruitment managers from major guilds. At the front of the conference room, a circular holographic screen occupying the entire wall was projecting real-time images of the hunting of nearly 3,000 new awakeners. Nearly 100 divided areas are tracking the images of some high-potential newcomers and some key bosses. There was also a projection screen in front of everyone. With just a tap of your finger, you can easily access the detailed data of any team. This class of newcomers isn't very good. There are less than 10 A-level potentials, and there's still no S-level talent. The white-haired old man whose seat card read Nebula Guild Vice President Ren Tianqing was casually swiping the virtual screen and shaking his head repeatedly. At his side, a white man in a suit raised his lips slightly, looking a little complacent. It's indeed a little lacking, but our Thunder Guild's Moro has an A+ potential, which is no less than an average S. Ren Tianqing raised his eyelids and said with a contemptuous smile. Vice President OS, the gap between S and A is even greater than the gap between A and F, don't try to get an A+ or something like that. Being ridiculed in public, the man called OSS's face suddenly stiffened. You narrow-minded old man, I just used some tricks to snatch an A level from Xingyun, so why do you have to be so sarcastic in your words? If you weren't a city-state committee member, I would kill you. OS cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to offend, and put on a smile. Mr. Ren is right. A plus can't compare to a true S grade. Ren Tianqing glanced sideways, pointed at the shadow in front of OSS, and grinned at the long-haired old man on the other side. The academic Caxiu is so shallow. He's never been a hunter, and he can't tell good from bad. Look, an F-rank summoner is even on the contract list, ha ha ha. The old man with long hair tilted his head and took a look. Seeing that there was indeed an F-rank summoner on OS's list, he immediately laughed out loud. AUS, are you Thunder so short of manpower? OS was stunned, and quickly looked at the list on the edge of his screen. Cheng Zhuo, F-class summoner, creature strength. 5.2 magnitude? OSS almost thought he was dazzled. How could this kind of guy appear in his contract list? Looking at the two old guys who were almost dying of laughter, OSS's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to the assistant's seat behind him, grabbed the young man's neck, and pressed him against the monitor. Your explanation had better satisfy me, or even Jesus can't save you. The young assistant turned pale with fear and looked at the list in panic. After seeing Cheng Zhuo's message clearly, he stammered. He was added by Manager Liu. He said it was a B-level awakener who asked for a binding contract. B-level signing requirements? OSS was stunned. Oh, I understand. Ren Tianqing wiped away the tears of laughter and said in a hoarse voice. After all, you guys at Thunder are relatively young, so adding some binding contract requirements is understandable. Your manager is doing the right thing, but don't make things difficult for them. Although the words were spoken frankly, the sarcasm and the tone pierced like a needle, and OSS's anger grew even more intense. Get out! He said this, turned around and walked out the door. Ren Tianqing restrained his smile and waved behind him. A woman in a black dress, with a cool and aloof look, immediately stepped forward, leaned over to his side, and bowed slightly. Teacher. Sees the evidence that he has signed a contract with that F-rank summoner. Ren Tianqing glanced at OS's back outside the door. They won't write it into the contract. First find video or audio evidence, then go talk to this guy named Cheng Zhuo. The city-state attaches great importance to the human rights of high-potential Caxiu. As long as there is audio and video evidence, it cannot be violated even if it is not stated in the contract. OS is a guy who cares a lot about his reputation, so he will definitely not want that F level. Ren Tianqing knew that this was a good opportunity to snatch people away. I understand. The woman nodded and left. That butt is shaking. Xiao Zhizhi looks really cool in her professional attire. The long-haired old man next to her looked up and down at the slender legs and swaying hip skirt, and only turned his head and said when the woman disappeared at the door. Old man Run, can you help me persuade her to let Xiao Zhizhi be my mistress? Look, my name is Songhe, and her name is Mu Yanji, what a perfect match. Ren Tianqing glanced at him with disdain. What the hell, you old pervert, you're going to die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Songhe licked his lips and said, to die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost I can still be romantic, understand? Don't worry about it. Xiao Mu doesn't like people like you. Ren Tianqing sneered. Why? Songhe smoothed his flowing long hair and said, I'm so handsome, why doesn't she like me? Ren Tianqing rolled his eyes, do you like that you're old, or do you like that you don't like to take a bath? Songhe was not annoyed, but asked suspiciously. But why did you think of taking Xiao Zhizhi with you to recruit people? Is it possible? I always feel that if she gets angry, she will draw her sword and stab someone. Ren Tianqing seemed a little annoyed and shook his head. If I don't let her interact with more people, I'm afraid she'll really turn herself into a killing machine. That's right. Songhe shook his long hair. Such a beautiful person is becoming less and less charming. Even I can't impress her. Ren Tianqing rolled his eyes again. I no longer have the desire to communicate with this old fox. He turned on the holographic projection and casually clicked on Cheng Zhuo's image tracking interface. Sunha came closer and took a look. Aren't you worried about failing to recruit him and signing an F-rank summoner for nothing? Maybe I found a loophole. Ren Tianqing raised the corners of his lips slightly and stared at the holographic projection with interest. In the picture, a young man held a gun in both hands, stabbed a strange beast to death with one shot, then turned around and launched a beautiful counterattack. The other strange beast behind it, with its fangs and claws bared, was killed instantly. An empty street in Trial Beast City. The building is dilapidated and the ground is covered with weeds. Cheng Zhuo leaned on his spear, his chest heaving. He looked at the corpse of the strange beast in front of him, which was about the same size as a wolfhound, and took a few heavy breaths. There was still a lingering soreness between the knuckles from overexerting. It was my first time fighting a strange beast with real guns and swords, so I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The thing twitching on the ground is a rat bug. Its body is shaped like a mouse, but it has a cockroach-like mouthpart and a pair of sharp front claws. As the most common primary organism, rat mantises are numerous and fast. Although the creature's strength is only around level 5.0, its sharp claws can tear open an ordinary person's stomach as easily as tearing paper. Cheng Zhuo poked the rat mantis's corpse with the tip of his gun and looked at it curiously. As the saying goes, when you see a rat roach, it means a nest of rat roaches is nearby. The rat mantis has no nucleus and its fur is of low value. Cheng Zhuo didn't intend to waste time on this kind of thing. We have to find that thing as soon as possible. Cheng Zhuo muttered to himself and drew a map on his watch. There is a pig-shaped monster in this beast city, called the one-horned porcupine. The source core in its skull is very special and can randomly produce breathing meditation cards. It is the favorite beast of novice hunters. The source core of this transformable card will automatically degenerate into an ordinary source core after 24 hours once it leaves the main body, so it usually needs to be opened on the spot. Hunters nicknamed it the blind porcupine. It is exactly what Cheng Zhuo needs. Guan Guan went from being a palm-sized kitten to a first-level beast pet overnight. There was no other explanation except for the high-level meditation skills. He looked up the information and found that even at the epic level, it was impossible for such a big effect to occur. He couldn't say that he spent a few small goals to buy a legendary breathing meditation card. Only by opening the blind core can it be barely explained. He might have caused the anger of the city-state's top brass because he had wasted a high-level source card. In a sense, F-level potential, combined with the legendary breathing meditation card, was a waste of high-level resources. However, this incident happened just last year, so there won't be any blatant punishment. As for the fact that it was actually mythical, he would not miss a single word. After all, the appearance of the only 2 mythical cards in history is too shocking. Legendary breathing meditation cards are also rare, but Star Iron City still has some. However, most of them are blind cores of high-level monsters. As for using an unranked nascent porcupine to get a legendary tier, wouldn't that be too outrageous? Who cares? Someone once got an epic level using the blind core porcupine, so what if he got a legendary level? Humans still have a limited understanding of the lighthouse and the world of ruins. Adventures happen anytime and anywhere. There's no logic to luck. After determining the location on the map, Chengzhuo glanced towards the fork in the road at the end of the street. That's it. Yida Plaza, the territory of the unicorn porcupine. Chengzhuo picked up his spear and was about to leave, but he caught a glimpse of a drone swooping down towards him rapidly. Ha! What's going on? He paused, a little confused. This type of drone usually follows high-potential newcomers, and judging by the posture of this one, it was actually flying towards him. Which guild would be interested in him now? Before he could figure it out, the drone was already rushing over and hovering in front of him. Beep. A prompt sounded and the holographic projection unfolded. As light and shadow flowed, a woman in a black professional suit appeared, exuding an inexplicably cold and aloof aura. Hello, my name is Mu Yinji, from the Nebula Guild. Let's talk. Chapter 11. Your husband is so handsome when he wields his gun. Nebula Guild? Chengzhuo was a little surprised. That's right. Mu Yinji's face was indifferent. With a stroke of her white fingertips, another projection shot out from the drone. The screen shows a contract for a ruins hunter servant. This is a third-class attendant contract. Sign it. Chengzhuo just took a quick glance and didn't look at it any further. This woman must be doing the job of recruiting people for the first time. She is so cold that Lingxi's voice is more human than hers. He held up his spear and said calmly, I can sign the contract, but I want a hunter contract. Mu Yinji's delicate eyebrows raised slightly, and her eyes swept across the dead rat bug at Chengzhuo's feet. On the forehead of the strange beast, the edge of the hole made by the gun tip had even cracks, which showed that it was penetrated by a single blow. She said nothing and raised her hand gently. The drone suddenly made a light beep sound, and a green ray swept through the whole body like flowing water. The cells show signs of short-term enhancement, suspected to have been injected with enhanced serum. Mu Yinji's indifferent face showed a hint of realization, and then he said, I can upgrade the third-class servant contract to the first class, and also pay for the serum potion. I told you. Chengzhuo showed no sign of being moved. I want a hunter contract, and one with a reward mechanism. A hint of coldness flashed across Mu Yinji's eyes. You may not have understood. Although the serum potion can give you a lead in the novice period, your origin is still F level after all. There is no possibility of advancing to Caxiu. Any awakened person above E level who advances can easily defeat you. Then there's nothing to talk about. Let's talk about it after the hunt is over. Chengzhuo picked up his spear and walked away. Mu Yinji did not follow. She turned around indifferently, and the projection slowly dissipated. In an alley filled with the smell of decay, Chengzhuo carried a spear and walked quickly. From time to time, some rats and cockroaches rushed out of the alley, and most of them were shot dead by him. This lowest level of strange beast was as fragile as paper under Chengzhuo's spear. As he killed more and more rat mantises, Chengzhuo's mentality changed from being nervous at the beginning to being at ease. Even when he shot a rat mantis through with a bullet, he felt a hint of excitement when he saw the dark red blood gushing out. I think this is a bit perverted, Chengzhuo thought to himself. While killing the rat mantis, he quickly headed towards the territory of the unicorn porcupine. As for the invitation from the Nebula Guild, he had already forgotten about it. It's still too early to talk about signing a contract now. He estimated that this person's visit was most likely related to the black monkey. After all, the strength he has shown so far is far from being worthy of the guild sending someone to contact him. Maka Baka. Suddenly, Changjua's watch rang, indicating a call from a stranger, but with a note at the end that it was introduced by a friend. Strange, who would look for him at this time? Changjua, what's wrong with you? As soon as Changjua finished answering the phone, he saw Nua's pretty face with a hint of anger pop up, with an expression that looked very angry but embarrassed to be angry. Didn't we agree to reunite with our teammates as soon as we landed? Why are you running in the opposite direction of us without even turning on your communicator? I even asked Tongtong for your number. Well. Changjua smiled awkwardly and quickly picked up a mantis he had just killed. Sorry, I was so caught up in all this stuff that I didn't pay much attention. Ah. And Nua saw the dead mantis that Changjua was holding up, and her anger instantly disappeared. A hint of solemnity appeared on her pretty face. Then you should leave quickly. Rat roaches always come in groups. Wait. Let's meet at the unicorn's territory. Changjua said first. And Nua nodded. Well, that's fine. You probably don't have a meditation card yet, right? I can get one for you. It might not drop anything high grade, but it's better than nothing. Then let's meet at Yida Plaza. Okay, be careful and remember to get on the microphone. And Nua reminded him and hung up the video. Changjua took off a pair of earphones from the monitor on his right arm. After confirming that he heard the voices of Nua and his other two teammates, he continued to rush towards Yida Plaza. The other side. After Nua hung up the phone, Wei Qingfeng beside her suddenly uttered a soft "Huh? Huh, this kid? What's wrong?" And Nua's heart skipped a beat and he turned his head to look over. Wei Qingfeng pointed at the team's rising points. He kills the monsters so quickly, there's something about him. Pang Wei also came over, a strange look on his rough face. Is there something wrong with Lingxi? Is there a points bug? That kid's summoned beast is a sandcat, not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the exotic beasts. Lingxi is a super intelligent entity created based on the lighthouse. How could it be so prone to bugs? Don't judge people by their appearance. Pang Wei's repeated ridicule of Changjua eventually aroused Nua's dissatisfaction. Her relationship with Changjua was not very good. They only met because of Su Wantong and were considered friends. And Nua felt a little angry when she was mocked by two strangers. A look of anger appeared on her pretty face. Changjua's fighting skills are among the top 3 in the school. He's near the rat roach nest, so it's normal that he kills quickly. We should hurry up and meet up with him. Otherwise, you won't end up with an overall rating lower than that of an F-rank summoner. That would be a laughingstock. Seeing in Nua's unfriendly tone, the two of them changed their expression slightly, but did not dare to refute. Compared to when they first met, their attitude towards Nua was obviously more respectful. This girl in front of me, who seems to be very intellectual and gentle, seems to have changed her temperament after she took out the hunting bow wrapped in a green halo. Especially when they just met. They were chased by a derivative with a body strength of level 15.0, but she easily killed him with a single arrow. With their current state, there was no way they could defeat that derivative beast even if they fought to the death. Obviously. The power of the bow controlled by Nua is definitely not at the D level just awakened state. She must have activated a meditation card, and it was most likely a premium grade one. Although breathing meditation cards can be purchased in the market at epic levels, the epic levels often cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is simply unaffordable for ordinary families. And the number is scarce, so it is difficult to find the right one. Premium quality is the limit of what ordinary people can reach. Premium breathing meditation cards are not cheap either, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, so most people would choose to take a gamble on the blind core porcupine to open the blind core first. If you really have a bad life, you will take a step back and buy it in the market. And Nua has already integrated a high-quality meditation card, which shows that her breathing meditation card is of good quality and must be highly compatible with the original skill. Seeing in Nua's pace of leaving was getting faster and faster. Pang and Wei looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Now this female captain is their pillar of strength and must be respected. At that time, in the corridor outside the meeting room of the City-State Hunting Ruins General Administration. After listening to Mu Yenji's report, Ren Tianqing tapped his knuckles on the railing twice and sighed as if he was disappointed with his friend. Young people these days always want to take shortcuts. Don't they know that injecting serum will reduce the gene unlocking rate? They completely give up the chance of a second awakening at F level? Haven't you heard of Phoenix Girl Rosa? Mu Yenji stood respectfully aside, speaking in a clear voice. So, are you still watching? Forget it. Ren Tianqing waved his hand, with a hint of impatience in his tone. It's just AB level, not worth the effort. Leave it to the subordinates. You should focus on those A levels who haven't signed contracts. Mu Yenji nodded slightly, yes. Ren Tianqing lowered his head again to glance at the projection, at the figure of a young man fighting fiercely in the alley. The spear flew up in the narrow alley with fierce and precise movements. Ren Tianqing suddenly chuckled, this spearmanship bears some resemblance to my youth. He paused, a little regretful, it's a pity, the potential is too low. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, closing the shadow. As if brushing off some insignificant dust, he turned around and strode back to the meeting room. The heavy glass door slowly closed. Almost at the same time, the drone that was chasing Cheng Zhuo from a distance in the sky suddenly tilted its wings and flew silently towards other airspace. In a cramped apartment in the outer city, Xia Chan tightly grasped Xia Mo's hand and cried out strangely. Oh my! Sister Qinghe, there's no live footage of your husband anymore. That's your husband too. Ruan Qinghe said with a smile. Seeing Cheng Zhuo's impressive abilities, her originally nervous state of mind relaxed a lot. Xia Chan shook off Xia Mo's hand and fell onto the sofa like a frosted eggplant. The blue-gray eyes lost their luster instantly, and he muttered. Oh, these people are so blind. Your husband is so handsome wielding a big gun, and they don't even follow the broadcast. Ruan Qinghe looked out the window into the distance and murmured. It doesn't matter, as long as he can come back safely. Xia Mo's eyes moved, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She suddenly stood up and pulled Xia Chan, who was sleeping on the sofa. Oh, I know. Xia Chan dragged out the words, reluctantly sitting up and pouting her cherry red lips. You're so obsessed with beauty. When your husband comes back, I'll definitely complain to him. His concubine knows how to abuse the blind and always urges a poor blind person like me to work. Xia Mo's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she reached out to pinch her. Ruan Qinghe was folding clothes, she looked up and smiled. Stop messing around, hurry up and pack up and move. We'll try to finish packing the new house today so Cheng Zhuo doesn't have to work so hard when he comes back. I know. One by one, you only have eyes for your husbands. Xia Chan complained, but her hands had already grabbed the cardboard box next to her and began to fumble with it to stuff some odds and ends into it. Oh. Chapter 12, Obtaining the Blind Core. After turning a street full of abandoned vehicles, Cheng Zhuo's eyes suddenly opened up. Arrive! He was delighted and quickly bent down and squatted behind a rusty car, his eyes quickly scanning the entire square. Good luck. The square was very quiet, he must have been the first to arrive. Cheng Zhuo's sight quickly locked onto a spot about 30 meters ahead, where a one-horned porcupine was hanging its head, gnawing on the corpse of an unknown animal. A faint green light shone from between his eyebrows. That is the logo of the source core. The information says that an adult one-horned porcupine is about 2 meters long. It was okay when he looked at the numbers at first, but when he saw it with his own eyes, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but feel a little scared. It's really awesome. It's not a pig at all, it's more like a smaller elephant. Or, wait for a nuot in the others? While Cheng Zhuo was hesitating, the big porcupine seemed to have noticed something and suddenly raised its head. The amber animal eyes were instantly filled with vigilance, and the tip of its nose kept twitching. Oh no. Cheng Zhuo thought to himself that something was wrong. Obviously, this one-horned porcupine did not intend to give Cheng Zhuo time to wait for his companions. It roared to the sky and rushed straight towards Cheng Zhuo like an out-of-control armored vehicle. The porcupine, which looks huge and clumsy, can charge at an astonishing speed. The distance of 30 meters was reached in a flash. The unicorn porcupine has almost the strongest body among all newborn monsters, at around level 10.0. But like humans, the combat effectiveness of an alien beast cannot be assessed solely by its physical strength. Look at the momentum of this porcupine charging. I'm afraid that even if there was a tank in front of Cheng Zhuo, it would be shattered. No time to think about it. Cheng Zhuo suddenly jumped to the side and back, barely avoiding the porcupine's collision with gusts of wind. Bang! There was a deafening bang. The abandoned car in which he was hiding instantly flew backwards more than 10 meters and crashed heavily into the building behind it, sending metal fragments flying everywhere. The porcupine hit nothing and became more and more frantic. When he turned around, there was still rusty iron sheet hanging on his horn, and bursts of white steam came out of his nostrils. It roared, pawed its way forward with its 4 hooves, and charged forward once more. Changjue remembered that in the online guides for beginners, the method of flying a kite was recommended for dealing with unicorn porcupines. This thing doesn't have much brains and will quickly exhaust its energy. But now, after Changjue led the porcupine around the square several times, the opponent's speed did not slow down but increased, the roar became more manic, and the attack became more and more fierce. It's not over yet. Changjue dragged his spear, looked back at the anxious fool with a pale face, cursed inwardly, and decided to give up referring to the strategy. He gripped his rifle tightly, aimed at an overturned truck not far away, and rushed over with all his speed. Seeing the porcupine approaching again from behind, Changjue suddenly kicked the ground. Bang! 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 There were several explosions under my feet. He stepped onto the roof of the car and jumped high. In midair, the tip of the gun drew a brilliant golden arc and accurately pierced the porcupine's eyes. Chi! The spear went in without a handle, and the tip of the spear came out from the porcupine's neck, bringing out a stream of hot black blood. The crisp sound of a sharp object entering the flesh is quite pleasant. But the next moment, a huge impact force came along the spear, his palm slipped, and the spear handle hit his shoulder heavily. Changjue felt only a sharp pain as if his bones were broken, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the front of a car with a bang, leaving a human-shaped dent on the dented hood. After a strong pricking sensation, the shoulder quickly became numb. For a moment, Changjue could hardly feel the existence of the right half of his body. Ho ho ho! The unicorn porcupine was breathing heavily with its tusks protruding from its mouth, its pupils bloodshot, as if it still wanted to rush towards Changjue. However, Changjue's spear was not made of ordinary iron after all. The spear was stuck in its body, and the source power output by the source card was madly devouring its vitality. After a few staggering gasps, the huge body finally fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hiss! Changjue struggled to get up from the car. Damn it! He rubbed his right shoulder, which was gradually regaining consciousness, and grimaced in pain. Which bastard published the strategy guide? Didn't he say that porcupines are only slightly stronger than mantises? Is that slightly stronger? Changjue cursed inwardly, but did not stop as he staggered to the porcupine's corpse. Pulling out his spear and shaking off the blood, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it hard at the glowing source core between the porcupine's eyebrows. Got it! Looking at the source core covered with sticky plasma in his palm, a hint of excitement flashed in Changjue's eyes. This is the porcupine source nucleus that hunters jokingly call a blind box. There are breathing meditation cards of different levels hidden inside, and it is said that someone has opened an epic level 1. To have such luck in encountering a newborn alien beast that has not yet reached the rank is indeed a stroke of luck. Call. With a long sigh, Changjue sat down holding the source core. I can finally practice the breathing method and try out the ability of Guan Guan in the dragon form. Recalling the majestic appearance of Guan Guan when he transformed last night, he felt a surge of anticipation in his heart that Porcupine just now should be easily dealt with after Guan Guan's transformation, right? Hey, squad leader Chang is really lucky. He actually picked up the corpse of a Lord-level Porcupine. Suddenly, a voice filled with teasing and greed sounded, "This source core looks good." Changjue's heart trembled, and he quickly turned his head to look. The person who came was Zhao Chang, followed by 2 team members, who walked over in a swagger. The 2 men stared at the source core in his hand, which was emitting a faint green light, like hungry wolves. Those who come with bad intentions. Unicorn, a low-level exotic beast that specializes in producing low-level breathing meditation card blind cores. Along with the octopus rat and hydralisk, it is known as the 3 treasures of blind cores. Excerpt from the Strange Beasts chapter of Records of the Ruins. Chapter 13, Dismantling the Team. Changjuo looked at the 3 people warily. However, the Lord level mentioned by Zhao Chang made him suddenly realize. No wonder he thought this porcupine was too strong. It turned out that it was not an ordinary newborn porcupine. According to records, the biological strength of a Lord-level unicorn porcupine has reached about level 15.0, and its strength is several levels stronger. It seems that with my current strength, I have no problem dealing with the derivatives of the 0th level alien beast. Changjuo pondered in his heart. Captain Chang, everyone who sees this gets a share. Zhao Chang slowly walked closer, his eyes full of contempt. You shouldn't keep this source core all by yourself. Changjuo slowly stood up straight, grasped the spear tightly in his left hand and waited, then said in a deep voice, "If you want to rob, stop talking nonsense." "Oh, quite a personality." Zhao Shichang sneered, pointed at Cheng Zhuo, turned around and smiled playfully at the two people behind him, but the next second his face suddenly turned cold. "Destroy him for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the two team members behind him could no longer hold back. One of them brandished a long knife, and the other picked up a sledgehammer, and they rushed towards Cheng Zhuo ferociously. They could see clearly that it was a Lord-level source core. The probability of producing high-quality products is very high. Maybe you'll get lucky and get an epic meditation card. Just as the two approached. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two arrows with a light green halo flew through the air and landed precisely half a step in front of the two men. The arrow tail vibrated and hummed, sinking 3 feet into the ground. Several people turned their heads to look in the direction of the arrow tail. I saw a slender and graceful figure standing on the roof of a bus at the edge of the square, holding a longbow in her hand. She seemed to be surrounded by a breeze, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. "Annuo?" Zhao Shichang narrowed his eyes slightly, a false smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he raised his voice. "Miss Nuo, your aim is pretty good." And Nuo jumped lightly from the roof of the car. The slender legs wrapped in combat uniform leaped several times and soon landed in front of Cheng Zhuo. Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei also followed jogging along. When the two saw Zhao Shichang, their expressions changed obviously. Zhao Shichang, the trial clearly stipulates that killing each other is not allowed. "Don't you know?" And Nuo said coldly. Zhao Shichang raised his eyebrows. "Of course I understand the rules, but..." He changed the subject and pointed at the corpse of the Lord-level porcupine. "However, there is a rule in the trial. When there is a fight for treasures, Team PK is allowed." And Nuo's expression changed. "You want to force a PK? Once Team PK starts, the fight must continue until one side voluntarily withdraws from the hunt. The strength of the teams in the rookie trial is similar. If it weren't for a blood feud, no one would be willing to waste time fighting to the death. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to kill a few more porcupines to open blind cores." "That's right." Zhao Shichang smiled evilly. "Force a PK, or ask squad leader Cheng to hand over the source core." "Of course, I'm very reasonable. If I get something good, I'll give you some extra money." And Nuo's almond-shaped eyes flickered, and she looked at Cheng Zhuo hesitantly. Pang Wei quickly came to Cheng Zhuo's side and said in a low voice, "Brother, there are plenty of blind cores, just give it to him. There's no need to start a team fight over such a small thing." Wei Gu is right. This Zhao Shichang is a B-level stoneskin. Even Captain Annual may not be able to break his defense. Wei Qingfeng also advised. "Even if I give in, he won't give up." Cheng Zhuo took a step forward expressionlessly. "If you can't break his defense, then beat him until he breaks it himself." "Boy, are you crazy?" Pang Wei exclaimed. Cheng Zhuo. And Nuo's face was also full of anxiety. "Have you had enough of this nonsense?" Suddenly, an angry shout came from the alley. Cheng Zhuo didn't even raise his eyelids. He knew from the voice that it was his ex-girlfriend. Why didn't I realize before that she was so self-righteous? Su Wanong walked quickly to Cheng Zhuo and said unhappily, "You were the one who initiated the breakup, why are you always looking for trouble?" "Oh." Cheng Zhuo sneered. "I finally lost my patience with this self-centered girl. Are you blind? Can't you see who's looking for trouble? You. Su Wantong's eyes were full of shock. She couldn't believe her ears at all. Cheng Zhuo would speak to her in such an attitude. Ever since they got together, Cheng Zhuo has always been emotionally stable. Even when there are disputes between the two, he always resolves them with high emotional intelligence. When did he become like this? Cheng Zhuo didn't bother to pay attention to her shock. He just wanted to resolve the current dispute as soon as possible and kill more strange beasts. Compete for ranking. He is really short of money now. I slaughtered the pig, so the food belongs to me. Cheng Zhuo raised the source core in his hand, clenched his palm, and a faint light flowed in his palm. Want to grab it? Why not try it? Oh no, he's going to merge. A team member next to Zhao Shichang exclaimed. Seeing this, Zhao Shichang said nothing, kicked the ground hard, and rushed towards Cheng Zhuo like a cannonball with flying gravel. But it was only a moment. He stopped abruptly. 3 inches in front of his throat, the tip of a gun was emitting a cold light. How is it possible? How can he be so fast? Zhao Shichang was inexplicably surprised as he watched waves of source power emerge from Cheng Zhuo's body. He actually didn't care about a Boar Lord source core. It couldn't produce anything good. Some people did get epic source cards, but the probability was lower than winning the lottery. He just simply felt annoyed with Cheng Zhuo. Although Su Wanong was defeated by reality, Zhao Shichang could feel that this woman had not let go of Cheng Zhuo in her heart. This is something he cannot tolerate. He wanted to tear Cheng Zhuo's dignity apart with his own hands. Let Su Wanong understand that trash is not worth remembering. Good. 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 Zhao Shichang said 3 good words in a row, took 2 steps back, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Provocation, huh? Go ahead. I'll let you fuse. With your useless potential, what good will it do if I give you an epic fusion? I'll be waiting for you until you've completed the fusion, so you can face reality. Mr. Zhao. And Nuo frowned and took a step forward. Since you despise this source core, why are you still arguing with it? You. Stop talking nonsense, Anno. Zhao Shichang shouted angrily, and then his whole body began to crackle and rocks began to surge. In just a moment, a layer of earth armor had covered his entire body, making him look like a stone man. Even his voice became muffled. Annuo, since we're friends, I'll give you a favor. The 3 of you can choose to withdraw from the team. Although you can no longer participate in the rankings, you can still receive an overall evaluation of the trial. As for this kid. Zhao Shichang pounded his fists twice and snorted coldly at Cheng Zhuo. Why don't you consider leaving on your own accord to avoid physical pain? Young Master Zhao. Seeing that the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, Su Wanong seemed to have just reacted and was hesitant to speak. Wantong. Zhao Shichang raised his hand to interrupt her, his tone sneered. Perhaps it would be a good thing to let such people see their own worth. Su Wanong was stunned and glanced at Cheng Zhuo with resentment and hesitation. Then he silently took 2 steps back, folded his hands in front of his chest, and looked like he agreed and was waiting to see Cheng Zhuo make a fool of himself. Bite. At this moment, Lingxi's clear voice reached the ears of the 4 members of Nuo's team. Team Zhao Shichang has initiated a PK. You can choose to withdraw from the team and admit defeat, or fight until one side loses the ability to fight and is forced to withdraw. This. Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei looked at each other and their faces turned pale. A trace of struggle also flashed across Nuo's fair face. The slender fingers gripping the longbow tightened slightly, as if unable to make a decision. Chapter 14 Gambling. I didn't expect the first PK team to appear so quickly. In the meeting room of the Hunting Ruins General Administration. After receiving the notification from Lingxi, Ren Tianqing quickly switched to the screen of Zhao Shichang's team and raised an eyebrow at OS beside him. Hey, this guy is from your thunder, he's quite arrogant. OS smiled awkwardly, young people. Get up, get up. Ren Tianqing turned around and shouted to Songhe who was dozing on his side. It's open. Songhe opened his sleepy eyes in surprise, so soon? Hurry, hurry, place your bets. Ren Tianqing urged. I'll let you pick first. As usual, the first pick is AB level contract. Songhe clicked on the PK team information, stared at it for a while, and couldn't help but say in surprise. Hey, why is this team so weak? He thought he was half asleep and rubbed his eyes. There's only 1 D, 2 E's, and a fucking F? Do I even need to choose? I'm going to suppress this stone man. Ha 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 ha. Ren Tianqing was startled when he heard this, and quickly clicked on the messages from his teammates on both sides. His pair of skinny eyes, which were always half closed, suddenly widened a little. Really? How did Lingxi divide the teams? Seeing this, OSS beside him couldn't help but raise his lips. Mr. Ren, I won't be polite then. We at Thunder will definitely suppress our own people. Grandpa Ren, our Holy Beast Guild also suppresses Zhao Shichang. Suddenly, an ethereal and pleasant female voice floated from the door, with a hint of lazy sweetness. Then, the sound of high heels tapping was heard. A woman in a bright red strapless long dress walked slowly into the venue. As her skirt swayed, she revealed a pair of white legs with smooth lines like carved white jade. She twisted her waist slightly, and her big fiery red waves hung on the side of her neck. Her slightly messy hair made her amazing roundness appear faintly. Seeing the person coming, Songhe's eyes, which were still a little sleepy, suddenly widened. The woman's hazy red eyes swept across the screen in the conference hall, and her red lips, as if quenched by honey, curled up. Grandpa Ren, don't blame me for taking shortcuts. Last term, you won several contracts from my master. Ren Tianqing glanced at her and said unhappily. Little Rosa, why are you here to join in the fun? Where is that old thing Cheng Ao? Little Rosa is so nice, why are you looking for that old bastard? Song, he said unhappily, then turned and looked at Rosa with a smile. Come on, Rosa, sit next to brother Songha. Rosa nodded slightly, without refusing, and explained to Ren Tianqing as they walked. Master had some urgent business, so he asked me to temporarily represent the Holy Beast Guild on his behalf. Ren Tianqing's eyes turned. Then, your bet doesn't count. It's your fault for coming late. Forget it. Why not? Song He rolled up his sleeves and said as if he was going to support Rosa. Our 4 major guilds are betting against each other, and none of them can be missing. Old man, please don't let the younger generation laugh at you. After saying that, he stroked his long hair and raised his eyebrows at Rosa. Don't be afraid, brother Songha is here to protect you. Rosa covered her red lips with her hands and smiled sweetly. Yes, it's rare for Rosa to make a decision for master. Grandpa Ren, you can't bully others. Okay. Ren Tianqing waved his hand unhappily and turned to look at the screen. Now, he just hopes for a miracle to happen, a thunder to fall from the sky, and knock all the members of Zhao Shichong's team out. Ha! Ren Tianqing suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. Isn't this that kid? Who? Several people stared at the screen suspiciously. Ren Tianqing recognized the spear and stroked his beard with interest, saying, That's the F-rank summoner that Xiaoao's wanted to sign. This kid is quite capable of causing trouble. OSS pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, saw the personnel information clearly, and his eyes twitched. What is this kid doing? Does he think dying is too slow? What a shame. Just now, the people from those small guilds all knew that his Thunder Guild was going to sign an F-level summoner. The little brother is quite handsome, is he going to take on 4 people alone? Rosa held her fair cheeks with a curious look in her eyes. In the outer city, Xia Mo Xia Chan's little house. When Cheng Zhuo's tracking image lit up, Wan Xinghe immediately stopped what he was doing. Xia Mo's attention was also drawn over. She took Xia Chan's hand and moved closer to Wan Xinghe. Who is this person? Why do I feel like he is deliberately targeting brother Cheng? Xia Chan asked curiously. He's the young master of the Thunder Guild, he. Wan Xinghe paused, and after some hesitation, he said. He took away brother Cheng's girlfriend. Xia Chan's eyebrows knitted together, and she said angrily, How can this guy be so mean? Brother Cheng, beat him to death. Wan Xinghe shook his head worriedly. If he hadn't awakened, brother Cheng could have easily defeated him, but now. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak. Xia Mo, who was standing by, held Xia Chan's hand and tightened it subconsciously. She was a little nervous. Xia Mo always felt that she was an emotionally indifferent person. She doesn't care about anyone except her younger sister and sister Qinghe. But when her photo with Cheng Zhuo was printed in that little red notebook, an inexplicable bond was planted in her heart. She didn't know how to describe the feeling. All I know is that from that moment on, I couldn't help but want to know about him. When she learned that he was going to participate in the hunting trial, she did not show any abnormality, but like Wan Xinghe, she was almost always paying attention to any developments related to him. I saw the tall figure on the screen, holding a gun in his left hand, with his right arm hanging limply. She could see that Cheng Zhuo was injured. This moment. Her heart was a little tightened. It's strange. He was a stranger just 2 days ago. Xia Chan felt her sister's nervousness, and it was rare for her, who was always erratic, to calm down. She could already see that Cheng Zhuo's 3 teammates were showing some signs of retreating. But she still looked at Wan Xinghe with some anticipation. Brother Cheng's teammates will help him, right? I think so. Wan Xinghe murmured uncertainly. The first team PK of the trial attracted a lot of attention. In the originally empty video, comments quickly filled up. A grudge game, huh? They started just an hour after entering Beast City? How come there's a B rank boss here, but not even a C rank one over there? Who is that F rank summoner on the other side? The previous user didn't mention it, and I really didn't notice how the 2 teams' configurations differed so much. Also, does anyone know the details? Why is an F rank summoner so arrogant? Because Zhao Shichan's teammate is that guy's ex-girlfriend. Ha ha ha, when rivals meet, they're extremely jealous. Fuck, that's interesting, I like this kind of plot. Yida Plaza. Zhao Shichang moved the crackling rock joints and issued an ultimatum. And Nua, and those two guys, hurry up and get out of the team and stand aside, otherwise you'll get scratched and rubbed, which will be bad. Since he is already an enemy, Chang Zhuo is not afraid of offending him to death. He picked up his spear and looked at Nua. Disband the team. I provoked this myself, so I'll handle it myself. His action immediately caused the live broadcast barrage to heat up again. This kid is quite courageous, but what's the point of trying to hit a rock with an egg? Just to show off in front of my ex-girlfriend, but unfortunately I chose the wrong person. Come on, big gun brother. Girl in front, it's not okay to be blindly obsessed with looks. Your little brother is going to be beaten to tears soon. Hey, don't tell me, F rank entering Beast City to deliberately provoke a PK, this is a good way to attract traffic. I'll try it next time. First of all, you have to be handsome enough. His teammates are also unlucky. They have no chance of competing for the rankings. There's no chance with this lineup anyway, so why are you waiting for more than just quitting the team? The content of the barrage was full of ridicule, and no one was optimistic about this overconfident F-level summoner. Su Wanong walked to Nua's side, pulled her arm, and advised. No, retreat. And Nua looked at her, raised his arm, and pried Su Wantong's fingers apart. In the surprised eyes of everyone. And Nua turned her wrist, and the alloy longbow with flowing lines spun out a neat arc in her palm. She held the bow in her left hand and pulled the string with her right hand. With a buzzing sound, the green bowstring suddenly straightened under her white fingers. An arrow surrounded by a breeze condensed out of thin air, and the tip of the arrow pointed directly at Zhao Shichang's face. Come on, then. Chapter 15, Wasted Legendary Cards. Annuo, you. Su Wantong screamed in surprise. She couldn't understand. Why did Nua stand on Chang Zhuo's side? And Nua, are you going to make me your enemy? Zhao Shichang's voice also became deeper. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Nua. This woman really has no awareness at all. I have no intention of offending Mr. Zhao. And Nua's voice was soft, but resounding. But as the captain, it's my duty to protect the team members. I don't want Lingxi to label me as a deserter. Sister, you're so cool. The beautiful captain is confused. The rookie label isn't that important. Ex-girlfriend backstab, bestie stood up for her. So melodramatic. I love it. And Nua's choice surprised everyone, including Cheng Zhuo, especially Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei, whose faces turned pale. Damn, bad luck. Pang Wei spat, put away his sword, bared his teeth and let out a low growl. I saw his body grow taller rapidly, his hair grew wildly, and fangs grew in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an orc over 2 meters tall. Wei Qingfeng was stunned. Brother Wei, what are you doing? Pang Wei let out a low growl. Although I don't like this guy, I can't let myself be outdone by a girl. Anyway, I've already signed the contract. Wei Qingfeng was almost crying. I haven't signed yet. I just wanted to get a meditation card, why is it so difficult? Hey. He sighed deeply, ignited 2 flames in his hands, and stood beside Pang Wei with a very resentful look. Let me make this clear first. My energy is limited, so I can only interfere. Please keep an eye on them for me and don't let them hit me in the face. I'm currently pursuing a girl, and she must be watching the live broadcast outside. In a flash, Cheng Zhuo was actually blocked by 3 teammates. Although Cheng Zhuo knew that they probably just didn't want to lose face in front of the city-wide live broadcast, no one would say anything if they gave up. Cheng Zhuo still felt grateful for this favor. Seeing such a scene, Zhao Shichang was so angry that he laughed. Okay. You're all looking for death. He hadn't finished speaking. He screamed and flew backwards. He hit the wall of the building behind him and fell down heavily. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The live broadcast camera was focused on the furious Zhao Shichang, and no one noticed what was happening. The barrage was also confused. Holy shit, what just whizzed by? I didn't see clearly. Was there another team attacking? The above is amateurish, right? When a trial team is piking, other teams are not allowed to interfere. Even if a team has piked, other teams cannot challenge it again. Could it be a strange beast? It looks like a ball of fur to me. Several people at the scene looked in astonishment at the direction where Zhao Shichang fell. His screams continued. Ah, get out of here, what the hell? At that time, gravel was scattered everywhere. All the crowd could see clearly was a ball of gray hair pressing on Zhao Shichang's chest, spinning like crazy. The PK has already started, and you're still standing there whining. Cheng Zhuo curled his lips slightly and muttered to himself. That ball of fur is naturally his summoned beast, the enhanced sandcat, Can. Cheng Zhuo originally wanted to give Guan a dragon shape directly, but was rejected by Guan, who could communicate with him telepathically. Guan said that the big rock on the opposite side was too weak. There's really no need. After growing bigger, I consume more energy and want to drink milk. And Nua heard Cheng Zhuo's mumbling, looked at him in surprise, and a thought arose in her mind that even she didn't believe. Could it be Cheng Zhuo's summoned beast? Impossible? She saw the little guy with her own eyes that day. He was only as big as Cheng Zhuo's palm. Ah! Suddenly, Zhao Shichang's scream suddenly rose octaves. The next second, an object that looked like a stone was thrown high into the air and landed not far from the crowd. It turned out to be a piece of stone armor from Zhao Shichang's chest, stained with a layer of flesh and scraps of cloth. What are you daydreaming about? Save me! Ah! Zhao Shichang screamed and roared at his two teammates. He was terrified. The hair-like thing on his chest actually tore his stone armor apart. It would have been fine if the stone armor had been torn to pieces, but even the combat uniform had been torn. Could it be a special beast that has entered a higher level? It is impossible for an unranked beast to have such attack power. But in the Beast Trial City, how could there be an advanced beast? Zhao Shichang's two teammates were frightened by his screams, but they still picked up their weapons and took trembling steps forward. When the two were still more than 10 meters away from Zhao Shichang, Guan had already noticed their purpose. It curled up its body and took 2 leaps. 2 bang sounds. The two of them flew out like broken sandbags, knocking over several scrapped cars. They vomited blood from their mouths, which directly triggered Lingxi's protection system. At that time, in the meeting room of the Hunting Ruins General Administration, a number of high-ranking officials and representatives from major guilds were also shocked. For a moment, in the huge conference room, you can even hear a pin drop. Seeing Zhao Shichang being attacked frantically, OSS of the Thunder Guild was the first to react. He immediately stood up and shouted in shock. This must be an advanced beast. Lingxi, what are you doing? Why haven't you sent for help yet? Vice President OS, this beast is the summoned beast of hunting contestant Cheng Zhuo. It is not a beast from the Ruins realm and has not violated any regulations at this time. Lingxi's reply made everyone present look at each other in surprise. Is this furry beast the summoned beast of that F-level summoner? What a joke! How is that possible? OS's pupils widened in complete disbelief. Lingxi, did you make a mistake? A middle-aged man sitting in the first seat frowned. That Cheng Zhuo is just an F-rank summoner, right? Lingxi immediately explained. Deputy Director Hu Yensong, we verified that Cheng Zhuo's origin card potential is indeed F-level. However, the speed of the origin force flowing through this player's body is extremely strong. It's estimated that there's a 73.4% chance that his breathing meditation technique is legendary level. We can't rule out the possibility that he's intentionally constricting the speed. The summoned beast is a sandcat, and compared to when Cheng Zhuo first awakened, it's been strengthened by some kind of power. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a sound of gasps in the hall. Legendary breathing meditation method? It's just a porcupine lord. It's already a stroke of luck to get an epic level card. How could it be possible to get a legendary level source card? Almost everyone was stunned. Moreover, everyone had the same thought in their minds. What a waste of resources. Ah, a legendary card was actually used by an F-rank summoner. Song Yi shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. What a shame. OSS seemed to have thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked up and asked Xiang Lingxi. What is Cheng Zhuo's potential for secondary gene unlocking? 0.00007%. Lingxi's reply brought OS's expectations to a crashing low, and anger rose on his face. This Cheng Zhuo is truly selfish. That's a rare legendary meditation card, and he just wasted it like that. Ren Tianqing also stroked his beard inside with regret. Oh, it's a pity. Although the legendary level can help him enter the rank, it only stops at the entry level. But he. His tone of voice turned up, and he chuckled. I have reluctantly accepted your B-level contracts. Ah, Cheng Zhuo is not bad, not bad. Sun Hao was so angry when he thought about posting a B-level contract. He rolled his eyes at Osteo and said, AOC, take care of those losers in your family from now on. They don't have the strength of Lao Song, but they want to steal other people's people. What a bunch of crap. Ren Tianqing also smiled and agreed. Yeah, little OS, your Thunder Kid has poor character. OS's face froze, and he couldn't help but feel angry and furious. Then he seemed to have thought of something, his eyes turned, and he smiled. Didn't Mr. Rin send someone to contact Cheng Zhuo? He must have set his sights on our Lei Ting's B-rank Shadow Warrior. How about this, since you lost, you can take the Shadow Warrior. However, that guy insisted on a binding contract. Whether you can handle it depends on your ability. After saying this, he revealed a hint of joking and looked towards the head of the conference table. The deputy director, Hu Yensong, had a sullen face and suppressed his anger. Lingxi, bring this Cheng Zhuo to see me. Ren Tianqing saw this and could see the trouble behind it. He waved his hands repeatedly. I don't want anything that hasn't been agreed upon. Change it for another one. Chapter 16 Su Wantong's Obsession. Yida Plaza. Zhao Shichang's screams like a pig being slaughtered continued. Guan controlled the force just right, peeling off his stone armor piece by piece, leaving his skin and flesh exposed, but it never reached Lingxi's threshold for serious injury. Zhao Shichang seemed to realize that it was deliberately torturing him, and quickly removed the stone armor state. But Guan obviously had no intention of letting him go. It bounced up suddenly and fell down heavily. Crack! Ah! Zhao Shichang's right leg was bent at an angle that went against common sense. His trouser leg was instantly soaked with blood, leaving a glaring pool of blood on the ground. Can, come back. Cheng Zhuo took a few steps forward and waved. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the furry beast that abused Zhao Shichang flashed and landed beside Cheng Zhuo. Only then did they see clearly that this ferocious beast. Is it a little kitten? It was seen rubbing its big head affectionately against Cheng Zhuo's calf, looking harmless. Apart from being much larger than an average kitten, it didn't look like a ferocious beast that would skin and pull out the tendons of people. Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei on the side gasped and looked at each other in surprise. Brother Wei, that strange beast belongs to that loser Cheng Zhuo. Wei Qingfeng whispered. I saw it. What should we do? We have been saying bad things about him before. What you said has nothing to do with me. I was just referring to you. At this time, the live broadcast barrage also exploded. Oh my god, that beast belongs to this F-rank summoner? Why is it that an F-rank summoned beast is so terrifying? I can only think of one possibility. He just merged the epic meditation card. Epic meditation skills can't reach this level, it might be legendary. Legendary? Is this guy pure goodness for 9 lifetimes? He must have incredible luck to get a legendary meditation card from a porcupine. Luck is also part of strength. If it were me, I would have surrendered the blind core right away. I can only say that this guy has this fate. 666, I'm also an F-rank summoner. I dream every day of beating up the high-ranking Kashu who bullied me back then, but the border collie I summon runs away faster than me when in danger. Ex-girlfriend, is it too late to turn back now? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Cheng Zhuo touched Guan's head and praised him. Even though the little guy was covered in blood, his body was surprisingly clean, without a speck of blood or dust on it. Just as he expected, it was a complete crushing defeat. Cheng Zhuo paced and came to Zhao Shichang step by step. Yes, it's you, your summoned beast? Zhao Shichang used his arms to prop up his severely injured body. The severe pain from his broken leg made him tremble all over. He looked at Cheng Zhuo as if he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? That thing must have reached the next level. Could it be that the blind core you just opened is a legendary level? Impossible, impossible. Nothing is impossible. Cheng Zhuo looked down at him condescendingly. Zhao Shichang swallowed hard. I don't know why, just now for a moment. He felt as if he was crawling at the feet of an ancient giant beast. Do you want to go by yourself, or should I take you there? Chang Zhua asked casually. I can do it myself. Zhao Shichang's pupils froze, and he immediately activated his Lingxi terminal shield. See the shield rise. Cheng Zhua stood up and his eyes fell on the only remaining team member on the opposite side, Su Wanong. Cheng Zhua, Tong Tong has quit the team. And Nuo hurriedly put away his bow and quickly stood in front of Su Wanong. Looking at Cheng Zhua's emotionless and indifferent eyes, she was really worried that Cheng Zhua would take action in the next second. If Cheng Zhua knew she thought this way, he would definitely cry out in injustice. Just now, in order to scare Zhao Shichang, he activated the attribute of dragon form, and dragon pupils appeared in his pupils for a moment. The look in his eyes was completely the effect of residual force. He and Su Wanong broke up peacefully and there was no chance of them fighting at this moment. Tong Tong, retreat quickly. And Nuo turned around and urged. Su Wanong looked at Cheng Zhua, complex emotions surging in her eyes. She didn't believe that Cheng Zhua would attack her, but she couldn't bring herself to beg for mercy. Crack! With a crisp sound, the pale white shield wrapped her like an eggshell. Su Wanong took the initiative to activate the Lingxi shield. She walked towards Cheng Zhua step by step, her voice still filled with stubbornness and rebuke. You can always surprise people, but even if you master the advanced meditation method, you are nothing more than a stronger ant. Don't you understand? You shouldn't offend him. You should learn to be patient. Maybe. Cheng Zhua said casually, brushing past her without paying any attention to her, and turned to Nuo and the other two and said, Come on, we've been delayed for a while, let's go hunting. Cheng Zhua didn't have any resentment towards Su Wanong. He was once attracted by Su Wantong's liveliness and beauty, but after being together with her, he realized that she had a gloomy nature. Beneath her smiling appearance, she was a soul that was easily worried about gains and losses. It's pitiful, but also very exhausting. The root of this character trait comes from her suffocating family background. She has 3 stepmothers, more than a dozen brothers and sisters, and her father is a first-level hunter with E-level talent. He has a decent income, but like Cheng Zhua's alcoholic father, he is an alcoholic and a gambler. Even worse, he is a domestic violence man. The whole family depends on him for survival. Su Wanong has longed for life in the inner city since she was a child, and it has almost become an obsession. So, when Zhao Shichang appeared beside her, she clearly didn't like him, but she couldn't bear to refuse him. She had hoped to escape from all this after awakening. But after only getting a D grade, she lost her spirit, especially when Cheng Zhua got an F grade, which made her completely lose hope. Although Cheng Zhua believed that D level was very good, Su Wanong only needed to endure a few years of hardship to enter the inner city on her own, and did not have to rely on others. But everyone has their own aspirations, and Cheng Zhua cannot influence other people's choices. Some people will forge ahead in the face of adversity and live towards the sun. Some people will be swallowed up by suffering and fall into the abyss. No matter what choice you make, it is not difficult to understand. The shield's light grew brighter and brighter, making Cheng Zhua's silhouette increasingly blurred. Su Wanong bit her red lips so hard that the tips of her teeth almost dug into her flesh. I don't know if it was out of shame or anger or something else. Cheng Zhua! She suddenly screamed hysterically. If you're truly capable, keep walking with your head held high. Don't ever let me see you kneeling down before someone and begging for mercy. I'll definitely laugh at you. I definitely will. Cheng Zhua paused, but did not stop. No reply either. Tong Tong. And Nuo, who was standing beside him, had a bitter taste in his throat. Only she knew that Su Wanong once really liked Cheng Zhua. Countless moments of night talk with girlfriends. Whenever Cheng Zhua is mentioned, Su Wantong's eyes will light up like stars. Unfortunately, she still succumbed to reality. As her best friend, and Nuo could understand her choice, but she did not agree with it. Buzz. Suddenly, the low roar of an engine came from far away. A silver-gray streamlined aircraft flew over rapidly and landed steadily. Several Lieshu soldiers quickly took away the 4 people who had activated their shields. From PK to the end. Everything happened so fast. If Lingxi hadn't reminded them, and Nuo and the other 2 would have been unable to react. They had been expecting to be eliminated in the PK, but they actually won so easily. However, the actions of a Lieshu army soldier made them a little surprised. He walked up to Cheng Zhua with an expressionless face and said in a commanding tone, Come with me, the deputy director wants to see you. P.S. I've noticed a lot of people think this is whitewashing the ex-girlfriend. Maybe it's because I have limited expressive ability. What I'm trying to say is that the ex-girlfriend's love for him is real, and her desire for wealth is real. She's just a twisted character who wants it all. If there's no emotion at all, like those ex-girlfriends who come out and cheat on the male protagonist, then wouldn't the male protagonist who was with him be a pure grudge? That's it. I also don't want to change her into a completely bad person, otherwise it would seem that the male protagonist is ridiculously stupid for agreeing to be with her. There are many beauties, don't worry, the hero will not go back to his ex-girlfriend. After all, no matter how difficult her ex-girlfriend's experience was, worshipping money was her choice, and she already has the ability to move forward on her own. Chapter 17, First Entering the Inner City. My trial is not over yet. Chang Zhuo couldn't help but frown, and a bad feeling arose. The Lieshu army soldier's tone became a little heavier, and he scolded. This is an order. I'm not negotiating with you. Seeing that this man was going to take Chang Zhuo away, Pang Wei and Wei Qingfeng immediately became unhappy. Hey, what's wrong with you? It was Zhao Shichang who provoked them, and they are the ones who lost. Why do you take our teammates away? That's right. What are we going to do if our leader leaves? If we can't get first place, will you compensate me? The word ma was still floating in the air when the cold and astringent sound of metallic friction suddenly rang out. Swish. At this time, the Lieshu army soldier's pistol was already in mid-air. The black muzzle of the gun suddenly lit up with a blue light. Wei Qingfeng choked in his throat and said with a wry smile. Take it away. We're not really short of money. Wait a moment, I'll go with you. Chang Zhuo stood in front of Wei Qingfeng and said to the Lieshu army soldier in a kind tone. I just need to give a few words to my teammates. The soldier snorted coldly, but put away his gun, which was considered as his agreement. Chang Zhuo soothed the furious Guan Guan, brought him to a Nuo, and said meaningfully. Cans will stay here to help you guys, so please make sure you make some noise. Rest assured. And Nuo immediately understood what Chang Zhuo meant and nodded solemnly. I will definitely strive to make it the most shining pet in the trial, so that certain people will not dare to touch its owner at will. Thank you. Chang Zhuo nodded slightly, squatted down and rubbed Guan Guan's head. Listen carefully to this young lady here. I'll be back to pick you up soon. Meow. Guan Guan didn't quite understand why he had to separate from his owner, but he nodded anyway. Chang Zhuo took a deep breath and walked in front of the soldier. Let's go. Upon seeing this, a series of question marks instantly appeared in the live broadcast barrage. What the hell, why did you take the winner away? I guess he melted the legendary meditation card and messed with someone's cake. What do you mean? Can't you keep one of the meditation cards that dropped during the novice trial? You can keep it for yourself, but there's an unwritten rule in the Hunter Ruins. If you come across a legendary meditation card, you usually ask for the price first and try to sell it to a high potential awakener. After all, meditation cards are fusion type. Why? As the city-state is a community of shared destiny, only high-potential Caxiu can hope to help the city-state conquer the high-level ruins and expand the city-state's territory. But why did you give the legendary meditation card that dropped from the 6-star gate last year to Rosa, who was still F rank? Rosa is the daughter of the city lord, she knows everything. Chang Zhuo had long guessed that such a situation would happen. But he didn't expect that the accident would happen so quickly, and he couldn't even complete the trial. However, when he scanned the scrolling comments on the live broadcast, he suddenly felt that being taken away halfway might actually be a good thing for him. The greater the influence, the safer he is. A moment later. Chang Zhuo had just taken off his combat uniform and fastened his seatbelt when he felt a powerful push on his back, so strong that it almost pressed him into the seat. The scenery outside the window suddenly changed, and the dilapidated square was almost turned into a blurred stream of light. Chang Zhuo recognized this aircraft the military patrol type Feng Falcon V. Driven by source power, extremely fast. But only a few tens of seconds. He saw the outline of the Star Iron City. The huge city wall spans the edge of the earth like a dormant dragon. The 5th generation Fengshan took less than 1/5 of the transport plane's time, and the scene outside the cabin had changed from the wilderness to the Star Iron City area. After entering the city, the aircraft did not stop. It flew straight through the wall between the outer city and the inner city and headed towards the skyscraper in the center of the city with a giant sword sculpture on top. This was Chang Zhuo's first time entering the inner city. I didn't expect it to be this way. It is different from the crowded, depressing, and monotonous concrete buildings in the outer city. The buildings in the inner city are a visual feast. There are tall buildings of various shapes standing in a row, with their outer walls flowing with cold metallic luster and neon lights and shadows. Countless holographic advertisements are flashing and shuttling between the buildings like colorful fish. Hover cars and high-altitude trains are speeding along the predetermined tracks, leaving behind fleeting light tracks. It was not until this moment that Chengzhuo truly felt that he was in the future world. What shocked him the most was undoubtedly the lighthouse that pierced the sky like a huge stone tablet. That is the ultimate guarantee for this city to suppress the expansion of the ruins and for the survival of mankind. A moment later, the fifth-generation Phone Falcon landed steadily on the helipad at the top of the building. Under the leadership of two Lieshu soldiers, Chengzhuo took the elevator, walked through a heavily guarded corridor, and stopped in front of a wooden door with a classical feel. Hanging above it was a red wooden sign engraved with Deputy Director. Squeak! Before the soldiers could come forward and knock on the door, the wooden door opened automatically. Let him in on his own. A majestic male voice came from inside the door. Chengzhuo stepped in, his feet making a slight sound on the mirror-like wooden floor. The room was simpler than he had imagined, without any complicated decorations. There was only a long black wooden table made of unknown material, and behind the table sat a middle-aged man in a black uniform. The man had a square face, broad shoulders, and a thick back, and wore a pair of silver-framed glasses on his nose. He was typing with one finger, poking something on the projection. The slightly funny action made his originally tough face look a little more docile. Chengzhuo already had the answer in his mind. This person should be the deputy director of Lieshu Army, Hu Yensong. Last year, he alone killed his way through the 6-star ruins realm and became the strongest fighter in Star Iron City. I heard that this person has a bad temper and rarely appears in the media. But when Chengzhuo saw that it was him, he felt more at ease. Last year, he brought back the legendary meditation card and gave it to Rosa, who was still at F level. This led to the legend of Rosa's second awakening from an F-level attendant to an S-level rising star. Rosa's achievements also helped him successfully become the deputy director. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Hu Yensong's voice was deep and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Chengzhuo said calmly, because of that legendary meditation card. Hu Yensong glanced at him and said, I thought you would play dumb. Chengzhuo shook his head. It's pointless. I don't think I can fool the deputy director. See that knife? Hu Yensong glanced towards the window. Chengzhuo also followed his gaze. 20 years ago, my teacher used that very knife to kill the 7-star king. Otherwise, our entire outer city of Xingtie might have been destroyed. Master Yuan is indeed a hero. Chengzhuo sighed sincerely. Then if the teacher possessed the legendary meditation method, he would not have to die with the king. Hu Yensong's voice suddenly turned cold. Chengzhuo was silent for a moment before he said, I understand what you mean. City-states are a community of shared destiny. You think I should give up that legendary meditation card? Shouldn't it be? Hu Yensong's thick fingers tapped the tabletop, his gaze behind the glasses suddenly sharp. Idiot. You thoughtlessly wasted a legendary meditation card just to save face in front of your ex-girlfriend? Do you know how many lives those high-star gates consume every day? If we had one more high-level card cultivator, how many hunters and citizens would be spared? You are destroying the future of the city-state. Deputy Director, Chengzhuo interrupted him, his voice respectful but not timid. Perhaps you are right, but you must be aware that the level of the source card opened by any type of blind core will be affected by the origin of the opener. So what? That means, without my luck, there would be no legendary source card. Chapter 18 Sanctions. Since this legendary card is my own, I have the right to deal with it. I'm sorry, I'm a selfish person. From my perspective, I also hope to become a powerful hunter. Chengzhuo continued, neither humble nor arrogant. If you feel something is wrong, you can change the rules of the trial and alter the laws of the city-state instead of scolding me for not having a broad perspective. Presumptuous. Hu Yensong stood up suddenly, and an astonishing aura burst out from his body. Chengzhuo felt as if the air around him had solidified. The overwhelming pressure made him feel as if he was falling into the bottom of the abyss. His blood seemed to flow slower, and waves of suffocation gradually overwhelmed him. Chengzhuo gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that Hu Yensong would never take his life under such circumstances. City-states do respect strength. But on the surface, it is still a fair, free and law-based society. Hu Yensong would not lose his official position because of a small figure like him, especially since he had just handled high-level source cards privately last year. It just so happened that the effect was so good that it was not criticized. Sure enough, a moment later, just when Chang Zhuo felt he was about to faint, my body suddenly relaxed and the pressure dissipated instantly. Oh. Hu Yensong seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of contempt appeared on the corner of his lips. Are you trying to say that just because I can give the legendary meditation card to F rank Rosa, you have the right to use it yourself? Junior dare not. I think you're very brave. Hu Yensong's eyes twitched, and he suppressed a roar. F-level potential, the secondary gene unlocking rate is only 0.00007%. Level 1 Caxio is your limit. How can you compare with Rosa? How can a lowly ant like you know what the Lord City Lord has done for the city-state? Chang Zhuo remained silent. He didn't know. He only knew that by pointing this out, he could save his life. The current guild system and stable hunting environment were all created with the blood and sweat of our predecessors, and the City Lord was the one who dedicated his heart and soul to this end. Hu Yensong's tone calmed down again, but it was filled with an indescribable dullness. Well, I won't make things difficult for you. Since you're so selfish, forget about trying to use the city-state's resources. You don't need your teammates to build momentum for you. No one will touch you. Just stay in the outer city and wait to be annihilated by the 7-star ruins realm. Chang Zhuo raised his head suspiciously. Hu Yensong raised his eyebrows. You guessed it, right? Chang Zhuo was a little surprised. You mean, the 7-star ruins realm is coming again? The 7-star ruins realm is a disaster for any large city. Even before breaking through the door, a large number of level 6 disaster beasts will be attracted from the surrounding area, and their destructive power will be extremely terrifying. 20 years ago, Master Yuan, the most powerful fighter in Xingtia City, gathered almost all the high-level fighters in Xingtia City and barely blocked the outer beasts of the 7-star ruins realm and held out until the rescue of the high-level hunting team of Tenji City. In the past 20 years, no 7th-level Caxio has appeared in Xingtia City. If the 7-star ruins reappear, it will surely be another disaster. The strongest fighter in the star before him was only at the peak of level 6. The difference of one level is like a chasm. The higher the level, the more so. In a year at most, the 7-star realm gate will reappear around Xingtia City. Mu Yenji from the Nebula Guild is the only hunter who has a chance to reach the 7th level within a year, but she still doesn't have a suitable legendary meditation card. Hu Yensong stared at Cheng Zhuo with fierce eyes and gnashed his teeth. You selfish idiot. Cheng Zhuo frowned. Then the one you took last year. Do you think I really gave the legendary card to Rosa just to curry favor with the city lord? Hu Yensong interrupted Cheng Zhuo almost with a shout. It's because Rosa has special genes. That card is a fire-type amplified meditation card. Lingxi has calculated that she has a high probability of awakening to S level a second time. That's why I went against everyone's opinion and allowed her to fuse. Anyway, she has awakened, and everyone will say it after the fact. Cheng Zhuo secretly complained. The high-level hunting teams in Tianji City have been busy lately. If the 7-star realm gate reappears, without a 7th-rank Caxio guarding the city, the outer city will be overthrown in no time. If that happens, well. Hu Yensong waved his hand in annoyance. Why am I talking to you, an idiot? Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Cheng Zhuo bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out. Just as I reached the door, I heard Hu Yensong's cold shout. I know you've always wanted to be a hunter, but you won't have the chance to obtain the lighthouse contract. This is your punishment. Cheng Zhuo paused and listened to Hu Yensong continue. Of course, if you don't mind dying quickly, you can also go to the wilderness town for certification. When you encounter those scattered soldiers and brave men, perhaps you will understand how important the cohesion of a giant city is. Thank you, Deputy Director. Cheng Zhuo didn't look back and continued walking out. This punishment is indeed quite cruel for most new awakeners, as it is equivalent to cutting off their channels for further improvement. Because obtaining lighthouse certification is a necessary step for Caxia to improve himself. But Cheng Zhuo is different. Although he would rather stay in the city and sign a contract with a large guild, Wilderness Hunter is also an option. Hu Yensong blocked his way to the contract, but his authority was limited to Xingtia City. Lighthouses are found all over the world. Cities like Star Iron City are usually built around large lighthouses. Small lighthouses, due to their small coverage area, usually form villages or towns. Cheng Zhua has achieved his goal of showing his strength and concealing the mythical breathing meditation method, and Guan Guan has first-level strength, which gives him a certain amount of capital and confidence to survive in the wilderness town. In his opinion, the certification of a town or village. It's just that the risk is greater. But leaving the site of the city-state's top brass might be a good thing. With the help of the system, he believed that his realm would be able to improve quickly. As long as you have the strength, wealth and status will naturally come to you. After being left alone for about half an hour, Cheng Zhuotsai was taken back onto the aircraft by the Lieshu army soldiers. They cancelled his trial qualification and sent him back to school. Cheng Zhuo. As soon as he landed, Cheng Zhuo heard an excited call from afar. He turned around immediately. A white figure came flying towards me. A faint fragrance filled his nose, and Cheng Zhuo subconsciously opened his arms to catch the soft body. Why are you here? Didn't you agree to go back and clean up first? Cheng Zhuo gently hugged and patted Ruan Qinghe, who buried her head in his arms. Ruan Qinghe tightly grasped Cheng Zhuo's clothes, as if afraid that he would run away, and said with a lingering sob. I thought something happened to you. Cheng Zhuo could feel the fabric on his shoulders gradually being soaked by the warm tears, and his voice became particularly gentle. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine. The commander just called me over to have a few words with him. Do you still want to go back to Beast City? Ruan Qinghe's shoulders twitched slightly, and her face was still buried in Shin's chest. I'm not going. I'll go back and help you move. Cheng Zhuo said with a smile. Ruan Qinghe raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes full of joy. Real? Her eyes were still welling with tears, her nose was pink, her delicate face was stained with a thin layer of sweat, and a few strands of hair were messily stuck to her face, making her look both pitiful and heartbreaking. Smoothing the strands of hair on Ruan Qinghe's forehead, Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. Really? He was actually a little surprised. I didn't expect Ruan Qinghe to care about me so much. Although the two have obtained a marriage certificate, their time together is very short. Ruan Qinghe seemed to have suddenly come to her senses, her pretty face flushed, and she suddenly jumped away from Cheng Zhuo. A wicked laugh from Xia Chan came from behind. Ruan Qinghe glanced back secretly and her face turned even redder. Cheng Zhuo had already noticed the twin sisters. Xia Chan had been pouting her red lips and standing 2 steps away from them, trying to hold back her laughter. Xia Mo stood half a step behind her, holding Xia Chan's hand. Her long silver white hair was blown by the breeze. Her eyes, as calm as lake water, were locked on them. No one knew what she was thinking. Cheng Zhuo raised the corners of his lips slightly. Let's go home. Chapter 19 Wedding Night Part 1. Before the group of 4 left the playground, a sharp roar of an engine suddenly came from the sky not far away. A silver-gray Falcon V was speeding towards them at low altitude. Cheng Zhuo immediately stopped and watched. He sensed the breath of the can. Sure enough, after Fengxian No. 5 landed, and Nuan and the other 2 came out one after another with Guan Guan. Meow meow meow. As soon as he saw Cheng Zhuo's figure, Guan Guan instantly broke free from Pang Wei's hand, and his 4 short legs moved so fast that he rushed towards Cheng Zhuo like an out-of-control plush cannonball, making a cry of grievance and excitement in his throat. Wow! What kind of pig cat is this? Xia Chan's eyes lit up instantly. She pulled her sister a few steps over to Guan Guan, squatted down and rubbed its big head. It's so cute, this furry thing. It was the one that beat up the stone man in the live broadcast, right? Meow, meow. Guan Guan seemed to understand the word pig. His hair stood on end instantly, his ears pressed back like airplane ears, and a threatening whimpering sound came from his throat. As soon as I heard it, I started to curse. But its round body has no deterrent effect, instead it looks more silly. Xia Chan ignored its protest and hugged it in his arms. Oh my, it feels so good, so soft. Guan Guan seemed to know that Xia Chan and Cheng Zhuo had a special relationship. He scratched the air with his 4 fleshy claws, but didn't dare to struggle hard. He looked at Cheng Zhuo with his big eyes pitifully. Cheng Zhuo smiled and ignored its plea for help. He walked towards Nua and the other 2, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. No trouble, no trouble. Wei Qingfeng bared his teeth and waved his hands, holding up a source card with a faint blue halo and said with an excited smile. Look, Master Guan Guan helped me get this Firebird breathing meditation card. It's a premium quality card. It matches my origin card perfectly, ha ha ha. Cheng Zhuo looked back at Guan Guan, who was being ravaged by the three women, with a strange look on his face. Ken Master? Well, Ken has been a big help. It's very popular now. The comments on the livestream are saying it's the top F-class beast. And Nua couldn't help but laugh. She followed Cheng Zhuo's gaze and looked at the three girls teasing Guan Guan not far away, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. But he didn't ask any more questions, and turned back to look at Cheng Zhuo and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei both received highly compatible meditation cards. I've received contract invitations from several guilds. Actually, we should thank you." Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. "No need to thank me, congratulations. By the way, Brother Chang." Pang Wei suddenly scratched his head, and his muffled voice was filled with eagerness. "Captain Anua has decided to sign with our Wolfpack Guild. I'm sure you've received many offers by now. Have you decided which one to sign with?" "Yeah." And Nua agreed and looked at Cheng Zhuo with some anticipation. "If you haven't decided yet, why not consider joining us? The Wolfpack is only a second-tier guild, but its strength is among the best in its class. For people like us with low potential, the benefits are better than those of the big guilds." Cheng Zhuo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seeing this, Pang Wei quickly opened the smart terminal on his wrist, called up the homepage of the Wolfpack Guild, pointed to the welfare terms on it and explained. "Brother Chang, look, for the first 3 months, new members will receive 10,000 yuan in equipment funds each month, and they can also receive a set of Source Force weapons for free. After 1 year, the commission will drop to 40%. That's pretty awesome." "Yes, Brother Chang." Wei Qingfeng also interrupted. "I'm planning to sign with the Wolfpack too. The three of us have already discussed it. When the time comes to form a new team, Brother Chang will be joining us. It's not that I don't want to go, you see." Cheng Zhuo swiped his watch and called up the registration page for professional hunters. The apply button, which should have been lit, was now a dead gray. The deputy director was very efficient. And Nua was a little surprised. "This is..." Cheng Zhuo said helplessly. "I've been banned from applying to become a professional hunter. I can't sign up with any guilds in the city, and I can't join the city-state hunter team." And Nua frowned. "Is it because you used that legendary card?" Cheng Zhuo nodded helplessly. "Yes. That's too much." Wei Qingfeng said in a loud voice, "You opened a card, giving it away as a sign of status, and using it yourself is your duty. Why should I ruin your future?" Pang Wei also shook his head repeatedly, his face full of indignation. "This is outrageous. They promised to let newcomers choose a card, but now they do this. Where's the fairness they promised? Why are these high-ranking officials doing this?" Cheng Zhuo spread his hands and said, "So, I can only let you down. Why?" Seeing this result, both of them felt a little depressed. "Don't worry, as you can see, Guan Guan already has the strength of the first level. I plan to sign a contract out of the city. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." Cheng Zhuo comforted. Hearing this, and Nua couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "You planning on being a revenant hunter?" Although the entry level does give you the strength to leave the city, the wilderness hunter is too dangerous." And Nua's eyebrows were twisted into knots. "It's okay that we don't have a fixed team or access to the constant state gate, but I've heard that most of those people in the wilderness are extremely vicious and ruthless, and there are many who stab you in the back for the slightest bit of profit. It's okay, I'll be careful." How could Cheng Zhuo not know how serious this was, but there was nothing he could do about it. Citizens generally have no channels to go to other cities. Xingtia City has blocked him, so he has only this one way to go. Speaking of which, Wei Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something and said suspiciously, "Non-professional servants don't need to register, right?" "Yes." Pang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Chang, after we establish our team, we can hire you as a hired servant. It might be a bit unfair to you, but the income and other things can be negotiated." "Yes." And Nua also showed a happy expression and echoed, "It's all about making money. It might not sound good, but with your potential, level 1 is your limit. As long as you earn enough, you don't have to be a professional hunter, right? After all, Guan Guan already has the strength to enter the level, so making money is easy." If there were no system, Cheng Zhuo might have agreed. But now, especially after learning that the outer city is likely to be destroyed in a year, he must do his best to improve his strength. whether it is to deal with the 7-star ruins or to survive in the wilderness after the destruction of the outer city. He has to go out. I appreciate your kindness, but I have my reasons for becoming a professional hunter. Cheng Zhuo looked at the three of them with some gratitude and said, "If you have any external bounty missions in the future, just remember to think of me." "Okay, I will." Pang Wei responded decisively. Seeing that Cheng Zhuo had made up his mind, the three of them did not try to dissuade him. Apart from Anua, Pang Wei, and the other two had just met Cheng Zhuo, so it was difficult to say too much. After a few pleasantries, the four of them left their contact information with each other and said goodbye one after another. Before leaving, Anua turned back and gave another reminder. "If you leave the city, be sure to be wary of strangers. I've seen rumors circulating online lately that many people who ventured into the wilderness seeking opportunities were captured by an underground organization and had their organs dug out." Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. "Thank you, I will be careful." Seeing them leave, Xia Chan pulled Xia Mo over and said, looking at Anua's back, "Brother Chang, the look in that young lady's eyes might indicate that she is interested in you. Don't be ridiculous, we're just friends." "Oh." Seeing Xia Chan's complete disbelief, Cheng Zhuo was too lazy to explain. After all, being on the same team with his ex-girlfriend's best friend would easily make things worse. After knocking on Xia Chan, who was still tilting her head to look at Anua, Cheng Zhuo called out, "Let's go, let's move." Ruan Qingha and her twin sisters live in Block 11, not far from their new home. It was Cheng Zhuo's first visit and he subconsciously wanted to buy some gifts, but then he recalled Ruan Qingha's description of his stepmother and gave up the idea. After having a casual lunch together, Cheng Zhuo called a moving company car, and the four of them went to an old high-rise apartment building together. "Take the elevator up to the 11th floor." As if not wanting to have any more entanglement with her stepmother, Wan Qingha had already put the luggage at the twin sisters' home in advance. This apartment was also small, and most of the household items had already been packed. Cheng Zhuo and several employees from the moving company made a few trips up and down the building, and they had already moved all the furniture and packages of the twin girls. Before leaving, Xia Mo held her parents' portraits and stood in front of the door in a daze. Cheng Zhuo saw her reluctance and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you take the house back in the future." Xia Mo raised her face, which was as white as carved jade, pursed her red lips slightly, and her eyes suddenly became moist. Xia Chan obviously sensed her sister's emotions. She groped her way to Xia Mo's side, gently held her hand, and accompanied her in silence for a rare time. Xia Mo, who had always felt indifferent and distant since their first meeting, finally couldn't hold back her emotions anymore and hugged Xia Chan and whispered softly, "Until now." Cheng Zhuotai suddenly felt a real and heavy sense of responsibility. From now on, he will be the support of the two sisters. After moving and decorating the new house, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Zhuo asked his father Cheng Qingshan to arrange a restaurant in advance, and had a big meal with his 3 wives and family, which served as a formal marriage ceremony. Most people in the outer cities have no concept of weddings. When food and clothing and survival become difficult, any rituals seem to become irrelevant. At the dinner, the old drunkard was unusually generous and gave each of his 3 daughters-in-law a red envelope of 666. He must have seen Guan Guan killing everyone in Beast City and learned that his son had made great progress. The desire to please others naturally became active. Cheng Zhuo knew his intention, but he didn't find fault with him on their wedding day. The meal was a very enjoyable one. By the time Cheng Zhuo led the 3 women back, it was already late at night. I don't know why. After entering the new house where the furniture is arranged and the wedding characters are posted, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Chapter 20 Wedding Night Part 2. The night is getting deeper. When people are nervous, they always appear busy. After a short period of confusing tidying up, Xia Chan pulled her sister aside, talked quietly for a moment, then turned around and hid in Ruan Qingha's ear and whispered. The 3 girls gathered together were particularly eye-catching, which made Cheng Zhuo feel itchy. I don't know what they were talking about. Ruan Qingha kept glancing at Cheng Zhuo from time to time, and the tips of her ears turned red. I'm going to take a shower first. Cheng Zhuo felt uncomfortable being stared at and simply ran away. Anyway, he had made up his mind that he must figure out the reward mechanism of the harmony system tonight. Deputy Director Gao Song's words made him feel inexplicably nervous. He didn't want to be torn to pieces by the strange beasts from the 7-star ruins realm a year later. Even if he could enter the inner city, he might not be able to bring in his younger brothers and sisters, as well as Ruan Xinghe and her 3 daughters. Therefore, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. A few minutes later, as soon as Cheng Zhuo came out after washing up, Ruan Xinghe was pushed in by Xia Chan. "My dear wife, go take a shower." Xia Chan giggled, his heterochromatic eyes were a little mischievous, not like a blind person at all. Ruan Xinghe didn't even dare to look at Cheng Zhuo. It seemed like she couldn't even walk anymore. She was pushed in by Xia Chan staggeringly. "Why are you sleeping on the floor here?" Cheng Zhuo looked at the bedding spread in the living room in surprise. When moving in the afternoon, he had already added a large bed to the second floor of the mezzanine. Including the aisle distance for the 2 beds and the wardrobes on both sides, it was just full. Xia Chan pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course it's for you and the first wife to spend their wedding night together." Cheng Zhuo suddenly realized, "You and your sister are sleeping down there?" The summer cicada nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yeah, we've discussed it and decided that sister Ruan Xinghe and brother Chang are the right couple. After all, we're just a burden." "Don't say you are a burden." Cheng Zhuo interrupted immediately. Okay. Xia Chan smiled and changed her words. "My sister and I are the concubines after all, so of course we have to let the first wife have her wedding night first. As for us, we can wait until tomorrow, or another day." When talking about this, even Xia Chan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Cheng Zhuo nodded and said, "Okay, do as you wish." "But..." Xia Chan's eyes rolled around, and he added, "But my sister said that if brother Cheng needs her, she will go up and..." Before she could finish her words, Xia Mo covered her mouth again. "Xia Mo, please take some time to teach me some sign language, little girl." Cheng Zhuo shook his head and chuckled. Xia Mo nodded repeatedly and raised her hand, motioning him to go up first. Cheng Zhuo took a few steps up the narrow stairs. The mattress on the mezzanine was neatly laid out, with a red table lamp and a red summer quilt at the head of the bed. When moving today, he didn't notice there were so many festive little items. Cheng Zhuo sat down beside the bed. From his angle, he could just see the bathroom door. There was warm light coming through the door, and the sound of water running from the bathroom could be clearly heard, mixing with the bright red tones of the surroundings, gradually creating a subtle and charming feeling. Cheng Zhuo's heartbeat inexplicably quickened and he became restless. So, he sat cross-legged and entered a state of meditation. Since it was fully activated, he has never operated it once. Almost instantly, he felt a floating warmth that gradually gathered into his body. However, he could vaguely feel that he was absorbing the source power very slowly. There was a feeling that source power was pouring in crazily, but the internal channel of his source card was extremely narrow and could not be absorbed. It seems that this is because the potential of the origin card is too low. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but frown. At this rate of improvement, within a year, he estimated that he would be lucky enough to enter the next level, let alone deal with the 7-star ruins realm. It seems that we can only hope to use breathing techniques after entering the ruins realm. Not long. The sound of water stopped. Ruan Xinghe rustled around for a while and gently opened the bathroom door. Xia Chan's laughing voice came from downstairs. The 3 girls were chatting about something. After a long while, the sound of Dede coming up the stairs was heard slowly. After hearing the noise, Cheng Zhuo came out of meditation and looked up to see Ruan Xinghe walking towards him. Her hair was loosely wrapped in a towel, with water dripping from the ends. It fell on her white pajamas, leaving flesh-colored stains. It can be seen that the pajamas are new. Although they are loose, they are very light and transparent. They can barely cover her private parts, but they cannot hide her curvy and attractive figure at all. In particular, her white and slender legs are completely exposed, shining like warm jade in the dim light, which is extremely tempting. Ruan Xinghe saw Cheng Zhuo staring at her, and the tips of her ears had turned as red as ripe cherries. She didn't even dare to look at him, she just clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, unable to speak clearly. They said I should ask you to blow dry my hair." Cheng Zhuo was just about to agree when he saw Xia Chan tiptoeing towards him. She walked behind Ruan Xinghe and showed her little fangs cunningly. "Sister Xinghe, this is how you should wear this dress." As he spoke, he hooked his fingertips on the collar of Ruan Xinghe's pajamas and pulled it gently. The collar of the pajamas instantly slid to Ruan Xinghe's arm, revealing her fair and smooth shoulders and collarbone. A surprisingly round arc appears and disappears, which is very tempting. "Ah!" Ruan Xinghe screamed and stretched out her hand to pretend to hit Xia Chan, but she ran away with a laugh. Ruanqing has subconsciously wanted to pull up her collar, but after noticing Cheng Shua's burning gaze, she placed her fingertips on her collar, paused for half a second, and then retracted them. Come here, I'll help you blow dry your hair. Cheng Shua chuckled and patted the edge of the bed. Well. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and she sat sideways on the edge of the bed. A faint fragrance mixed with water vapor filled the air. Cheng Shua felt like his heart skipped a beat. His eyes fell on her wet collarbone, and then subconsciously moved downwards, his Adam's apple suddenly rolling slightly. Call. Cheng Shua let out a light breath, calmed himself down, and then picked up the hairdryer on the bedside table. His fingers gently ran through her long, dark hair, his movements very lightly. His fingertips occasionally brushed Ruanqing's neck, and she would always subconsciously tremble slightly, bury her chin even lower, and even breathe more lightly. As the hair gradually dried, Cheng Shua's movements slowed down. When the sound of the hairdryer suddenly stopped, the small space suddenly became quiet. You can clearly hear each other's breathing in the mezzanine. A strong and charming atmosphere permeates. There was only a moment of silence. Cheng Shua moved forward, his arm passed through Ruanqing's waist, and his fingertips gently rested on her flat belly. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of startling her. Through the cool and loose pajamas, Cheng Shua could clearly feel the delicate warmth of her skin. There was also a sudden feeling of tension in my spine. Ruanqing's slender fingers grasped her nightgown tightly, her knuckles turned white, and even her shoulders were stained red. It seemed as if he had thought of what was going to happen next, and he was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Cheng. Brother Cheng Shua. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and it was hard to tell whether she was nervous or shy. Chapter 21 Wedding Night Part 3. Tenderness in a quiet room, beauty in arms. Cheng Shua clearly felt the tension of the delicate body in his arms. He did not rush to take any further action. He just held her hand and hugged her quietly. Ruanqing let out a moan and huddled into his arms like a kitten. Are you nervous? Cheng Shua whispered. Then let's talk for a while. Cheng Shua reached out and pushed aside her long hair, revealing her flawless neck. He gently pressed against her neck and whispered teasingly in her ear. So, why did you choose me then? The boy you were secretly in love with for 3 years couldn't be me, right? Well, yes. Ruanqing admitted it openly. Cheng Shua was stunned when he heard this. He tilted his head and looked suspiciously at the pretty face so close to him. Just try to fool me. Such a beautiful woman has been secretly in love with me for 3 years, how could I not feel anything at all? Ruanqing pursed her red lips and smiled playfully. Yeah, I'm just kidding you. Who has a crush on you? You're so narcissistic. Humph. I knew it. Cheng Shua hummed, but his arms unconsciously tightened, tightly encircling the soft and delicate body in his arms. Tell me quickly, who is that guy? Sooner or later, I will stuff him into the ruins realm to feed the strange beasts. Ruanqing turned his head and glanced at him, revealing a little pride. We. Seeing Ruanqing like this, Cheng Shua realized that he had been deceived, and immediately tickled her belly. Well, you've learned to make fun of me, haven't you? Ruanqing was tickled so hard that she started to giggle and begged for mercy. Oh, I know I was wrong, I was wrong, brother. She shrank back a little deeper, rested her head on Cheng Shua's shoulder, tilted her head back, pouting her red lips, and showing a pleading expression. The dim light scattered behind Cheng Shua, making her eyes sparkle. Like 2 clear springs mixed with starlight, lively and charming. Cheng Shua was stunned. She turned her body slightly, poked Cheng Shua's solid chest with her fingertips, and said in a voice as soft as cotton candy. Who told you not to believe it? Someone came to your door like that and asked if you wanted a wife, and you still said I was trying to coax you. Cheng Shua was tickled by her and reached out to grab her naughty little hand. When did it start? Ruanqing did not answer, and changed the subject. Brother, let me tell you a story. Okay, go ahead. Ruanqing showed a look of reminiscence. 3 years ago, I transferred to number 4 middle school. I don't know why, but the girls in my class didn't like me. They would always encourage some naughty boys to stuff dead mice into my bag and secretly destroy my homework. Who is it? Cheng Shua was immediately furious. I'll stuff him into the ruins realm to feed the strange beasts. Hey, listen to me. Okay. Cheng Shua suppressed his anger. At that time, I was always feeling low in self-esteem. My mother had just passed away, my father didn't care about me, and I didn't dare tell my teachers. I had to endure any grievances. It seemed that when mentioning her mother, Wan Xinghe became noticeably more dejected. Chang Zhuo touched her hair and said in a softer voice. Later, I remember you were also the monitor of your class. I heard that everyone in the class listened to you very much. Ruan Xinghe's eyes flashed with something strange, and then he said. Once, 3 girls falsely accused me of stealing. They blocked me in an alley, threw mud at me, and tried to rip my clothes off. Hiss. Cheng Zhuo raised his eyebrows. They are bullying. Ruan Xinghe's eyebrows curved, and she looked at Cheng Zhuo with starry eyes. You were like that at that time. Ah? Cheng Zhuo was a little confused. Ruan Xinghe held Cheng Zhuo's big hand against her chest, the admiration in her eyes almost overflowing. You happened to be passing by at the time, and it was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. With just a few scoldings, you scared them away. Cheng Zhuo pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Chapter 22 Wedding Night Part 4. Ruan Xinghe smiled sweetly. Yes, have you forgotten? My Superman. Cheng Zhuo was stunned, his thoughts lost in memories. 3 years ago, he seemed to have rescued a bullied girl in the alley in front of the school. That little girl is you? Cheng Zhuo said suddenly. Hate it, you are the bitch. Ruan Xinghe punched Cheng Zhuo's chest and refused to give in. Cheng Zhuo shook his head and sighed. You were covered in mud and dirty water, I really didn't recognize you. I didn't expect that I actually saved a beautiful woman. After a pause, he teased again. Really? Then why didn't you come back to me later? Don't you know that you should repay my kindness and pledge your love to me? Ruan Xinghe lowered his head slightly and sighed. I did want to, but I was too self-deprecating at the time, and you were too dazzling. Am I dazzling? Cheng Zhuo was a little surprised. Yes. Ruan Xinghe recalled. Although you also come from a low-income family, you seem much more mature and confident than your peers. You can get along well with both small-time hooligans and wealthy kids. You are also among the best in the school in fighting. You are tall, handsome, and have good grades. I don't know how many girls secretly have a crush on you. How dare I approach you? Cheng Zhuo feigned complacency. Wow. I'm so good. Thank you, Cheng Zhuo. Ruan Xinghe spoke sincerely. Cheng Zhuo smiled and tapped the girl's nose. I just yelled. It's nothing. You're welcome. No. Ruan Xinghe shook his head slightly. For you, it's just a piece of cake. For me, you're like a ray of light, shining into my dark youth. If it weren't for your vigorous and positive energy that infected me, my life might have ended 3 years ago. Poor little thing. Cheng Zhuo felt a little distressed. I won't let anyone bully you in the future. Brother Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo just responded when he suddenly felt a softness on his lips, which disappeared in a flash. He suddenly lowered his head. Look at the girl with a face as rosy as a peach and eyes as clear as water. Only then did he realize that it was Ruan Xinghe who had secretly kissed him. She moved her body, rubbed against Cheng Zhuo's arms, sat in his arms, put her pair of white and round legs on the bed, and bent them slightly. This action caused the pajamas, which were not long to begin with, to fall to the bottom of the hips in an instant. A touch of spring is about to emerge. Gudong. Cheng Zhuo swallowed subconsciously and gave an extremely aggressive look. Ruan Xinghe was so embarrassed that she kept lowering her head, and the skin on her neck and chest, as white as snow and frost, was also glowing with an intoxicating rosy color. Even so, she finally raised her head and looked back at Cheng Zhuo with a burning gaze. My Superman, I've pledged my love to you now. Is it too late to repay your kindness? Hiss. He was actually teased by a little girl. Cheng Zhuo couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly pulled the girl in his arms closer and leaned over to kiss her. The two lips touched, sucking gently and rubbing against each other. The sweetness between the cherry lips made Cheng Zhuo unable to control himself. He explored with the tip of his tongue and found a naughty and timid little cutie, and invited her to dance with him. She was a little shy at first, but was soon knocked unconscious by the magical guy and fell into a whimpering dream. Cheng Zhuo has completely forgotten everything. With a strong desire to possess, he wanted to eat the little white rabbit in his arms. During the passionate kiss, Cheng Zhuo reached out and gently caressed Ruan Xinghe's smooth neck, silently passing over the loose neckline and caressing wantonly. Ruan Xinghe's body suddenly tensed up. She felt that Cheng Zhuo's big hands seemed to have magical power. Wherever they passed, it was like a prairie fire, making her whole body hot. Not long after, the tense body soon relaxed and became weak. Until Ruan Xinghe felt that she was about to suffocate, Cheng Zhuo finally stopped, breathing heavily, with restlessness in his eyes. He suddenly pulled Ruan Xinghe from his arms and pushed her down. Brother Zhuo. Ruan Xinghe's soft cry was filled with shyness and panic. The two of them were very close together, and she instantly sensed Cheng Zhuo's changes. She was so embarrassed that she covered her face with her hands and dared not look at him. Cheng Zhuo leaned over and said in a warm and coaxing voice, "Call me husband." When Ruan Xinghe heard this, she bit her red lips shyly and called out softly, "Husband." Chapter 23 Harmony Rewards I. After a sweet and tender moment, Cheng Zhuo returned to Ruan Xinghe's presence and looked into her wet eyes. "Xinghe. Your initial origin skill, Holy Light, can you use it later?" Ruan Xinghe was stunned at first, but when Cheng Zhuo glanced down, she finally understood what he meant. She couldn't help biting her red lips and swallowing her saliva. Her smooth white throat slid slightly. She closed her almond eyes and nodded with a blushing face. The air conditioner was blowing. Cheng Zhuo could faintly hear rustling sounds downstairs, as if the twin sisters were whispering something. But he had no time to care. At first, he was wondering at what stage the system's rewards would appear. But not long after, he just forgot about it. The lights downstairs went out at some point. Only the small red light at the head of Cheng Zhuo's bed remained, casting halos of light on the ceiling, like ripples on water, one circle after another. Later, seemingly due to Cheng Zhuo's coaxing, "It doesn't matter, you will hear them sooner or later." Ruan Xinghe slowly released her hands that were covering her red lips. "I began to gradually forget myself. And pictures have been deleted here." On the floor of the living room. At first, the twin sisters dared only to lie quietly, even holding back their breathing, for fear of disturbing the people upstairs. Xiaomo's eyes were tightly closed, and her pretty face still looked cold. However, her trembling eyelashes still revealed her inner unrest. Xiaochan opened his strange blue-gray eyes, his pupils were empty and lifeless, but he couldn't hide his throbbing. His nose was twitching and his face was full of curiosity. As the suggestive noises became more and more unrestrained, Xiaochan suddenly turned sideways and nudged Xiaomo next to him with his elbow. "Sister, this mezzanine shelf won't collapse, right?" Xiaomo, who was originally very nervous, burst into laughter, squeezed her hand, and shook her head. "That's not the case. Don't talk nonsense." Xiaochan raised her red lips slightly and glanced upwards. "By the way, aren't summoners generally weak? Why is Brother Zhuo so?" Xiaomo understood again. "Have you forgotten how Brother Zhuo dealt with those rats and cockroaches today?" Xiaochan suddenly realized, lifted up his smooth chin, and said meaningfully, "That's right. When your husband was killing those mantises, his reaction and strength were definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. But, is the speed reasonable?" Xiaochan stole another glance at the halo on the ceiling at the door, and gradually began to talkative and nagging mode. "Hey, what should I do? I'm not even that familiar with your husband, so how come he becomes the younger one? That sounds really embarrassing. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I can still hear clearly even with my eyes blindfolded. Sister Qinghe's voice is really nice, much better than those at the New Macau casino." Xiaomo rolled her eyes at her and reached out to cover her chattering mouth. The summer cicadas then became more obedient. The gray-blue eyes blinked, and I don't know what he was thinking. The moonlight is long and the night is deep. More than an hour later. Finally, a ethereal notification tone from the system rang out beside Cheng Zhuo's ears. "Ding, congratulations on your first harmonious intercourse with your partner Ruan Xinghe. Companion contract reward, 1 epic blind core. The current contract partner daily reward has been unlocked. You and Ruan Xinghe completed their first harmonious harmony, gene unlocking rate plus 0.1%. You and Ruan Xinghe completed a harmony, random harmony blind core plus 1. Daily luck bonus for your partner Ruan Xinghe, strength plus 1. Chapter 24 Harmony Rewards Part 2. After hearing a series of reward prompts, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but be overjoyed. Daily obtain. He stared at the words gain 1 point of random attribute every day on the panel, his heart beating wildly. If I can really complete the contract with Xinghe, Xiaoma, and Xiaochan, and record 3 random attributes every day, it won't be long before my panel becomes a data monster that others can't catch up with. What shocked Changjue even more was that his gene unlocking rate actually increased. Although it is not much, he believes that if there is one, there will be two. As long as the gene unlocking rate continues to increase, it means that he will be able to awaken a second time sooner or later and change his current F level potential. I just don't know if the increase in attributes and unlocking rate will be subject to advancement restrictions like the increase in source power. Unfortunately, his system was like a dead object, and apart from the usual prompts, there was no response. Call. Changjue let out a light breath and temporarily suppressed the questions in his mind. Now is not the time to think about these things, as the bride he just had intimate moments with is lying beside him. Ruan Xinghe was still in a daze, with red at the corners of her eyes and her long eyelashes trembling gently like wet butterfly wings. Seeing this, Changjue reached out to the bedside table and took out the prepared tissues and wet wipes, and said jokingly, "Do you need help?" Ruan Xinghe suddenly came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed again, and she quickly reached out to pull the quilt away. "Ah! I can do it myself." She quickly pulled the quilt over to cover her body and took the tissues and wet wipes from Changjue. The quilt barely covered her waist, revealing half of her white chest and shoulders. Her long hair hung down, covering most of her beauty, but leaving some faintly visible gaps, which made Changjue's heart itch again. Seeing his fiery eyes, Ruan Xinghe immediately lowered her eyes in panic, not daring to look him in the eye. My eyes inadvertently swept across his well-defined chest, and my heart was startled. I was so engrossed in it just now that I didn't look closely. The lines of this body are so neat, like a carefully forged weapon, and every inch of muscle exudes strength. Ruan Xinghe's ears suddenly felt burning again, and she quickly looked away. He pinched the tissue between his fingertips and wiped it frantically. The shyness of a beauty is the most intoxicating. Changjue looked at her shy look and smiled even more. He admired it unscrupulously, but suddenly a strange idea popped up in his mind. The system says daily collection. Is it serious or not? As soon as this thought came to mind, a series of light blue screens suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Ruan Xinghe's partner information. Partner, Ruan Xinghe. Realm, level 0. Origin card, Priest E level white. Original skill, Holy Light Healing. Partner's luck, daily random attribute +1 for both partners. Harmony effect, healing, can cure any injuries in the host and enhance self-healing ability within 12 hours. Harmony effect unlock, when harmony is in excellent condition, there is a chance to increase the gene unlock rate. After seeing this, Changjue understood that the system's daily payment was still very serious. As long as the two are partners, this blessing effect will continue to exist. However, Changjue was very happy with the harmonious effect. Needless to say, the healing effect is very effective, and it can even continuously increase the gene unlocking rate. In this case, as long as he works hard, their second awakening is only a matter of time. What a pity, it would be better if it wasn't serious. Improve a little every day and you will be invincible. Changjue thought with some evilness. What are you thinking about? Ruan Xinghe's soft voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. She was seen leaning sideways, her jade fingers gently circling Changjue's chest, her fingernails were lightly pink, and there was still moisture in her eyes. Her long hair fell on her collarbone, covering most of her face, but her fair skin, which was faintly visible, made people feel even more nervous. Changjue held her rebellious hand, touched her fair chin with his fingertips, and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss you." Smooth talk. There was still a trace of pink on Ruan Xinghe's cheeks after her love affair. She gave him a coquettish look, but was kissed on the head by Changjue. He slowly let go until he was almost out of breath. Kissing, so embarrassing. Ruan Xinghe thought of the madness just now, and couldn't help but blushed, and said softly, "Xia Mo, Xia Chan, and the others will definitely laugh at me. What are you afraid of? They can't run away." Changjue raised his eyebrows. Ruan Xinghe's watery eyes lit up, revealing a playful smile. "That's right, whoever dares to laugh at me, I will make them embarrassed first." Embarrassing yourself? Changjue looked at her mischievously, and immediately turned over and acted relentless. "You're embarrassing me in my wedding night, right? Oh, you're wrong. What are you doing, bad guy? Let me embarrass you again." Don't. It's good to do it more often. Your physical strength will increase. Maybe one day you'll have a second awakening." "You're kidding. How can there be such a thing?" "You'll know later." Chapter 25 Harmony Rewards Part 3. Woo. Ruan Xinghe was unable to utter another word before her red lips were blocked. As their lips and tongues intertwined, she felt her whole body grow weaker and weaker, completely unable to resist. She could only mutter in between breaths. Don't want. Cheng Zhuo raised his head slightly. Can't take it anymore? After saying that, he reached out and smoothed up a few strands of hair on her forehead, and said suspiciously. But I heard that sometimes, when a woman says no, she really means yes. So when you said no just now, did you really mean no, or did you say yes? No. Ruanqing has said in a mosquito-like voice. Oh, really? Cheng Zhuo smirked, his palms quietly wandering over her silky white skin. Ruanqing's face was full of shyness, but she was completely unable to stop the big hand and could only let it do whatever it wanted. Not long after, her fair cheeks flushed again and her eyes wandered. The whole person became weak and boneless, like a puddle of spring mud, limp on Cheng Zhuo's chest, panting. Cheng Zhuo suddenly stopped and said meaningfully, "Then I'll let you go for now. Good night." After saying that, Cheng Zhuo closed his eyes and pretended to fall asleep. But the next moment, a warm touch gently touched him, and he slowly opened his eyes, meeting a pair of tender eyes. Ruanqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes were misty, her red lips were charming and tempting, her fair cheeks were flushed, and she uttered a fatal temptation. Brother, want. Omit the deleted N words. Sister, sister. Xiaochan's fingertips gently poked Xia Mo, who was lying quietly beside her, and her voice was low and shallow. Xia Mo opened her eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Have you heard about the world war that took place more than 300 years ago? Xiaochan suddenly asked a nonsensical question with a bit of deliberate playfulness. Xia Mo raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded. Xiaochan showed a pair of small canine teeth and smiled cunningly. Then do you know why World War II lasted longer than World War I? Xia Mo was stunned at first, and after a few seconds she realized the trick in her sister's words. Her ears turned slightly red and she gave her a reproachful look. Are you thinking the wrong thing? Xiaochan blinked innocently. Oh, you have such a messed up mind. I was just asking about history. Oh, I was wrong, hee hee. Xia Mo was both angry and embarrassed, and quickly moved to the side, curling up with her back to Xiaochan. But my ears pricked up involuntarily. The subtle noises coming from the mezzanine upstairs were mixed with faint hums that felt like a feather brushing against the tip of your heart. She subconsciously clutched the thin blanket around her body, the blush on her neck spreading down little by little, even her fingertips felt hot. The night is long and deep. It seems as if the beauty of the room must be incorporated into every minute and every second. In the distance, the high-rise buildings in the inner city are full of neon lights, flashing tirelessly, creating an ambiguous and hazy halo in the night. The next morning, when Cheng Zhuo woke up, a faint fragrance lingered around his nose. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a pretty face buried in the pillow, pure and gentle. Her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, and her cheeks were still tinged with the light pink from last night. Cheng Zhuo stared at her for a long time, and the more he looked, the happier he became. He felt that even her breathing was cute and soft. Cheng Zhuo suddenly remembered Ruanqing's initial forbearance last night. When she heard the faint laughter of summer cicadas downstairs, she clenched her hands and put them to her lips, biting her fingers until they turned white, and even her humming was very light. But later on, as her feelings grew deeper, she actually took the initiative to get involved with him. The unfamiliar yet enthusiastic look surprised him. What Xiaochan said before, "I've done some research," turned out to be true. Her clumsy yet serious attitude of trying every posture made her even more attractive. Cheng Zhuo was afraid of disturbing her, so he carefully moved the long, beautiful legs that were resting on him away. With slow steps, tiptoed down the stairs. As soon as he turned the corner of the stairs, the spring scenery before him made his breathing stop and his throat suddenly became dry. On the floor of the living room, Xia Mo and Xiaochan fell asleep in a crooked state. Xia Mo's silver hair fell on her cheeks, her cool pajamas slipped off her shoulders, revealing a touch of spring. This little girl used to look quite inconspicuous. It's so informative. The summer cicadas lie on their backs with their arms and legs spread out, forming a sea of white. Cheng Zhuo took a deep breath and forced himself to look away. Since we agreed with them that it would be tonight, there is no need to rush for these 10 hours. Besides, the system requires sincerity. Simple harmony is not the source of system rewards. Cheng Zhuo knew that they were not as easy to accept as they seemed. Walk into the bathroom. After Cheng Zhuo simply washed up, he went out to buy breakfast. When I came back, the 3 girls were still sleeping soundly. There was no sign of waking up. Taking advantage of his free time, Cheng Zhuo leaned against the headboard, turned on his watch, and casually flipped through the news about yesterday's newcomer hunting trial. The headline is the team that won the first place in the trial, and among them is a player with A+ potential. The man's name sounds very cool, it's Yechen. He is actually from the Thunder Guild. According to reports, Yi Chen's potential is infinitely close to S level, and his gene unlocking potential is not bad, as high as 0.7%. He is likely to become the 9th S-level Caxiu in Xingtia City. Ho Wanli also performed well, and his team entered the top 30. Cheng Zhuo received several messages from him, asking him to choose any restaurant in the city, and he was very proud of it. Cheng Zhuo tried to search for information related to himself. As he expected, it was almost impossible to find. Only a few sporadic articles and some comments mentioned the appearance of suspected legendary source cards. But after refreshing, it disappeared quickly. Hot topics related to newcomers. Apart from the trial rankings, most of the discussions are related to this group of rookie kings. Every 6 months during the awakening, the strongest newcomer is a hotly debated topic. With the lighthouse as a carrier, Lingxi can obtain various kill data of Caxia who enters the ruins realm to hunt, although it cannot broadcast live like the Beast City. So, similar to the rookie king, hunting ranking, strongest hunter, etc. It is always talked about by the citizens of the city, dispelling the panic of being surrounded by the ruins. For a city-state with a superintelligence like Lingxi, controlling public opinion trends is a piece of cake. Close the page. Cheng Zhuo took out 2 polygonal crystals the size of goose eggs from the system space. One was light green, stained with some black blood. The other one had a purple-red fluorescent light flowing all over it, and there seemed to be water flowing inside, which was obviously an extraordinary product. Both of these are source nuclei. The light green one was from the Lord Porcupine yesterday, and the purple one was the reward for my first harmony with Ruan Xinghe last night. Most exotic beasts have source cores, but only those that can produce source cards are called blind cores. The full name of the source card is Source Power Card. As the name suggests, it is a manifestation of source power in the shape of a card. There are many types, including the Awakener's Origin card and the Breathing Meditation card that Cheng Zhuo used before. The light green Lord Porcupine blind core in Cheng Zhuo's hand generally has a market price of around 10,000 city-state coins. Under normal circumstances, there is definitely no problem in getting good quality ones, and there is also a high probability of getting high quality ones. As for the epic level, that's completely the probability of winning the lottery. Cheng Zhuo glanced at his luck, which was 13 points higher than that of ordinary people, and decided to take a gamble. Chapter 26 Opening Blind Core. To open the blind core, you need to use the source card to sense it. After dispersing or absorbing the source force in the source core, the crystal on its surface will shatter by itself. A moment later, Cheng Zhuo looked at the Breathing Meditation card in his hand, which was glowing with blue light, and sighed softly. It's a bit whimsical indeed. The Breathing Meditation card in my hand is of premium quality, named Savage Blood. Meditation skills enhance strength. However, Cheng Zhuo had expected that the epic level would not come out, so he was not very disappointed. After all, his opening of the legendary source card was just a cover. For a blind core of a Lord Porcupine, it was already very lucky to open a boutique level 1. According to his understanding, even the Lord level Porcupine blind core, the probability of getting a high-quality source card is only about 2 points. In particular, the meditation skill of this Barbarian Blood is Strength Enhancement, which is one of the most popular meditation skills among melee Caxiu. It can definitely be said that he is extremely lucky. According to conservative estimates, it can be sold for at least 70,000 to 80,000 city-state coins. If you encounter some people who are in urgent need of such high-quality cards, it is not impossible to spend more than 100,000. Cheng Zhuo glanced back at Ruan Xinghe, who was still sleeping beside him. The girl's pure and soft face still had the mess left by the late night's tenderness, and she looked inexplicably fragile, which made people feel pity for her involuntarily. She will report to Nebula Kashu Academy tomorrow. Cheng Zhuo estimated that after paying tuition, she would have very little money left. But she had no intention of asking her husband for money. It seemed that she really planned to work and study, and maybe even take out some student loans first. Those who can afford to study at Kashu College generally come from well-off families. He couldn't let Ruan Xinghe repeat the same mistake he made 3 years ago and be looked down upon again when he went to a new school. I promised that I would never let her be bullied or wronged again. You must never go back on your word. Thinking of this, Cheng Zhuo immediately opened a trading platform called Dangdang, which is the official platform of Xingtia City specifically for source card transactions. Take a photo and fill in the card information. The power enhancement type of Barbarian Blood is very common and the price is relatively transparent. Zhang Zhuo chose to sell it directly, pricing it at 100,000 city-state coins. The whole operation took 2 minutes. He consigned the Barbarian Blood in his hand. After doing all this, he took out the epic blind core rewarded by the system. Compared to the one owned by Lord Porcupine, this one is obviously extraordinary. Amit Ba. God bless. Cheng Zhuoping concentrated his mind and began to sense. A moment later. Without any surprises, the source card that came out was epic. Unfortunately, this is a weapon card, an epic longbow that can be used by anyone up to level 4. Cheng Zhuo subconsciously thought of Anua. Her heroic appearance holding a longbow is still fresh in people's memory. However, given their relationship, Cheng Zhuo would not give her such an expensive weapon card. In terms of market price, the value of this card is definitely over 1 million city-state coins. Cheng Zhuo thought about it and decided to exchange it for a breathing meditation card that matched the healing system and keep it for Ruan Qinghe to integrate. Also take photos and upload information. This one he chose was auction. Epic items were relatively rare, so he had to pick them carefully. After doing all this, he lay down gently again, looking at Ruan Qinghe beside him with a doting look. A ray of sunlight slipped in through the gap in the curtains, painting a light silver layer on her jade-like cheek. It was unclear whether she had slept enough or noticed Cheng Zhuo's movements. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. After seeing Cheng Zhuo, she seemed to have thought of something and a blush appeared on her cheeks. After a brief moment of shyness, she leaned her head into Cheng Zhuo's arms and called out husband in a daze. Are you still sleeping? Cheng Zhuo brushed away her messy hair and asked. Would you like to get up and eat something? Good. Ruan Qinghe responded softly, covering his chest and sitting up lazily. How could her small hands cover the spring beauty of her snow-capped peaks? Her lazy and seductive look made Cheng Zhuo sigh heavily. What's wrong? Ruan Qinghe asked curiously. Cheng Zhuo moved closer and pinched her smooth, jade-like chin. Don't blame me, it's because you are so tempting. Ah, it's dawn. An hour later. Ruan Qinghe stared at a pretty face that looked like a ripe peach and sat quietly at the dining table eating breakfast. Summer cicadas are rarely quiet. He just held Xiaomo's hand, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable smile. Seeing Ruan Qinghe lowering her head, almost burying her face in the bowl, Cheng Zhuo said helplessly. Xiaomo, don't let Xiao Chanchan hold it, it will make her blind. Ah? Xia Chan pouted when she heard this and pretended to be aggrieved. Humph, Brother Zhuo is so biased. He only cares about the eldest wife and bullies the youngest wife. She didn't do anything wrong, but he doesn't allow me to talk, not even to look at her. Stop joking and eat quickly. It's getting cold. Cheng Zhuo urged with a smile. Xia Chan raised her eyebrows and said, just heat it up again when it cools down. Anyway, it has already been heated up several times just now, hee hee. Seeing her teasing so unscrupulously, Ruan Qinghe finally raised her pretty red face and said angrily. Little Chanchan, you're laughing like that. Are you planning on me recording a little movie for you tonight? I wanted to threaten her with this, but unexpectedly, Xia Chan curved her eyebrows and said with a smile. Okay. Ruan Qinghe. Cheng Zhuo did not tell Ruan Qinghe that he planned to become a wilderness hunter. With Ruan Qinghe's personality, he couldn't help but worry. After having an ambiguous breakfast, Cheng Zhuo left the new house alone on the pretext of preparing equipment. He planned to go to Baoka Street, the largest cashew market in the East District. It is a concentrated street for buying source cores and cards, obtaining intelligence, and conducting transactions. The official card trading center is also located there. The 2 source cards consigned in the morning both had buyers, and Cheng Zhuo needed to go there in person to verify. In addition, he also planned to find some shops opened by wilderness hunters to get the real contract information of the small-town lighthouse. After all, it is difficult to tell whether many things on the internet are true or false. About half an hour later. Cheng Zhuo took the subway, crossed most of the East District, and arrived at the Baoka Street station. Following the crowd out of the platform, what comes into view is a straight avenue paved with light gray tiles. At the end stands a snow-white building, which stands out among the gray concrete buildings in the outer city. That is the card trading center in the outer city. The glass cabinets of the shops along the road are filled with glowing source cards, and signs such as card repair, source core acquisition, and card customization are everywhere. Cheng Zhuo looked around as he walked, without stopping, all the way to the trading center. The hall, which is over 1,000 square meters, is now packed with people. On the most conspicuous wall in the hall, there is a huge LCD screen. There's a ton of deals and acquisitions here. 100,000 city-state coins for a premium fire-breathing card. Card verification and instant transfer. Unlimited 3i Jackal source cores, price negotiable. Custom Ice Sniper weapon card, fine quality available, budget negotiable, designer's past work required. When Cheng Zhuo consigned the items, he chose anonymity and smart hosting. Although the commission charged will be higher, it saves the trouble of dealing with buyers. So, after entering the trading center, under the guidance of the intelligent body, he went directly into a closed verification room. Chapter 27, The First Pot of Gold. Welcome to Linksy Smart Hosting. The breathing meditation card has been verified to be correct. The buyer has confirmed, the transfer is being confirmed. After deducting the 3% consignment fee, the remaining 97,000 city-state coins have been received. Please verify. Looking at his wallet that was instantly filled up, Cheng Zhuo felt that his whole spirit was different. No wonder so many ordinary people risk their lives to become servants. There are also many Caxiu with low talents who cannot enter the ranks at all. They do not meet the certification requirements in the city, so they run away to become wilderness hunters. The temptation of getting rich quickly is really hard to resist. After sighing for a while, Cheng Zhuo looked at the holographic projection, slid his finger, and called up another transaction. Exchange transaction information for that epic longbow. There are 3 matching requests on the screen. 2 are of the sensory and spiritual kind, and 1 is a premium card plus city-state currency subsidy. Cheng Zhuo took a quick look and was not very satisfied, so he exited the page and walked out of the verification room. He planned to wait a little longer. This one involves a transaction worth 1 million city-state coins. Especially since this was a back-to-school gift for Ruan Xinghe, and it was related to her future cultivation speed, he must be cautious. After leaving the trading center, the sun was already quite scorching near noon. Cheng Zhuo did not return to Xingfu community, but followed the route in the navigation and turned into a fork in the road filled with a cold metallic air. This is the Ironware Street in the outer city, which specializes in the business of artificial weapons. Before he got close, he heard the sound of ding-dong-dong one after another, but when he took a few steps forward, he found that it was probably the video advertisements of the shops along the street. Cheng Zhuo's goal is clear. First, find a handy spear. As he was about to leave the city for certification, he definitely had to prepare some basic supplies for himself. Finding a suitable weapon is undoubtedly the first priority. Cheng Zhuo casually visited a few stores and found that the information he found was generally similar to what he had learned online. Finally, he picked out a super alloy spear from a weapon store called Fingrui and spent $5,000 on it. This spear was the same one he had used during the trial, inlaid with a source card, but it was only the simplest armor-breaking patterned source card enchantment process, without any weapon skills, and even the most basic edge of the weapon card could not be activated. From a cultivation perspective, this artificial spear certainly cannot be compared with the weapon card in the source card. Weapon cards can be integrated into source cards, using the source power of the body to release stronger weapon skills, making operation easier. From the perspective of improving personal special combat capabilities, weapon cards are also easier to understand. But in the newcomer stage, this artificial weapon has the advantage of high cost performance. For the same 5,000 yuan, the material of the weapon card will never be as good as this one. The gun Cheng Zhuo bought was still much worse than the one he was given during the trial. It lacked toughness and was too hard, but he felt it was still fine for emergency use during the novice period. It's not that he doesn't want to buy expensive things, but he felt that the system should bring him better. In fact, during the novice stage, firearm-type source force weapons are more lethal. However, non-professional hunters are not allowed to buy guns privately, so Cheng Zhuo can only satisfy his curiosity by looking at guns in a few shops. In order to make up for the lack of long-range attack capability, Cheng Zhuo bought another source force speed crossbow. A small, high rate of fire, one-handed crossbow. It can be held in one hand, and there are 3 miniature source core slots embedded on each side of the crossbow body, which can release nearly 1,000 source power crossbow arrows, with considerable power. This is the most powerful long-range weapon that ordinary people can buy. My wallet has shrunk by another 5,000 yuan. There's a reason why it's easy to make money as a hunter. Cheng Zhuo sighed inwardly. After leaving Iron Street, Cheng Zhuo went to buy 2 sets of combat uniforms. The most basic kind. It doesn't have any defensive function, but it is more comfortable and functional than ordinary sportswear. Considering his current biological strength, the defense of a combat uniform below 100,000 makes little difference whether he wears it or not. In addition, Cheng Zhuo purchased some basic supplies. For example, multifunctional knives for dissecting exotic animals, lighting equipment, compressed food and drinking water, etc. Just when Cheng Zhuo finished buying supplies and was about to walk back to Baoka Street along an alley, a gentle voice came from behind him. "Hey, handsome boy, wait a minute." Cheng Zhuo looked around suspiciously. There were only two ordinary-looking boys passing by. The handsome guy must be calling him without a doubt. He stopped and asked, "What's going on?" The person who came was a woman with a hot body. Her skin has a healthy wheat color, her body is well proportioned, and the traces of her training are very obvious. But her right arm and right leg were cyber prosthetic limbs, and her right eye was also a cyber compound eye, and the other eye that was exposed was showing a charming smile. This guy doesn't look like a good person. She glanced at Cheng Zhuo charmingly and raised her eyebrows. "Young handsome man, are you planning to leave the city to get certified as a hunter?" Cheng Zhuo was stunned and asked with some caution, "How did you know?" The cyborg girl smiled and nodded her cyber compound eyes. "Over 3 million, the latest model from Nebula Technology. It shows your public information and biostrength." As she spoke, she swept the super alloy spear on Cheng Zhuo's shoulder and said with a sweet smile, "F rank, blacklisted by the city-state, suspected of having been injected with serum, and bought these things." The handsome boy couldn't be going fishing, right? "You're mistaken." Cheng Zhuo ignored him and turned to leave. The cyber girl hurriedly followed suit, saying charmingly, "Don't be nervous, handsome boy. I'm not interested in how you got banned by the city-state. I just want to help Redstone Town attract some hunters and earn a small commission." "Hunter broker?" Cheng Zhuo paused and looked at the cyberwoman suspiciously. "Redstone Town? I remember it's quite remote, what's so good about it?" Seeing Cheng Zhuo relax, the cyberwoman's eyes became more charming. She took out a stone with complex patterns engraved on it from the right side of cyberwoman's thigh and shook it in front of Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up when he saw this tower stone. "Hey, handsome boy, you have good eyesight." "Yes, this is the tower stone of the Redstone Town Lighthouse," the cyber girl said with a smile. "Since little brother knows about the pagoda stone, he must know its function, right? Tower stone can complete the contract with the lighthouse remotely, without having to go to the lighthouse in person. This kind of stone is rare, right? I didn't expect there are still some in Redstone Town." Cheng Zhuo looked at it with interest. He had only seen it in books before, but he didn't expect to see it in real life today. In addition to being able to form long-distance contracts, the tower stone also has a certain deterrent effect on strange beasts. It is called the mobile lighthouse. However, the tower stone is a consumable item, and it will easily become ineffective if it is away from the source lighthouse for too long. Therefore, apart from being used by small towns to attract population, it has little other use. Cheng Zhuo hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Nowadays, each town has a dedicated convoy route to pick up people. The tower stone is a bit useless. Besides, each tower town has regular clearing missions. As long as there is a contract, I will go there sooner or later. Why should I go to such a remote Redstone Town when it is closer?" Chapter 28 Cyber Girl. As if she knew Cheng Zhuo would have questions, the cyberwoman introduced very skillfully. "Well, if you choose Redstone Town, you can sign the contract now. After the certification, you'll have a free period of 1 month, so you don't have to go. After that, you only need to participate in the monster clearance around the town once a month. We have a special car route, so it's absolutely safe. Most importantly, the hunter tax in Redstone Town is only 13 points, which is nearly half the price of the towns around the giant city." As she spoke, she shook the tower stone. "One more thing, you should know about the super distance gate in the novice period, right?" Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. "I know, what does this have to do with it?" The super distance gate was the first lesson he learned in the survival course of the Su realm. Under normal circumstances, a boundary gate can only enter one realm, and there are often strict restrictions on the level and number of people entering. But the super distance boundary gates are different. Every time the lighthouse awakens a group of new people, a large number of boundary gates that can enter the same ruins will appear within the awakening range of the new people. Sometimes there will even be super distance boundary gates that allow several huge cities to enter the same ruins. This kind of gate can only be entered by newcomers who have never entered the Sioux realm, and the risk is relatively low. It is like a novice village, giving new awakeners a period of adaptation. Of course, it's only relatively small. It is still very dangerous for ordinary people and low-potential newcomers. People have always suspected that the lighthouse and the ruins were created by the same high-dimensional civilization, and this inexplicable linkage phenomenon is one of the evidences. The world of ruins is invaded, the lighthouse is protected. It's as if some supernatural force is forcing humans to grow. That's a huge deal. The cyberwoman chuckled, raised her hand and drew a line in the air, and the holographic projection immediately lit up. The screen shows a route map of Star Iron City and a dozen or so surrounding towns. The long-distance gate known as the Novice Village usually appears within a week after awakening. Half of that time has already passed. You know, aircraft cannot go beyond the boundaries of Beast City. If you leave the city now and rush to a small town for certification, even the nearest town, Sanha, will take more than a day. What if the gate opens on the way and you miss the opportunity? Wouldn't that be a shame? She handed the tower stone to Cheng Zhuo, and the lines on the stone suddenly lit up, as if responding to the source of power in his body. With this tower stone, things are different. It allows you to complete the contract anytime, anywhere, and enter the super distance gate from within the city, which saves a lot of time. If you can get a high-ranking reward, it will be much safer to leave the city, right? After hearing what she said, Cheng Zhuo was indeed a little moved. But this excitement didn't last long, and was suppressed by an inexplicable vigilance. He always felt that something was wrong. Thinking Cheng Zhuo wasn't interested, the cyberwoman put away the tower stone, projected another picture, and continued to introduce. If you think Hongsher town is too far, we also have special cars to pick you up from the nearby towns, but we don't have Tashi. The points in these towns are slightly higher. The nearest Sanha town has 25 points, and Tongyo town has 20 points. I want to ask. Cheng Zhuo suddenly changed the subject, his gaze falling on the cybernetic compound eye beside her eye. You just asked, how much is your compound eye? 3,200,000. This is the latest model from Nebula Technology. It can scan a creature's strength and public information. What do you want to buy one, handsome boy? The cyborg girl covered her mouth and laughed. Her red nails lightly tapped the metal interface on the edge of her compound eyes, with a hint of joking. But I have to warn you, this thing requires digging out the original eyeball to install, and it hurts a lot. Cheng Zhuo smiled with feigned envy and said, how can you make money as a hunter-broker? The smile on the cybergirl's face seemed to be paused, and she coughed and laughed lightly. Handsome boy, you're joking. This compound eye was given to me by my parents. How could I possibly afford it? We errand boys just earn our hard-earned money. Have you considered which store to go to? Cheng Zhuo put away his fake smile and took a half-step back. Thanks for the offer, but I've decided to go on my own. Bye. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the street corner, but his hand quietly slid to the rapid crossbow at his waist. Handsome boy, do you want to consider it again? The cyberwoman's voice came from behind, without any charm, and was obviously a little colder. Cheng Zhuo continued walking and simply replied, no need. Whatever. She spat softly, and in an instant, Cheng Zhuo felt as if he was surrounded by a gloomy pressure, and was so frightened that he almost used the dragon form. Little handsome boy, you are so smart, but don't talk nonsense, it will be very dangerous. The cyborg girl's voice had a certain echo, which was strange and piercing to the soul. But in a moment, Cheng Zhuo was covered in cold sweat. He subconsciously quickened his pace. It was not until I turned out of the alley and joined the crowded crowd that the gloomy pressure gradually dissipated. The last threat confirmed Cheng Zhuo's guess. This cyberwoman is most likely a member of the underground organ trafficking organization that Anno had reminded him of before. A broker whose equipment is worth less than 1,000. Apart from organ traffickers, Cheng Zhuo really can't think of any other intermediary who can be so rich. Hunters' organs are very valuable. Especially for some wealthy businessmen who have little potential for spiritual practice, some people want to replace their internal organs even if they are not sick. It is said that the kidneys of some wolf-like and canine beast hunters can be sold at exorbitant prices. There are also some hunters with self-healing abilities, and their organs are very valuable. Although once separated from the origin card, the internal organs have no special abilities other than being more durable, there are still people who believe that the organs of the card can make them live healthier and longer. Even though the city-state is cracking down on these underground organizations, money can make the world go round. Until I got on the subway. Leaning on the cold metal handrail, Chang Zhuo's chest was still heaving violently. At that moment just now, he truly felt the threat of death. With the strength of that cyber girl, even if he summoned Jar Jar and used the dragon form, he would probably be killed instantly. He felt very bad about being targeted and having his kidneys cut off. The dangers in this world are not only exotic beasts, but also underground organizations, wild thugs, and hunters who stab you in the back. If I want to grow up quickly, I must take the idea of leaving the city and becoming a wilderness hunter seriously. Never take it lightly. Chang Zhuo closed his eyes and thought to himself. The subway sped through the dark tunnel, and the clanging sound of wheels rubbing against the tracks continued. The quality of the subways in the outer city was much worse than those in his previous life, but the noise actually helped to calm his frightened mood. Hurry up and check the news. A super distance portal has appeared. Just as they were about to arrive at the station, a boy in work clothes sitting diagonally in front of Chang Zhuo suddenly shouted excitedly. His companion beside him also exclaimed, "Oh my god, why is it so big this time?" Upon hearing this, Chang Zhuo quickly opened the news page on his watch. Really? The super distance portal has really appeared. The headline on the homepage is a striking warning. This batch of hypergates has opened. New hunters with no experience in the abyss should prepare quickly. Ordinary citizens, please stay away. Chapter 29, Super Distance Gate. In the live broadcast, a light curtain with a light gray fluorescence suddenly hung in the middle of the road, like a space crack that was torn open by some huge force. The edge of the crack was still trembling slightly, and there was a faint surge of inexplicable airflow. That is the Super Distance Gate. About 10 meters in front of the gate, a reporter in protective clothing is holding a microphone and reporting. According to Lingxi's latest intelligence, this super distance gate is a cross-city gate. Guangming City, 500 kilometers away, and our city share this new human world. There are currently 18 super distance gates, 4 of which are located in each of the 2 outer cities of the city-states, and the remaining 10 are located in small towns with large populations in the wilderness, namely Sanhe Town, Hongshu Town. Chang Zhuo listened to the report and pondered to himself. It seems that the novice village will be a bit more difficult this time. According to the records of the super distance gates in Xingtia City over the years, the alien beasts in the super distance gates are generally distributed more loosely, and most of them are at the level of level 0 newborns. But as long as it involves cross-city shared market boundaries, there are often gatherings of primary forms, derivative forms, and even higher-level beasts. Therefore, the death rate of newcomers is always more than 30% higher than that of a single city gate. In addition, the boundary gate appeared at an early time. Most newcomers are probably like him and have not yet made basic preparations. Although they had learned about survival in the ruins, team coordination, hunting theory, and even had simulated training in school, there was a huge difference between theory and actual combat. Just as the bearded instructor in the trial said, many people may be so frightened that their legs go weak when they see the ferocious and terrifying beasts, and no matter how strong their talents are, they will be wasted. Fortunately, the super distance gate is a novice village. After all, it is prepared for newcomers who have not entered the market. The danger level is much lower than that of an ordinary gate. Moreover, the returns are quite good. Of course, this is only for ordinary newcomers. For Chang Zhuo, the only attraction of the super distance gate is that it allows him to adapt to the rhythm of the Su realm first. So he was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to go to Sanhe Town to complete the contract first, and it would not be too late to enter after the official analysis report of this novice village came out. Anyway, it will take at least a week for the super distance gate to be broken. The so-called breaking the gate means that the barrier of the boundary gate will become ineffective, and the strange beasts can actively rush out. Of course, the entry restrictions will also be eliminated. At that time, a high-level hunting team will move in first and close the gate as quickly as possible. The live broadcast continued, and the perspective switched to a long shot. The reporter held up the microphone and pointed to the block behind him that was surrounded by police cordon. Dear audience friends, I'm currently located on Xingfu Street in the East 11th District. As you can see, this is a densely populated residential area, and the massive super distance boundary gate that has appeared this time is the largest in Star Iron City in the past 10 years. According to Lingxi's real-time calculations, in this area alone, no fewer than 1,000 ordinary citizens were swept up in the spatial turbulence caused by the boundary gate's formation. When Chang Zhuo heard this, his heart sank and he slid the projection quickly. The picture is enlarged. A few meters in front of the gate, a rusty plaque was embedded in the cracked cement road. The large characters on it are clearly visible. Happy community. Maka baka. When the phone rang, Chang Shua's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Shua, brother Shua, something's wrong. Ruanqing, his panicked voice came out of the watch. I can't find Xia Mo and Xia Chan. A super distance portal appeared at the door. Will they be sucked in by the super distance portal? Chang Shua deliberately softened his voice and soothed him. Don't worry, tell me slowly. Did you see it with your own eyes? No. Ruanqing, his voice was still trembling, but he tried to calm down. They went shopping, and not long after they left, the wind suddenly picked up outside. I saw with my own eyes the super distance portal appear at the entrance of the community, and then, I can't get through to them? Chang Shua frowned. Yes. Ruanqing, his voice already had a tearful tone. They haven't been to school much, and they know almost nothing about surviving in the ruins. If they get dragged into this, I'm afraid. Don't panic, stay where you are and don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Chang Shua hung up the call, grabbed the package and spear beside him, rushed to the door, and stared at the website jumping on the screen. As soon as the subway arrived at the station, he squeezed out before the doors were fully opened. He ran madly against the flow of people. My mind is full of faster. When he arrived near the community, a circle of hunters in black uniforms and city guards in blue uniforms had already surrounded the door, forming a large cordon. Behind them, the gray boundary gate is dozens of meters high and is particularly eye-catching. The gate of the community had long since collapsed into a pile of broken bricks, and the high-rise buildings on both sides were also crooked. From time to time, rubble fell down, and there was wailing all around. Brother Shua. The girl's voice came from far away. Chang Shua looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ruanqing pushing through the crowd and running towards him. There was a lot of dust on her light-colored dress and her hair was messy. When she ran to Chang Shua, her eyes instantly turned red. Chang Shua quickly walked over to her, supported her staggering body, and asked with concern. How is it, haven't you contacted me yet? Ruanqing shook his head vigorously, his eyes red. Brother Shua, what should we do? Their watches keep showing that the signal cannot be connected. They must have been sucked in. Don't panic. Chang Shua held her hand tightly and said in a steady tone. The super distance gate isn't dangerous. Even if they're really sucked in, they won't be in any trouble for a while. You keep trying. Maybe their watches are just out of battery. I'll go complete the contract and prepare to enter the ruins realm. Ruanqing didn't act pretentiously, she just hugged Chang Shua lightly and said softly. Then be careful. Well, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Chang Shua rubbed her hair, turned around and rushed into the crowd again. He didn't dare to delay, without even taking a breath, he ran straight to the subway entrance and rushed to Baoka Street. A moment later, Chang Shua leaned against the corner of the subway car, thinking over and over again. Every minute of delay would put the two sisters in greater danger. Especially the summer cicadas. If an ordinary person is caught in the spatial turbulence of the boundary gate, he will most likely be scattered. Without Xia Mo by his side, Xia Chan is no different from an ordinary blind person. It would be difficult for her to survive in that environment. It was impossible for Chang Shua to spend more than a day to get to Sanha town. Nowadays, he can only take a gamble. Use the Tower Stone in Cyber Girl's hand to remotely complete the lighthouse contract with Redstone Town. As for the access to the city gate, as long as you can obtain the employment qualifications of other teams in the city-state, this can be solved by spending money. The only risk lies with Cyber Girl. But Chang Shua felt that the problem was not serious. Even if she is really a human trafficker, she is unlikely to choose to do it in the urban area. It is more likely that she will choose to do it on her way to Redstone Town in a month. In a month, Chang Shua believed that he would still have a certain ability to protect himself. I just hope that all the tower stones in her hands have not been sold out. When we arrived at Baoka Street again, there are fewer pedestrians. Chang Shua looked around along the previous fork in the road, but didn't see the cyberwoman. He went from shop owner to shop owner, searching for nearly half an hour. Just when Chang Shua was about to give up, a teasing female voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, a super distance gate appeared. Are you worried, handsome boy? Chang Shua turned back suddenly. The cyborg girl was leaning against a metal pipe at the corner, her titanium alloy prosthetic limb glowing coldly, casually crossed with her slender, wheat-colored left leg on the steps. She turned a palm-sized stone on her fingertips. It was exactly the red stone tower stone that Cheng Zhuo wanted. Cheng Zhuo didn't want to beat around the bush with her, so he said directly, "I want the tower stone. Name your price." Chapter 30 System Upgrade. The tower stone at the cyberwoman's fingertips stopped turning, and she said nonchalantly, 20,000 city-state coins. 20,000? Cheng Zhuo frowned. Normally, no one would even want this for 200. In the early years when transportation was inconvenient, the main function of the tower stone was to attract hunters to the tower towns, and some even paid for it. Cyberwoman is simply asking for too much. Too expensive? The cyberwoman sneered, took a half step forward, and rubbed Cheng Zhuo's chest with her metallic right palm. "Handsome boy, you've already been injected with the serum. You must be trying to grab the reward for being on the novice list. If you delay for a day, you won't have a chance. In large ruins like the Super Distance Gate, the lighthouse will reward hunters with the highest kill value." Cheng Zhuo's purpose was not this. But he didn't want to bargain with the cybergirl, so he directly opened the watch transfer page. "Give me the tower stone. Little handsome boy, will you bargain again?" Seeing him so straightforward, Cybergirl was a little surprised and suddenly smiled. "Actually, if you can agree to one condition, handsome boy, I'll give you this pagoda stone." "What conditions?" A constant multi-dimensional portal recently appeared in the Black Cloud Forest. It can produce a level-breaking source core. Our guild's low-level team is short of a melee fighter. Handsome boy, would you consider it? Don't think about it, just take the money. Cheng Zhuo directly interrupted her invitation and transferred the mimic coin over. The excuse of lack of teammates is too lame. This woman is obviously at least level 2. Why would she find a newcomer like him as a teammate? Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but secretly complain. "Do you want his kidneys so badly?" The cybergirl was slightly startled. "I know you've injected the serum, so you definitely won't consider advancing. The rank-breaking source core is useless to you, but we can pay for it." "I don't plan to leave the city this month." Cheng Zhuo shook his head and refused. Seeing his resolute attitude, Cyberwoman threw the tower stone to him with a hint of regret, and also made her own friend request. "After you come out of the super distance, if you are interested, remember to contact me. In addition to refunding you the 20,000, I can also pay you an additional 30,000. Cheng Zhuo took the tower stone and ignored it. He held his breath, concentrated his mind, released his source and began to sense the tower stone. Sure enough, just as described in the book, as a warm resonance came from his fingertips, he instantly sensed the connection between the origin card and the tower stone. "Thank you very much." Cheng Zhuo put away the tower stone, turned around and left. "Remember to go through your friends." Cybergirl's voice came from behind. It would be strange if it passed. Cheng Zhuo deleted the friend request and hurried to the subway. As soon as he got on the subway, Cheng Zhuo took out the tower stone again. As he injected a trace of source power, a circle of light red lines suddenly appeared on the tower stone in his palm, spreading rapidly like blood vessels. Faintly, he seemed to see a huge scarlet stone standing in the void, surrounded by a light red mist, and a slender beam of light slowly descending. Buzz. The moment the beam of light touched the origin card, a buzzing sound suddenly exploded in his mind. He could clearly feel that in the origin card, on the sleeping can, the shadow of a giant tiger raised its head slightly and let out a silent whimper towards the beam of light. A dark golden dragon pattern quietly emerged in his origin card, faintly echoing the red light of the tower stone. Congratulations, Master, for successfully contracting the lighthouse and becoming a professional ruins hunter. Suddenly, the system's ethereal voice rang in his mind. World information is being integrated, the hunting ruins information panel has been expanded. Biological detection function activated. The harmony value function is activated. Cheng Zhuo was stunned by the series of prompts from the system. He quickly opened the system panel. Master, Cheng Zhuo. Realm, level 00%. Origin card, Pet Summon F rank Gray. Original skill, Summon Burial Dune Cat Infant. Biological strength rating, 16.5. Gene secondary unlocking rate, 0.10007%. Strength, 16. Agility, 15. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 15. Lucky, 18. Number of partners, 1-3. Harmonious reward, 1 point of 5-dimensional attribute randomly assigned daily. Space. The system interface has expanded several card repair-related information. However, what Cheng Zhuo was most interested in was the later expanded harmony value function section. Harmony value, 167. Daily random blind core, 3, can be claimed after each harmony. Harmony blind core, epic blind core 10,000, legendary blind core 100,000. There actually is a daily mechanism. Cheng Zhuo suspected that the system had plagiarized his ideas. Staring at the daily annotations, it felt both outrageous and reasonable. He noted that there is a detailed historical record in the annotations of the harmony value. You and your partner Wan Qinghe complete the contract and are rewarded with 100 points of harmony points. You and your partner Wan Qinghe complete a harmony value plus 30. You and your partner Wan Qinghe complete a harmony value plus 10. You and your partner Wan Qinghe complete a harmony value plus 25. It seems that continuous sex will also reduce the harmony value. Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell on the last one, and he was a little surprised. Your partner Wan Qinghe misses you, harmony value plus 2. Is this okay? It seems that the system is indeed maintained by emotions. The harmony value added by Papa is high, probably because the emotional entanglement generated at that moment is more intense. After understanding it clearly, Cheng Zhuo turned his attention to the random blind core to be collected. Get them all. 2 green and 1 blue. 3 blind nuclei appeared in space instantly. After the silent meditation was activated, Cheng Zhuo received 2 auxiliary cards and 1 supply card. Source Power Supplement Assist Card 2. Quality, good quality, green. Effect, can greatly increase the source power recovery speed, lasting 30s. Usage restrictions, none, the effect decreases above level 6. Introduction, it is actually a condensed version of the source core. Source Tonic is a relatively common auxiliary card. But generally low-level hunters prepare ordinary cards, which can restore full source power within 15 minutes, but have no physical strength recovery effect. Cheng Zhuo's high-quality supplement card has a market price of several hundred yuan. It is somewhat of a luxury to use it only for a one-time recovery. Another supply card turned out to be a multifunctional watch. Watch Supplies card. Quality, boutique blue. Effect, release a customized version of iPhone watch. Usage restrictions, none. Introduction, can detect the user's biological strength, perfectly matches the current world's Lingxi system, can release many satellites, and quickly draw maps. Try it yourself. The functions described in it made Cheng Zhuo's eyes light up. This function of detecting the strength of biological organisms alone is worth at least 1 million. At the same time, Hongsher Town, more than 200 kilometers away. In the spacious stone room, rows of LCD screens are neatly arranged, and on the larger screen in the center, there is a green wavy curve. Those are the radiating lines representing the redstone lighthouse. Just like the town's unchanging redstone color, it quietly fluctuates within the safety threshold. Uncle Wang, of this group of contract newcomers, only one is left who is above sea level. If this continues, we're afraid we'll have to follow in the footsteps of Pingyang Town and hand over management rights to Xingtia City. A middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the screen, his tone full of helplessness. Whitebeard, who was called Old Wang, flipped through the list of hunters and sighed. It can't be helped. The disaster 20 years ago caused Star Iron City to lose too many high-level hunters. The conditions they offered were too generous, so it's normal for young people to be tempted. These young people are so short-sighted. The middle-aged man looked a little angry. The ecological environment of the ruins surrounding our town is richer, and the higher the level, the more rewards the lighthouse provides. From the perspective of long-term cultivation, we have a greater advantage. Not everyone is willing to trade the present for the future. Whitebeard shook his head and turned off the list projection. At this moment, the central screen suddenly made a sizzling sound. The light green curve suddenly soared, breaking through the warning threshold in an instant. At the same time, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the crimson boulder outside the window, piercing the sky. What's going on? The middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up, his face pale. Is the monster rioting? Whitebeard hurriedly walked to the monitor, his eyes flashing. No alarm, it's the contract fluctuation. Contract fluctuation? Could this level of contract fluctuation be a level? The middle-aged man was slightly startled, and then his face suddenly showed ecstasy. No. A level doesn't have this effect. Could it be an S-level rookie contract? Another one. This one is even more exaggerated. What's going on? Uncle Wang, is this some other sign? We can't sign 2S level contracts at once, right? Chapter 31: The difficulty of team building. In the dim underground tunnel, subway line 8 is speeding through. Cheng Zhuo stroked the new watch, feeling extremely satisfied. This one looks pretty much the same as his previous one, but the running speed is way different. Even the latest model from Nebula Technology may not be as smooth as this. Cheng Zhuo casually tested a few functions and quickly shifted his gaze away from the watch's operating interface. Now is not the time to get obsessed with new toys. He leaned back in the cold chair and began to ponder the issue of entering the super distance portal. In fact, from the perspective of lighthouse rules, the lighthouse contract you sign will not have any impact on your entry into the ruins. It is just equivalent to a different identity registration location and a different lighthouse core mission location. The reason for the division of regional authority is mainly that after the catastrophe, people lived around the lighthouse, and the communication between the various gathering places experienced a period of decades of interruption. It was not until Tenji City created Lingxi based on the lighthouse that Yuanli technology began to develop rapidly. People have successively developed source power communications that are not interfered with by the Su realm, and mimicry alloys that can block alien beasts from capturing human signals. Only then have connections between the various gathering places been restored, and gradually a city-state alliance has been formed. However, each city-state, town, and village still maintains control over local lighthouses and areas. Additional taxes will be charged to foreign hunters. Of course, this does not apply to active employment. Not all gathering places have the ability to eliminate the threats around them. But the super distance gate is an exception. It is open to all newcomers who have not entered the ruins, regardless of the contract location. What really stumps Cheng Zhuo is the team formation rules. After more than 200 years of exploration and research, in order to reduce the casualty rate of hunters and comply with the teleportation rules for entering the boundary gate, the city-state has strict rules on the number of teams entering the ruins. The hunting team must follow the 2-2-2 team formation rule. 2 melee fighters take damage, 2 ranged attackers deal damage, and 2 psychic fighters control the field, making a total of 6 people. On the one hand, there are many kinds of exotic beasts in the ruins realm, and this combination can handle as many complex situations as possible and ensure the safety of personnel. On the other hand, 6-player main battle is the upper limit of the boundary gate group teleportation. If there are more than 6 hunters who meet the rules of the boundary gate, they will be left alone. Of course, some wilderness or informal teams will not strictly follow the 2-2-2 rule, but 6 people is still the default basic configuration. However, there is a special rule: servants are not affected by this rule. Each of the 6 main combatants can couple with a low-level hunter without any transmission anomalies. Apart from backpackers, hunters whose realm is lower than the star level of the boundary gate can easily be ignored after the high-level hunters are severely injured or killed. It seems to be disdain, or it may be some kind of mechanism. That's how the squire came to be. They are backpackers, toolmen, material collectors, and perhaps the last hope for dying hunters. Of course, there are more people who collect corpses. The legacy of the high-ranking hunters is the hope for the continuation of humanity. Therefore, any formal and high-level team will have servants. In simple terms, for example, in a 2-star gate, the team that can be teleported at the same time can have 6 second-level hunters and 6 first-level or unranked servants. Of course, the newcomer world without star rating does not comply with this regulation. Cheng Zhuo only needs a team of 6 people. I don't know if I can be a wilderness hunter in the city. Cheng Zhuo felt a little unsure. After all, people in the city are inherently wary of people in the wilderness. Low potential, disregard for laws and regulations, cruelty, backstabbing, and other negative labels are all part of people's impression of wilderness hunters. Despite being a wild hunter, his potential is still F level. I'm afraid it's difficult. Even though he felt it was difficult to form a team, Cheng Zhuo still planned to send his personal information to the team formation hall of Lisu.com. The advantages of the new watch are reflected at this time. The scanning data of his biological body can pass official certification and can be uploaded directly. This saved Cheng Zhuo the time of going to the Lieshu Hall to update his personal information. Name: Cheng Zhuo. Identity: professional ruins hunter, Redstone Town. Realm: level 0. Origin card: F rank gray. Original skill: summon burial dune cat infant. Biological strength rating: 16.5. Gene secondary unlocking potential, 0.10007%. Skill certification, combat 2.8, gunmanship 3.5, shooting 1.9. After blocking the gene unlocking rate, Changjua updated all the information. Click upload. After sending the free team formation message, Changjua did not pin his hopes on it. He called up the contact list. After much deliberation, I finally settled on the name Annual. Click dial. The busy tone lasted only 2 seconds before Anua's voice came over, accompanied by some noisy sounds. There was the crisp sound of metal colliding and someone shouting, "Prepare more water." Obviously, Anua is preparing to enter the ruins realm. After Changjua explained his needs, Anua on the other side hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "Changjua, the situation here is a bit complicated. The team members have just been confirmed. I'm not the captain, so I can't add anyone. But don't worry, I'll ask other teams in the guild to see if they're short on people. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." "Okay, thank you for your help," Changjua responded. After hanging up, Changjua thought about it and finally dialed Ho Wanli's voice number. He originally didn't want to look for Ho Wanli. He was worried that the feud with Zhao Shichang would have an impact on him. But if you think about it carefully, among his friends, Ho Wanli is probably the only one who is capable of helping. After the voice call was made, Ho Wanli's voice soon rang out from the other end. "Hey, Lao Chang, what's going on?" Changjua didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Monkey, I'm in urgent need of a spot to enter the city's super distance gate. Would you mind arranging a spot for me?" "Any team will do." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then Ho Wanli's low voice came. Old Chang, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm a high-potential newcomer. The higher-ups have issued a death order and a huge reward, requiring our team to make it into the top 10. I really don't have time right now." "Hey, didn't you watch the first live broadcast during the trial?" Changjua was slightly stunned. "I participated in the first PK match. My summoned beast is now a first-level pet. I can help you with the ranking. Wait a moment, I'll send you my information." "Old Chang, stop making trouble." Ho Wanli's helpless voice came. Changjua rolled his eyes. "Who is making trouble with you? Take a look at the information first." "Old Chang." Ho Wanli raised his voice a little. "I'm preparing supplies here, time is very tight, I really don't have time to chat with you. To be honest, your potential is barely enough to be a servant, so don't join in the fun this time. Wait for me to come out, I promise to take you flying, I'm hanging up now." Changjua stared blankly at the disconnected voice message. When he called again, the other party showed that the call was unreachable. Ho Wanli definitely did not watch the live broadcast when he was hunting. Later, the information on the internet was blocked, and he could not see any relevant information. This guy. Changjua was helpless and quickly called up other awakened people in the class, first contacting a few classmates who often asked him for advice on fighting techniques and with whom he had a good relationship. "Changjua, I'm sorry, our team just got 6 people together, it's full. This guy had posted a status 2 minutes ago, we are short 3 people, please come quickly, no position required." Changjua called several other people. "Sorry Changjua, our guild doesn't allow outsiders to form a team." "Squad leader, are you still dreaming of being a hunter?" "Ha ha. Captain Chang, with your potential, don't go to the ruins realm. Listen to my advice. Why seek death?" Except for a female classmate who loves to watch live broadcasts and slack off in training, everyone knows Changjua's strength, but there is no position for him. Others either declined politely or ridiculed him. Absolutely. Changjua was a little depressed. "I am a master with strength comparable to that of an entry-level expert, but I can't even squeeze into a team of newcomers?" Then he tried to call the twin sisters again, but the call was still unconnectable. Changjua had no choice but to ask Ruan Xinghe via video. "Xinghe, haven't you contacted them yet?" Ruan Xinghe was filled with worry and shook his head. "No, the casualty list at the entrance of the community has also been released, and they are not on it." "It's okay. It's a good thing I'm not on the list. I've already completed the contract and will be back soon. Don't worry." Changjua said a few words of comfort and then hung up the video. It seems that it is a foregone conclusion that Xia Mo and Xia Chan will be sucked into the super distance gate. Hopefully they haven't been separated. Time is running out. Should I ask Su Wanong for help? Anxiety spread rapidly. Just when Chang Zhuo was at a loss, a message suddenly popped up in the Laisu.com team lobby. You have a team application, please check it in time. Chang Zhuo quickly clicked on the message. The person who invited him to join the team was an ID called Superpower is Super Rich. In half an hour, we'll be at Gate 4, Area 11. Target number 1. I'll take you flying. Want to do it? Gate number 4, ISNT that the one in Xingfu community? Chang Zhuo didn't even look at the member information and replied directly. Fuck. Okay, see you at Gate 4 in half an hour. Chapter 32, The Head Teacher's Advice. Star Iron Inner City. Inside the Cloud Villa 100 meters above the sky, a man in a white suit, exuding the aura of a nobleman, stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window with a slight smile on his lips and a crystal goblet between his fingertips. He tilted his head back and drank the iced fruit wine in the glass, then gently swirled the stem of the glass with a bit of casual elegance. Perfect. There was a hint of lazy nobility in his voice. He raised his hand to loosen the collar of his high-end suit, and a hint of excitement welled up in his eyes. Lao Gao, call my new friends, it's time to go. Master, aren't these teammates you found a bit? The middle-aged man in black called Lao Gao took a step forward, but his eyes swept across the row of team members' information on the projection screen, and his brows were twisted into knots. The nobleman's peach blossom eyes revealed a playful look. Can't show up? Lao Gao nodded and said. Well, this time we're crossing a city into a super distance realm, which is a bit more dangerous than before. I'm worried those crooked guys won't be able to protect you. The nobleman glanced at him sideways, then walked towards the door with his hands behind his back. Dad looks down on my modified body, do you look down on it too? Lao Gao hurriedly followed, his tone slowing down, I dare not, but... Shoo! The young man put his fingertips to his lips, pretending to be silent, and then walked towards the glass cabinet against the wall. The cabinet body recognizes and slides silently to open a gap. The cold white light came on, illuminating a combat uniform with a dark purple background and a gold-threaded edge. An inexplicable energy was floating on the surface, and it was obvious that it was an extraordinary item. He opened his arms, and two maid-like girls came forward and carefully helped him take off his suit and prepare to change into combat uniform. If I want to make it in a place like Redstone Town, I have to rely on myself and put the name of a Shinchi Hunting Ruins team at the top of the newcomer list. I want to let my father and eldest brother know the power of technology. He raised his eyebrows, admiring his flawless beauty in the mirror, and continued. Besides, you saw that the strongest newcomer in Redstone Town this year is only C rank. Is there any point in picking and choosing? Maybe. Lao Gao hesitated. Maybe you could pay for some high-potential recruits. The noble young man curled his lips slightly and said, do you think it's necessary? When I help Redstone Town become famous, are you afraid that no one will follow me? Eh? Lao Gao suddenly uttered a surprised sound and pointed at Chang Zhuo's message on the projection. This guy named Chang Zhuo may have been injected with the serum. He should be the second strongest fighter in your team. If you are in the ruins realm. Lao Gao. The nobleman raised his hand to interrupt, his tone adding a touch of arrogance and annoyance. How many times do I have to tell you, I don't need to rely on any of them. My mecha can kill through this novice village. If you keep nagging, you can go back to Tianji City. Yes, I won't say any more. Don't waste time here, hurry up and make arrangements. Their equipment must be of the highest standard, especially the combat uniforms. Use the camouflage suits that cost 10 million. Check the source cores of the gravity bodies thoroughly, and make sure nothing goes wrong. Having said this, the noble young master paused and said solemnly. I don't want any casualties in the first battle. Understood. I'll go right away. The other side. Chang Zhuo has returned to the entrance of Xingfu community. At this time, his mentality was much calmer. In just over 10 minutes, he had received more than a dozen team applications. It seems that his worries just now were unnecessary. With his current strength level, he is still very popular among newcomers. Qinghe, report as usual tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely bring them back safely. He held Wan Qinghe's hand and gently reminded her, take this 10,000 yuan and buy yourself some things you need for school. Don't save money. I'm not short of money. Wan Qinghe subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Chang Zhuo grabbed her wrist and forced her to pay. From now on, you can't refuse what I give you. Are you treating me like an outsider? No, I don't think so. Ruan Xinghe shook her head repeatedly, but. Don't say but. Cheng Zhuo interrupted, don't worry, we won't be short of money. Yeah. Ruan Xinghe responded obediently, turning her head to look at the eerie and terrifying boundary gate not far away, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. You must be extremely careful once you enter. I heard that the danger level of the intercity long-distance gate is much higher than the ordinary one. Relax, no matter how dangerous it is, there are only unclassified beasts inside. Cheng Zhuo summoned Guan Guan, rubbed its big head and said. You forgot, this little fellow is very powerful. Moreover, he has the same subtle sense as the three of you. I can easily find them. Ruan Xinghe squatted down, rubbed Guan Guan's big face, and said in a coaxing voice. Little Can, you must protect your master when you go in. Help him bring back Xia Mo and Xia Chan, okay? When you come out, mommy will treat you to some milk. Guan Guan's big eyes lit up, meow. It said it wanted 2 buckets. Cheng Zhuo glanced at it, what a greedy cat. Ruan Xinghe smiled. 2 buckets aren't enough. How about buying you 5? Meow. Meow. Guan Guan's ears stood up, and he stretched out his short legs, jumping around Ruan Xinghe excitedly. Wow, this Dune cat has changed so much. Cheng Zhuo, have you really discovered the legendary breathing technique? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Cheng Zhuo turned around and found that there were about 10 people there. The one who was talking to him first was his graduating class teacher, Li Xiaohua. Teacher Li. Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly and greeted him. He glanced back. They were all familiar faces, the students in the graduating class who had awakened their origin cards. Cheng Zhuo, there's something I want to tell you. Li Xiaohua looked at his former proud student with a complicated expression and said earnestly. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve an enemy than to create one. Are you a lobbyist for Zhao Shichang? Cheng Zhuo interrupted. He noticed. The classmates behind me were wearing combat uniforms. Including the class teacher Li Xiaohua. There is a lightning emblem of the Thunder Guild on the chest. You may think so, but he didn't make me come. The smile on Li Xiaohua's face froze for a moment, and the embarrassment disappeared in an instant. Teacher, I've changed jobs and am now the tactics instructor for the Thunder Guild. I just learned about the conflict between you and Zhao through Su Wanon. Cheng Zhuo didn't say anything. Waiting quietly for the teacher's true purpose. Well, let me make the decision and help you resolve the conflict with classmate Zhao. Li Xiaohua acted like an elder and patted Cheng Zhuo on the shoulder. There was a hint of for your own good in his tone. As for you, just apologize and we'll be done with it. The teacher can even arrange for you to join their team. You and your classmates can look out for each other, so getting a good ranking won't be difficult. I heard you were just looking for a team, so this is perfect. Oh, look after each other? Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but sneer. He glanced at the students behind Li Xiaohua who were avoiding his gaze and not daring to look him in the eye, and the sarcasm in his tone was not concealed. Teacher Li, are you saying that I should apologize to the defeated subordinates who deliberately picked on me? And also lead a bunch of noobs to climb the rankings? These were the people he had just called, and the sarcastic tone in which they rejected him was still fresh in his mind. Now that you know he's quite capable, you want him to be your teammate? As soon as these words came out, his dozen or so classmates were immediately shocked. Some people blushed and wanted to refute, but were silenced by Li Xiaohua's eyes. TSK, how can you talk like that? We're all classmates, shouldn't we help each other? Li Xiaohua's face darkened, his tone hardened, and he put on his head teacher's airs again. You're the class monitor, so how can you be so blind to the bigger picture? Not to mention that there's no benefit in offending young Master Zhao, these classmates of yours all have greater potential than you. You're just a little ahead now. Help them get a good ranking this time and maintain a good relationship. You'll be the one who benefits in the future. Chapter 33 Superpower is super rich. Teacher Li, what can you say to such an arrogant guy? A tall and thin man stood up with his head held high. This person is the deputy monitor of the class, Lu Zixuan. He walked up to Cheng Zhuo and said bluntly. Class monitor Cheng, you'd better apologize for humiliating your classmates. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Oh? Cheng Zhuo glanced at him lightly, as if looking at a ball of air. What? Want to duel? What? Lu Zixuan choked in his throat. A fight to the death. Cheng Zhuo held the tip of his gun horizontally and glanced at the dozen or so students with disdain. I can let you all go together. You. Lu Zixuan glanced at the seemingly harmless Guan Guan next to him and subconsciously shrank back. His face instantly turned the color of liver. Not to mention the dozen or so newcomers. Even if there were twice as many, it would not be able to withstand several charges from an advanced beast pet. If you don't dare, get out of the way. Cheng Zhuo shouted coldly. Cheng Zhuo. You've gone too far. Li Xiaohua's tone turned completely cold. How can you be so stubborn, kid? Come, take a look at their combat uniforms. He grabbed Lu Zixuan's arm and lifted the sleeve of his combat uniform in front of Cheng Zhuo, scratching the fabric with his nails. Look. This is the custom-made combat uniform for the Thunderbolt Guild, 100,000 city-state coins a set. How long will it take you to save up enough to afford it? You used to be so smart in school, but why are you so clueless now? You're absolutely right. Cheng Zhuo didn't want to argue with them and just looked down at the information on his watch. He now just wants to enter the ruins realm as soon as possible. Find Xiao Chan. Judging from the location that team posted in the group, they should be arriving soon. Old Chang, how can you play tricks on Teacher Li? Suddenly, Ho Wanli's voice came from behind. He hooked his arm around Cheng Zhuo's shoulder in a familiar manner and said casually. I just heard about you. You're really good. You actually opened a legendary level. Cheng Zhuo glanced at him strangely. Aren't you anxious to compete for the team ranking? Why are you still out there? It won't take a few minutes, I'll be in right away. Ho Wanli pulled him aside and lowered his voice. That guy, Lao Li, is still haunting me. He's become the tactical coach for my team. Please do me a favor and join the team to coach them. The main thing is, she's on that team. Ho Wanli glanced diagonally across. Only then did Cheng Zhuo notice that Su Wanong was standing there diagonally across the street. His eyes moved between him and Ruan Qinghao with a complicated look. You. Cheng Zhuo looked at Ho Wanli with some scrutiny. Don't look at me like that. Ho Wanli spread his hands helplessly. She knew you were anxious to find a team, so she contacted me. You misunderstood. She and young Master Zhao are innocent. Mr. Zhao? Cheng Zhuo raised the corner of his lips slightly. His eyes casually scanned the area, finally landing on a familiar-looking SUV. The guy was most likely in the car. Cheng Zhuo withdrew his gaze and fell on Ho Wanli's slightly exquisite outfit. He realized. In the past, this guy followed him every day and called him brother. I'm afraid it's not the same. Seeing his expression, Ho Wanli showed a hint of helplessness. Old Chang, don't be like this. I still treat you as my brother. You see, I never looked down on you for your low potential, right? Now is different from when we were in school. Other families are more powerful, and you haven't joined a guild, so you don't know the difference. I have to deal with a B rank, so why are you so stubborn? Don't you know how difficult it is to be a wild hunter? You don't really think that a legendary breathing meditation card can change your fate, right? As he spoke, he took out a card with a blue glow and handed it to Cheng Zhuo. Look, a premium grade spear card, 180,000. Young Master Zhao said he doesn't hold grudges. If you don't want to join the weak team, you can make room on our elite team. If you give your all to help us get into the top 10, this weapon card will be yours. I have a team. Cheng Zhuo patted Ho Wanli in an inexplicable tone and said. Just stay there and tell them I don't hold a grudge. As long as they don't mess with me, we'll stay out of each other's way. TSK. Old Cheng. Stop. Cheng Zhuo raised his hand to signal, his voice completely cold. If you continue to persuade me, I will have nothing to do with you. Okay, just think it over carefully. Ho Wanli sighed and shrugged helplessly in the direction of Su Wanhong. Just then, there was a sudden commotion on the other side of the street. Crack. 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 At the corner, there were 6 dark silver mechas nearly 3 meters high, walking towards them in unison. Every step he took caused the dust in the cracks between the bricks of the ruins to fall down. The attention of the surrounding people was instantly attracted. Light blue source force conduction patterns seep into the gaps in the armor of these mechas. They are obviously made of mimicry alloy. Their appearance is streamlined, and they are full of a sense of technology and sharpness. The exaggerated inverted trapezoidal shoulder armor is equipped with various weapons. Some carried cannons on their shoulders, some carried Gatling-style heavy machine guns, and some had chainsaws and heavy swords on their waists.
It's the Silver Knight 3 Graviton.
One of Chengzhuo's classmates exclaimed, I saw it at the Tianji City Mecha Expo last year.
The bare metal alone cost 600 million.
It's said that when fully armed, its combat power is comparable to that of a fourth-tier Kaxiu.
Could it be that some rich man is trying to drive through the gate? Asked another student.
Lu Zishuan snorted.
TSK, don't talk nonsense if you don't have experience. The power index of this thing is over 2 levels without any evidence. How can it possibly enter the gate of the novice period?
The student's face froze after being confronted by him, and he laughed awkwardly twice. The head teacher, Li Xiaohua, pushed the frame of his glasses and began to explain.
Zishuan is right.
Source Force weapons, like humans, are also subject to the rules of the boundary gate.
This Silver Knight might be a new type of equipment for the Lieshu army.
Yes, it's from the Lieshu army.
Lu Zishuan raised his head slightly. My second uncle is the captain of the 2nd district of the Lieshu army. I'll ask him to come over and have a good time. Brother Lu is still awesome. Brother Lu is so generous.
Flattering words came pouring in, and Lu Zishuan smiled so hard that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. He turned his head and glanced at Chengzhuo proudly. What annoyed him was that Chengzhuo didn't even look at him.
Did you see that, old Chang? Ho Wanli nudged Chengzhuo with his elbow and said earnestly.
Even in the Lieshu army, only the children of wealthy families can use this kind of gravity body. It is really unwise to offend such people.
Chengzhuo didn't respond.
He looked at the gravity body mechas with some suspicion. There was no Lieshu army logo on it, but the mark of the red stone looked very familiar.
Maka Baka.
At that moment, his watch suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed Superpower is super rich.
Hello?
Hello, is this Chengzhuo? A magnetic and elegant voice sounded from the other side, come to the mecha.
Okay.
Chengzhuo picked up the spear, and under the astonished gazes of several people beside him, he squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of the gravity body mecha. Those who were originally talking a lot fell silent subconsciously when they saw him walking towards the gravity body.
Click.
There was a sound of hydraulic opening. The cockpit cover slowly lifted up, revealing a face that was so handsome that it was almost demonic. He has blonde hair.
There is a very conspicuous diamond earring in the left ear.
The whole person gives people a very luxurious feeling, but not tacky, with a faint and aloof nobility between his eyebrows.
After the cover is fully opened,
he supported himself on the edge of the cockpit with one hand and jumped out of the cockpit in an extremely cool and handsome posture, and even lifted his bangs in the air.
He landed lightly on the ground, without even the sound of his heels making any unnecessary noise. Chengzhuo?
He stretched out his hand and raised his palm lightly.
I'm Huangfu Bai, you can call me Captain Bai.
Hello. As soon as Chengzhuo extended his hand to touch him, the other party retracted it and lightly rubbed his sleeve.
Chengzhuo, what a nice name, it sounds steady.
This is for you. As he spoke, he picked up a card with a purple glow with his fingertips and casually threw it to Chengzhuo, muttering softly.
A summoner actually uses a gun.
Chengzhuo caught it subconsciously. When his fingertips touched the surface of the card, he couldn't help but be a little surprised.
What I got was actually an epic weapon card. Chapter 30 for the captain of the godly family. Lone Star breaks the formation?
Ho Wanli, who was standing by, silently recited the name on the weapon card and couldn't help but exclaimed.
Holy crap, an epic spear? Just give it away like that?
He took 2 steps forward, stared at Huangfu Bai and said with bared teeth.
Boss.
Are you still short of people for the team? I may be ranked Shadow Warrior, very strong. I can do both long-range and short-range combat.
I'm even better at waving flags and making cheers. Go away.
The middle-aged man in black beside Huangfu Bai reached out and pushed Ho Wanli aside, saying with disdain. Our young master is recruiting people from Redstone Town. Why are you, a country bumpkin from Star Iron City, joining in the fun?
Ho Wanli? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Huangfu Bai didn't even raise his eyelids.
He put his hands behind his back, raised his chin slightly, glanced at a mecha with black stripes next to him, and said indifferently. That one's for you. After that, he waved his hand again, put him in combat uniform and get ready to go.
Can a gravity body get in?
Chengzhuo was a little surprised. These are all custom-made models.
The source power index has been suppressed to below level 1.
Once you enter, the intelligence system will guide you in operation. As the middle-aged man in black explained, he raised his hand and took out a palm-sized hexagonal alloy plate and placed it directly on Chengjua's chest.
Just tap your fingertips and a halo of light will linger. The next second,
the alloy plate turned into a silver-purple liquid and quickly crawled all over Chengjua's body along the edge of his clothes.
Finally, it automatically adjusted the tightness of his shoulders and waist. A combat uniform with a dark purple base and golden edges was formed in an instant. And it fits perfectly. Chengjua hardly felt any foreign body sensation. Nano-mimicry combat suit?
The boy behind Lu Zixuan suddenly exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, "Oh my god, this piece of clothing must be 1,000 sizes smaller.
Which consortium's son is this? He's gifting me an epic weapon card just like that? And all the team members are using nano-mimicry combat suits? Everyone even has a custom-made gravity body."
I've said it before, the squad leader is very strong at this stage and won't be short of teams.
No wonder the squad leader called us noobs. Not only are we noobs, we're also country bumpkins.
Just a set of combat uniforms worth 100,000 yuan makes us feel so proud.
More than a dozen classmates were talking about it.
Li Xiaohua and Lu Zixuan looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes.
A novice team actually has a gravity body? Is this supposed to exist?
At that moment, an inopportune question sounded behind the two of them.
"Brother Lu, didn't you say this gravity body belongs to the Lieshu army?" The corners of Lu Zixuan's mouth twitched. He quickly turned his face away, pretending not to hear. On the street, Su Wanong took 2 steps towards an SUV and asked in a surprised tone, "Mr. Zhao, do you know this person? Is he from your circle of wealthy young men?"
In the back seat of the SUV, Zhao Shichang, with a stiff face, swallowed his saliva calmly.
He really wanted to say, "Do you have some misunderstanding about the circle of rich young men? A small novice world mobilized equipment worth billions? Don't talk about rich young men. Even a rich dad wouldn't do such a thing."
He opened his mouth, but all he could say was, "I don't know him.
They are just some gravity bodies.
Mr. Zhao will be equipped with them sooner or later." A team member in the car sneered.
Zhao Shichang.
Chengjua was actually confused at this time. When the class teacher pointed out the 100,000 combat uniform, Black Monkey handed over the exquisite weapon card.
Chengjua thought of many ways to slap them in the face. But I never expected that the first slap would come so quickly. Still so outrageous.
Until I was put on the nano combat suit that I had only seen on the internet. He was still confused until he was led to the gravity body and his eyes wandered in the pale blue light of the cockpit cover.
"Brother Zhua." Ruanqing's gentle call brought him back to his senses.
Chengjua turned around and nodded slightly to Huang Fubai, "Wait for me." After saying that, he turned around and walked to Ruanqinghe, took her hand, and gently admonished,
"I have to go now.
Don't worry, I will bring them back safely.
You can report to the academy as usual tomorrow and don't let your imagination run wild." "Well, you must be careful."
Ruanqinghe nodded, but the worry in her eyes could not be hidden.
"Your partner misses you, harmony value +5.
Chengjua was slightly stunned.
Suddenly I understood that sentence.
"You are still in front of me, and I already start to miss you." He reached out and gently hugged Ruanqinghe, rubbing her ear, "Don't worry."
After a moment of relief. Then he turned and walked towards the gravity body. Su Wanton saw all the intimate actions of the two.
Her face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He raised his foot to step forward in question.
But Ho Wanli blocked his way. "They've got the marriage certificate." "What?" Su Wanong looked as if struck by lightning, her face full of shock.
Ho Wanli sighed helplessly and told the whole story of how Chengjua was arranged for marriage by his father, how he met Ruanqinghe at the Yenyu division, and how he even married the twin sisters. As she listened, Su Wantong's face gradually turned pale.
How could it be?
When she learned that Chengjua had fused a legendary breathing meditation card, she felt hope rekindled. If they could both advance and become true hunters, supporting each other, perhaps their lives would be pretty good. But she was unwilling to give up. What she wants is a mansion in the inner city and the benefits of a high-level Caxiu, not just a good life. But she really wanted to win Chengjua's heart.
"I have been entangled, confused, and painful."
But she always felt that as long as she turned back, Chengjua would definitely be waiting for her there.
Why did it turn out like this?
She raised her hot eyes and stared at the familiar figure. Suddenly, her throat felt like a lemon was stuck in it, and her entire chest felt sour and uncomfortable. The boy who used to patiently comfort her no matter how angry she was.
How did you suddenly become someone else's husband? And he also fused the legendary breathing meditation card, epic weapons, liquid nano combat suit, gravity body. Su Wantong was shocked to find that
what Cheng Zhua has now seems to be what she has always dreamed of.
No, that's not right.
Suddenly, a voice rose in Su Wantong's heart. These are not his, he is just taking advantage of others.
Su Wantong, you can't lose. Chapter 35 Escape. Crash. In the office of the Deputy Director of the Hunting Ruins Administration. The blue and white porcelain teacup was smashed heavily onto the floor in front of the desk, making a loud bang.
Hu Yensong stood up suddenly and angrily tore open the 2 buttons on the collar of his uniform, his eyes wide open as he said,
"You're just an observer, are you? Why would a newcomer with S-rank potential sign a contract in a place as remote as Redstone Town? Huh? Speak."
At the desk, his plump white secretary hunched his neck and squeezed out a bitter face.
According to Lingxi's statistics, this awakening did not reach S level. Lingxi. Can't you think straight? You only know how to rely on Lingxi. Just because we don't have it in Xingtia City, does that mean other cities don't have it?
Hu Yensong took a step forward and slammed his finger on the map.
Have you ever noticed those large corporations that do business across cities, that never have no personnel turnover?
The plump white secretary lowered her head even more after being scolded.
She quickly pulled up another set of data and handed it over with both hands holding the data tablet. Deputy Director, I've been keeping an eye on all this.
I've looked through the Inter-City Consortium's roster of vagrants and their records for the past month.
I haven't missed a single one. There's really no one named Huang Fubai. And look.
He pointed at Huang Fubai's message column and explained.
This person's public information is encrypted at the highest level at Lingxi, and even the General Administration's authority cannot retrieve it. Hu Yensong's face tensed slightly, highest level identity encryption. That's right. Okay.
Hu Yensong's expression relaxed slightly, knowing that he had wronged him.
He asked in a calmer tone. Huang Fubai. Is there any large conglomerate with the surname Huangfu? No, I've checked.
The strongest background of the Huangfu family is just that of a member of parliament.
The fat observer replied.
Hu Yensong sat back in his chair, rubbing his brows with his fingers.
What about the gravity body? The Silver Knight is a Kirin technology model, right?
The fat white secretary shook his head. I contacted them when I came here. They don't have any directors named Huangfu, and they haven't developed a model that can enter the newcomer world.
Maybe the name has been changed. Hu Yensong hesitated for a moment and asked again. Has his team entered the boundary gate? He's in. This is his team information.
The fat white secretary projected a picture of 5 people with photos.
Ha!
Hu Yensong raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes falling on Cheng Zhua's personal information.
It's this kid again. He actually became a wilderness hunter. Deputy Director, what should we do next? Asked the round-faced fat man. Should we send someone to Redstone Town to retrieve him? No need. Hu Yensong waved his hand.
This kind of person won't be influenced by the decisions of a small town. Keep an eye on their team's situation.
When he comes out, invite him to the headquarters immediately. He tapped his fingers on the table, paused for a moment, and added. Tell him we can treat him according to the highest standards for S-rank recruits.
No, we can also give him the rank of major in the Hunting Ruins Army, and exempt him from all city-state taxes.
As long as he's willing to stay in the city, we can discuss it. The fat man quickly wrote it down and asked. What about the other temporary teammates on his team? Do they want to? Hu Yensong waved his hand. Let's talk about it after the others can come out alive.
The vast wasteland, the scorching sun hanging in the sky. At the edge of the earth where the air was distorted, smoke and dust rolled up, forming an endless yellow wave. A group of people were running wildly.
Hurry! Run faster! The city gate is just ahead.
The leading man was shirtless, his bronzed muscles covered in bloodstains.
He was carrying a half-broken iron rod on his shoulder and kept yelling, "Run! Don't look back, damn it!" Behind him.
Dozens of men, women, young and old of all shapes and sizes were running wildly in a panic. In the distance, a few people who were slower were left behind and soon fell into a pile of rapidly wriggling rocks. They stumbled and fell, and before they could get up, they were covered by the pile of rocks. Amid screams, he was gradually sucked into a dried meat. Occasionally one can glimpse it through the crooked cracks of the stone pestle. Under the stone shells, there are actually a lot of strange human-like faces embedded in it. Their skin folds were stacked like old tree bark, and they were actually wriggling entirely on their skin. The moment it came into contact with a person, its cloudy eyeballs suddenly revealed a look of greed and excitement, and it opened its mouth wide, hissing and biting down. Quick! Quick! Get into the city! The big man was the first to rush to the city gate, holding it, ready to close it at any time. In the crowd, two girls in shorts and white t-shirts were running hand in hand, blending in with the crowd and stumbling through the city gate. The two girls were Xia Mo and Xia Chan, who were drawn into the super distance gate. It's okay, it's okay. Xia Chan hugged her sister breathlessly and looked back at the outside of the city in horror. The stone-faced monsters all over the mountains are coming like a tide. The rustling sound makes one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, these creatures cannot climb, so as long as the city gates are closed, they will be safe. Close the door. Two green-haired young men who looked somewhat similar and were stuck at the city gate urged. Don't you see there are still people here? The big man glared back, then turned and shouted at the slower people, hurry up, don't panic, there's still time. But at this moment, a young woman holding a baby stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Wow, wow. The baby in her arms suddenly burst into tears. Seeing the group of stone-faced monsters getting closer and closer, the big man cursed inwardly, threw the iron stick to the ground, and rushed out in a flash. He quickly picked up the baby, grabbed the young woman's arm, turned around and ran. However, when he turned around, he was shocked to find that the city gate is slowly closing. Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off yet. The big man glared and roared, don't shut it up, there's still time. However, the two green-haired brothers who had been scolded by him before ignored him completely. The door closed with a loud bang. Fuck you. The big man's eyes were bloodshot, and he pounded the city gate with his fists, making a dull sound. Open the door. However, no matter how hard he tried, the door did not budge. Hey, why are you locking people out? Xia Chan was so anxious that she wanted to rush forward, but Xia Mo held her wrist tightly and shook her head. It's too late. Don't open it, don't open it, don't open it. A middle-aged woman still in her nightgown said in a shrill voice. It's better for two people outside to die than for all of us to die. The younger of the green-haired brothers turned around and glared at Xia Chan fiercely. Whoever wants to die, just open one and try. No, no, no. Except for the woman in the nightgown who was still screaming. Everyone else was silent. The big man was allowed to yell and curse outside the door, mixed with the crying of a baby. Some people felt reluctant, but the pervasive rustling sound and the ferocious green-haired brothers holding daggers made them unable to muster the courage to open the door. I'm sorry, we've dragged you down. Outside the city gate, the young woman burst into tears and looked at the group of stone-faced monsters that were getting closer and closer with some despair. Seeing that there was no hope of opening the door, the big man immediately strode to the city wall. Looking at the stone wall that was 20 to 30 meters high, he swallowed hard and turned to look at the young woman. If I can get up there, I'll throw you a rope, and you hide first. After saying that, he bit the baby's swaddling clothes, growled softly, and his arms were instantly covered with brown hair, with sharp claws piercing out, and his big hands turned into the shape of bare paws. He leaped forward, his claws digging into the cracks in the wall. But after he had climbed a few steps, the rubble in the cracks in the wall began to fall down, and he staggered and fell to the ground in an instant. Not daring to delay, he stomped his feet on the ground. Jump again. The young woman looked up nervously at the big man's back as he moved upwards little by little, then looked back at the group of stone-faced monsters that were gradually approaching. It seems like he has given it his all. She picked up the big man's iron rod and ran while yelling. Come on. You disgusting monsters. Come and eat me, aw. She deliberately smashed the long stick to the ground, making a bang-bang sound. The stone-faced monster's attention was indeed attracted. Its cloudy eyes turned to her and it squirmed and chased after her. The big man noticed that she was buying time for him and didn't dare to be distracted. Even though blood was oozing from the gaps between the claws, he could only grit his teeth and climb up carefully. Call. After stepping onto the city wall, he hurriedly held the swaddling clothes tightly and turned his head to look back. The young woman stood 100 meters away, holding a slightly deformed iron rod in her hand, standing quietly in place. Densely swarming stone-faced monsters were approaching her rapidly from all directions. She acted as if she didn't see it, staring at the big man who successfully climbed up the city wall and smiled brightly. He raised his hand and waved, as if saying goodbye to the child, or as if saying, "Please." "Oh shit." The big man turned his head away, unable to bear to watch her being submerged by the stone-faced monster. He raised his hand and waved it back. Chapter 36 Endless Wasteland. You were the one who screamed the loudest just now, weren't you? Inside the stone city. The young green-haired boy chewed on grass roots, snapping the wooden stick in his hand. He approached the summer cicada step by step and shouted, "Little girl, if you keep yelling, you're the only one capable of this. Do you want to kill all of us?" Xia-chan was so angry that his whole body was shaking. But not a word was uttered. She knew that at this point, there was no benefit in getting into a conflict with such a person. Big Green Hair also followed, looked Xia-chan up and down, and said in a hoarse voice, "She's quite good looking, and she even has heterochromia. Brother, I just realized that these two are twins." The little green-haired boy stayed on Xiaomo's long legs for a moment, his eyes unscrupulous. "Do you want to come with us too, brothers? In a place like this, with no one to take care of you, tender-skinned girls like you will soon be eaten by strange beasts. You are still virgins, right? It would be a pity if you died without ever having enjoyed yourself." Seeing that the two were talking more and more excessively, Xiaomo pulled Xia-chan and turned to leave. But the way was blocked by the big green-haired guy. He sneered. "You dare to yell at us brothers and want to walk away? What do you think of us, the two wolves of Wooming Street? I just gave them a reminder. There was still time for them to come in." Xia-chan said angrily. "Fart." Big Green Hair shrilled, tapping Xia-chan's forehead with his hand. "You're a fucking sanctimonious bitch, trying to kill us all. My brother and I saved your lives, and you don't know how to be grateful." Bang! Ah! Before the big green-haired guy could finish his words, he suddenly screamed and flew sideways. The little green-haired boy turned around in horror, only to be hit head-on by a bare paw. Snap! There was a loud explosion that almost tore flesh apart. He also screamed and staggered to the ground. The one who made the move was the bare paw burly man who had just climbed over the city wall. He held the doll in one hand and picked up the little green-haired boy with the other. He is over 2 meters tall, with a broad back and a pair of exaggerated bare arms and paws. In his hands, the little green-haired boy looks like a little chick. He threw the little green-haired boy onto the big green-haired boy with one hand and kicked him over. "Fuck you, Uncle Wa-fuck. I'll shut the door right now. Did you guys let this kid know that he has lost his mother? I told you to lock him up. Go to hell." The bear paw man kicked one after another, and the screams of the big and small green-haired creatures came one after another. He waited until the big and small green-haired creatures stopped moving before he spat twice and turned away. Seeing this, Xiaomo was frightened, but still pulled Xia-chan and followed. The others hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. The stone city was dead silent. There was only the chaotic footsteps of a group of people and the whistling wind. This stone city was where their group was first brought in. The city is not big and they have already searched it thoroughly. There were no living creatures, no water or food, so if they wanted to survive, they had to go out. This big brother. The old woman in the nightgown caught up with the bear paw man and said with a sad face, "What should we do next? You can't just ignore us. Look, my eldest grandson is still a child." As she spoke, she pulled her 1.7-meter tall grandson in front of the big man. That waistline is almost as thick as the big man's. How did these two keep up? The bear paw man glanced sideways and said suspiciously, "Were you the one instigating the door not to be opened just now?" "No, no." The woman in the nightgown hurriedly waved her hands to deny it, her eyes rolling. "You're going to be a hunter, right? Hunters are supposed to protect civilians." Her fat grandson also raised his neck and said, "My father is a second lieutenant in the Lieshu army. You have to protect me." The bear paw man said unhappily, "Just now, those two guys locked me and this kid and his mother outside. Why didn't you do anything to me? I just heard the little girl yell, you guys didn't let out a single S. And there was an old woman yelling, 'Don't open the door.'
Those two men look ferocious and we don't know who to mess with. How dare we do that, the woman in nightgown said anxiously. That's right. Several people nearby also responded. Stop making noise, it's so annoying. The big man glanced at the woman in nightgown with disdain. Can't you see the baby is crying? Are you here to take care of it? The woman in nightgown quickly shook her head. I can't do it. How can I run with him? Then get out of here. The bear paw man raised his eyebrows and cursed. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you to death. Hey, who are you trying to scare? The woman in the nightgown stretched her neck and said, my video recorder is on. Try to take a video. Then you'll see if the city guards will catch you when you get out. If you have the guts, kill all of us. WCNM. The bear paw man's eyes instantly spewed fire, and he raised his hand to slap. He was already furious about the baby's mother's death. The baby was crying and the woman was still chattering in his ears, and his anger instantly skyrocketed. Brother, don't be angry. A man in a suit and glasses hurried forward and stretched out his hand to stop him. Don't be angry, I see there's a mother over there, do you want to let her try? As he said this, the big man's bear paw suddenly stopped in mid-air and looked over. At the edge of the crowd, there was indeed a mother holding a baby. She looked hesitant and stared at the crying baby in the big man's arms for a few seconds, as if she couldn't bear it. Finally, she walked through the crowd and came over. She handed her doll to Xiao Chan, who looked more friendly, and turned around and said, "Let me try." The big man with bare paws hurriedly and carefully handed the baby to her. The crying baby stopped crying the moment he was hugged by his mother. Seeing this, the bear paw man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the baby for a while, he felt more tired than killing those stone-faced monsters just now. My name is Luo Qiang. The man with glasses extended his hand and said, "What's your name, brother?" "De Meng." "Brother De Meng." Luo Qiang hesitantly moved closer to the big man. "Do you think we should still try to get out?" "What the hell? Just wait." De Meng sighed dejectedly. "Let's see if we can run into any new hunters out hunting. The city-state will definitely send the Hunting Ruins army to search and rescue them, but that's really strange." De Meng's brows knitted into knots, and he asked with great doubt, "Isn't this kind of world similar to a novice village? How come there are stone-faced monsters everywhere? No matter which newcomer comes here, they won't be able to handle it." Luo Qiang also sighed, who knows? At the same time, in an unknown wasteland, a breeze suddenly blows. Suddenly, there was a strange distortion in the void, and 6 huge light and shadows flashed and suddenly shrank. You have entered the super-distance realm Endless Wasteland. Ecological distortion assessment, unknown. Ruins exploration progress, 7.3%. Keyword, killing. Mission, dispel Pharaoh's resentment and kill the source of evil. Mission deadline, 6:23 p.m., 6th. As soon as a group of 6 gravity body mechas landed, a revelation appeared before everyone's eyes at the same time. Changzhou didn't have time to look closely and directly summoned the can. "How is it? Can you sense it?" "Meow." Guan nodded decisively. Perhaps because the 3 women are Changzhuo's companions, Guan not only has telepathy with Changzhuo as a master and pet, but also has a subtle connection with Ruan Qinghe and the other 2. Guan's sensitivity is already extremely strong, and this subtle connection is enough for it to roughly sense the location of the twin sisters. "Changzhuo, are you sure you can determine the direction and find the person you are looking for?" Huan Fubai's voice was the first to be heard from the team channel. "No problem," Changzhuo replied. "Okay, go quickly and come back quickly, we don't have much time to waste," Huang Fubai urged, then shouted in a deep voice. "Everyone else, follow me on a clean-up hunt." Chapter 37 Danger. The wind in the wasteland blew sand and gravel onto the outer shell of the mecha, making a tiny crackling sound. Guan ran wildly in front. The short legs make it look a little funny when it moves, but it is extremely fast. Changzhuo sat in the cockpit of the mecha, pushing the joystick to almost full strength with his fingertips, and was barely able to keep up. Of course, in addition to the fact that the speed of the can is indeed fast, another reason is that this mecha is a castrated version and only has short-distance sliding capabilities. Relatively speaking, the power and defense of this mecha have been severely reduced, but its firepower level is still good. After Changzhuo understood it a little, he couldn't help but sigh. The modder is a genius. The source power enchantment of mecha weapons is precisely controlled to an almost demanding degree. The source power displayed by the power and firepower is in harmony, and every detail is stuck at the critical point of the source power is integrated to the extreme, but just does not trigger the first order source power index. This kind of fit will occur once you pass through the boundary gate. The combat power displayed by the mecha will be far stronger than the level of a newcomer who has not yet entered the ranks. Coupled with the mecha's inherent strong defense and power, although it is a castrated version, it can definitely walk sideways in this new world. But these are nothing. What shocked Cheng Zhuo the most was that this captain was actually an S-level newcomer. Is this reasonable? An S-rank newcomer came to be a wilderness hunter. Time passes by little. In the wasteland Stone City, a group of people had nothing to do but wait boredly. According to previous city-state practices, whenever a boundary gate appeared in the outer city area, the city-state would send the hunting army to rescue. Ordinary people who have not awakened will not be restricted by any boundary gate rules, so there is a dedicated rescue team in the Ruins Hunter Army for newcomers to the Ruins realm. They could only pray that the ruins wouldn't be too big this time. The rescue team can arrive as soon as possible. Night falls. The scorching sun completely disappeared. Only the sudden cold night wind was raging. There were humming sounds everywhere, and it was hard to tell whether it was the sound of the wind or the humming of strange beasts. They found some dry firewood and lit several fires in a huge stone temple in the center of the city. Most of the people were hungry and tired. No one was in the mood to talk. They sat by the campfire, bewildered and drowsy. A small room at the end of the hall was assigned to the mother. Demeng and Luo Qiang stood outside the door, one on each side, to help her guard the door and were ready to help take care of the baby at any time. Xia Chan leaned against the cold stone pillar, half of her body nestled against Xia Mo, and murmured, "Sister, will Brother Zhuo come to save us?" Xia Mo stood up slightly, stared at Xia Chan, and nodded seriously. Of course. After receiving a positive response, Xia Chan's eyes suddenly lit up. But thinking of the scene of the stone-faced monsters all over the mountains today, his mind suddenly darkened again, and he said worriedly, "But something seems amiss here. They all say this isn't an ordinary newcomer's world. Just look at those stone-faced monsters from the day before. Even the strongest newcomers wouldn't be able to withstand them. If Brother Zhuo comes, won't it be dangerous too?" Upon hearing this, Xia Mo lowered her chin slightly again after just raising it. The silver-white bangs fell down, covering the eyes that also hid the worry. The night deepens. The surroundings became increasingly quiet. Before long, the only sounds in the stone hall were the crackling of firewood and the sounds of some people sleeping soundly. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream broke the silence. Everyone was awakened and looked up suddenly. I saw the mother from the daytime, holding her two babies, staggering out of the house at the end of the stone hall. Xia Chan and Xia Mo looked at each other in astonishment, then hurriedly stood up and followed the crowd over. Before I even reached the door, a strong smell of blood hit me in the face. In the stone chamber, the ground was covered with blood. Demeng, who was originally helping his mother look after the baby, was now leaning against the corner with his head tilted at a strange angle. His skull seemed to have been pried open by something, and the red and white brain matter was clearly visible. Luo Qiang knelt beside the corpse, 10 fingers hanging in the air. The knuckles were slightly curled, as if controlling invisible threads. Looking closely, there were indeed tiny strands of fluorescent light flowing strangely between his fingertips and his brain. Vomit. Several people began to vomit instantly after seeing this bloody scene. Luo Qiang turned his head. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Beside him stood the green-haired boy and the girl who had been beaten to death by Demeng. Their backs were bent, and there were still bruises on their faces. They slowly turned their heads, their pupils glowing green and their faces full of playfulness. Xia Mo pulled Xia Chan's arm and said, "Let's go." Xia Chan understood, and hurriedly held her sister tightly, turning around and about to leave. "Hey, it's so late, where are you two going?" Before the two of them left the hall, a figure suddenly blocked the doorway. Little Greenhair leaned against the doorframe, playing with a dagger in his hand, and said with a lewd smile, "It's pitch black outside, how dangerous it is, I'll accompany you." "None of your business." Xia Chan scolded, pulled Xia Mo and turned to retreat towards the crowd. But just after taking 2 steps back, a dark and thin figure appeared on the way. Big Green Hair had also emerged from the stone chamber at some point,
also holding a gleaming dagger, with a murderous gleam in his eyes.
My brother is kind enough to accompany you. How dare you refuse? What? Do you look down on us brothers? Hey! Don't go too far.
At this moment, a tall, thin young man with glasses could no longer contain himself and squeezed out from the huddled crowd, shouting,
The hunters will be here any minute. Aren't you afraid of being captured and forced to work as miners?
Where did this little bastard come from? What surprised everyone was that the little green-haired figure at the door was as elusive as a ghost, and almost instantly appeared next to the young man. He grabbed the back of the boy's head, pushed him down hard, and hit him with a knee.
Crack! Ah ha ha!
The shattering of the lens was mixed with the sharp sound of bones cracking, and the boy suddenly screamed, so shrill that it made people's hearts tremble. Little Green Hair picked him up. The boy's face was covered in blood, and broken lenses had pierced his eye sockets, which was a horrifying sight.
A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, and you're trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?
The little green-haired boy spat and kneed the boy in the stomach again.
Woo!
The boy's body was bent like a shrimp in pain, and his groans became distorted. Some people who originally wanted to stand out broke out in cold sweat after seeing the little green-haired boy's outrageous speed and moves.
What's going on? Just today, Demang slapped him away, so how come he's so fast now? Hey, are you crazy? Xia Chan was immediately furious. He's still a child. Hee, are you still feeling sorry for me?
The little green-haired boy chuckled, gripped the back of the boy's neck tightly with his knuckles, and held the dagger across the boy's neck. His bloodshot green eyes were filled with ferocity and bloodlust as he roared.
Come here too. Otherwise.
With a sinister smile, he gently pulled the dagger. A thin bleeding streak appeared instantly.
Yu Xiachan stepped back in panic.
Xia Mo hurriedly protected her behind her, and her right hand took out a piece of sharp gravel at some point. Her clear eyes under her silver bangs were filled with determination, as if she was ready to fight to the death.
Hey, little girl, just give in to them.
Suddenly, the voice of the woman in nightgown came from the crowd. She lowered her voice and her tone was full of complaints.
You guys just angered them. Damang is dead. Don't kill anyone else.
Xia Chan felt like his worldview had collapsed, and said angrily.
What do you mean we killed someone?
It was clearly them who committed the crime, and now they're acting like zombies.
They don't even look human anymore, can't you see?
Fuck. You all are so shameless. The big green-haired guy on the side suddenly roared and rushed towards the two sisters, cursing as he walked.
Go to hell, all of you go to hell. Chapter 38. Don't you know you're wrong? Just then. Swish. A gray shadow suddenly appeared.
The next second, there was a loud dull bang and the big green-haired man was hit head-on by a truck. He bent like a shrimp and smashed against the stone pillar in the hall.
The gravel fell down with a loud noise. Almost at the same time. Bang!
Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard outside the stone hall, and several mechanical footsteps were clearly heard.
It's the Lieshu army. The Lieshu army is here to rescue us.
The old woman in her nightgown grabbed her fat grandson's arm with one hand and squeezed out of the crowd screaming, her voice full of ecstasy, and she ran towards the door with her flesh swaying all over. Others also came over, their eyes filled with ecstasy at surviving the disaster.
Only Xia Chan and Xia Mo did not move.
They looked suspiciously at the gray shadow that knocked the big green-haired creature away.
After seeing the round figure clearly, they couldn't help but rejoice. Can. Meow.
Guan Guan wagged his tail proudly, skipped to the two girls' feet, rubbed Xiaomo's knees with his big head, then looked up and meowed at Xiaomo. The two girls subconsciously turned their gazes towards the door.
The cans are here, then.
Sure enough, with the sound of a mechanical unlocking, a tall and handsome young man in purple and gold combat uniform walked in. It was Cheng Zhua, the one they had been looking forward to.
Hey! Stop!
The old woman in her nightgown rushed in front of Cheng Zhua, squinting at him with her triangular eyes and speaking in a haughty and arrogant tone.
First, give my grandson some food. He's starving. If he gets sick from starvation, can you bear the consequences?
I want a hamburger and a Coke, the fat boy shouted at the top of his voice.
My father is a second lieutenant in the Lieshu army. You have to serve me well first, or my father will fire you. You're crazy. Cheng Zhua glanced sideways and ignored it. Walk around the two of them and continue towards the twin sisters. Hey, I'm talking to you.
The old woman in nightgown reached out to pull Chang Zhua's arm, but a crossbow with a blue glow was blocked between her eyebrows. Go away. Chang Zhua's voice was as cold as ice. I'm not from the Hunter Ruins army. The blue light made the old woman's face pale as paper. She froze in place, not daring to breathe even a little. This action startled the others so much that they stopped in their tracks. Hey, are you looking for death? My father is. Call out. A crossbow shot out quickly. The fat boy's voice stopped abruptly as the crossbow light flew past his head. The scorching air from the crossbow arrow blew away his bangs, leaving a straight middle-parted mark in the center of his head. Sparks and black smoke slowly emerged. If you dare to talk nonsense again, it will no longer be hair. Chang Zhua scolded coldly. My dear grandson, are you okay? The old woman in her nightgown was busy holding the fat boy's face and nervously patting his hair that was permed with sparks. The fat boy was stunned for 3 full seconds before he burst into tears with a wow. His trouser legs were instantly wet, and an unknown liquid with a pungent fishy smell dripped down his trouser legs and soon formed a small puddle on the ground. Shut up! Chang Zhua scolded impatiently. It's outrageous that in this day and age there can still be children who are so spoiled and lawless. The old woman in her nightgown quickly covered her fat grandson's mouth, not daring to breathe. Brother Zhua, be careful! Xia Chan suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Chang Zhua had noticed the unusual movement long before she spoke. In his peripheral vision, he saw a dark shadow holding a dagger, stealthily approaching him from the side. That person was much more agile than an ordinary person, and he probably had a speed-type origin. Unfortunately, in Chang Zhua's eyes, it's no different than slow motion. Bang! Chang Zhua turned his hand and accurately grasped the other person's wrist holding the dagger. The little green-haired boy froze. When the fat cat appeared just now, he was sure that Chang Zhua was a fragile summoner, but with this reaction speed and strength, he didn't look like someone who relied on pets for a living. The next second, a piercing pain came from the wrist. Crack! The crisp sound of broken bones echoed clearly throughout the stone hall. The little green-haired boy's wrist with tattoos bent at a terrifying angle, and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Ah! My hand! The little green-haired boy suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream and his face turned pale. Chang Zhua frowned and kicked him several meters away. Only then did he go to meet the twin sisters who had been worried for a long time. Brother Zhua, you're really here. Xia Chan pulled Xia Mo and rushed over quickly, but suddenly stopped half a step away from Chang Zhua. Her face showed unconcealable joy and excitement, but it was also mixed with some shyness. She was not as familiar and enthusiastic as Ruan Qinghe, and did not dare to take the initiative to hug her. Chang Zhua had no worries. He took a step forward and took the 2 women into his arms, one on the left and one on the right. To his surprise, Xia Mo, who always acted a bit cold and distant in the past, actually wrapped her arms around his waist and back tightly, with her silver-white hair buried in his chest. Through her warm body, Chang Zhua could feel the obvious dependence. However, the carefree Xia Chan's back suddenly felt as if it was welded by steel. Straight up, so nervous. Chang Zhua gently supported the 2 men's backs with his hands and said softly, "How are you? Are you not hurt?" No, my sister and I are fine." Xia Chan's voice was a little trembling, but he couldn't help but feel a sour feeling in his nose. It was only then that she began to feel a little scared. Her body softened and she hugged Chang Zhua tightly. Just then, suddenly, a cry of pain came from the other side. "Hunter, brother Hunter, don't let them get away. They just wanted your girlfriend to sleep with them." Chang Zhua looked in the direction of the sound. The person who spoke was a young man wearing glasses. His nose and left eye were bleeding, half of his face was swollen, and he was hunched over, pointing resentfully at a place not far away. In the shadows behind the crowd, 2 hunched figures were sneaking and limping towards the outside. It was obvious that he wanted to sneak away while Chang Zhua was not paying attention. He turned around and looked at the 2 girls in his arms. Is that true? Looking at the aggrieved look of Xia Chan with pouting red lips and tears in her eyes. Without waiting for their reply, Chang Zhua chased after them. When the green-haired brothers heard the noise, the hairs on their backs stood up. They didn't even dare to turn their heads and rushed out of the palace gate. The threshold is right in front of us. Swish! A gray shadow came through the air with a sharp sound of wind and stood firmly in front of the door. The 2 brothers paused. I glanced at the seemingly harmless big kitten in horror and felt like my soul had almost flown away. How come this aura is even more terrifying than the stone-faced monster outside? Thump! Thump! The two of them knelt on the ground, one in front and one behind, and turned their heads to look at Cheng Zhuo, who was approaching step by step, knocking their heads against the ground with a loud thud. Brother, we were just joking with them. We were wrong, we were really wrong. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Oh, how does one say that? Cheng Zhuo smiled coldly and looked down at them. Word by word. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. Chapter 39, One More Original Skill? Woo! Cheng Zhuo hadn't had time to deal with the green-haired brothers. Guan Guan suddenly let out an unusual low growl towards the end of the stone hall, which caught his attention. Oh, that's right. Xia Chan suddenly remembered the situation in the stone chamber. That weirdo, he opened Brother Meng's skull. Perhaps worried that Cheng Zhuo might misunderstand, he hastily added. He's a big brother who looks a little unkempt but has a warm heart. He helped me and my sister during the day and even saved a baby. Where? Cheng Zhuo looked towards the stone chamber that was lit with a strange glow. Yeah. Xiao Chan replied. Cheng Zhuo gave the green-haired brother to Guan Guan and let him play as a mouse for a while. He turned and walked towards the stone chamber. Before he got close, he felt a cold, needle-like breath coming from the door. Stay away. Cheng Zhuo just finished speaking. A man in a white shirt slowly walked out of the stone chamber. His slender hands were covered in blood. He looked ordinary, but the look behind his gold-rimmed glasses was particularly evil. Like a poisonous snake. There was a chilling chill in the air. Cheng Zhuo noticed that there was a big man lying in the stone chamber behind him. His skull was intact, but he was covered in blood and his face was pale. It's him! Luo Qiang. Xia Chan hid behind Xia Mo and whispered. He's a bit weird, Brother Zhuo, you must be careful. He. Luo Qiang stared at Cheng Zhuo, a strange smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Boy, it's not wise for a summoner to stay away from his beast pet. Cheng Zhuo didn't say anything, but raised his hand and fired a crossbow. To his surprise, the crossbow arrow was aimed directly at Luo Qiang's face, but the opponent just tapped the ground with his toes, twisted his body, and easily dodged it. Cheng Zhuo felt ashamed of himself for this kind of reaction. Cursed humanity. Origin, unknown psychic, no information in the current world database. Biological body strength, level 11.6. It's only magnitude 11.6, how can it be so fast? Cheng Zhuo was slightly stunned, but his hands did not stop, and he kept shooting with his crossbow. At the same time, he secretly practiced meditation skills to activate the dragon form attribute. Luo Qiang's figure was like a ghost, and every time he flashed, he brushed past the tail flame of the crossbow arrow. The sinister pupils behind the lenses were always staring at Cheng Zhuo. Call out. Taking advantage of the gap between loading the crossbow, Luo Qiang suddenly raised his hand. 5 scalpels shining with cold light appeared out of thin air and pointed directly at Cheng Zhuo's face. Goodbye, boy. After waving, he didn't even look back, tapped the ground with his toes, and rushed straight towards the gate. Roar! At the moment when Cheng Zhuo dodged the scalpel, a deafening roar suddenly erupted in the stone chamber. Bang! Clatter! The stone door collapsed with a sound, and a black shadow nearly 3 meters tall suddenly rushed out amid the flying debris. The long brown-black hair stood up straight, the muscular arms were thicker than Cheng Zhuo's waist, and the scarlet eyes were fixed on Cheng Zhuo. It was actually a humanoid bear beast. Although he is big and strong, his speed is not slow at all. In an instant, a palm as big as a palm fan came towards Cheng Zhuoshan with a whistling sound. Cheng Zhuo only had time to raise his hand to block. Bang! The moment the huge force hit, Cheng Zhuo felt as if his arm was hit by a truck. He took several steps back before he could stabilize himself, and his arm was numb from the shock. How is that possible? Cheng Zhuo was shocked. When the dragon form attribute is activated, his physical strength has reached the first level. The strength of this bear beast is actually a bit stronger than his. Day. Just then, suddenly, there was a sound of machine gun fire outside the stone hall, mixed with a few screams. The originally mad bear beast suddenly froze, a trace of clarity flashed in its scarlet pupils, and then it fell heavily to its knees with a thump. The long hair on his body faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, his muscles gradually contracted, and finally he turned into a strong man. It was the man named De Meng who was lying in a pool of blood. Cheng Zhuo's eyes passed by. Seeing that he was breathing heavily, as if he had lost some strength, it was obvious that he was no longer a threat. Then he looked outside the hall, a sneer appearing on the corner of his lips. The gravity body has an intelligent program and can be remotely controlled. Cheng Zhuo walked quickly out of the stone hall. Beside the stone wall, Luo Qiang stared with bloodshot eyes, his chest shot through with bullets, his face filled with resentment. Why is there an opportunity? Goodbye, kid. Cheng Zhuo returned these words to him exactly as they were. The crossbow at her fingertips slowly rose, aimed at his brow, and fired another shot without hesitation. Wow! The crowd at the entrance of the stone hall exploded instantly, another death. They had seen many strange beasts, but this was the first time for most people to see someone being killed. This was also Cheng Zhuo's first time killing someone. But in this catastrophic world, it is only a matter of time before it is stained with blood. He was stunned. He didn't come back to his senses until he felt something soft on his hand. It's Xia Mo. She had walked to Cheng Zhuo's side without him noticing, her silver hair fluttering in the wind and her clear eyes full of concern. I'm fine. Cheng Zhuo took a deep breath, put away his crossbow, and patted the back of her hand. Out of the corner of his eye, a piece of yellowed parchment that slipped out from Luo Qiang's chest caught Cheng Zhuo's attention. Cheng Zhuo bent down to pick it up. As soon as his fingertips touched the paper, the system's annotation panel popped up. Incomplete Pharaoh's treasure. Quality: forbidden items. Effect: after use, you can learn the essence of the undead summoning system. Usage restrictions: none. Introduction: this is a lost page from an ancient tome, cursed by the pharaoh, and will automatically align with the peeper's origin. The current item has been detected to be cursed. It can be purified by spending 100 points of harmony. Do you want to purify it? Cheng Zhuo's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart skipped a beat. Origin skill? He instantly recalled the common sense he had learned. Origin skills are the foundation of Caxiu, and can only be learned additionally when advancing. It is almost common sense that the first level has only one skill. Unlike meditation skills or other card skills that require the consumption of source power, source skills may have restrictions, but do not require any source power consumption. For example, Cheng Zhuo summoned Jar Jar. He could leave the can outside all the time and it wouldn't have any effect on him. Therefore, the original skill is the foundation of Caxiu's power. And this piece of parchment actually gave him an extra original skill, which was definitely a pleasant surprise. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but feel a little curious about Luo Qiang's identity. According to the system's annotations, this piece of parchment is a forbidden item in this world. How did it get into his hands? Who cares? Purification. Cheng Zhuo muttered to himself. Since the system can purify the curse, there is no need to consider the side effects of this forbidden item. He believed that the underlying power of the system must be higher than this world. As soon as the words fell, a faint golden shimmer shone on the parchment. Cheng Zhuo noticed that the description of the parchment had changed. Introduction: this is a lost page from an ancient tome, cursed by the pharaoh, and will automatically align with the peeper's essence, but the curse has been erased by an incredible force. Chapter 40: Your husband is so bad, I like him so much. After Luo Qiang's death, Daming seemed to have completely returned to normal. Apart from his pale face, which seemed to be caused by excessive blood loss, there was nothing unusual about him. However, to be on the safe side, Cheng Zhuo still let him lean on the corner alone and gave him some food. Eat something. Cheng Zhuo took out some biscuits and water, handed them to the two sisters, and also gave one portion to the boy with glasses and the mother holding the baby. He actually had quite a bit of food stuffed in his space, but it wasn't appropriate to take it out in front of these people. Suddenly, there was a sound of swallowing saliva in the stone hall. A group of people wanted to ask for some food and drink, but they hesitated and did not dare to step forward. They suddenly felt a little regretful, thinking that if 30 or 40 people had acted together, it would not have been difficult to subdue the green-haired brothers. If I had known to build a good relationship with the twin sisters, I would at least dare to go up to them and ask for food and drink. The bonfire flickered. Soon, the crowd in the stone hall was divided into several groups. Cheng Zhuo and his friends sat together, eating, drinking, talking and laughing. Most of the others leaned to the other side. They were afraid of Cheng Zhuo, but they didn't dare to leave. Grandma, I'm hungry. The fat boy tugged at the corner of the old woman's nightgown, his voice filled with tears. I want some biscuits and some water. The old woman showed her pity and hugged her fat grandson. Then he rolled his eyes, secretly glanced at Chengzhua's backpack, turned his head to look at the people around him, and lowered his voice to incite. He seems to have quite a bit of food on him. How about we go get some? There are so many of us here. Someone in the crowd echoed. That's right, with so many people, are you afraid of a crossbow? If he doesn't give it to me, as long as I can restrain him in an instant, his fat cat and Mecha won't dare to make any rash moves. Oh? Then you go first? Someone suddenly interrupted. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent again. A middle-aged man with a mustache seemed to be unable to help himself. He walked to Chengzhua's side with courage and said with a smile, "Brother, can you sell me some biscuits and water?" Chengzhua leaned against the stone pillar, tapping the biscuit box with his fingertips without looking up. 1,000. 1,000? The man with the mustache raised his voice subconsciously. What's the difference between this and robbery? Chengzhua rolled his eyes at him. What's the difference between locking people out of the city and killing them? Xia Chan had already told him everything that happened during the day. Regarding the indifference and selfishness of this group of people, Chengzhua felt that he was already a very kind person by not throwing them out of the city. The little mustache choked and argued. That wasn't us who closed the door. It was the green-haired brother who did it. Chengzhua raised his hand and pointed outside the hall, where the head of the green-haired brother was hanging on the stone beam opposite. So, it's not you who are hanging there. The mustache-faced man instantly turned the color of liver. He gritted his teeth and took out 1,000 city-state coins from his watch. Here you go. As he said this, he was about to grab the biscuits and water in front of Chengzhua. Chengzhua pressed the water bottle. 1,000 is for the biscuits, and 2,000 for the water. You! The man with a mustache was so angry that he wanted to curse, but when the words came to his lips, he held them back. He spinelessly threw out another 2,000. Seeing the man with a mustache spending money on food and drinks, the thirsty people behind him couldn't help themselves. He had no choice but to bear the pain and give money to Chengzhua. Brother Zhua, we may have to stay here for several days. Are you eating enough? Xia Chan glanced at Chengzhua's backpack with some concern. Seeing a large amount of water and compressed biscuits, her eyes widened. We sold so much, why doesn't it seem to be decreasing? As soon as she said this, the people who had originally thought they would only have to wait for rescue for one day could no longer sit still and rushed over. The price has increased, doubled. Chengzhua pointed to the backpack behind him and said, there aren't many left. Big brother, you can't just raise the price. A woman in a floral dress said anxiously, it was only 1,000 just now, how can you double it just like that? Do you want it? Chengzhua asked impatiently. Yes, she doesn't want me to. I want one too. The crowd suddenly became chaotic, and the sound of payment notifications came one after another. I'm afraid that if I'm a step slower, it will be gone. It's really easy to make money when you're in trouble. Chengzhua couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he watched his income increase to tens of thousands soon. But for these people, he felt no burden in earning money. The old woman in the nightgown over there finally couldn't stand her grandson's pleading anymore, so she bravely walked over. Young man, can you give me a discount? Chengzhua rolled his eyes at her and said, are you buying vegetables at the market? The old woman in the nightgown made a face of chrysanthemum and said with a bit of boasting. My son is a second lieutenant in the Lieshu army. Do you know how many people a second lieutenant can mobilize? When you get out, I'll have him give you a certificate of honor. It'll be enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. Oh. If the Lieshu army wasn't mentioned, Chengzhua wouldn't be angry. You want a discount, right? The old woman in her nightgown nodded her head repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Chengzhua smiled slyly, 10,000 per bottle. You. The old woman was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Chengzhua and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Her face turned from red to purple, and then from purple to white. The bespectacled young man at the side glanced at the old woman with disgust and said, Brother Chang, don't sell her. She wanted her two sisters to marry the green-haired brothers. These words were like a thunderclap, and the old woman's face turned pale instantly. She turned around and wanted to leave. But Chengzhua held him down. Seeing her like this, Chengzhua knew it was true without even asking the other girls to confirm. Originally, he felt that scaring the fat kid was a bit of bullying, but when he heard this, he suddenly felt murderous.
Where are you going? Cheng Zhuo grabbed the old woman's neck and said, "We haven't bought the cookies yet."
The old woman's mouth twitched, and she turned around timidly, her smile uglier than crying.
Bye, 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 bye.
Cheng Zhuo glanced at the others and said in a deep voice,
"This old lady is very brave.
She plans to go out of the city with me to kill monsters and make up for the mistakes she made during the day.
Anyone want to join us?"
The stone hall suddenly became quiet and no one dared to respond. They all knew how mean and vicious the old woman was, and they wished she would suffer and die. They even covered up their watches. I was afraid that Cheng Zhuo would misunderstand that I was secretly filming.
Ha! I'm not going. I didn't say I was going.
The old woman screamed in fear, kicking her limbs and scraping the ground. She didn't care about the pain when the gravel cut her heels.
You murderer, let me down.
But Cheng Zhuo's big hand, which was pinching her neck, dragged her along like an iron hoop, making her unable to even turn around.
You lunatic! My son is a second lieutenant in the Lieshu army.
If you dare to lay a finger on me, he will tear you into pieces.
No, please, I don't want to go outside the city.
Cheng Zhuo threw her in front of the mecha, told the two women to wait for him in the stone fortress on the city wall, and then jumped into the mecha.
You XXX, if you dare to touch my grandma, my dad will definitely kill you. The fat grandson also rushed over with a roar.
He put on a posture as if he was going to fight to the death with Cheng Zhuo, and said viciously, "The female classmate who laughed at me for being fat last time was sold by my father. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy."
Your filial piety is commendable. Gravity body mecha right hand binding +1.
When Cheng Zhuo rushed over, he saw a large number of stone monsters wandering around outside the city.
It's time to go out and kill monsters now.
Huang Fubai helped him a lot, and Cheng Zhuo felt it necessary to fight for him. The actual ranking cannot be seen on Revelation, and now they cannot connect to Lingxi's network, so they can only try their best to hunt.
Can, follow me.
Cheng Zhuo shouted softly, and the mecha's jet fire was turned on. With a boom, it was ejected dozens of meters, and when it landed, the gravel on the ground was shaken and jumped everywhere. Guan Guan followed closely behind, his round body drawing an arc in the air, his speed not slowing down at all.
Wow, so cool, said the boy with glasses enviously.
Xia Chan nudged Xiaomo's arm, her eyebrows curved. Your husband is so bad, I like him so much.
Outside the stone city.
The inky night fog hung heavily over the sky. The wasteland outside the city gate looked like a bucket of ink mixed with gravel had been poured on it. Densely packed stone-faced monsters were huddled together, and an eerie rustling sound spread along the night wind, making the back of one's neck tighten. Cheng Zhuo stood on the city wall and did not rush to attack. He took out the parchment and slowly activated the essence in his body. A faint source of power seeped into the paper through his fingertips, and a cold breath surged back along with the source power, instantly entwining with his source card. It's amazing, a sense of peeling slowly emerges. His origin card seems.
One more.
Buzz. Suddenly, the system's ethereal prompt sounded in his mind, breaking the silence in his ears.
Congratulations to the host for becoming a dual origin awakener. Reward, Harmony Blessing Pack +1.
Cheng Zhuo suddenly opened his eyes full of disbelief.
So, the system's annotation of after use, you can learn the undead summoning essence is not just an additional essence skill. But he has an extra origin card? Chapter 41, Death's Secret Treasure. Xingti Outer City, West District 11. The holographic screen in the Old Hunter Tavern was crowded with people. Beer foam overflowed from the glasses, mixed with the burnt aroma of roasted rat meat, and the air was filled with a lively and anxious atmosphere. The real-time ranking of the Endless Wasteland, a super distance world, was jumping on the holographic screen. Every change in the number would cause a burst of exclamations. The corner of the bar. Cheng Qingshan huddled in the shadows, having already finished most of the cold beer in front of him. This brat! How dare he get in here? He frowned and looked at Cheng Zhuo's personal page and the Shujie information, swearing with gritted teeth. Damn it, you little ungrateful bastard. You don't even know how to respect me when you receive my allowance. You didn't even say hello when you went to the ruins realm. Are you planning to sever your father-son relationship with me? You're really getting more and more unruly. When he clicked on Cheng Zhuo's team information, his brows knitted together so tightly that they could pinch a fly to death. Revenant? What kind of team is this? 3 FS, 2 E's, and 1 unknown? Damn, is he crazy? Hey, my dear old Chang, what did you find? A dark horse? He.
Suddenly, a voice like a smoker's voice, like that of someone wearing sandpaper, was heard from the door, followed by a burst of cunning laughter. An old white man dressed in fancy clothes, looking like a bacon roll, walked into the tavern and headed straight towards Cheng Qingshan. This man is called Lao Fold, and he and Cheng Qingshan both work in a parts processing factory. The two are gambling and drinking buddies. They seem to have a good relationship, but they are competing with each other every day. Seeing him coming, Cheng Qingshan hurriedly closed the page, switched to the personnel homepage, and pretended to be helpless. Hey, what a bullshit dark horse. I'm just lamenting that it's a rare opportunity to cross cities, and our Xingtia didn't even produce an S-rank rookie. I guess the strongest rookie this time might be snatched away by Guangming City. Old Ford pulled over a chair and sat down, and the bartender handed him a glass of cold beer in tacit understanding. Ah, who says it's not true? I heard there's an S-rank heavy swordsman in Guangming City. This kind of person is a boss-level existence in the novice village. He gulped down half a mouthful, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. But, in a few days, we two brothers may not be able to drink together anymore, see. Old Fold opened a personal information page. My precious grandson, look, a sea-level Earth Spirit Master has also entered this ruins world. Cheng Qingshan didn't even raise his eyelids, not bad, not bad. Seeing him like this, how could old Ford give up? His skinny fingers swiped across the screen, and he asked knowingly. Hey, I always heard you praise your second son's good grades. How did he awaken? If he didn't get an S rank, he should be an A rank, right? Could it be that he awakened to an F rank? Bullshit, how is that possible? Cheng Qingshan slammed the table like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and beer foam splashed all over the floor. My son, anyway, he's very strong. Ha! Old Ford seemed to remember something and said suddenly. Then he should have entered this super distance portal as well, right? Aren't you going to place a bet for your son? Did you fill it up? Well, he didn't. Cheng Qingshan's neck turned red as he stammered while trying to think of his words. Old Ford had already entered the search page and started typing. After a pause, he scratched the few curls floating on the Mediterranean Sea and asked doubtfully. What's your son's name? Cheng Qingshan pretended to be calm and took a sip of wine, mumbling, Don't search, that bastard didn't have any. Chang Zhua. Burning Zhua. Before he finished speaking, the bartender who was passing by said. He's a talented kid from number 4 middle school. I hear Uncle Cheng praise him every day, saying he's the most talented kid in number 4 middle school and one of the top 3 martial arts fighters in the school. I've got it all memorized. Oh, I found it. Old Ford shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. He stared at it for a while, and after a while he finally burst into laughter that made Cheng Qingshan despair. Ah, your son. Hey, F rank? And a summoning type? Several drinkers nearby heard the noise and came over to watch the fun. A few old drunkards who were familiar with Cheng Qingshan patted his shoulders and said in a joking tone. Oh, old Chang, your wish for your son to become successful has been dashed. That's right, another person pointed at the screen and laughed. An F-rank summoner dares to enter the ruins realm. Isn't this courting death? Even if you want your son to be successful, you can't let him down like this. Cheng Qingshan's face flushed red from his ears to his neck, and he didn't know how to refute. He didn't say that he didn't ask Cheng Zhuar to go. It is better to be branded as someone who expects his son to be successful than to be called a fool. Hey. Old Fold rubbed his eyelids and pointed at the odds behind Cheng Zhuo and said. Xiao Cheng's odds for the strongest newcomer are 1:100? Look, am I seeing things? Shouldn't it be 1:1000? My grandson is only 1:180, how can he get 1:100? Is Lingxi mistaken? Several people gathered around, all a little surprised. One of them clicked on Chang Zhuo's message. Hey, old Chang, how did your son become a wilderness hunter? Why are several of these details kept secret? His physical fitness. 16.6? Did your son take medication? Bullshit, where would I get the money to buy him medicine? Cheng Qingshan tilted his head curiously, scanning Cheng Zhuo's public information page, and asked suspiciously. I guess he joined some guild and got it as a gift. The guild's benefits are so good now? Hundreds of thousands of serums are all used for F level, the young bartender next to him exclaimed.
How is that possible?
Old Fold rolled his eyes. My grandson signed with the Nebula Guild, which is only C rank, and they don't even get this kind of treatment. As he spoke, he shrugged his red nose and added in a sour tone.
Xiao Chang looks good. He's probably dating a rich woman and is her mistress.
In Xingtia City, it is very common for some rich women to have 4 children in public and support several more in private.
You fart.
Cheng Qingshan slammed the table and pointed at Old Ford and cursed. Don't F King think that just because your son is with a rich woman, everyone else is like your family. My son relies on himself. Old Ford rolled his eyes and said angrily.
My son is hooking up with a rich woman, so what? How else could he have such an outstanding grandson? I dare to bet 1,000 on my grandson, do you dare?
Poor B. As he said that, he quickly took out 1,000 and bet directly on his grandson's strongest newcomer.
Just press it, who's afraid of who? Cheng Qingshan did not back down and gave Cheng Zhuo's strongest newcomer 1,000. Uncles, don't be impulsive. The young bartender next to them immediately pulled the two apart and said silently. What are you two doing?
If you have too much money, just throw it at me.
$1,000 is enough for you to drink beer for a month.
There's no need to be so mean to beer.
Don't worry about it.
Cheng Qingshan pushed the bartender away and glared at Old Ford with a sarcastic look.
Why are you pretending?
Everyone knows that your son who's hanging out with that rich woman never gives you a penny. Old Ford was so angry that his hair stood on end. That's still richer than you, an old poor bitch raising a bunch of poor little bitches.
Old Baldy, why don't you curse again? Old poor B.
At the same time, in the top floor conference room of the Inner City Hunting Market General Administration, Deputy Director Hu Yensong sat in the main seat, glancing seriously at the leaders of the major guilds on both sides. He said in a deep voice, I called you all here because I have a major event to inform you of. Ren Tianqing, the first man on the right, twirled the tip of his goatee with his fingertips and said warily,
Is there something wrong with the newcomer world?
That's right, this time the newcomer's super distance world may undergo ecological distortion and become a first-level world.
Hu Yensong said.
Song He smoothed his long hair and raised his eyebrows.
That's not right. We've been staring at the gate the whole time, and there's no change. How can you be sure it will distort? Forbidden immortality. Hu Yensong's voice became even deeper, each word shrouded in hatred. The Death God's secret treasure has responded. What?
Hearing this word, several people's expressions changed drastically. There's no need to panic, everyone. Hu Yensong tapped his knuckles twice on the table and spoke in a slightly slower tone. Having learned from our experience 20 years ago, we are well prepared this time. We will never allow the evil spirits of the Ruin Realm to act in human guise again.
Hu Yensong comforted him. As soon as he leaves the Ruins realm, we will subdue him.
He changed the subject and said.
However, this distortion in the Ruins realm must still be taken seriously. Once the 7th day arrives, you must dispatch your strongest first-tier team to cooperate with the Ruins Hunter army to quickly eliminate the boss and rescue the remaining newcomers. As for the evil spirits, I will handle them personally. No problem. Everyone responded. Ren Tianqing rolled his eyes and asked tentatively.
I heard that there's an S-rank newcomer from outside who entered the Ruins realm with a custom-built gravity body. With that kind of power, our team might not even need to take action.
Old Ren, you are confused.
Song He rolled his eyes. Lingxi had already passed on the boss's information.
It's a blind corpse. Ren Tianqing was stunned.
That blind corpse that releases a force field to block all electrical signals?
What do you think? Song He shrugged and snorted.
This young man from some unknown consortium has assembled a bunch of new F and E rank recruits and signed them to Zameo town. I'm afraid he'll have to pay the price for his arrogance.
Chapter 42, Second Origin Card. S rank. Ruins World, Endless Wasteland.
On the wall of the abandoned stone city. After absorbing the power of the forbidden object and completely completing the condensation of the second origin card, Cheng Zhuo immediately opened the system panel.
Really? There is one more piece of information about the origin.
Origin Card 2, Summoning the Dead S rank red.
Original skill, Corpse Recruitment. Note, a taboo card born from the fusion of Ruin Realm disasters and relics.
Born from the host's original power, it gradually makes the host become a puppet of the Ruin Realm ecosystem. However, this card has been purified by an incredible power. It's actually S rank. Zhuo was greatly shocked, but after seeing the annotations, he also felt a little scared. If it weren't for the system's awesome power to purify him in advance, it seems that he would have become a puppet of the Ruins Realm? I don't know if it's because of the system purification. Zhuo also noticed that the upgrade requirements for this origin card were very special. It is not about absorbing source power through breathing to improve the level of the source card, but about accumulating harmony value. The first 3 tiers of origin skills are also clearly listed. Level 1, Dead Companion 5000. Level 2, Undead Armor 0. Level 3, Lich's Pact 0. His current initial origin skill, Corpse Summoning, can only summon corpses near his body. At the same time, he can only summon one type, and the summoning level is linked to his mental strength. The second origin directly increased his mental strength by 40 points. According to the system annotation, he can recruit corpses with a biological body strength below level 60. The cool thing is, there is no limit on quantity. Unfortunately, the initial skill is only the power of the corpse, without the source power of the body, and is also limited in duration. This skill obviously relies on nearby corpses, and is very powerful when strong, especially when sweeping the map of the Ruins Realm, where his manpower will increase with each fight. But when encountering a strong enemy, it seems very weak. After all, it is just a corpse, without intelligence or source power. Once you reach level 1, you can summon different types of corpses. Level 2 also lets you arm the undead. Zhuo touched his chin and pondered, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Once entering the 3rd stage, this summoning ability will advance by leaps and bounds. The Lich's Pact allows him to permanently retain a specified number of contracted undead, and possess their own intelligence, and can even allow the contracted undead to attach themselves to corpses. Theoretically, as long as the undead is willing to surrender, he can make a contract with any creature, no matter how powerful it is. This summon of the dead is more dependent on the battlefield in the early stage, but after practicing it in the later stage, he alone is an army of thousands. He is a natural disaster. Skills after the 4th level cannot be detected yet. I guess there are some special requirements. Zhuo temporarily suppressed his curiosity and shifted his gaze to the Harmony Blessing gift pack glowing with golden light in the system space. Open, he said silently in his heart. Congratulations to the Master for receiving the blessing, all attributes +5. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining the Epic Blind Core 3. A bit stingy. I thought there would be another mythical meditation card. However, despite all the complaints, Zhuo was still very satisfied with the harvest. He was not in a hurry to open the blind box. There were stone-faced monsters everywhere outside the city, so it was a good opportunity to try out the power of the S-level original skill. Call. Zhuo turned on the thrusters and took off into the air with a boom. Glide mode on. The pale blue flame is particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Those stone-faced monsters that were originally wandering blindly in the wastelands suddenly rushed towards Zhuo. A moment later, the rustling sound became more and more frequent. Zhuo was suspended in the air, looking at the stone-faced monsters gathering more and more below. He raised the corner of his lips and pulled the trigger suddenly. Dozens of mini incendiary bombs popped out from the side compartment of the mecha and fell into the monster group with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The moment the light green flame exploded, the air was suddenly filled with a pungent smell of scorched earth mixed with rotten flesh. This incendiary bomb is not an ordinary flame. It contains a burning flame that carries the source of power. Once it is contaminated, it will be like a cancer attached to the bone and will take a long time to get rid of. The stone-faced monsters were like scalded ants, twisting their wrinkled bodies wildly. Their shriveled mouths opened and closed, but could only make a slight hissing sound, and one could even see a hint of fear in their cloudy eyes. Apparently, they are afraid of fire. In just half a minute, groups of stone-faced monsters fell into the sea of fire. Zhuo landed slowly. He took a deep breath, sensing the origin card in his body that was emitting a faint red glow, and a spell that seemed to be innate suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes. An obscure and low syllable uttered from his mouth. In my name, with my bones as my bond. Corpse recruitment, begin. Bang. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched the spear in his hand and slammed it on the ground 3 times. Waves of red light overflowed from the soles of his feet and quickly flowed into the corpses of the stone-faced monsters around him. Immediately, the red mist surged and spread rapidly. The groups of stone-faced monsters that had been burned dry suddenly began to stagger, and then crawled up again. The recruited stone-faced monster corpse. Level 0 neonatal. Biological body strength, level 6.6. Corpse skill, essence devouring. Introduction, originally a mutated corpse bug, it is commonly found near some ancient cemeteries. After being summoned by the power of the undead, the corpse temporarily regains its ability to move, which lasts for 1 hour. Cheng Zhuo nodded with satisfaction. 1 hour was already pretty good. He waved his hand. Countless stone-faced monster corpses quickly engaged in a melee with normal stone-faced monsters. The two sucked each other's energy, and soon pieces of shriveled corpses appeared. What a pity, there is no source core. Cheng Zhuo sighed, but his eyes couldn't hide his joy. The source power reserve in his origin card finally began to move. The sluggish feeling when the demonic dragon's dark breath was running was still there, and the source power was like a surging river squeezing through a narrow gate, and it became very slow when it reached the card. But it is a mythical breathing method after all, the speed of the source power flowing in is very exaggerated, and the improvement is still very obvious. At least it is easy to enter the level. In particular, there is a progress bar on the system panel. The clearly visible growth gave Cheng Zhuo more confidence. He roared, picked up his spear, called on the cans, and rushed into the stone-faced monster together. On the wall of Stone City, Xia Chan and his group had just arrived. Also rushing over were Demeng and some curious people. As soon as they emerged, everyone was shocked by the scene outside the city and was speechless. Light green flames spread everywhere, making the entire wasteland look like it was doused in poisonous water. Cheng Zhuo's mecha rampaged through the monster group, and as the spear rose and fell, it dropped the corpses of stone-faced monsters. Those corpses immediately climbed up again, strangely entangled with the original stone-faced monsters. Guan Guan was not slow either. He slapped one of them with one slap, killing them easily like ants. Brother Chang is so handsome. The boy with glasses clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. I don't know which guild Brother Cheng joined, but it's equipped with mechas. I want to join one too. Demeng stared at Cheng Zhuo's movements, his Adam's apple rolled, and his tone was full of self-mockery. So, this is really the newcomer world? He is 30 years old this year and can be considered an elderly awakener. He had just awakened his E-level beast transformation ability 2 days ago. Today, when he completed his contract and returned home, he was sucked in by the super distance portal. When facing the group of stone-faced monsters in the morning, he tried his best to protect himself and was scratched on the arm. At that time, he thought that something had happened in the ruins realm, but now seeing Cheng Zhuo killing monsters like mowing grass, he suddenly suspected that maybe it was not that the ruins realm was too dangerous, but that he was too weak. Outside the city wall, the killing continued, and the originally endless number of stone-faced monsters were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The army of corpses is already crushing the enemy. Sizzle. Just when Cheng Zhuo was in the mood to kill, suddenly, a burst of electrical noise came from his earphones. Zizizi, call. He suddenly clenched his spear and stopped moving. The mecha's jet slowly slowed down. He listened carefully, but there was only dead silence in his headphones. Cheng Zhuo suddenly realized. It seemed that he hadn't heard any movement from Huangfu Bai for a long time. Open the revelation of the ruins realm. Cheng Zhuo spoke in a low voice. As a layer of misty words emerged, he was shocked to find that 3 of the light circles representing the 5 teammates have been destroyed. Chapter 43, Distortion of the Ruins. Clang. Above Star Iron City. A dull bell sound echoed in the streets and alleys of the city, and it took a long time to dissipate. The residents of the outer city were all shocked when they heard the sound. A woman hanging clothes to dry suddenly trembled, and the clothes fell onto the rusty iron fence with a plop. The homeless man squatting on the street corner chewing on dried rat meat suddenly looked up, his cloudy eyes staring blankly at the sky. A criminal in the prison was taking a shower when the soap in his hand shook and fell to the ground. Everything in the city seemed to have been rudely paused. Everyone's eyes were simultaneously directed towards the towering halo surrounding the city. Looking from afar, the 4 long-distance gates in the east, west, south, and north of the city, which originally glowed with a light gray halo, now seemed to have all the turbid colors sucked away and turned into a white like jade. The super distance gate has been distorted. The sound of the bell means that the boundary gate will be broken after the timer ends.
Although this is just a warning from the Hunting Ruins General Administration. But the alarm bell of the world of ruins has never been wrong. The boundary gate is distorted. Someone shouted in a trembling voice on the street late at night. The alarm bells are ringing, the door is about to be broken. Discussions exploded instantly and panic spread like a tide. In the residential buildings near the 4 boundary gates, the hurried sounds of packing up were soon heard, and many people had already started moving overnight. Although people know the rules, hunters inside the hyper-distance gate have a total of 7 days to kill the boss and close the gate. But no one believed that those newly awakened newcomers could deal with the boss that had been transformed into the first level. Once the boundary gate is broken, a large number of exotic beasts will pour out at the first time. Even if the Lieshu army wants to enter the gate in time, they must first break through the first wave of beasts before entering the boundary gate. They didn't want to wait around in fear. How so? Inside the new house in Xingfu community, Ruan Xinghe, who was helping Cheng Zhuo wash clothes, paused and continued to scrub. No, nothing will happen to Brother Zhua, definitely not. She murmured to herself, but her trembling shoulders clearly betrayed her anxious heart. He said he would bring them back with him. The lingering sound of the bell outside the window is still floating. The new house was very quiet, with only the sound of running water from the faucet and Ruan Xinghe's occasional whispers. It seems like he is cheering himself up, or praying. And at this time, outside the stone city in the endless wasteland, Cheng Zhuo stared at the revelation of the update of the Shujie and fell into hesitation for a moment. The pharaoh's resentment is manifested. Please kill the derivative lord, blind corpse, level 1. They probably encountered the boss. To save or not to save? If he couldn't deal with the 5 gravity bodies, Cheng Zhuo felt that it might be difficult for him to handle it himself. After all, although the source force index of this customized gravity body is controlled at level 0, its defense and attack are at the top level of combat power for the novice period, not to mention that there are 5 of Huangfu Bai in his group. Under this power, 3 people died, which shows that the trouble they encountered was very serious. But if I don't save him, what if Huangfu Bai is not dead? Being hated by someone of this status is not a good thing. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cheng Zhuo immediately decided to save the man. It was not because he was worried about Huangfu Bai's revenge, but because he had absolute confidence in his current strength. Duong. Suddenly, Guan Guan deliberately bounced past Cheng Zhuo's mecha like a bouncing ball. Catch a stone-faced monster at a time. It's fun to play and brutal to kill. What's more, he is a summoner. Cheng Zhuo really didn't believe that there was any strange beast in this world that could be a match for Guan Guan. However, before that, he planned to open the 3 epic blind cores sent by the system to maximize his combat power. After taking out the blind core, Cheng Zhuo immediately made 3 consecutive attacks. An epic blind core does not mean that you will definitely get an epic card, but the probability of getting an epic card is the highest, and there is even a slight chance of getting a legendary card. Cheng Zhuo's luck value of 23 points is obviously not just a number. 3 blind cores, 2 epic ones and 1 legendary one. Pet Illusion Assist card. Quality, Epic Purple. Effect, after use, you can cast 5 pet phantoms. Each phantom's attack ability perfectly inherits the real one, but its defense is only 30%. It lasts for 30 minutes. The energy CD is 24 hours. Usage restrictions, other auxiliary cards cannot be stacked. Introduction, guess which one is the real cat? Seeing this auxiliary card, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although there were only 30 minutes, he believed that when faced with a stalemate, the 6 cans could definitely resolve the battle instantly. Hover Car Supply card. Quality, Epic Purple. Effect, releases a low-altitude anti-gravity RV. Usage restrictions, none. Introduction, this is a PR class RV that uses source card capsule technology. Monsters below level 3 will have little chance of effectively damaging it. However, beware, its consumption of source cores is terrifyingly rapid. Be careful, or it could burn through your remaining balance. Cheng Zhuo was also very satisfied with the RV. He was just struggling with whether to rescue or not, and there was another crucial point. He didn't really want Xia Mo and Xia Chan to leave his side. They are the reason why Cheng Zhuo entered this ruins. If the sisters are put in danger because of the rescue, it will be a waste of time. With this car, at least he doesn't have to worry about their safety. Finally, Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell on the legendary card with an orange halo. King Series Cards Auxiliary Cards 1-5. Quality, Legendary Orange. Effect, after fusion, it will enter King status, and the biological body strength and original skills will be enhanced by 5 times. Lasts for 1 hour. Energy storage CD, 7 days. Usage restrictions, no level restrictions, cannot be stacked with other auxiliary cards, cannot be transferred after authentication. Introduction, this is an auxiliary card in the King series. Try your best to collect all the cards in the series and you will become a true king. It's actually a series card. Chengzhuo doesn't know much about the series cards, but he knows that the strongest point of the series cards lies in the card set attributes. With each additional series card, the combat power will be greatly improved. However, judging from the card effect in front of us, multiplying it by 5 is already a very abnormal skill effect. 3 blind cores were removed at once. Chengzhuo's confidence instantly increased. If it was only Ken that he still had some doubts about. 6 cans, and he didn't know how to lose. Chengzhuo didn't waste any more time. After roughly understanding the card skills, he turned the mecha around and ejected, heading straight for the city wall. This food and water is for you. Chengzhuo handed his backpack to Demeng and instructed him, there's a signal device in the backpack. You stay in the city and wait for rescue. The Lieshu army should be here soon. Okay, then you. Demeng took the backpack and looked at Chengzhuo's empty hands suspiciously. My teammates still have a lot. Chengzhuo didn't explain much. He carried the 2 sisters on the shoulder wings, one on each side, and used straps to temporarily help them sit firmly. Lock Huangfu Bai's position. Chengzhuo shot out towards the wasteland shrouded in night fog. Until the outline of the stone city was completely swallowed up by the dark night. Cheng Shuozai controlled the mecha to slowly land. Why did it stop? Xia Chan's voice was a little confused. She kept holding the cold shoulder wings of the mecha. She couldn't touch Xia Mo and couldn't see anything, which made her a little nervous. Xia Mo's vision was actually pitch black. There was nothing around, only the sound of the wind whistling across the wasteland. Based on their trust in Chengzhuo, they followed Chengzhuo out of the city without even asking what they were supposed to do. Let me show you something good. Chengzhuo jumped out of the cockpit and helped the 2 sisters slide down the mecha's shoulder wings. Immediately take out the supply card of the floating RV. His fingertips clasped the edge of the card, and as Chengzhuo injected a trace of source power, a light purple light pattern quickly spread from the surface of the card. Xia Mo's clear eyes lit up instantly. Epic card. She had only seen it online. I heard that the cheapest types are all in the millions. She couldn't help but glance at the handsome face that was illuminated by the purple light. This man was becoming more and more mysterious, with endless surprises. No wonder Sister Qinghe was so fascinated by him. The lavender light pattern spread out, quickly condensing into a translucent shadow of a vehicle on the ground, gradually solidifying. Wow! What is this? Xia Chan rubbed her eyes. The dark night affected her vision a little. She pulled Xia Mo forward and her almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. When the 2 girls first saw the vehicle shape light up on the card, they thought it was a vehicle supply card. After all, Chengzhuo is driving a mecha, so it seems normal for him to have a car. But this? Is it too exaggerated? Chapter 44, Everyone is dead, come out. Deep in the wilderness, in a huge valley. The night fog was filled with a foul stench, making it hard to breathe. The scene in the valley was horrific. 5 silver night gravity bodies lay crookedly in the pile of dirt. The alloy shells of 3 mechas had been twisted into a knot, and broken gun barrels were inserted obliquely in the cracks. Although the remaining 2 machines barely retained their outlines, the cockpit covers were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The leaking circuit was sizzling and emitting blue sparks. Not far away, there was a group of giant corpse puppets over 2 meters tall. They wore rusty orange helmets with dry cloth strips hanging from the edges. Each of them held a piece of a huge bone and banged on an iron fortress. Huan Fubai leaned against the inner wall of the fortress, his eyes full of absurdity. He really didn't expect that the defensive fortress he built with supply cards on a whim many years ago would actually save his life in this situation. Beside him, the only remaining team member, Li Mo, was squatting in front of the communication panel, his brows furrowed so tightly that it could kill a fly. His tone was full of anxiety. Team White, the force field is gone, but Eva still can't be awakened. They must have destroyed all the gravity bodies. I'm afraid we can't rely on the gravity bodies to break out. Should we contact Chengzhuo again? He's less than 100 kilometers away. No need. Huang Fubai interrupted without even raising his eyelids.
Letting him come over would only result in him being killed in vain, and it would also waste another of my gravity bodies.
That. Liamo wanted to say something when the alloy plate under his feet suddenly shook. No. Hold on tight. Huang Fubai let out a cry of surprise. But this iron lump is empty inside, how can I hold it firmly? Boom. The muffled sound made the eardrums hurt and the head spin.
Huang Fubai and Liamo rolled around in the cabin like two sacks of potatoes, their foreheads hitting the metal walls, and they were completely dizzy. A hint of disbelief flashed across Huang Fubai's eyes.
How is that possible?
This fortress weighs at least 10 tons.
What could possibly lift it and throw it out? Before I could recover, there was another roar. The two were knocked away again. Huang Fubai and Liamo's foreheads collided and they gasped in pain.
Both of them had average physical strength and could not cope with such a situation at all. After an unknown amount of time, the collision finally stopped. This fortress was originally a product that Huang Fubai casually tested. Apart from defense, it has no other functions. The two had no idea what was happening outside. Time passes by little by little. The cabin was eerily quiet. Liamo was frightened and became more and more anxious. He looked at Huang Fubai's tense face and knew that waiting any longer would lead to death. He gritted his teeth, quietly put on his headphones, and opened the team channel.
Calling, Chang Zhua, can you hear me? Huang Fubai was about to lose his temper when he heard Chang Zhua's calm voice.
I heard it, come out, everyone is dead.
Question mark. Huang Fubai's movements froze in mid-air, and Liamo opened his mouth wide, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. What did you say? Liamo asked suspiciously.
Chang Zhua's somewhat impatient voice came. I said, all those dirty things outside are dead, come out quickly.
After saying this, he murmured softly. Damn, how could I forget about my talent? What a waste to activate the illusion.
Huang Fubai's tone was full of disbelief, and he immediately snatched Liamo's headphones.
How could all the corpse puppets be dead? There are at least thousands of them outside.
What is your purpose?
If you don't believe it, forget it.
Chang Zhua never expected that this battle would be so easy. When he saw the dense crowd of giant zombies surrounding a 4 or 5 meter tall blind giant puppet, he was indeed a little nervous. Especially when the giant corpse puppet picked up a square iron lump and smashed it towards him, he subconsciously released 5 jar clones. He also cast corpse summoning to pull up all the giant zombies around him.
As a result, in front of the can,
these giant corpses are almost the same as those stone-faced monsters.
Chang Zhua suddenly remembered Guan Guan's talent.
Talent, Evil Spirit Hunter, has a deterrent effect on all evil spirits, ignoring any soul attacks. Talent Night Owl, when night falls, Little Fatty's speed will be doubled.
Although these corpse puppets are not souls, there must be evil spirits in their bodies. Especially now it's night. No wonder he felt that Guan Guan was a little unreasonably strong tonight.
Inner City, meeting room of the Lieshu General Administration. The cold white light cast on the long conference table, making the holographic projection in front of everyone glow with a faint cold light. The air is filled with the faint aroma of coffee. But it couldn't suppress the solemnity that filled the room.
Didn't I tell you that?
Song He, the vice president of the Jinshu Guild, suddenly spoke, his voice filled with undisguised gloating. He leaned back in his chair, his fingertips tapping the name of a Shinchi hunting team on the screen.
What did I say? This little scoundrel will definitely have to pay the price for his arrogance.
So, his teammates are dead. Look, another one is dead. All the teammates will be dead soon. Hu Yensong gave him a cold look and said, Vice President Songma, please be careful with your words. Song Yi quickly clasped his fists and said, sorry.
Run Tianqing glanced at him suspiciously. Why do I feel like you're very dissatisfied with Huang Fubai? Have you ever met him before? Song Yi choked and waved his hand. Nothing much.
Today, when he was about to enter the boundary gate, I happened to be nearby and offered him a top-tier contract.
He said I was just sending away a beggar. Ha ha ha. Ren Tianqing couldn't help laughing out loud. You're asking for trouble. How could a young man with billions of gravity bodies at his disposal carelessly care about a contract with an ordinary guild?
Song Yi was about to retort, but Hu Yensong suddenly sighed and returned his gaze to the projection. No matter what his personality is, I still hope he can survive.
Every S-rank awakener is a treasure of mankind. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a quick cry came from the corner of the conference room. Deputy Director! Deputy Director! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the deputy director's fat secretary, hunched over, crawling towards them from the corner. Hu Yensong's brows knitted into knots, and he tapped the table with his fingers. How many times have I told you not to make loud noises during meetings? What's causing all the fuss? The plump white secretary crept over to his side, his eyes filled with surprise, and pointed at the boss information on his arm. Deputy Director. Look! The revelation of the ruins. Boss. Boss. Hu Yensong was already irritable and had lost his patience. Just as he was about to push him away, he casually glanced at the projection. This glance made him freeze instantly. What? Hu Yensong exclaimed and suddenly grabbed the fat man's wrist. On the projection, the originally lit first-level Overlord Lord Blind Corpse Alive status bar was now fading from scarlet at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there were 3 big gray words, killed. And the kill team column. The first one clearly reads Changjua. Chapter 45 Signing Objectives. Deputy Director Hu Yensong's unusual reaction immediately attracted everyone's attention. Several guild leaders exchanged glances, then clicked on the tracking function, switching the projection to the boss's data monitoring page. The boss who just completed the deformation is already dead? This is interesting. Rosa of the Holy Beast Guild unconsciously rubbed her sexy red lips with her fingertips, revealing an interested attitude. It's this Cheng Zhuo again, an F-rank summoner, who actually killed a first-order derivative-level lord? Little Rosa, don't be curious. Not all F-class have your miracle. Sungha pointed to the team list at the back. He and Huangfu Bai are the answer. Although the blind corpse can interfere with the electrical signal, it can't maintain the force field all the time. Most likely, Huangfu Bai severely damaged the blind corpse, and this guy used the mecha to deliver the final blow, so he took advantage of the opportunity. This statement immediately attracted echoes. Indeed, this level of overkill is not as simple as just killing a boss. The group of strange beasts around the boss is even more troublesome. It is impossible for one person to accomplish it. It seems that Huangfu Bai is quite capable, worthy of being an S rank. Who on earth is he? Aside from his S rank potential, all other information is blocked? Unfortunately, the images from within the ruins cannot be transmitted. Everyone wanted to go in and see for themselves. The battlefield where the new team killed the boss must be very exciting. From the moment Team Shinchi suffered casualties to the boss's death, the battle lasted nearly 5 hours. This boss battle must have been a tense and demanding battle of wits and courage. I hope they recorded it. I haven't seen a boss fight at the rookie stage for a long time. This boss battle has aroused the interest of many people. After all, the boss of this large-scale ruins world is no ordinary little Karami. For a new team with limited equipment, it is almost an impossible task. Almost everyone, including Hu Yensong, thought that Cheng Zhuo was the one who used the mecha to deliver the final blow. The real boss killer. It must be the mysterious Huangfu Bai. Even Deputy Director Hu Yensong, who knew that Cheng Zhuo had a first-level beast pet, thought so. It's just a beast pet whose realm was forcibly raised by the legendary breathing method. It's impossible for it to deal with a large boss in the ruins world. Everyone, be quiet. The deputy director's voice was wrapped in source power, suppressing the discussions in the room. He swept his eyes across the room, his tone solemn. The value of an S-rank hunter is self-evident. I don't care what means you use, but you must show your utmost sincerity and keep Huangfu Bai in Xingtia City. As for his contract with Redstone Town, I will personally coordinate with Mayor Wang. Don't worry, Deputy Director. Leave this matter to us, Jinshu. We will take care of it this time. Sungha was the first to say, patting his chest. Old ghost, you were so arrogant, aren't you afraid of your tongue slipping? Ren Tianqing sneered, with a faint smile on his lips. It's obvious this kid is deliberately signing a contract with the town. He's either playful or trying to make a name for himself. If we want to bring him back to the city for a contract, we must first sign him into the town's branch and then work our way through. As for the relationship with the town, your Jinshu is far behind our Xingyun. Because it involves the income of the town. Hunters with different lighthouse contracts are not allowed to sign guilds across regions. Therefore, a consortium like Nebula, which has branches in various towns, obviously has an advantage in this matter. Who are you looking down on? Our Jinshu's influence in Hongsha town is just as strong, Sun has said with a guilty conscience. Really? Ren Tianqing added slowly. I remember last year, old man Wang discussed with you about setting up a base in Hongsha, but you refused, and even mocked him, saying that the Hongsha lighthouse wouldn't survive this year. Song He raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully. Isn't that right? He's the only 6th level Hongsha left. How long can he survive in such a deep ecological zone in the ruins realm? Ren Tianqing didn't argue with Song He anymore. He stood up, gave a look to Mu Yenji behind him, and walked out calmly. Mu Yenji raised her foot and followed him out. The voice said indifferently. Teacher, do you need me to contact Huang Fubai? No need, I'll handle this. Ren Tianqing swiped his finger across the terminal, bringing up Changjua's information page, and turned to Mu Yenji. When he comes out, contact him and sign him in to our Redstone Town branch. Mu Yenji blinked and asked again, what kind of treatment? Sea-level hunter contract, increasing profit sharing. A hint of surprise flashed across Mu Yenji's indifferent eyes. Sea level? You think it's too high? Ren Tianqing raised his eyebrows and said suddenly. That's normal. This guy got the title of boss kill, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that it must have been Huang Fubai who did it. Mu Yenji blinked her confused eyes. So what? Do you still remember the level of his biological organism before he entered the ruins realm? Ren Tianqing asked. Mu Yenji recalled briefly, 16.5? Ren Tianqing smiled and pointed at the latest data. Look at him now. 26.8? Mu Yenji raised her eyelids slightly. How did it go up in one day? Obviously, he received a second serum injection. Ren Tianqing said firmly. This guy is broke, he definitely can't afford the serum. The only explanation is that he has a close relationship with Huang Fubai. Mu Yenji felt like she understood. So, if we sign him, we can sign Huang Fubai. It's not absolutely certain, but the chances are very high. Ren Tianqing patted her shoulder lovingly. I'll leave it to you. Mu Yenji's eyes lit up. It would be interesting to sign Huang Fubai. Just as Ren Tianqing was about to go back inside, he turned back and said worriedly. You cannot put a sword on someone's neck to force them. You can't control someone else's hand to sign a contract. The electronic document is just a record. Only the voluntary original contract is valid. Yeah. Mu Yenji nodded obediently. Forget it, just don't kill anyone and be happy. Ren Tianqing waved his hand. He actually didn't care much about the contract. He was very clear about the arrogance of an S-level. What's more, he was just guessing about the relationship between the two. Judging from the on-site footage before they entered the gate, even if the two had some friendship, it would not be too deep. The reason why I gave this matter to Mu Yenji was just to let this girl have more human experience. Mu Yenji's origin is S-level killing sword intent. As her realm becomes higher and higher, her emotions become more and more indifferent. Oddly enough, every once in a while, she has some special quirks. It seems that her instinct is also consciously avoiding losing her humanity. Last month she particularly liked playing mahjong with others, and only with people in the mental hospital. Last month, she liked to go to the wilderness to serve as someone's servant, responsible only for picking up materials and looting. She didn't even blink an eye when the whole team died. For some reason this month, after watching the guild manager discuss signings, I became obsessed with signing new players. It's just that their methods are too rough. If you're not interested, just chat for a few words and then forget it. If you're interested, they either threaten you with a sword or knock you unconscious and force you to sign with your hand. As the only hunter in Star Iron City who is expected to reach the 7th level this year, almost everyone who knows her is paving the way for her. Otherwise, if she completely lost her humanity due to her murderous sword intent, she would probably massacre the city before she even reached the 7-star realm gate. Looks very interesting. A hint of cunning flashed across his indifferent almond-shaped eyes. Well, I have to sign Changzhuo first, so that I can get the teacher to agree to let me sign Huang Fubai. It will be fun. Chapter 46. The Land of Tenderness is the battlefield. Glancing at Ren Tianqing's back in the corridor, a strange look flashed in the eyes of OS, the vice president of the Thunder Guild. After thinking for a moment, he also stood up, knocked on the desk of Lu Changshui, the manager of Lei Ting's new recruitment department, and walked towards another door. Seeing this, Lu Changshui hurriedly got up and followed him out. He bent down until OS stopped in front of the metal wall at the end of the corridor, then asked, "Vice President, do you have any instructions?" OSS said something similar to Ren Tianqing. After explaining the possible connection between Chang Zhuo and Huang Fubai, he said in a calm, yet unquestionable tone, "Do you understand? We must sign this Chang Zhuo." "I understand, Vice President." "Then what level should we give him?" Lu Changshui asked.
"Apply for a C-level contract first.
"Don't forget when you contact us, we still have 2 advantages," OS warned. "Advantage?"
Lu Changshui quickly glanced at the information, slapped his forehead, and said suddenly,
"You mean Ho Wanli?"
They were close friends in school. When Ho Wanli signed the contract, he specifically mentioned wanting to be associated with Chang Zhuo.
"What's another advantage?"
OS tapped his fingertips and projected a picture of a young girl.
"This girl is Chang Zhuo's ex-girlfriend. She is currently in our guild's rookie reserve team." His tone was flat and he said indifferently, "Let's fire her first to show our sincerity." "Okay." Lu Changshui's eyelids twitched, and he was secretly shocked. The vice president is busy with all kinds of things, but he even knows about such a trivial matter? "By the way, don't be too active," OS warned. "Give him the contract. If he signs it on the spot, then he can sign it. If he wants to consider it, then that's up to him." Lu Changshui was stunned. "Let him do whatever he wants. Since we are going to sign the contract, shouldn't we follow up closely?"
It was impossible that they were the only ones at the scene who thought of the special relationship between Chang Zhuo and Huang Fubai. Once he understands that we are the only one who can offer a higher price, then the negotiation will naturally be easier.
OSS showed a confident smile. "Why?" Lu Changshui was a little confused. "Is this to lower the price? Aren't you worried about being signed by other guilds? After all, he's a star rookie who can kill bosses above his level, so he still has some value. Just keep in touch." OS smiled slightly.
"Don't be fooled by the large number of guilds in there, but Huang Fubai can only choose between us and Xingyun. He has no ability to change the lighthouse contract in the short term. These useless people can only watch enviously, without even the right to negotiate."
Lu Changshui still didn't fully understand and asked again, "What about Xingyun?"
"If they offer Chang Zhuo a higher price." A hint of sarcasm flashed in OS's eyes, and he whispered,
"That old fogey, Ren Tianqing, would never give Chang Zhuo a contract above C level.
Last time, he wanted to take Ho Wanli over, but the B-level contract we gave him was excessive, so he replaced him on the spot."
Lu Changshui nodded.
"Indeed, that guy always likes to talk about the rules, but since we know he might give a C-level contract, why don't we just give him a B-level contract?"
OS smiled slyly. "First lower the price, then raise it."
Lu Changshui suddenly realized, creating a difference in treatment will make him feel that we value him.
OSS looked at him with appreciation. As expected of an ace manager, he's very insightful.
"Thank you, Vice President."
Lu Changshui nodded slightly. "You are wise. With a little trick, Chang Zhuo will definitely choose us, Lei Ting. I'll give you the highest B-level signing authority. Don't let me down." "Thank you, President. I will definitely get it done."
In the huge conference room, everyone was whispering and discussing.
Everyone has their own thoughts.
S-level is expected to change the guild landscape, so some guilds, even if they don't have a base in Red Stone Town, have begun planning. With 6 days left, perhaps they will have enough time to complete the registration process. In the seat of the representative of the Holy Beast Guild. Unlike everyone else who was talking about Huang Fubai, Rosa bit her fingertips with her pearly teeth and kept staring at Cheng Zhuo's information page. The page next to it also showed Cheng Zhuo killing a rat mantis and his pet beast madly attacking Zhao Shichang. She raised her eyebrows, as if making a decision, and opened a dialogue box with a divine turtle portrait.
"Teacher, I want to sign a new person." "What level? Do you still need to ask me?"
"It's not a high-ranking position, but it might violate some of the contract terms."
"Please don't get angry when that happens." Endless wasteland. Cheng Zhuo looked at the motionless lump of iron in silence.
Huang Fubai and the other man were unwilling to come out, and Cheng Zhuo was too lazy to argue. He simply turned around, took out the floating lamp from the system space and threw it to the ground. The pale white halo instantly dispelled the darkness around him. He took out a dagger, squatted down, and slashed it neatly at the giant zombie's skull.
With a click,
A first-level source core with a faint glow was picked out and felt cool in the hand. Although it is just the most common first-level source core, each one is worth 50 or 60 city-state coins and cannot be wasted. With the help of 6 pots, they dug very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, he collected more than 200 source nuclei. There was more collected on the can side, and a crystal-clear source core pile was formed on the edge of the pitch-black pit. There is a thinner giant corpse called the Lantern Man. 18 ordinary blind nuclei were also provided to Chang Zhua. Chang Zhua opened it directly. 4 gray, 12 white, and 2 green. Except for the 2 green corpse poison auxiliary cards, which are somewhat useful, he now doesn't even look at the rest of the ordinary source cards and throws them into the system space. What a shame! Once you leave the gate, the Redstone Town Lighthouse will take away 13%. Just when he felt heartbroken for 2 seconds, Chang Zhua suddenly stopped. If he puts all his income into the system space, can the lighthouse still withdraw it? Almost subconsciously, Chang Zhua denied this possibility. Considering that the system can erase the curse of a forbidden object with only 100 points of harmony value, the system is far superior to the rules of the Lighthouse Ruins realm. He even suspected that the system asked him to use 100 points for purification because he only had a little over 100 points at the time. If he only has a dozen points, maybe the system's purification requirement is 10 points. In other words, as long as he puts all his gains in the Ruins realm into the system space, he doesn't have to worry about the layers of commission like other hunters. As for hunting in the wilderness, it is even less likely that the town supervisors would discover it. Of course, you have to leave some on the surface to avoid arousing suspicion. Almost there. Cheng Zhua glanced at Guan Guan and saw that he had stopped moving and was squatting next to the nuclear source pile, wagging his tail. Considering that Xia Mo and Xia Chan were still alone in the RV more than 10 kilometers away, Cheng Zhua planned to go and meet them first. As for Huang Fubai, let him hide in the iron lump. There will be no danger anyway. He put away the dagger, exerted force on his feet, leaped a few times, and soon landed next to Guan Guan. As soon as he landed, he was dumbfounded. You are. Meow. Guan Guan dragged his round belly that was about to burst and rubbed it back and forth on Cheng Zhua's thighs, looking cute and trying to please him. Cheng Zhua stared at the gray source core pile and was stunned. Did you eat it all? The cat only took a small bite, eh? Guan Guan raised his big round head, his amber eyes sparkling, and he couldn't stop burping. Cheng Zhua opened the probe and looked intently at the can. Normally speaking, the level of a single summoner like Cheng Zhua's pet is the same as that of its master. As long as the origin card is not broken, the pet will not die. But animal pets also have a growth period, and different types require different feeding methods. The source nucleus is indeed the staple food for feeding. But Guan Guan has eaten thousands of source cores, and this growth progress is too little. Summoned Beast, Burial Dune Cat Infant. Cub growth progress, 0.053%. Realm, First Level Beast Pet. Biological body strength, 67.8. Talent, Evil Spirit Hunter, has a deterrent effect on all evil spirits, ignoring any soul attacks. Talent Night Owl, when night falls, Little Fatty's speed will be doubled. Introduction: this is a sand cat that has been enhanced by the power of dialization. Aside from being greedy, it seems to have no flaws. It's totally off the mark. However, it can also be shown from the side that the strength in Guan Guan is definitely not comparable to ordinary pets. Cheng Zhua comforted himself. Then, he opened his own panel. Master, Cheng Zhua. Realm, level 03.95%. Origin card, F rank gray. Original skill, Summon Burial Dune Cat Infant. Origin card 2, Undead Summoning S rank red hidden state. Original skill, Corpse Recruitment. Biological strength rating, 26.8. Gene secondary unlocking potential, 0.10007%. Strength, 24. Agility, 20. Spirit, 63. Constitution, 20. Lucky, 23. Number of partners, 1-3. Space. Seeing that the progress was less than 4%, Cheng Zhua was both surprised and depressed. Surprisingly, the effect of the passive meditation skill Dragon Power was manifested. For every 1% of progress, he actually increased his strength by 1 point. What's frustrating is, he killed not only the boss but also the group of monsters guarding near the boss. This level of slaughter would take years for an ordinary F-class to kill so many. The realm progress only increased by 3.95%?
Chang Zhuo finally understood why F-level potential was so despised. If he didn't have a mythical breathing card, the progress might be even slower, and an ordinary F-level person would have no chance of officially entering the rank.
No, I have to work harder. Cheng Zhuo looked back towards the RV where the twin sisters were. Whether it is to increase the level of the undead summoning card, or to increase the gene unlocking rate and get the opportunity for a second awakening, he needs to work hard.
Hunting is not his battlefield yet. The land of gentleness is. Chapter 47, Charming RVI.
On the way back to the RV, the haze in the wilderness dissipated a little, revealing the clear night sky.
Above their heads hung an exaggeratedly large full moon. You can clearly see some strange beasts wandering in the distance. Although Guan Guan kept burping, he looked as if he was still not satisfied.
He would often jump up his short legs and rush forward to hunt.
It has the talent of a night owl and is extremely fast at night. It also has an innate ability to suppress these corpse-like beasts carrying evil spirits in the wilderness. Hunting at night is like a fish in water.
Since it is still an infant, it now spends most of its time sleeping in Chang Zhuo's origin card, and is rarely awake for a few hours a day. Chang Zhuo thought it was better to let it sit idle, so after telling it not to stay too far away, he let it go. He himself drove the gravity body and continued to rush back. But within a few minutes, the outline of the RV appeared outside the valley ahead. From a distance, the PR-class battlefield RV looked like a dormant steel behemoth. Its dark shell shone with a cold and hard luster in the moonlight. Its massive body, coupled with its sharp-edged armor, made Cheng Zhuo look at it again and still wanted to sigh.
So fucking handsome.
Cheng Zhuo controlled the gravity body to stop next to the RV. As soon as he approached, the door slid open with a swish. A refreshing scent of shower gel hits you in the face. The space inside the car is very spacious, with a living room, kitchen, bathroom and bedroom. There was no light on in the living room, and the warm white light came out through the crack of the bedroom door, making Cheng Zhuo, who was thinking about something, feel inexplicably tempted.
Brother Zhuo, you're back.
The bedroom door was gently opened, and Xia Chan's head popped out first. She didn't hold Xia Mo's hand, couldn't see the road, and just stretched out her hand and groped her way towards Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo hurried forward and held her warm and smooth arm. When he saw her cool clothes, he suddenly felt a heat and tightness in his throat.
Before leaving,
the two sisters were in a dishevel and covered in dust. Cheng Zhuo noticed their shining eyes when they saw the bathroom, so he let them relax and use the water. When he was rushing to Shichang, he passed by the oasis. There is also a water purification system in the car. However, due to the urgency of his entry, he did not think of bringing any change of clothes for the two sisters, so he could only take out a few of his own clothes and let them make do with them.
Xia Chan was only wearing one of his t-shirts.
The material is thin and loose, and the hem just covers the hips, revealing a pair of white, straight, yet tight and round long legs.
Cheng Zhuo took off his combat uniform and walked into the inner room under Xia Chan's arm. Wow, Brother Zhuo, you know what? This car is amazing.
Not only does it have a kitchen, bathroom, and a big bed, but it also has a medical system, a defense system, and even a few patrol drones and robot dogs. Xia Chan started talking again, excitedly talking about the various functions she discovered in the RV. She kept talking with her little mouth, her arms tightly wrapped around Cheng Zhuo's arm, but Cheng Zhuo didn't really listen to the specific content. His attention was focused on the soft touch in his arm.
This little girl is actually naked.
That's right, all the underwear and clothes they took off should have been thrown into the washer-dryer.
Brother Zhuo, didn't they say that cards and weapons that exceed the rules of the boundary gate cannot be brought in? How did you bring such a powerful car in? Brother Zhuo? Brother Zhuo?
Xia Chan touched Cheng Zhuo's cheek and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!
Brother Zhuo, why are you so hot? Are you sick?" Cough.
Cheng Zhuo quickly grabbed her groping little hand, the tip of his ear felt a little hot, and he coughed twice to hide his embarrassment.
I'm fine. Ahem, you're talking about this car.
I got it in the ruins realm, so it's not restricted by the realm gate. There was a soft click sound. At this time, the bathroom door opened. A mist with a faint fragrance gushed out, and Xia Mo's figure walked out. The ends of her hair were still dripping with water, a few strands of wet silver hair stuck to the sides of her neck, and her fair cheeks were flushed with moisture.
Xia Mo also wore Cheng Zhuo's white t-shirt.
The white hem just covered her thighs, revealing two fair and smooth legs. Below her slender ankles, a pair of pink and white feet walked out barefoot. Seeing Cheng Zhuo, Xia Mo paused, then slightly curled the corners of her lips. There was a hint of barely perceptible shyness on her still calm face. I have something to discuss with you guys. Cheng Zhuo tried his best to choose the right words and tactfully expressed the harmony of the system in the form of possessing a hidden origin that can make both husband and wife stronger. A moment later, Xia Chan's eyes widened with starlight, and asked in an inquiring manner. Brother Zhuo, what you mean is, that if we just hum and ah, we can become stronger little by little? Cheng Zhui, that's right. The more you cling to each other, the more intense it gets. Xia Chan's face flushed like a ripe apple, shy yet curious. Just like those dual cultivations and immortal cultivation novels? Cheng Zhu said, you could say that. In fact, after the harmony is completed, both they and I can increase our attributes a little bit every day, and we don't need to be together every day. But the more harmonious the sound, the more blind cores Cheng Zhuo will receive, and the gene unlocking rate of both parties will also be increased, so the saying the more the better is true. The settings here have been modified in chapters 24 and 30, and some content has been brought forward. Some of the brothers who followed the update early may not have seen it. You can go back and read it, but it's okay if you don't. The changes are roughly the same as what is written above. Xia Chan glanced at her sister, showing her little canine teeth and grinning. Sister, I want to ask what counts as a single time. It has to be formal. What method does it take? Before she could finish her words, Xia Mo's ears had already turned red, and she reached out to cover Xia Chan's mouth. Cheng Zhuo laughed dryly. He didn't really understand. Although his system boasted about how awesome it was unfortunately dumb. The bedroom suddenly fell silent. In the halo of the warm light, an ambiguous atmosphere gradually permeated. Xia Mo sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing her hair mechanically with a towel. Only the movement of her biting her red lips revealed a bit of nervousness. Cheng Zhuo was actually a little worried. It's not that I'm afraid that she will refuse, but I'm worried that I won't be able to trigger the system as harmony reward conditions. Xia Mo's temperament has a natural coolness and aloofness. But the harmony of the system, emotion is the core. Xia Chan's face was slightly flushed. Even though she was carefree, she avoided his gaze at this moment, and her fingertips unconsciously stroked her white thighs. I'll go wash up first. Cheng Zhuo couldn't stand the silent ambiguity and planned to give the two sisters some buffer time. Cold water poured over his head, but it couldn't extinguish his somewhat restless heart. Not long. When he opened the door, the two sisters were sitting on the head of the bed, their heads put together, as if discussing something. Their fair and lovely faces were red. Hearing the door open, they both looked up at the same time. Xia Mo's silver hair had been wiped half dry and fell on her shoulders, and there was a bit of burning in her clear eyes that was different from the past. It was Xia Chan, who always talked about uniform and posture, who panicked first. He suddenly shook off Xia Mo's hand, grabbed the quilt next to him and buried his head in it, acting like an ostrich. Xia Mo didn't hide. She stood up on her own initiative, walked slowly to Cheng Zhuo, took the towel from his hand, then stood on tiptoe naturally and raised her hand to help him wipe his wet hair. A unique fragrance of a young girl filled his nose, and Cheng Zhuo couldn't help feeling a little distracted. Xia Mo's slender fingers occasionally brushed against the tip of his ear, bringing a slightly cool warmth, and her movements were extremely careful. Xia Mo, who used to be always one step away from the other two women, is now very close. Cheng Zhuo lowered his head slightly and could clearly feel her warm and somewhat rapid breathing, as well as the gentle rise and fall of her chest. There is an unconcealable nervousness, but also a sense of initiative that comes from gathering courage. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. The girl moved closer and closer. With a casual glance, through the wide collar of the t-shirt, Cheng Zhuo could clearly see the fair and undulating curves. He swallowed gulpily. I raised my eyes subconsciously, only to meet a pair of straightforward and expectant eyes. Xia Mo pursed her lips slightly, and her small tongue gently licked the rosy lip line. She seemed to have lost her balance while standing on tiptoe, and accidentally fell into Cheng Zhuo's arms. Cheng Zhuo subconsciously put his arms around her slender waist. The delicate touch on his palm and the soft, warm feeling in his arms made his blood boil and his breathing became heavier. The girl raised her face, her silver hair fell back, and she gently closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, and the tips of her ears were red as if they were about to bleed, but she did not retreat at all. Instead, she tiptoed slightly. A pair of arms rested on Cheng Zhuo's shoulders. The meaning is self-evident. Chapter 48, Charming RV Part 2. Under Xia Mo's silver white hair, her fair cheeks had lost their former coldness and were now rosy like the sunset. Like the melting of ice and snow, it is intoxicating. A faint fragrance wafts over.
Cheng Zhuo couldn't hold back any longer and leaned over to kiss her.
The lips touch each other, soft, tender and slightly cool. Xiaomo's body trembled slightly and her breathing became rapid. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and after a long time, her delicate body gradually softened. What surprised Cheng Zhuo was that the pair of pink and white arms actually took the initiative to embrace him. The girl's response was awkward but passionate. From slightly cool to scorching hot, even the air seemed to be tinged with heat. Xia Chan, who had wrapped his head, seemed to have heard something and moved his body towards the wall, leaving a large space.
A long time passed.
Call. Cheng Zhuo exhaled lightly, exerted a little force on the hand that was supporting her waist, and suddenly lifted her up horizontally.
Their lips parted immediately.
Xiaomo's chin was still slightly raised, and there was a layer of mist in her eyes, as if she was reluctant to let go of the strange yet intoxicating touch. It wasn't until her body was suspended in the air that she suddenly came to her senses. As if thinking of what was going to happen next, her rapid breathing suddenly stopped, and she hurriedly wrapped her hands around Cheng Zhuo's neck, her whole body trembling slightly.
Silver hair droops down.
The sweep of his burned arm brought a slight itch, which made his heart even hotter. Xia Mo raised her hand and pointed at the ceiling.
Cheng Zhuo understood and immediately turned off all the lights.
But he casually opened the curtain of the skylight. The silvery moonlight shone down, blending the two people's overlapping shadows together. Occasionally, outside the RV, you could hear the soft sound of Kan chasing a strange beast. The beast's terrified roar made the inside of the car even quieter, with only the sound of each other's breathing gradually becoming synchronized.
Sometimes heavy, sometimes light, entangled in the moonlight. It seems to be curiosity. Xia Chan felt some movement and secretly poked his head out. Without Xia Mo, she could see nothing. Only incomprehensible sounds could be heard.
With the rustling sound of clothes falling to the ground, the movement beside me suddenly stopped.
Suddenly. I don't know what I heard.
Xia Chan felt inexplicably hot all over and hurriedly stuffed his head into the quilt again.
If, tell Xia Chan.
Cheng Zhuo said in a restrained voice, "Little Chan, stop being an ostrich."
Question mark.
Xia Chan was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook her head. No, you guys continue. I will affect you. I don't know if he was trying to make her feel it on purpose. Xia Mo stretched out her slender hand, which was slightly sweaty, and after groping for a while, she held Xia Chan's wrist.
The next second,
Xia Chan was suddenly stunned.
His body was stretched straight, not daring to move.
Another moment passed. I don't know if it's because the scenery is too ambiguous, but the sound of the wind outside the car has become quieter. The temperature of the air conditioner in the car is obviously very low, but there is a sense of heat in the air. Xia Chan secretly moved away the cover, daring only to reveal one of his strange blue eyes. The scene under the moonlight startled her. The taut muscles all over his body seemed like they were carved out of jade, sharp and wild, with a thrilling sense of aggression. But a glimpse? Xia Chan felt his heart beating wildly in his throat, and even his breathing skipped a beat. She once again hid in the corner in panic and wrapped herself up like a little dumpling. Time flows slowly like being soaked in warm water. The movement in the RV gradually became more and more charming.
After a while,
Cheng Zhuo's low voice, with a hint of laughter, came through the quilt.
Little Chan, are you stuffy under the quilt?
Xia Chan hurriedly shook his head. I'm not bored.
I'm not bored. I didn't hear anything.
However, just as she finished her words, she felt a huge force suddenly coming, pulling her up along with the quilt.
Chapter 49, Charming RV Part 3.
Xia Chan was pulled up suddenly, and before she could react, her cherry red lips were blocked by a heavy gasp. Her eyes widened in shock, the moonlight from the skylight reflected in them.
A strange touch came.
The strange current mixed with her sister's made her unable to resist, and she slowly closed her eyes.
The night is getting deeper.
The silvery moonlight fell, reflecting a beautiful interwoven scene.
The summer cicada was awakened by the slight coolness on its body.
When their fingertips intertwined, she was surprised to find that her t-shirt had disappeared without a trace. The cool breeze blew in from the air conditioner, making her skin feel chilly. The empty touch instantly woke her up. She tried to escape shyly, but was held down by an unstoppable force. Cheng Zhuo's voice rang in his ears, soft and low, with a hint of ridicule.
What's wrong? Aren't you usually quite bold and reckless?
Xia Chan was in great confusion and looked at her sister beside her for help. But Xia Mo was lying on her side, her silver hair scattered on the pillow, and the corners of her eyes were filled with an unprecedented charm. Not only did she not help her, but she looked at her with a look of anticipation and realized. It's your turn now. Let your sister take a rest. Ah. Xia Chan hurriedly covered her hot face and didn't dare to look directly into Chang Shua's aggressive eyes. Little Chan Chan? You're not considering the uniform or the posture now? Chang Shua tapped her nose lightly and said jokingly. You always spread rumors about my sister. No, no. Xia Chan waved her hands hurriedly. Some of it is indeed my sister's idea, such as the one after the kitchen, and how to count it. Ha? Chang Shua was stunned and looked at Xia Mo beside him suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo bit her lips lightly, revealing a hint of shyness and anger, but she did not intend to deny it. She was a little shy just now, but now she is very enthusiastic, completely different from her usual indifferent look. Chang Shua thought it was just a momentary courage. If what Xia Chan said was true, then the two sisters were secretly. Is Xia Mo the one who was more relaxed? I didn't expect that. The little white flower that looks indifferent, cold, and speechless is actually a minion at heart? He turned his head to look at Xia Chan, who was extremely flustered and shy. Her usual playfulness was gone, and even her neck was red. Chang Shua couldn't help but become interested. You don't usually see this little girl being so shy. The night in the wilderness seems a little long. Can was tired from playing. His mouth was stuffed with a pile of source cores. He stood outside the RV, scratching the door with his claws and whining. After a long while, its owner did not respond. Guan simply gathered the source cores together, lay down on the step at the door, and fell into a deep sleep. Of course Chang Shua knew it was back. But at this moment, he had no intention of opening the door for it, and he didn't even think of asking the intelligent program to open the door for it. All he could see was Xia Mo's slightly swaying silver hair, which made him unable to look away. He had previously consummated his marriages with the two girls one after another, but the sisters did not have Wan Qinghe's wonderful ability of healing after all, and could not bear Chang Shua's already ridiculous physical strength. He originally thought of just letting it go. Who would have thought that Xia Mo would take the initiative to tie up her loose silver hair? This was the first time Chang Shua saw Xia Mo with a ponytail. Not to mention, looking at them this way, if it weren't for the different hair colors, he really wouldn't be able to tell who was Xia Mo and who was Xia Chan. The girl's movements were awkward and gentle. The eyes that were raised from time to time and filled with emotion made Chang Shua sigh even more at the extreme contrast between the two. When she was really tired, she would pull Xia Chan, who was so shy that she dared not open her eyes, to help. The originally cold and aloof Xia Mo and the lively and outgoing Xia Chan both turned into pure and lustful girls with different styles that night. One is passionate, the other is shy. Chapter 50: The Long Night. I don't know how long it took. Only when he heard the soft snoring sounds from the two exhausted sisters beside him did Chang Shua carefully get up. Xia Mo was still nestled in his arms, her pink and white shoulders gleaming like jade in the moonlight. Her warm breath brushed across his chest, and even the undulating pink and white mountains seemed gentle. Xia Chan was lying on her back, occupying half of the bed, with one leg pressed on Chang Shua's stomach. Her red lips were slightly parted, and she occasionally murmured a few words, and then she returned to her heartless appearance. Chang Shua carefully pulled his arm away and moved Xia Chan's legs away. Tiptoe out of bed. He walked to the door, took back the snoring can, and threw a pile of source cores into the space. The system automatically performs classification and counting. Chang Shua glanced at the data and raised his eyebrows. 712 primary nuclei, 55 derivatives. This little guy must have cleared out the entire area around the valley. Ordinary source cores are just crystallizations of source power. After leaving the body, the internal source power will quickly drop to a stable value and will dissipate over time, so most of them are not that expensive. First-level ordinary source cores, except for the Overlord level, are basically within 100 city-state coins. It is commonly used in some small source-powered weapons or daily machinery. If Chang Shua sells this batch, he estimates it can fetch around 40,000 yuan. Including the biscuits and water he had previously sold at high prices, his current funds are approaching the 200,000 mark. This does not include the source cards he kept for his own use. Who would have thought that less than a week ago, he was still a poor guy who couldn't even take out 500 yuan? Speaking of which, I am the lifesaver of 90% of the newcomers, right? He couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips, and a ridiculous idea popped up in his mind. If I give everyone a thank you fee of 80,000, wouldn't that be financial freedom? After the distortion of the ruins realm, the growth of the strange beasts was gradual. Cheng Zhuo solved the boss on the first day of the distortion, which was equivalent to cutting off the source of the continued growth of the ruins realm. The remaining beasts would only maintain their current strength, and even their active offensiveness would be greatly weakened. Of course, whether others recognize his salvation is another matter. After all, there are quite a few newcomers with good talents who, with the help of some auxiliary cards and supplies, are not afraid of first-level monsters. Maybe some of the stronger ones would blame him for taking the lead in killing the boss too early. Put aside complicated thoughts. Cheng Zhuo turned and walked into the kitchen, taking out a can of cold beer. There was a crisp hiss sound. He tilted his head back and took a sip. The icy, stinging feeling in his throat made him more sober. Then, he sat back on the sofa, pointed his finger at the air, and began to look through the system prompts that he had previously closed. Your partner, Wan Qinghe, misses you. Harmony value +5. Your partner, Wan Qinghe, misses you. Harmony value +5. Your partner, Wan Qinghe, is worried about you. Harmony value +10. Contract partner Wan Qinghe's daily fortune has been issued. Both parties have +1 agility. Qinghe. As he flipped through the pages line by line, Cheng Zhuo's fingertips unconsciously stroked the cold body of the jar, and his brows furrowed little by little. In just a short while, his harmony value has reached 200+. In addition to the 60 points contributed by Xia Mo and Xia Chan. This is full of harmony value triggered by Wan Qinghe's longing. Cheng Zhuo felt inexplicably distressed. That little girl, all alone in her new house, must be worried sick. He seemed to be able to imagine the girl tossing and turning in bed at this moment. Unfortunately, for this kind of newcomer, regardless of whether they have completed their mission or not, they have to stay in the super distance world for 7 days before they can leave. She should be able to see the prompt that she killed the boss. After seeing this, perhaps I wouldn't be so worried about the safety of myself and my sisters. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Zhuo continued to look down. Ding, congratulations on your first harmonious intercourse with your partner Xia Mo. Companion contract reward, 1 epic blind core. The current contract partner Xia Mo's daily rewards have been unlocked. You and Xia Mo completed your first harmonious relationship, gene unlocking rate +0.1%. You and Xia Mo completed a harmony value +30, random blind core +1. Harmony is complete, entering the charge state, your physical strength has been restored. Partner Xia Mo's daily fortune has been issued, both of you have +1 physical fitness. After reading Xia Mo's harmony tips, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but suddenly understand. No wonder he didn't feel tired after struggling for so long, but instead felt more energetic. It turned out to be Xia Mo's charging effect. He quietly looked back into the bedroom. His eyes fell on Xia Mo's flawless body. Partner, Xia Mo. Realm, level 0. Biological body strength, 4.66. Gene secondary unlocking rate, 0.102%. Origin card, Beast Whisperer F rank Gray. Original skill, Whispering Beast Taming. Partner's luck, daily random attribute +1 for both partners. Harmony effect, recharge, rapidly restores the host's stamina and increases stamina recovery speed within 12 hours. Harmony effect unlock, when harmony is in excellent condition, there is a chance to increase the gene unlock rate. With Xia Mo's charging effect, I will be a perpetual motion pile driver in the future. Cheng Zhuo sighed inwardly. Cheng Zhuo shifted his gaze to the side and looked at Xia Chan, who looked like she had no sign of sleeping, and couldn't help laughing. This little girl is very thick-skinned except when she's having sex. Partner, Summer Cicada. Realm, level 0. Biological body strength, 4.66. Gene secondary unlocking rate, 0.102%. Origin card, Petrifying Gaze F rank Gray. Original skill, Petrified Vision. Partner's luck, daily random attribute +1 for both partners. Harmony effect luck, temporarily doubles each other's luck, and lasts for 2 hours. Harmony effect unlock, when harmony is in excellent condition, there is a chance to increase the gene unlock rate. Hey, not bad, it can actually temporarily double my luck. From now on, before I use the blind core, I must have a fight with Xiao Chanchan. Woo! The summer cicada turned over and muttered to itself. She lay sprawled on the bed, her round buttocks gleaming whitely in the moonlight, completely unaware that she had fallen into a sinister plot. While the lucky doubling effect is still there, Cheng Zhuo took out the epic blind core that he had just received as a reward from the 2 companion contracts.
Little Chan, bless me and I'll get 2 breathing meditation cards. Cheng Zhuo muttered silently. Release the origin and open the blind core.
Unlike blind core porcupine, a monster that specializes in producing breathing meditation cards, most of the source cards produced by blind cores are random. Cheng Zhuo hopes to get at least 2 epic breathing meditation cards.
Let the 2 sisters embark on the Caxia road first. I don't know if it's the effect of doubling my luck or the blessing of the little cicada. 2 epic blind cores actually open 2 epic breathing meditation cards.
A card called Hunting Perception. The front of the card features a shimmering falcon pattern, while the back is dotted with tiny source light spots, flickering gently as the source power flows.
Breathing meditation card Hunting Perception. Quality, Epic Purple. Meditation skill, Mark Echo.
Effect, while active, it creates a source force mimicry vision in the mind, using the remaining source essence of living things to generate a dynamic mark for nearly 2 hours.
During the marking period, the speed of friendly units approaching the marked target will automatically increase by 15%. Usage restrictions, none.
Introduction, a tracking secret technique created by a mysterious hunter. Cheng Zhuo stared at the source force mimicry vision on the card, and his eyes lit up instantly. He had just talked with Xia Chan about installing cybernetic eyes, and he didn't know whether he was afraid or something else. She didn't want to gouge out her own eyes. This card doesn't perfectly match Xia Chan's petrifying gaze, but with this mimicry vision, at least she doesn't have to rely entirely on Xia Mo as her eyes.
This is a disguised solution to the problem of blindness. Another one is called Breath of the Abyss.
On the front of the card was the shadow of a giant beast curled up in a dark purple abyss.
Holding it in my hand, I felt like I was being stared at.
Breathing meditation card, Breath of the Abyss. Quality, Epic Purple.
Meditation skill, Deterrence.
Effect, when breathing, you can borrow pressure from the abyss, destroying the target's source power control and causing it to fall into chaos.
Usage restrictions, none. Introduction. This meditation technique, inherited from ancient beast spirit priests, allows hunters to gain a momentum advantage in confrontations with exotic beasts. This is also a good auxiliary skill, and it is quite suitable for Xia Mo.
The meditation skills of these 2 cards are only average in epic level. But Cheng Zhuo still planned to let them use it first. After all, breathing meditation cards are not something that can be used for a lifetime.
If there are better ones in the future, they can be replaced. He won't be short of money in the future, so he won't have to worry about not being able to afford it. Just put away the cards.
Cheng Zhuo suddenly heard some noises of someone getting up in the bedroom, followed by the slight sound of bare feet walking across the floor.
Xia Mo walked out of the bedroom wrapped in a beige blanket.
She stood on tiptoe, her long silver hair hanging messily on her shoulders. With a hint of laziness as if she had just woken up, she walked towards Cheng Zhuo with her long, white and smooth legs.
Did I disturb you?
Cheng Zhuo asked softly.
Xia Mo shook her head.
She bent her knees slightly and sat in Cheng Zhuo's arms, rubbing against his chin like a kitten. Cheng Zhuo could clearly smell the fragrance of her hair, mixed with a hint of body odor, and the lingering blush on her skin, spreading from her cheeks to the half of her body exposed outside the blanket. It is full of the tenderness that is unique to a young girl after her first experience with man.
She seemed to be more dependent on herself.
Cheng Zhuo thought about it and held the girl tighter in his arms. My fingertips accidentally touched the blanket, and under the silky material was the girl's warm body. The delicate touch was like a hook, making his throat feel dry.
His greedy hands couldn't help but quietly reached into the blanket.
Xia Mo moaned softly, with a soft and sticky sound as if she had just woken up. It seems that he sensed some changes. She raised her head slightly, and her watery eyes met Cheng Zhuo's, with a hint of suspicion and expectation.
It seems to be asking. Thinking about it again. Chapter 51 Xia Mo's Little Thoughts.
Unable to resist the charming look, Cheng Zhuo leaned over and kissed her.
Until a feeling of suffocation came over me. He slowly let go.
He gently rubbed her lips, which were kissed until they were shiny, with his fingertips, and said in a soft and hoarse voice.
Let you rest for a few days, and then I'll deal with you when I get home.
Xia Mo raised her smooth chin slightly and pursed her lips, as if she was still unsatisfied. Hearing Cheng Zhuo say this, a glimmer of agility she had never seen before suddenly flashed in her black pupils, and she turned around quietly like a kitten that had stolen some freeze-dried food. That slightly lively and playful look made Cheng Zhuo a little curious.
This little girl seems to have many unknown sides. But Xia Mo struggled to get up, clutched the beige blanket on her body, and carefully pulled up the slipping edge to cover her spring scenery. Then she tiptoed on her pink and white jade feet and walked lightly to the other side of the hall. There stood a silver-gray medical cabin with a cold, hard metallic luster. Xia Mo looked back at Cheng Zhuo. Pointing at the medical cabin, a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Cheng Zhuo thought of the source card skills carried by some treatment cabins, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Have you seen the function of the medical bay? Xia Mo nodded slightly, opened the hatch and went in. After the hatch closed, a pale blue light source lit up from the edge of the cabin, flickering faintly. A moment later, Xia Mo's jade feet stepped out, her face flushed. Cheng Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, with a joking smile that said, "You have a lot of little ideas." Seeing this, Xia Mo rolled her eyes at him shyly. She then bit her lower lip, a hint of charm flashing in the corners of her eyes, and lifted her hair with both hands, letting the blanket slide down. But she slowly tied her hair into a ponytail. Gudong. Cheng Zhuo swallowed in his throat, his eyes fixed on the perfect person who was approaching step by step. That touch of silver really made him excited. Okay. It seems that Xia-chan was really wronged. In the bedroom, the summer cicadas huddled in the corner, covering their ears from time to time. Sometimes I can't help but move away, he kept muttering. It's so embarrassing, this little bastard. How can he not be ashamed at all? Damn it. You're secretly practicing dual cultivation, hoping to suddenly become a super hunter. Are you jealous of me? Who wouldn't dare? I'll go too. 555, I don't dare. What's the point of yelling so loudly? You can't even speak. Humph, 555, why am I so hot? The living room should be cooler, I just need some fresh air. The night outside the RV grew darker. The wind also grew louder. Mixed in with the beauty in the car, Cheng Zhuo could no longer remember how many times he had received notifications from the system. When you wake up again. A ray of dazzling light came from the gap in the skylight curtain. There was a slight sound of snoring beside me. Cheng Zhuo didn't get up, but checked his harvest from last night first. The harmony value has reached 557. There were 8 more random blind cores, but Cheng Zhuo didn't open them in a hurry. When he checked the gene unlocking rate, he was surprised by a plus 0.5%. He recalled the timeline, and that time seemed to be. Well, brothers, think about it yourself, the second time was deleted. Cheng Zhuo felt his scalp tingling at that time. Could it be because of this? It seems I need to test more next time. I don't know how long it took. They didn't get up until noon. After a wonderful lunch, Cheng Zhuo took out the epic meditation cards he had prepared. Xia Chan's mouth formed an O shape in shock, and he flipped the card back and forth between his fingers. Is this what allows us to merge? Cheng Zhuo nodded, that's right. Epic. Xia Chan's breathing became a bit rapid with excitement. Epic level items must start at 1 million, right? Let's sell it and get rich instantly. Cheng Zhuo raised his hand and tapped her forehead, his tone filled with a hint of doting helplessness. Little money grubber, this is for you two to fuse. If you really want to sell it, you might as well sell this car. It's worth much more than these 2 cards. Xia Chan subconsciously glanced at the spacious RV, unaware of what was coming to mind. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she quickly waved her hands. This can't be sold. After a pause, she lowered her head again and added. Our potential is too low. It's such a waste to use this card. Have you forgotten what I told you? Cheng Zhuo pinched her cheek. As long as you behave like you did last night, your second awakening will come soon. Really? Xia Chan's eyes lit up. Certainly. Xia Mo, who was standing aside, had returned to her usual indifferent self. Her eyes narrowed slightly, she tightened Xia Chan's hand, and said knowingly. Only if we become strong can we avoid dragging down Brother Zhuo and even help him when we encounter danger again. Xia Chan was startled, and looked back at Cheng Zhuo. With a blushing face, she leaned close to his ear and said in a soft and sweet voice. My sister asked me to thank you and also said. Guess what she said? I'm not allowed to write. It's under review. Damn, how can a pure little girl say that I'm involved in H? How pure is she? After saying that, she winked at Cheng Zhuo, sat cross-legged holding the card, and imitated Xia Mo, placing her fingertips on the surface of the card and slowly closed her eyes. Little girl. Chang Zhuo smiled dotingly. He was now a little confused as to whether Xia Chan was just joking or really spreading Xiaomo's words. A while later, Cheng Zhuo, who was studying the functions of the RV, was attracted by the roar of an engine coming from afar. He walked quickly to the car window and looked out intently. 6 black single-person hovercrafts were rapidly approaching from the end of the wasteland. The light blue jet of flame left an afterimage on the ground, and in just over 10 seconds it surrounded the front of the RV. Which guild are you from inside? Come out and chat with me? A shrill Drake voice came from outside the car. Chapter 52 Everyone Must Die. On one of the hoverbikes, a tall, thin man with a hoarse voice kept shouting. Cheng Zhuo frowned slightly and planned to get off the car to see what was going on. There were 6 people in front of the car. There are 4 men and 2 women, all of whom have B-level potential at the lowest. 2 of them were surrounding his gravity body and looking at it, while the other's attention was on the RV. Among them was a familiar face, which made Cheng Zhuo feel a little funny. Could it be that enemies really meet on a narrow road? It was Zhao Shichang again. He glanced at the badge on the combat uniform, and it was indeed the lightning symbol of the Thunder Guild. When Zhao Shichang saw that it was Cheng Zhuo who came down, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He leaned over to the ear of a white youth who was leading the group and said something. Cheng Zhuo, right? The tall, thin man with a hoarse voice jumped out first, the mechanical detector in his left eye glowing red. Is there anyone else in the car? Get down. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his voice and spat with disdain. Oh my god, there's so much waste from pesticide spraying this year. He has a detector in his left eye, which should have the function of detecting public information similar to the Cyberwoman's compound eye. However, the network within the Su realm cannot be synchronized. What he got was the information before entering the Ruins realm. Cheng Zhuo felt a little unhappy. It seemed that he would have to spend some money to block the public information when he went out. This always feels like being stripped naked. The system's investigation mainly involves biological function analysis, and there is no way to know the other party's name. Among the 6 opponents, there are 3 A-level newcomers, all with biological body strength of 20+, and the other 3 are B-level, all around 17 or 18. Judging from the weapons and equipment, this team is considered to be a top team among newcomers. Just tell me if you have something to say. Cheng Zhuo ignored the tall and thin man who stretched his neck and shouted, and cast his eyes on the white young man in the lead. The man had his arms folded across his chest, wore a pair of sunglasses, and looked arrogant. Judging from Zhao Shichang's attitude towards him, he was most likely the team leader. Cheng Zhuo's voice deepened. If you don't tell me, get out. Hey, that damn injected dog, he's pretty crazy. With a clang, the tall and thin man pulled out a long, faintly glowing sword, pointed it at Cheng Zhuo and scolded. You don't think that just taking a serum will make you invincible in the novice stage, do you? Believe it or not, I can chop you into pieces with one blow. Speak nicely. The leading white youth pressed down the knife held by the tall and thin man, and raised the corner of his lips. We have no ill intentions, we just want to ask a few questions. He added in a friendly manner. You got this car in the Ruins realm, right? Can a resource card of this level drop in the novice Ruins realm? Or... He paused and pointed to the gravity body parked on the other side of the car. This car and the mecha are both owned by Huangfu Bai? What's it to you? Cheng Zhuo replied casually. You little bastard, you. Snap. The tall and thin man was about to lose his temper again, but the white youth slapped him loudly in the face. His face was as gloomy as water, and he looked as if he was ready to kill someone at any time. The tall and thin man staggered 2 steps, covering his face, and a visible bloodstain appeared on his left cheek. He was obviously very scared of the white youth, and he covered his cheeks and dared not say a word. He just glared at Cheng Zhuo with a sinister look. He looked as if he blamed Cheng Zhuo for all the beatings. I'm sorry, my subordinates are ignorant. The white youth said sorry, but there was no apology in his tone. He glanced at the RV and the mecha, and finally landed on Cheng Zhuo. Then I have another question. The Ruins Realm revelation indicates that the boss has been killed. We've received information that he's nearby. Do you know who killed him? I killed him. Cheng Zhuo blurted out before he could finish. There's nothing to hide about this, everyone outside must know about it. As soon as he finished speaking, he caused a burst of laughter from the opposite side. Except for Zhao Shichang and the white young man, the others looked at Cheng Zhuo as if he were a fool.
The two women laughed so hard that they fell over.
Very funny?
The white young man looked around indifferently. The scene fell silent for a moment. You forgot, his captain is an S rank.
The white young man pointed at the gravity body. Is it just for show? Do you think that newly deformed blind corpse can block all gravity bodies forever?
Several team members were so angry at him that they dared not even breathe. Although it seemed that he was defending himself, Zhang Zhuo knew very well that this was just his self-righteous arrogance. As expected, he turned his head and revealed an expression of superiority, raised his chin slightly and said, I'm Moro, a quasi-S-rank newcomer to the Thunder Guild.
You don't have a guild yet, right?
We at Thunder also have a base in Redstone Town. Please introduce me to Huangfu Bai.
I can arrange a contract for you.
He paused and said in a rather dignified manner.
How about an E-rank servant contract?
Cheng Zhuo pointed in the direction of the valley and said, Huangfu Bai is in a fortress in the valley. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the RV.
He didn't want to talk to this person anymore.
Seeing his rude attitude, Moro's face instantly became as sinister as a scorpion.
Boss. Look, the twins, your favorites.
The tall and thin man timidly leaned close to Moro's ear and whispered, pointing at the window of the battlefield RV.
Moro's face froze and his eyes suddenly looked towards the car window.
Hiss. His eyes widened instantly.
Two sisters, one is cool and the other is lively.
Their pure and attractive faces are looking out of the car window.
It is a beautiful picture that makes people unable to take their eyes off.
He took a step forward, but his arm tightened. It was Zhao Shichang who stepped forward and grabbed him, saying in a low voice,
Captain, this guy is not to be trifled with.
He has a first-level beast pet. The legendary meditation card I mentioned yesterday was opened by him.
He might also have some hidden meditation skills. So it was him?
Moro narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the car window where the sisters were no longer there, and instantly revealed a hint of impatience. He suddenly shook Zhao Shichang off, revealing a trace of disdain and said,
So what? Zhao Lauer, you are really as brave as a dog.
The tall and thin man beside him sneered. I was wondering why this guy's name sounded so familiar.
So he was the one who beat you up? Haha, have you forgotten how many first-level beasts we killed along the way? You've got so many high-level support cards after the contract, and you're still afraid of a first-level beast pet? Zhao Shichang's expression changed.
All the first-level monsters on the road were killed by the 6 of them working together.
If any of them went alone, they would be in big trouble. What's more, even if their equipped cards become stronger. Could it be that Cheng Zhuo's gravity body in this chariot, which looks of high level, are just decorations? He wanted to retort, but swallowed the words back. Silently stepped back.
Every word they said reached Cheng Zhuo's ears. He stopped abruptly, asked AI to close all the doors, windows and curtains of the RV, and then slowly turned around.
Zheng.
The long spear Lone Star suddenly appeared, and the tip of the spear with a cold glow pointed directly at Moro's throat.
One more step forward and you will die. Chapter 53 Promotion. Don't get so excited. Moro raised his lips and eyelids slightly, spread his hands and said,
The city-state has a clear law prohibiting hunters from killing each other.
We are all civilized people. I'm a wilderness hunter.
Cheng Zhuo said expressionlessly.
Moro was slightly stunned, then smiled.
I'm not interested in bullying an F-class cripple, nor do I want to offend an S-class noble, even though he might not take you seriously. As he spoke, he did not hide his greedy eyes, glanced at the RV, raised his finger and said,
1 million. How about giving them both to me? Unsatisfied?
Seeing Cheng Zhuo remain silent, Moro raised his eyebrows and said with a lewd smile that was a bit crazy.
How about this, 2 million?
I have a few couples outside, you can pick one, how about that?
Buzz.
As soon as he finished speaking, he was responded by the vibrating and buzzing sound of a gun tip. Moro dodged the attack by almost brushing against the tip of the gun and took a few steps back.
Boss. Team leader.
The people behind him hurried forward, but Moro raised his hand to stop them. Wait. He narrowed his eyes, curled his lips and said,
It seems Huangfu Bai is really generous. Your body strength is over 20, right?
The tall and thin man was startled when he heard this, and quickly raised his hand to touch the detector. After a green light flashed, he looked at Moro in surprise and said,
Boss, be careful. This kid's rating is almost 25. Even higher than yours. Oh. Morrow scoffed, a current flowing from his fingertips. Caxiu, the essence is the embodiment of strength. Biological organisms? That's something only the weak care about. After saying that, he stomped on the ground, and the gravel under his feet exploded. His entire right arm was wrapped in strands of electric current, carrying a plasma fist shadow, and it came straight towards Chengzhua. Kid, die for me. At that moment, Morrow's figure almost appeared as an afterimage. Chi. Next second. Morrow's sly smile froze on his face in an instant. He dropped his eyes in disbelief. The spear penetrated his electric shield unhindered and pierced his chest. He could even feel a stream of blood rushing towards the wound. How is it possible? His voice was trembling with disbelief and fear. When in the charged state, not only will his attacks carry electrical energy, but his speed will also double. How can a loser who relies on pesticides to get to where he is faster than him? Boss! The tall and thin man roared in shock. Without even thinking, he swung his long sword, creating a light blue shadow several meters long. The sword wind, carrying the source of power, chopped straight down on Chengzhua's head. Another man wearing glasses pushed out his arms and frantically used green vines like poisonous snakes. Release our captain. One of the two female team members raised a rifle with a blue glow, and the other released a giant red wolf as tall as a person. In a flash, except for Zhao Shichang, all four of them attacked Chengzhua. The four attacks arrived almost simultaneously, blocking all of Chengzhua's angles of evasion. But the next second, everyone froze in place. Their attacks didn't even touch the corner of Chengzhua's clothes. That moment. Chengzhua suddenly picked up Morrow and flew into the air, then he jumped off the ground and dodged their attacks with great ease. Fuck, I knew it already. The legendary breathing meditation card is definitely not that simple. Zhao Shichang subconsciously took a few steps back. He looked at Chengzhua's strange changes with horror. Chengzhua, who was originally only about 1.85 meters tall, suddenly grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pieces of blue-black dragon scales quickly spread out, completely covering his entire body. The scarlet vertical pupils were completely devoid of warmth. It looks like a ferocious beast in human form. Bang! Morrow's body was smashed back to the ground by the spear, gravel flew everywhere, and a 2 or 3 meter wide hole was smashed in the sandy ground. Zhao Shichang could hear the crisp sound of bones breaking from several meters away. Zhao Shichang's teeth were chattering uncontrollably. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He crawled back to the hovercraft, his hands shaking so much that he could hardly turn the power valve. After finally turning the car around, the moment I looked up, all the blood in my body seemed to freeze. I saw a strange creature that looked like a black tiger and a unicorn, tilting its head and staring curiously at the hoverbike under it. It still had the throat of its teammate, the giant red wolf, in its mouth. His head was half drooped, and he was obviously dead. He simply turned around. The blood wolf that was almost at the first level died? Zhao Shichang felt goosebumps all over his body and slowly raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture. I only heard a few muffled groans from behind, followed by a dull and hoarse voice. Mr. Zhao, where are you going? Zhao Shichang's body froze instantly, and he even forgot to breathe. He slowly turned around and met a pair of vertical pupils with a cold light. Chengzhua stood there like a god of death, with the spear in his hand pointing at the tall and thin man who was still groaning. The other three had already collapsed in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Zhao, brother Zhao, save me. The tall and thin man pleaded in fear and pain. Do you know to call me brother Zhao now? Wasn't he the Zhao Lauer just now? For some reason, a refreshing thought of he deserves to die suddenly popped up in Zhao Shichang's mind. Thump. Chengzhua lightly raised the tip of his gun and let the tall and thin man slide down. Then he walked forward as if walking on flat ground, and his big feet with bone spurs stepped forward casually. There was a click. The sound of bones breaking was so sharp and crisp that the tall and thin man's neck was broken on the spot. The last twitch stopped abruptly. Chengzhua walked without stopping until he reached the gravel pit. Morrow collapsed in the rubble like a puddle of mud, blood still oozing from the hole in his chest, unable to even utter a complete syllable. He couldn't understand why there was such a strong newcomer. Is it reasonable? In your next life, remember to humbly accept the opinions of your teammates and stop dwelling on the twins. Chengzhua whispered and stretched out his hand to shoot. Plop! This shot completely crushed Zhao Shichang.
He fell to his knees, not caring about the pain as his knees hit the gravel. His voice trembled as he stammered for mercy. Chang, brother Chang, I haven't paid much attention to Su Wanong since last time, and I've never touched her. She is no longer important to me. Chang Zhua said coldly. I didn't mean to attack you just now. Could you please spare my life? Don't beg. Chang Zhua shed his dragon form and interrupted Zhao Shichang. If it were you, would you let me go? Zhao Shichang paused after hearing this. With the lives of 5 high-potential newcomers in his hands, if he were in his shoes, he would not let any witness leave. After a moment, he sighed dejectedly. If I say that I 1T report you even if I get out, you 1T believe me. What do you think? I can do it myself, okay? In fact, Chang Zhua and Zhao Shichang do not have any deep blood feud. Su Wantong's problem is more her problem. Even without Zhao Shichang, there would be Li Shichang and Wang Shichang. If you want to complain, go find your captain underground. Cheng Zhua glanced at Zhao Shichang's body, muttered something, turned around and began to count the spoils. To be on the safe side, he only took the cards and source cores from the packages of a few people. After checking and confirming that there were no markers, he threw them into the system space. As for the bodies of the 6 people, he did not leave them behind. He just turned on the mecha and blasted it into pieces. After letting Guan Guan confirm that there were no living creatures around, he drove the battlefield RV away quickly. A few days later, Cheng Zhua hunts with Guan Guan during the day and parties with the 2 girls at night. For some reason, although Xiao Chanshan is extremely shy when it comes to sex, as long as her sister has it once, she must have it once. In short, it cannot be missing. With the efforts of the 2 girls and Ruanxing his thoughts and concerns. Finally, on the day before leaving the ruins, Cheng Zhua successfully reached the 5,000 milestone and accumulated harmony value. Congratulations on your advancement of your hidden origin, Summoning of the Dead, to the 1st level. Congratulations on unlocking the 1st level origin auxiliary skill Undead Assistant. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary avatar card Soul Transposition. Chapter 54 New Partner Quota. After a long breath, Cheng Zhua released Xiaomo's raised hand and let her lie back softly on the pillow. He also lay back breathing heavily. The next moment, a cool feeling rose from the chest and quickly swept through the whole body along the meridians. Xiaomo's harmony effect recharge really feels like a cheat. A moment later, the summer cicada curled up like a kitten. She rested her head on Cheng Zhua's arm and said softly, Brother Zhua, can we go back tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow at noon. Cheng Zhua replied. A hint of joy appeared on Xia Chan's face. That's great. Sister Qinghan must be worried sick. These past few days have been crazy. Every time I think of Sister Qinghan being home alone, I feel a little guilty. Cheng Zhua tapped her nose and said, Are you still coming? My sister just finished. Ah. Xia Chan's pretty face turned red. I just finished saying I felt guilty, and it felt not so good. Cheng Zhua raised his eyebrows, then take a rest. After saying that, he deliberately closed his eyes. After a long time, a tingling sensation came over him, followed by a soft and warm feeling in his chest. He opened his eyelids slightly and met Xia Chan's blushing cheeks. Cheng Zhua pecked her red lips lightly and said with a doting smile, Are you worried about falling behind your sister? It's okay once or twice, don't get too tired. Well, not all of them. Summer cicada whispered like a mosquito. Master, it's mainly comfortable. And these past few days, my sister and I have clearly felt that our bodies have become stronger. Brother, look. As she spoke, she raised her arms, which were completely free of excess fat, and gathered her strength. There was a small bulge in the biceps. Not bad, not bad. Let me try the effect. Slow down. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Cheng Zhua leaned against the kitchen counter, holding a piece of compressed biscuit in his hand and chewing it randomly. Xiaomo's charging effect is indeed overbearing, but the side effects are also obvious. I'm getting hungry very quickly. He swallowed the biscuits in a few bites and opened a can of cold beer. The cool feeling pierced his throat and finally suppressed the empty feeling in his stomach. After a moment's pause, he opened the system panel and began to check the changes after his advancement. Master, Cheng Zhua. Realm, level 012.21%. Origin card, F rank gray. Breathing meditation skill, Dragon's Breath. Original skill, summon Burial Dune Cat Infant 0.16%.
Origin card 2, summoning the dead S rank Red Hidden.
Original skill, Corpse Recruitment Dead Companion. Gene secondary unlocking rate, 2.7%.
Strength, 57.
Agility, 53.
Spirit, 128. Constitution, 54. Lucky, 28. Biological strength rating, 65.9. Number of partners, 3-4. Harmony value, 50-25. Daily random blind cores, 6, can be claimed after each harmony.
Blind Core Exchange, Epic Blind Core 10,000, Legendary Blind Core 100,000.
System function, body detection, mimicry function. Space. The main text will not be included after the panel.
If there are major changes, screenshots will be posted at the end of the chapter. Please note that if there are any problems or omissions, please correct them.
The improvement of spiritual attributes by the origin of the undead is particularly obvious. After formally entering the ranks,
strength, agility, and physical increased by 40 points each, while spirit alone increased by 60. I forgot to add it when I first awakened it, so I made some changes to it in the previous article. Coupled with the improvement in physical fitness brought about by the improvement in origin progress.
And the 3 girls will have random attributes added to their daily life. The current 5-dimensional attributes have been greatly improved compared to when I first entered the world of ruins.
Even with my bare hands, I'm more than capable of dealing with the blind corpse now. Cheng Zhuo muttered to himself, his fingertips sliding down and landing on the newly added mimicry function. This function can simulate the strength of the body.
What you think will come true?
He was worried about how to explain the fact that his body strength had soared to 65.9 overnight after he got out. The strength of his body cannot be concealed, and such an outrageous improvement inevitably makes people suspect that he has obtained a forbidden substance. You must know that if anything is found that has anything to do with forbidden items, even if it is just a piece of paper, the city-state will send people to conduct a thorough investigation. Not to mention his undead forbidden object of unknown origin. You can tell at first glance that it's not a serious thing. Without saying a word, Cheng Zhuo immediately adjusted his rating from 65.9 back to 26.8 after killing the boss.
If anyone asks, just say it was dropped by the boss.
After all, since ancient times, the deformed bodies have produced all kinds of strange things. He raised his eyebrows helplessly.
In fact, the blind corpse didn't drop anything except a first-level source core.
He could only hope that after he got out, the lighthouse would give him something tangible as a reward.
These days he has been driving around the wilderness hunting. Compared with the giant corpses near the boss valley, the strange beasts in other places are obviously much fewer and weaker.
But he had a field RV, so he could travel quickly. After a few days, the number of first-level source cores has exceeded 3,000, and there are still a bunch of low-level source cards in hand. The most valuable of them were the cards that Cheng Zhuo had found from Morrow and the other 6.
There are 9 epic level ones.
There are 6 weapon cards, 2 support cards, and 1 supply card. As expected of the number 1 newcomer team of the consortium, each member holds an epic weapon card, and there are no level restrictions. Except for some consumable supply cards, Cheng Zhuo does not plan to use the other cards himself. Especially the epic ones, which are scarce in the market. If the Thunder Guild finds out, it will definitely be a big trouble. He planned to abandon the space for a while, and when the storm died down, he would find some black shops in the wilderness to deal with it.
After roughly finishing it,
Cheng Zhuo's eyes turned to the magical card that was the reward for this promotion.
Undead Soul Transformation Magical Power Card. Quality, Legendary Orange.
Effect, can manipulate corpses within a certain range, sharing vision. The stronger the spirit attribute, the farther the manipulation distance. When the controller faces a life or death crisis, 30 spirit attribute points can be consumed to perform a teleportation.
Usage restrictions, requires the undead summoning origin, cannot be used across realms, fusion type. Introduction, a life-changing technique inspired by the ancient undead. Want to kill a necromancer?
First, find out how many summoned undead he has.
Amazing card.
This was Cheng Zhuo's first thought. This means that with the undead summoned body, he now has 4 lives. Of course, the awkwardness of this magical power at the moment is that he must summon the corpse an hour in advance before he can use it. He is currently unable to maintain the summoned body for a long time. Once he reaches the 3rd level, he can contract a small skeleton or something and put it in a safe house for use.
But, what about the extra contracts?
Cheng Zhuo leaned on the sofa, staring at the column for the number of partners 3-4, feeling puzzled.
After entering the rank, the number of contractable partners increases by 1. Who is he looking for?
The system's requirements for a partner need to be sincere and cannot be compromised casually, and the wishes of the 3 women must also be taken into consideration to some extent. But you need to improve your realm as soon as possible, and you can't be too pretentious and go with the flow. Cheng Zhuo rubbed his head.
That's a really difficult question.
At noon the next day, the sun was at its hottest. The Old Hunter Tavern in the outer city of Xingtia was several times busier than usual. The greasy wooden tables were pushed to the sides, and the open space originally used for dancing was packed with people. Even a few excited gamblers and drunkards were lying by the bar, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the holographic screen in the center.
Countdown to the closure of the market world is bright red and dazzling. The numbers are jumping down every second.
The dancers forgot to solicit customers and kept standing on tiptoe to look at the screen.
That's like Hunter rankings in Teen PK. Everyone in the bar will bet a little.
At the front of the crowd, Cheng Qingshan clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen, glancing at the countdown on the left and the real-time ranking of the strongest newcomer on the right. Several men nearby who witnessed him betting 1,000 yuan to Cheng Zhuo were secretly cheering for the second newcomer in their hearts.
Even if that guy is a newcomer to Guangming City. 100,000. How could I let this cocky old drunk win it?
Unfortunately, the ranking provided by Lingxi did not include detailed data such as points or number of kills.
If they knew the gap between the first and second place, they would probably give up completely.
In fact, Cheng Qingshan was angry with Old Ford in the tavern that day, and in a fit of rage he bet 1,000 on the strongest newcomer to Cheng Zhuo. I regretted it so much when I got home. That was the money his wife Wang Xiulan asked him to pay for their youngest daughter's tuition. Old Ford was such a scumbag that when he got home he was scolded by his wife and she actually gave him away. After failing to pay the tuition, Wang Xiulan went back home and started crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to commit suicide, saying that she couldn't live like this anymore. But that very night, he saw an explosive news.
F-level newcomer Cheng Zhuo killed the distorted boss. Chapter 55 The Strongest Newcomer. Cheng Qingshan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He thought his son had had some kind of adventure. You can find out by searching on the internet.
It turns out that the shielded captain of Cheng Zhuo's team is actually an S-level newcomer who appeared out of nowhere. Most people on the internet believe that it must be Huangfu Bai who took most of the damage, and then his teammate Cheng Zhuo took advantage of the opportunity.
This instantly shattered Cheng Qingshan's newly risen hope. 1,000 yuan. How many days of beer will it take?
But before long, the online discussion changed direction. Just because Cheng Zhuo has always maintained the first place in the individual ranking, the strange team called Xinqi has also always maintained the first place in the number 1 newcomer team. But Huangfu Bai and another E-level guy named Li Mo in the team fell out of the top 1,000 from the first night.
People gradually began to wonder. An F-level newcomer really became the best newcomer? Just relying on a castrated gravity body mecha? Then why is there no movement at all from the S-level Huangfu Bai on the same team? Until a hot post on the Guangming City official website next door was pushed to the front page. People finally found the answer.
The post is titled, "The strongest newcomer was demoted to F-tier.
Low-tier players are not worthy of legendary cards?" The post briefly described what happened to Cheng Zhuo after he hunted in the Beast City.
Use the Porcupine Lord to open the legendary breathing meditation card. He was taken away by the Xingtia Lieshu army. The contract was blacklisted by Xing Teaching. He chose to contract with Red Stone Town, was selected by Huangfu Bai to join the team, killed the boss, and won the title of the strongest newcomer. As soon as this post was released, many city residents who had watched the live broadcast at the time recalled the incident and confirmed the authenticity of this popular post in Guangming City.
The citizens of Xingtia City were immediately in an uproar. I watched the live broadcast that day.
Cheng Zhuo's pet completely crushed that B-rank idiot.
Forcing people out of the city without voluntarily handing in the legendary breathing meditation card? This is a city-state known for its democracy and freedom? Have you ever seen a democratic and free era where people are divided into different classes based on their abilities? I think the city-state did a good job. A useless F-ranked person used a legendary meditation card. A level 1 card is the best.
This kind of high-level card should be given to high-level hunters to protect more people.
Why? I live in the outer city and eat coarse food every day. How can the destruction of the world have anything to do with me? It's always been the lighthouse that protects us, never some damn high-level hunter. Without the high-ranking hunters, would you have survived until now? Without high-ranking hunters, we're the ones living in the inner city. Besides, how do you know he can't awaken a second time? Surviving in the outer city is precarious, and yet you still want to talk about the interests of the city-state? I just lost the Best Newcomer award for nothing. At Xing Teaching Hunter Ruins headquarters, no explanation? At Xing Teaching Hunting Ruins General Administration, what law do you use to prohibit Cheng Zhuo from signing a contract in the city? You've been fighting over the title of the strongest rookie to such an extent that if you didn't know better you'd think I was the strongest abyss hunter. How do you know he won't become the strongest abyss hunter in the future? Don't even mention the strongest abyss hunter. If he can come out alive after going into the abyss, I dare to eat shit standing upside down. Screenshot taken. The countdown of the ruins world is still beating silently. At this time, the hunters and victims in the ruins realm were completely unaware that the battle outside was already in full swing. The countdown to revelation is approaching 0 bit by bit. Everyone was waiting quietly. At that time, on a sandy and rocky ground outside the boss valley. Crack! A slight sound came from under the gravel. Soon, pieces of stone rose up and slowly outlined the outline of a human figure. Wait until the gravel falls off and the dust settles. Zhao Shichan's naked body was exposed. Damn it, luckily we made it in time. If we were trapped here, we would never see the light of day. Zhao Shichang was breathing heavily, his voice trembling with the feeling of having survived a disaster. He raised his hand and touched his chest, where an epic, one-time auxiliary card should have been embedded. Abyss Skystone card. That was a life-saving card specially customized for him by his grandfather using the Abyss Skystone and combining his abilities. It could assimilate his body with the earthen stone, and use the earthen stone to create a fake body to confuse his opponents. His origin was still relatively low, and it took him a long time to reshape his body. It's a pity that the Abyss Skystone that my grandfather spent so much effort to get is gone just like that. How could an F rank possibly be this strong? He muttered to himself, a layer of cold sweat gradually seeping out of his back. At this moment, a sharp metallic buzzing suddenly came from behind. Zhao Shichan's heart skipped a beat. My hair stood up instantly. It's a gravity body. He almost instinctively wanted to run, but his feet felt like they were filled with lead and he could not move. He could only turn around stiffly and watch 2 dark silver shadows rush out of the valley, blocking his way, one in front and one behind. God wants to kill me. Zhao Shichan's face turned pale in an instant. But when he saw the damaged cockpit and the missing helmet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Not the killing god Cheng Zhuo. Although he was probably nearby. As long as you can hold on for these 2 or 3 minutes, you will be safe when you get out. Put on your clothes first. Huang Fubai on the gravity body threw him a set of ordinary combat uniforms, and then asked, How long have you been here? Do you know who killed the aberration boss? Zhao Shichang, who had just put on half of his clothes, paused. So, what Cheng Zhuo said was true, he really killed the boss. And it might have nothing to do with Huang Fubai in front of him? But it doesn't seem strange at all, an existence of that level. The scarlet vertical pupil in front of him flashed and disappeared, and Zhao Shichang trembled subconsciously. I don't know either. 10 minutes later. On Happiness Road in District 11, Cheng Zhuo pulled Xia Mo and Xia Chan and hurriedly walked towards a hotel. Brother Zhuo, aren't we going home? Xia Chan looked back at the Xingfu community that was getting farther and farther away with some surprise. There must be a lot of people at the door. We won't go back recently. Cheng Zhuo didn't stop, glanced at her sideways, and said softly. Reporters, guild members, and even people from the Hunting Ruins headquarters. We'll just be surrounded if we go back. After a pause, he continued. I've already sent a message to Qinghe. She will avoid those people and come to find us. The 3 of them avoided the crowd and checked into a fairly luxurious hotel. A moment later, there was a soft knock on the door. It's me. Cheng Zhuo just opened the door. A young girl flew towards him, wrapped her soft arms tightly around his waist, and said in a trembling voice, I miss you so much and am so worried about you. Chapter 56. This isn't a porn movie. Damn it. Cheng Zhuo's palms were tightly covering the girl's soft back. He could clearly feel the girl trembling in his arms.
It's not fear, but the worry that has been hanging on for too long has finally come to an end.
It's okay, everything is fine.
Cheng Zhuo soothed softly. After a long while, Ruan Qinghe slowly raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and looked suspiciously behind Cheng Zhuo.
What about them? It's next door.
Cheng Zhuo pointed to the right and said with a smile that he couldn't suppress.
Little Chanchan said that he would let you solo first. Ruan Qinghe took half a step back and looked to the right.
Sure enough, seeing Xia Chan's face trying to suppress a smile, he shrank back from the next door.
Ruan Qinghe's cheeks turned slightly red, she stepped back and closed the door.
When she turned around, her eyes met Cheng Zhuo's smiling eyes, which made her already red ears burn even hotter. But she was not at all timid.
She took a deep breath and stood on tiptoe.
She gently hooked her fingers around Cheng Zhuo's collar and pulled him down. Cheng Zhuo lowered his head and covered the softness with his lips. The girl's kiss was passionate and deep, as if she wanted to swallow up the person in front of her whom she had missed and worried about for a long time. The longing, worry, and grievances that had accumulated for so long suddenly found an outlet at this moment.
She jumped lightly and hung on Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo turned lightly and leaned against the wall.
I still think Sister Qinghe's voice is nicer. Xia Chan leaned against the wall and listened for a while, then glanced at her sister.
Unlike you, you want to shout out the words you can't say, humph, little yellow man?
Xia Mo said nothing, her fingertips sliding across her watch. The next moment, a series of uncontrollable trembling sounds of summer cicadas suddenly sounded in the room.
Ah! When did you take this photo? Xia Chan looked back in horror.
Although the person in the picture didn't show her face, it was obviously her.
This skin is so white, the waist is so thin, and the butt is so round. Oh no, this isn't a porn movie. Damn it!
Xia Chan screamed and tried to snatch Xia Mo's watch.
How could I possibly have taken this video myself? I wasn't even conscious at the time. Delete it now. Offline ones are not allowed either, delete them now. Call.
Seeing that Xia Mo had completely deleted the video, Xia Chan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to glare at her.
It's all your fault. You always take me to see the new Macau. Otherwise, how could I possibly shoot something like this? More than an hour later.
The three girls finally got together, and they couldn't help but ask each other about their well-being and flirt and joke around. With Xia Chan as the little loudspeaker, the story of Cheng Zhuo and Guan Guan's killing spree in the Su realm was quickly spread everywhere. While the three of them were chatting, Cheng Zhuo sat aside and turned on his watch. He received a lot of information that was delayed over the past few days. There were invitations from my father and younger brother Chang Mo, from teachers and classmates at school, and also from several guilds. The alcoholic dad's messages in the past few days were all in a frustrated tone, saying that there was no point in going to the ruins to seek death. Later, the style suddenly changed and he started to show concern for others. Even though he knew that he couldn't be seen in the ruins realm, he still urged everyone to try their best and win first place like they did in school. The information he received after leaving the ruins today was like he had transformed himself into the most loving father in the world. He asked me to bring my 3 daughters-in-law with me no matter what, and he would hold a celebration banquet. His younger brother Chang Mo's words were full of admiration, and he asked him to take the time to tell him how he killed the deformed boss.
In Chang Mo's opinion, all the newcomers in the Su world should thank his second brother.
Those mutants who have entered the advanced level of strength are simply not something they can deal with. As for the greetings from teachers and classmates, they were all insignificant small talk. He had never received such greetings before he teamed up with Huangfu Bai. Cheng Zhuo simply skipped it. He directly clicked on the invitation letters from the 3 major guilds. They are Nebula, Thunder, and Holy Beast respectively. When you click on Nebula and Thunder, you will see standardized C-level contracts, which are nothing more than clichés like providing basic training resources and enjoying newcomer support policies.
The constraints hidden in the terms are obvious.
Cheng Zhuo took a quick look and turned it off. However, Cheng Zhuo found the message from the Holy Beast Guild somewhat interesting. They can arrange for high-level hunters to take him into the high-star-level ruins. The general meaning is, although he has a legendary meditation card and is quite powerful, if he wants to advance, he will have to stay in a low-level stargate or a low-risk ecological zone for many years. The Holy Beast Guild can directly arrange for him to enter a high-star-level gate and help him advance as soon as possible.
Cheng Zhuo was indeed moved after seeing it.
But then I thought, it might not be long before I can awaken again, so there is no need to make a decision now. It is said that most of the constant state gates or stable ecological zones in the wilderness have been divided by various forces, and those without fixed allocations are either newly appeared or high-risk areas. There are also a small number of constant state gates in the city that are controlled by major guilds. As gates that are open for a long time, constant state gates can appear in the outer city. They are often of a lower threat type and are generally used for the training of newcomers. Therefore, the guild does have resource advantages, but there are certainly various limitations. The reason why the hunters in the contract town are called wilderness hunters is that most of the town hunters are always used to being alone, and they generally don't like the contract guild. There are different opinions on the reasons. Moreover, Chang Zhua is different from other newcomers. He now has the basic ability to protect himself in the wilderness. Since it concerns the future, he must go on his own. Understand the wilderness before making your decision. Right now, he plans to take the girls to Bauka Street. Someone has already wanted to trade the epic breathing meditation card that he gave to Ruan Qinghe in exchange, and he also needs to deal with the gains from this time in the ruins. In the evening, a group of 4 took Metro Line 8 directly to Bauka Street. Bauka Street is crowded at this time. It was the first time for the 3 women to come here, and they were dazzled by the strange and bizarre source power equipment on the street. Cheng Zhua first took them to the trading center and completed the transaction of the epic source card. Breathing meditation card Holy Light. Quality, epic purple. Meditation skill, Holy Light blessing. Effect, when performing a healing spell, you can add an additional Holy Light shield to absorb damage and maintain self-repair capabilities for 30 minutes. Use restrictions, only for healing essences. Introduction, it is said that this is a small spell created by the Holy Light Goddess in her childhood. For me? Ruan Qinghe looked at the card handed over by Chang Zhua with some surprise. There is a Holy Light Scepter symbol on its surface, surrounded by a very obvious light purple halo. It is obviously an epic breathing meditation card. It is still the top healing, Holy Light type card. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. She waved her hands repeatedly, her hands hanging at her sides tightly clutching the corner of her clothes. I can't afford it. Cheng Zhua rubbed her head with some helpless tenderness. Little girl, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Who are you going to give it back to? He knew that Ruan Qinghe, like her twin sisters, had been with him both physically and mentally, but her family values had not yet completely changed. She has not yet been able to feel at ease taking and using Cheng Zhua's things. My sister and I both have it, Sister Qinghe. Xia Chan advised from the side, we are all family, just pay with your body. Ruan Qinghe? Cheng Zhua tapped Xia Chan's forehead lightly, then turned to Ruan Qinghe and said half seriously, half jokingly. My origin is a little special. You should have felt the changes in your body. We can become stronger together, so if you use advanced breathing techniques, I can also benefit. Only when you become stronger can I, your husband, move forward, right? Real? Hearing that it would also benefit Cheng Zhua, Ruan Qinghe's feeling of guilt immediately dissipated a lot. Really, Sister Qinghe, my sister and I have become much stronger these past few days. Xia Chan clenched her fists and said. Brother Zhua also said that we will be able to awaken again soon. After hearing the two's explanation, Ruan Qinghe felt a little nervous, but still accepted it. She thought to herself, if she were stronger, could she go to the ruins realm with him? Doesn't it mean that I don't have to sit outside and worry like before? She didn't even realize it herself. The fear I once had of strange beasts and the ruins suddenly faded a little. Before this, she would rather live in poverty and hardship than use her abilities to sign a contract with a guild to become a hunter. Chapter 57, I'm at a disadvantage when I wear this. After protecting Ruan Qinghe and fusing the breathing meditation card, Cheng Zhua went to the source core and low-level card exchange area of the exchange. He kept 500 source cores as backup energy sources. All other source cores were sold to the exchange. All of the low-level cards of the Lantern Corpse Rage, except for a few supply cards and source power recovery cards, were sold. Selling cards this way might not maximize profits, but Cheng Zhua didn't care. The numbers on the light screen jumped rapidly, and finally stopped at 178,600. Cheng Zhua clicked confirm, and the account balance instantly soared to nearly 350,000. This is only a fraction of his assets. In the system space, there are 31 harmonious blind cores wrapped in azure shells. Blind cores will not be affected by the shelling time limit in space. The silver rings, and each core is shining with a lustrous luster. Cheng Zhua did not rush to open it, intending to wait until his luck value is increased. If we open them together, we might get 1 or 2 epic cards. As soon as the money from the sale of the source core arrived, he transferred 66,666 to each of the three women. Being a hunter is very expensive. Brother Jua, keep it for yourself. I haven't spent the 10,000 I gave you last time. Ruan Xingha was stunned when she received the bill. What's going on? I was thinking a few days ago that after I graduated from Caxio College, I would find a stable job as a therapist, earn money to support my family, and let Brother Jua not have to run to the dangerous world all the time. How come in just a few days, Chang Jua not only gave her an epic breathing card, but also made so much money? She stared at the numbers in the account, and her cheeks instantly burned. The thought I seemed to be kept by someone suddenly popped up in my mind, and I couldn't help feeling ashamed and embarrassed. In fact, Ruan Xingha has been worrying about the breathing card these days. She was an E-level healing origin. If she wanted to advance smoothly in the future, she would have to use at least a premium-grade breathing meditation card. However, she checked the price and found that the cheapest premium healing card cost over 100,000, which scared her away. Later, she settled for the next best thing and scrolled through the good quality pages for a long time, her fingertip hovering over the 5,800 payment button. Finally turned it off. That money was given to her by Chang Zhuo last time, and she had kept it in her account and had been reluctant to touch it. Thinking that Brother Jewel would have a lot of expenses in the future, and since the deadline for the academy to purchase breathing meditation cards had not yet arrived, she thought of waiting a little longer. Unexpectedly, Chang Zhuo directly gave her an epic one. She didn't even dare to think about the value of it, and even now she just felt her heart warm. Well, if I hear anyone say no again, I'm going to get angry. Chang Zhuo didn't give the three of them a chance to speak and directly pulled them out. They didn't go far. They arrived at the store where Chang Zhuo bought his combat uniform last time. This store only sells ordinary combat uniforms, with an average price of several thousand. Chang Zhuo did not go to those more professional stores because he knew that Ruan Xingha would definitely not be willing to accept expensive combat uniforms. If you put too much pressure on her, who knows what kind of guilt she will feel. Go and help your sister Xingha pick one. Chang Zhuo smiled at Xia Mo and Xia Chan, and before Ruan Xingha could refuse, he stopped her and said, "Don't say you don't need it. Although I haven't studied at Kashu Academy, I know you will also have mimicry training. Do you want to wear a little skirt to participate?" Ruan Xingha was slightly startled. Don't worry, this place is very cheap, not even worth a dime of your card. Chang Zhuo's tone was gentle and unquestionable. Go try it on, this is the first piece of clothing I gave you. After Chang Zhuo's repeated persuasion and pushing, Ruan Xingha finally walked into the locker room. Although she felt it was a waste to use such an expensive combat uniform, she was very happy about the gift Chang Zhuo gave her. After coming out of the locker room, Ruan Xingha trotted over to Chang Zhuo. She smiled faintly and turned around. Does it look good? Chang Zhuo's eyes lit up. This is a white combat uniform made of slightly elastic material, which perfectly wraps the girl's curvy figure. It is clearly a neat combat uniform, but when she wears it, it does not have a cold and hard feeling. Instead, it shows off her soft and tender curves just right. Under the plump bust is an eye-catching narrow waist and hips. That perfect fit is more attractive than deliberate sexiness. Chang Zhuo felt warm in his heart when he saw this, but his brows were twisted into a knot. Ruan Xingha looked suspicious. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Chang Zhuo curled his lips and said, change into something else. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage if I go out dressed like this. Ruan Xingha smiled, stood on tiptoe and gently scratched his chin with her fingertips. My husband is so feudal. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words, but her heart felt as if soaked in honey. His unconcealable possessiveness made her happier than any praise. Tisk, little girl. Chang Zhuo raised his forehead and scolded. What do you know? This combat uniform is not designed properly. If we were to fight the enemy, your teammates would be attracted by your figure. How could you fight well? Yes. Ruan Xingha and Xia Chan looked at each other and smiled faintly. Little Chan Chan was right. You definitely wouldn't allow me to wear it like this. Do you think this is okay? As she spoke, she lightly touched a button on her arm. The combat uniform suddenly made a rustling sound. The originally tight combat uniform suddenly became loose. Although her graceful figure could still be vaguely seen, it did not show her curves as fully as before. Is this all right? Ruan Xingha turned around again and said. Chang Zhuo pretended to be indifferent and said, it's okay. As soon as the words fell,
Ruanqing has suddenly moved closer, and her warm breath swept across his ear. Don't worry, I only wore it for you. Chang Zhuo was stunned. Just as he realized what was going on, he found that Xia Mo and Xia Chan each had a set of packages and they waved the packages at him with a smile. At some point, they also quietly paid the bill. One black and one light yellow. Okay. These little girls are becoming more and more bold, and they even team up to tease him. That night, in a high-end hotel, inevitably, a chaotic scene ensued between three female hunters and a dragon-shaped beast. This scene is too dangerous, so I won't describe it for now. For more than 10 days, Cheng Zhuo rarely left the hotel again. He basically studies wilderness strategies during the day and battles female hunters at night. During this period, he took his 3 daughters back home, brought some gifts to everyone in the family, and also gave some money to his stepmother Wang Xiulan. Although his stepmother has all kinds of little thoughts, she has taken good care of them over the years. Cheng Zhuo cannot deny her contributions just because of her mercenary nature. The fact that none of the 3 siblings dropped out of school shows that their stepmother at least didn't do anything bad in principle. However, the alcoholic father's temperament changed drastically this time, and he gave each of his 3 daughters-in-law a red envelope of 999 yuan. Weird generosity. Maybe he thinks I have made it and wants to have a good father-son relationship. Cheng Zhuo thought. Seeing that the hype surrounding the super distance portal had passed and there were no more reporters and anchors lingering at the entrance of Xingfu community, Cheng Zhuo took the 3 women back to his new home. As a result, an uninvited guest came to the house that night. You're really good at hiding, handsome boy. As soon as he opened the door, Cheng Zhuo heard that familiar voice, it's so hard to invite you to form a team. It turned out to be the cyborg girl who sold him the Tower Stone. He was extremely alert at first, but when he saw the people standing next to her, his expression froze. Why are you together? Chapter 58 in Nua's Invitation. Standing outside the door, besides the cyborg girl, there were also a Nua, Wei Qingfeng, and Pang Wei. Isn't it a coincidence that we are from the same guild? The cyber girl looked at Cheng Zhuo with a smile. Well. Cheng Zhuo's tone was choked, and he was a little surprised. Is the Wolfpack Guild an underground organization that harvests kidneys? No, I must have thought wrongly from the beginning, and the idea of cutting the kidney was preconceived. Hello, Brother Chang. Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei both greeted each other a little awkwardly, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. And Nua stepped forward and introduced. Cheng Zhuo, this is Catherine, the captain of our guild's 3rd-level hunting team and our instructor. We'd like to discuss cooperation with you. Is it convenient for you? It's too crowded at home, let's talk downstairs, Cheng Zhuo suggested. Okay. The 4 followed Cheng Zhuo all the way to a stone pavilion in the community park. It was evening now, and the breeze brought a pleasant coolness. Cheng Zhuo took the initiative to speak and asked the doubts in his heart. How could you, the captain of a Tier 3 team, become a broker? These towns give too much. Catherine tapped her fingertips on her prosthetic arm, her tone nonchalant. Who among hunters doesn't have 2 or 3 side jobs? Once you've been out in the wilderness more, you'll understand. The guild share alone isn't enough to buy gear. Cheng Zhuo nodded, temporarily suppressing his doubts about Catherine's strange threats to him in the alley that day, and asked again. The team you're talking about is the Constant State Gate in the Black Cloud Forest that we mentioned last time? You have a good memory. Catherine tapped her fingertips on the cybernetic prosthesis, and a pale blue shadow suddenly unfolded, clearly marking the coordinates of the boundary gate and the information of the ruins realm. That boundary gate appeared last month. It's been identified as a constant multi-dimensional boundary, level 03 stars, and named H0173. Cheng Zhuo knew this type of boundary gate. This is a stable and diverse boundary gate that can be maintained for a long time. After entering, you can reach various types of small worlds. Similar to a parallel universe, even in the same world, there are only 2 or 3 teams that can meet. There are many types of ruins within this kind of gate, which are very popular among hunters and have always been a hot commodity that major guilds are vying to monopolize. Handsome Chang should also be preparing to leave the city to learn more about the ecology, right? Catherine changed the subject, her fingertips tracing over the floating shadow, bringing up the Wolfpack Guild's terms of cooperation. I'm sure you've received quite a few offers lately. Why not consider us? We're only talking about cooperation, not binding. You can come and go as you please. Regarding fees, we'll give you a guaranteed minimum of 10,000 city-state coins each time, plus a 30% share of the team's profits. How's that? Pretty solid, right? This doesn't seem to be very attractive.
Cheng Zhuo said casually. His fingertips tapped on the railing of the stone pavilion, and he knew what was going on.
How could he have the time to hang out with newcomers?
A year later, the 7-star realm gate was like a sharp knife hanging over one's head. A few days ago, he specifically looked up all the information, big and small, about the disaster 20 years ago. He noticed that lighthouses around the world were affected by the out-of-control ruins that year. If he were to come back again, even if he could escape to another city in the future, he would not be able to escape the catastrophe. Right now, every minute and every second must be used to improve your strength. This kind of sparring job seems to be easy to make money, but it is actually a pure waste of time. Catherine had obviously anticipated his rejection and calmly changed the subject.
What about the rank-breaking source core? You should be interested, right?
You should know that kind of thing can only be used by those who kill yourself.
You will definitely be able to enter the rank in the future, and you will need it sooner or later. Instead of searching for it all over the world, why not prepare it in advance?
Cheng Zhuo's drooping brows suddenly raised, and a hint of genuine interest finally surfaced in his eyes.
You mean, there is one?
Of course.
Otherwise, how could we, a small second-tier guild, have the confidence to invite a popular newcomer like you to cooperate?
A hint of pride flashed in Catherine's eyes.
And currently, only a few people in our guild know about this.
Seeing Cheng Zhuo hesitate and showing signs of giving in, and Nuo beside him hurriedly advised. Cheng Zhuo, H0173 Ruins has a wide variety of types, ranging from 0 to 3 stars.
It's a very suitable gateway to understanding the ecosystem. The guild has asked us to hire you.
Although it seems like we're using your title as the strongest newcomer to advertise, we have indeed considered your current needs. You might as well consider it carefully.
Wei Qingfeng also nodded. Yes, Brother Chang, take us flying 2 more times. Okay. Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. I'll think about it and get back to you. So, and Nuo, do you think this rising star will cooperate with us?
On the way back, Catherine looked at Nuo suspiciously.
Half and half.
And Nuo's eyes flashed with memories, and he said slowly.
He exuded a very special feeling even when he was in school.
He seemed easygoing and could chat with anyone, but the wall inside him was thicker than anyone else's. Given his personality, if he really had the ability to stand on his own, he would probably choose to be a lone ranger. But he has always been cautious and would definitely not venture into the wilderness alone before he had a thorough understanding of it.
Catherine nodded slightly.
Well, after all, the ruins that can be soloed are all medium to high risk, which is difficult for city-states to control.
And Nuo's eyes showed a hint of expectation.
So, I hope that even though we 3 can't contribute much, we, his teammates who have a good relationship with him, can catch his eye.
Hey, Sister Nuo.
Wei Qingfeng suddenly came over, revealing a hint of joking.
You know Brother Chang too well, don't you? Could it be that you're interested in him? And Nuo's cheeks flushed red, and he said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. He's my best friend's ex-boyfriend.
We're just acquaintances, at most, kind of classmates.
Catherine raised her eyebrows and said teasingly, Oh? Just a little familiar, that's all you know. Fine.
Instructor and Nuo stamped his feet anxiously, with a hint of coquettishness in his tone.
Stop messing around. Okay, I won't tease you anymore.
Catherine smiled, then her expression gradually became serious.
Do you really think Cheng Zhuo's strength can protect you in the first-level ruins realm? There's a big debate online right now. Many people say that he only got first place because of that gravity body.
Without the mecha, it wouldn't be possible at all. You know, even the constant multi-dimensional world has many advantages. But one thing is very dangerous: the distortion rate is much higher than that of ordinary gates. It may be a star-less world in the last second, and become a 1-star world in the next second. Therefore, any team entering the multi-dimensional world must have teammates who can fight across levels to a certain extent to provide support.
Pang Wei also looked thoughtful and echoed Catherine's words.
His surviving teammate Liu Mo also said that he and Huangfu Bai were trapped by accident.
Otherwise, Brother Chang wouldn't have been the only one to take the spotlight. Gravity bodies are almost unstoppable in the wasteland. I think Liu Mo just wants to use his traffic to become an internet celebrity.
Wei Qingfeng curled his lips, his tone full of disdain. Huangfu Bai didn't show up from beginning to end, and Brother Chang didn't pay any attention to these trivial matters.
He was the only one who gave interviews to reporters every day. I don't know why they thought he was the strongest newcomer. He is just a jumping clown. Catherine's eyes fell on Pang Wei. You don't think Cheng Zhua can handle the first order distortion? That's not the case. Pang Wei shook his head. Guan Guan is a genuine first-level exotic beast. I'm just not sure what level it ranks within the first-level strength. Hey, why do you think so much? Wei Qingfeng patted Pang Wei's shoulder and said firmly. Anyway, no matter what you say this time, I'm still a die-hard fan of Brother Chang, and I won't let you lead me astray again. Ruins Intelligence. 1. Ruins are divided into star levels based on danger level, which does not completely correspond to hunter levels. For example, within a 1-star ruins, not all beasts are first level. There may be beasts that are not yet in the first level, and there may also be second-level beasts. 2. Low-level hunters can enter the same star level or higher stargates, but high-level hunters cannot enter the lower stargates. Chapter 59, Write It Off? After Catherine and her group left, Cheng Zhuo was the only one left in the stone pavilion. He thought quietly for a moment. These days, he has received many bounty offers from guilds like the Wolf Pack. Some promised him a high share of the profits, and some promised to provide high-level source cards. In the final analysis, they all wanted to use his title of the strongest newcomer to build momentum for the guild. He had not given in before, thinking that he would make a decision after leaving the city and understanding the rules of the wilderness. According to his original plan, he would either be a lone wolf in the future, or wait for Wan Xinghe, Xiaomo, and the others to awaken for the second time and then form a team with only his wives. After all, the people who sleep with him have all been certified by the system and are trustworthy. But before that, he still needs a team to get familiar with the low-risk ecological zone controlled by the city-state. Thinking about it this way, and Nua and the other two are indeed good candidates. We just know them well anyway, so whether they are good or not is not a big issue. During the Beast City PK, they did not flee like the others, but stood in front of him to block Zhao Shicheng's provocation. Compared with those unfamiliar teammates, although the three of them could only serve as team tools, at least they made him feel more at ease. As for the Holy Beast Guild's promise to take him into the high star level ruins, Cheng Zhuo felt that he had to put it aside for a while. After all, his main battlefield at the moment is still in the land of gentleness at night. Whether it is a low star or high star ruins world, there will not be any qualitative change in his realm improvement at present, and it will not be very fast. Unfortunately, Huang Fubai has not made any movement, and the gravity body and nano combat suit are still in his hands. He didn't come to ask for it. If he could form another complete team of Silver Knight gravity bodies, it would be a great experience to go to the wilderness. After all, that thing is comparable to the 3rd or even 4th level combat power. Even if we can't enter the ruins, there will definitely be no problem sweeping through the low-risk ecological zones. Then choose them. Cheng Zhuo made up his mind and stopped hesitating. He took out his watch and sent a message to Anua. Agree to cooperate, when? Within 2 seconds of sending the message, the other party replied immediately. Okay. See you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It also comes with an emoticon of an excited fist. We agreed on a schedule of leaving early and returning late, which would not delay him from going home to be with his wife in the evening. Cheng Zhuo put away his watch with satisfaction, stood up and walked home. Just arrived downstairs of the unit. He saw Wan Xinghe walking towards the gate holding Guan Guan. In order to prevent the accident of Xiaomo and Xiaochan being swept away by the boundary gate from happening again these days, Cheng Zhuo specially asked Guan Guan to follow Wan Xinghe to Caxio College as a companion. According to Wan Xinghe, Guan Guan has now become the popular pet in their class. Its large kitten-like body really makes many people love it and can't let it go. Most of the students who can attend Kashu Academy come from well-off families. Guan Guan has been enjoying his milk addiction for the past few days. There is enough expensive milk every day. The instructor would occasionally give Wan Xinghe some money to let Guan Guan help them do some actual combat exercises with exotic beasts. After all, the existence of animal pets is the best living teaching material for freshmen who have just come into contact with exotic animals. Wan Xinghe saw Cheng Zhuo from afar and suddenly paused. A thin layer of red quickly appeared on the tips of her ears, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the straps of the canvas bag. When she walked in front of Cheng Zhuo, she lowered her head like a little girl who had done something wrong. What's wrong? Cheng Zhuo asked puzzledly. Let me tell you something, please don't be angry, okay? Wan Xinghe said softly. Cheng Zhuo narrowed his eyes and gave her a naughty look. You had an abortion secretly? How is that possible? Wan Xinghe's voice suddenly rose a little like a kitten whose tail was stepped on.
Noticing the gazes of passers-by, she hurriedly covered her mouth and said in a low voice, "We've all taken medicine, there's no way we can get pregnant." After that, she took Chengzhua's wrist and walked into the corridor. "Let's talk about it when we get home, let's talk about it when we get home." After entering the house, Wan Qinghe quickly locked the door. She glanced at Chengzhua nervously, then reluctantly reached into her pocket. "Look, someone gave me this." "Wow, epic." Xia Chan jumped up from the sofa, pulled Xia Mo in front of the two of them, and looked at the object in Wan Qinghe's hand curiously. It turned out to be a source power card with a purple halo. Looking at the logo above, it is obviously a weapon card. And it's a staff specifically for healing, and it costs at least 5 million. Chengzhua was slightly startled when he saw this, and said suspiciously, "Is there a rich young man pursuing you in the academy?" No, of course not." Ruan Qinghe waved her hands repeatedly. "Everyone in the class knows that I'm married." Chengzhua frowned slightly. "For some people, they are more interested in those who are married." "Oh, really not?" Ruan Qinghe pouted her red lips, shook Chengzhua's arm and said coquettishly, "Just listen to me." It turned out that the next 2 days were the date when the academy required students to equip themselves with source-powered weapons. Although the academic school focuses on theoretical research and basically does not participate in actual combat, they will still have all the necessary equipment. Just when Ruan Qinghe was struggling to decide what level of staff to buy, someone she didn't expect came up to her and forced this card on her. He also asked Ruan Qinghe to convey a message to Chengzhua. When she wanted to return it, the person had disappeared. She thought about it and decided to bring it back and let Chengzhua make the decision. Chengzhua showed curiosity. "Who is it?" Ruan Qinghe bit her lower lip and hummed as softly as a mosquito. "It's Zhao Shichang." "What?" Chengzhua's voice suddenly rose, his face full of surprise. "He's not dead." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out his smartwatch. His fingertips slid across the screen and he typed in the search bar, "Thunder 1 Rookie Squad." The content that popped up made him break out in a cold sweat. 5 members of the Thunder Guild's top seed team were killed. High potential doesn't equal high strength? A team with over 100 million in luxury equipment was defeated in the novice village, with only one person left. The Thunder executives fainted in the toilet crying. "Zhao Shichang, he's not dead? How is that possible?" Chengzhua was filled with horror. He had clearly scattered the ashes of several people. After the feeling of absurdity, a sense of realization suddenly came to my mind. Chengzhua thought that since he had the magical card that could save the life of the undead, perhaps Zhao Shichang also had a similar way to save his life. The source cards in this world have strange and bizarre abilities. Even having an additional resurrection ability wouldn't be surprising. Chengzhua's expression suddenly became serious. He was a little confused. Since Zhao Shichang is still alive, why hasn't the Thunder Guild come to cause trouble for him yet? Could it be that Zhao Shichang felt he had no evidence and was afraid of causing a big stir in the city and losing face? Was he planning to leave the city and do something behind? Or? Chengzhua quickly looked up at Ruan Qinghe. "You said he asked you to deliver a message?" "Yeah." Ruan Qinghe nodded quickly. "He asked you to meet him at Moore's Sky Restaurant at 7 p.m. He said he hopes to wipe the slate clean." "Clear all?" Chengzhua was full of suspicion. What on earth was this guy trying to do? Was he scared by himself? Not really. With the strength of the Thunder Guild, Zhao Shichang would never be intimidated by the strength he showed at that time. "Brother Zhua, why don't you go?" Seeing Chengzhua's serious expression, Wan Qinghe couldn't help but look worried. "I'm going to the Thunder Guild now to return the things to him." "No, I'll go." A hint of viciousness flashed across Chengzhua's eyes. He wanted to see what Zhao Shichang was up to. After deciding to keep the appointment, he turned to look at the worried Ruan Qinghe and the confused twin sisters, thought for a moment, and dialed the voice of the cyber girl Catherine. "Hey, handsome boy, do you miss your sister right after we separated?" A lazy and somewhat charming voice came from the other end of the phone. "Do me a favor." Chengzhua didn't say anything extra. "Tell me, sister will definitely provide good service." Chapter 60. Why is there still a chicken thing? Can you help me escort 3 people out of the city? As soon as Chengzhua finished speaking, Wan Qinghe and the other 2 girls' faces became visibly panicked. "When? Now. You're so anxious, okay, sister will come back now." After Chengzhua hung up the phone, Wan Xinghe immediately held Cheng Zhuo's hand, tears welling up in her eyes.
Is it that bad? Am I in trouble? It's none of your business.
Cheng Zhuo's fingertips gently rubbed the corners of her tearful eyes, and he said in a gentle tone.
Don't worry, it's nothing serious.
I've already made an appointment with Anua and the others to go out of the city tomorrow, so I'll just take you out for a walk. You guys go first, and I'll meet up with you after I meet Zhao Shichang.
Wan Xinghe was unwilling to believe it, and her eyes instantly turned red. Can't you come with us?
Xia Chan also pulled Xia Mo over and suggested.
Brother Zhuo, aren't we supposed to go to the contract lighthouse in Redstone Town at the end of the month? We can leave early.
Cheng Zhuo looked at the three girls in front of him with worried eyes, and his heart warmed, but also felt a little guilty. He wanted to protect them and let them live a stable life, but he let them be involved in such disputes.
Don't worry, I will definitely meet up with you later. I mean what I say, he said in a firm tone.
Wan Xinghe raised her face slightly and stared at Cheng Zhuo.
Really? Really?
Cheng Zhuo nodded, rubbed her head with his hand, and turned to Xia Mo and said,
Did you buy an old hen to make soup this afternoon? Xia Mo nodded blankly, not understanding the seemingly serious situation. Why is there still a chicken thing? Help me get it.
After that, he took out the battlefield RV card and put it in Wan Xinghe's hand. This is a supply card for an RV.
It has a mimicking stealth function and an identifiable defense system. Xia Mo and Xia Chan both know how to use it. Go outside the city and find a secluded place to hide and wait for me. Okay. Wan Xinghe nodded obediently.
Even though she was extremely uneasy and wanted to share it with Cheng Zhuo, she also knew very well that at this time, the best way to share the burden is to follow the arrangements.
At this time, Xia Mo handed over the old hen.
Cheng Zhuo looked carefully for a moment. The old hen had been plucked and gutted. He released his source force to sense the undead, and after confirming that there was no problem with the summoning of the undead, he found a black plastic bag to wrap the old hen, handed it to Wan Xinghe, and instructed. Be sure to carry it with you and do not open it under any circumstances.
Good. After a while, Catherine and Anno reappeared outside the door. Did handsome Chang offend someone?
Catherine leaned against the doorframe, the corners of her vermilion lips slightly raised, and she smiled with raised eyebrows.
Instructor Catherine is afraid of causing trouble? Cheng Zhuo asked back. Joke. Catherine waved her hand.
Although my wolf pack is only a second-tier guild, that's only because our boss is too lazy to get involved in those political struggles.
Otherwise, Star Iron City would definitely have 5 major guilds by now.
After a slight hesitation, Cheng Zhuo escorted the 3 women forward. Then please help me escort them out of the city.
I will definitely reward you.
Although he didn't trust Catherine very much, at this time, he had no better choice but to trust in Nua's vision.
Don't worry.
Catherine took a step forward and naturally took Wan Xinghe's hand. Protecting these 3 delicate little beauties is a piece of cake.
Please.
Cheng Zhuo nodded in thanks and looked at Nua again with a look of entrustment. And Nua immediately took a half step forward, speaking in a sincere and firm tone. Don't worry, Instructor Catherine always keeps her word.
She will definitely do what she promised. Xinghe and I have known each other for a long time, and I will never let anything happen to her. Thank you. After seeing off Wan Xinghe and his group,
Cheng Zhuo went to More Sky Restaurant at the agreed time. At the end of the gray outer city, the More building looks like a giant that has crashed into the old era from the future. It is wrapped in a silver blue shell with a metallic luster. When the sunlight falls on it, it flows along the lines of the shell, like the scales of a living thing.
Cheng Zhuo quickly came downstairs and followed the crowd into the elevator. The elevator cabin is fully glass and has red and white carpeting.
Cheng Zhuo stood inside, as if he was in a glowing glass ball, rising rapidly along the building, taking in the dilapidated outer city and the splendor of the inner city.
Bite. He took the elevator all the way to the top floor. Following the waiter's invitation, Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell on the VIP seat by the window. Zhao Shichang was sitting there.
He was wearing a well-tailored dark patterned suit, his fingertips gripping the stem of a goblet, with scarlet red wine swaying slowly in the glass. That elegant posture was completely different from the embarrassment he showed when he knelt on the ground begging for mercy in the ruins.
Brother Chang is quite punctual.
Zhao Shichang put down his wineglass and raised his hand to gesture to the seat opposite him. Sit down.
I ordered the signature barbecue here. Would you like to try it?
Cheng Zhuo calmly sat down, picked up a piece of barbecued meat and stuffed it into his mouth.
The meat was tender and had the aroma of truffles.
He chewed it in 2 bites, picked up a wet towel and wiped the corner of his mouth casually. When he raised his eyes, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Young Master Zhao actually had the ability to escape death.
He begged for mercy so miserably that I almost took him seriously.
Zhao Shichang's smile froze for a moment, and he raised his glass to signal.
Your strength is truly surprising.
Let's not beat around the bush.
Cheng Zhuo interrupted him, reached out and picked up the half-full glass of red wine on the table, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. You lost your life because of me. Why are you actively offering an olive branch?
Don't say that you are impressed by my strength, I don't believe it.
Zhao Shichang paused his fingertips, turned his gaze away to look at the night view outside the window, and sighed. Actually, if you hadn't come, I might have hesitated for a moment, or even taken action directly.
But unfortunately, you actually came. He retracted his gaze and looked at Cheng Zhuo. Even if I have someone attack you now, you're sure you can escape?
Cheng Zhuo narrowed his eyes slightly. So? Zhao Shichang spread his hands and said, don't be nervous. If I really wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't have waited until now. Cheng Zhuo poured himself a glass of wine.
You probably want to tear me into pieces. No, when will the cycle of revenge end? I'm a clear-sighted person. More friends mean more paths, more enemies mean more walls.
I did lose some things, but they're all external things.
Besides,
Zhao Shichang seemed to remember something and sneered.
Those arrogant fools deserve to die.
You've helped me get rid of some trouble.
If I were in that situation, I would do the same as you.
Cheng Zhuo didn't respond, but just tapped the table lightly with his fingertips and raised his eyelids to stare at him.
That look seemed to say, go on.
Okay, stop looking at me like that. Zhao Shichang said helplessly, I have something.
Its revelation makes me no longer want to be your enemy.
As for what it is, I'm sorry, that's my secret.
Is there such a thing?
Cheng Zhuo was slightly stunned.
That's right.
Zhao Shichang sighed, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance and frustration. If you hadn't come today, I would have taken the risk and tried to get rid of you. Now, in this world, I should be the person who least wants to make an enemy of you. After saying this, Zhao Shichang stood up and bowed to Cheng Zhuo.
Brother Chang, I've offended you many times in the past. Please forgive me. I've already died once. How about we put our grudges behind us? ?
Seeing him so solemn, Cheng Zhuo was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Shichang to do this. This made him extremely curious. What exactly is that thing in Zhao Shichang's hand that makes him so afraid of him? Could it be some kind of forbidden object that can predict cause and effect? At this moment, a bright figure stopped at the elevator entrance, and the bag in her hand fell to the ground with a click. Her eyes widened, filled with shock. She couldn't believe that Mr. Zhao, who was usually so arrogant, was actually bowing to Cheng Zhuo. How is this possible? Chapter 61. Do you need someone to sleep with? Su Wantong hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to move forward. He could see that the two of them were talking happily, as if they had reached some agreement, and they shook hands very solemnly. Moreover, Zhao Shichang seemed to be the one with a lower posture. How so? Su Wantong kept asking herself questions. Cheng Zhuo is just an F-rank summoner who got the title of Best Newcomer by relying on his gravity body. Zhao Shichang is the son of a shareholder of the Thunder Guild. He has powerful resources and connections. How could he be so accommodating to Cheng Zhuo? Is it because of that Huang Fu Bai? It wasn't until Cheng Zhuo stood up and walked towards the elevator with steady steps that Su Wantong suddenly came back to her senses and subconsciously called out. Cheng Zhuo. What upset her was. Cheng Zhuo didn't even pause, just glanced at her from the side. There was no resentment, no anger, not even a trace of emotion. It was like seeing a familiar stranger. He just nodded slightly and walked into the elevator. A moment. Su Wantong felt as if her heart was washed by bitter melon juice, feeling indescribably bitter and stuffy. Didn't I tell you not to come to me again? Suddenly, Zhao Shichang's slightly unhappy voice came from behind him. Su Wantong turned around abruptly, the resentment she felt towards Cheng Zhuo instantly rushing up. Zhao Shichang, why did you lie to me? You said you were giving me a B-level contract, but the guild said they'd terminate it without even paying any penalty. I just asked you to wait a little longer, so why are you so heartless and pushing me into this desperate situation? Shoo! Zhao Shichang frowned, raised his hand to make a silence gesture, and glanced around. The restaurant was already quiet, and now many guests looked over following the sound, whispering to each other, making Su Wantong's cheeks flush.
Don't act like a shrew.
Zhao Shichang said calmly, come with me. Su Wantong bit her lip and followed reluctantly.
The two sat down.
Zhao Shichang asked the waiter to pour her a glass of wine, then looked her up and down and suddenly sneered.
It's really strange. How come I didn't notice before that you and Wan Qinghe have such a big difference in temperament and appearance? I clearly thought you were the prettier one at that time.
After a pause, he said in a daze.
TSK. Could it be that I have the physique of a thief?
You. Su Wantong stood up suddenly and was about to lose her temper, but Zhao Shichang's words suppressed her anger.
Don't you want to know why the guild terminated your contract?
Su Wantong froze in her tracks, slowly sat back in her chair, her voice hoarse.
It wasn't you who did this.
Zhao Shichang shook his head, it's because of Cheng Zhuo.
Su Wantong was stunned. Is he strong enough to put pressure on your guild?
You are a little too self-righteous sometimes. Zhao Shichang's eyes revealed helplessness. Cheng Zhuo didn't take you seriously, otherwise, I wouldn't have let you sit here and chat with me. How could Su Wantong not hear the sarcasm in the words? She suppressed her surging anger and said in a trembling voice.
Why?
Forget about others, but why are you siding with him now? All the promises you made to me back then were lies. Zhao Shichang quickly reached out to stop him.
No. Don't talk to me in that tone. How much money have I spent on you? How much effort have I put into you?
And you, on the other hand, just give me a bunch of empty checks and won't even let me touch you. I'm just a little slow to warm up. Su Wantong avoided his gaze and suddenly felt a little guilty. Oh, then go somewhere else and warm up slowly. Zhao Shichang snorted, stood up and adjusted the hem of his suit, looking down at her with a tone full of disgust.
Don't be a whore in front of me and then try to be a saint.
He raised his foot to leave, but when he passed by Su Wantong, he paused. His voice was very low, but it carried an undeniable warning. I advise you not to provoke Cheng Zhuo again.
If you really want to go over there and mention me, you're dead. After saying that, Zhao Shichang left without looking back.
Su Wantong sat stiffly in the chair, feeling cold all over. She didn't understand why it turned out like this. How come Zhao Shichang, who always obeyed her, seemed like a different person after going to the ruins? And Cheng Zhuo, whom she pushed away with her own hands. He also became an existence that she needed to look up to.
Your partner, Wan Qinghe, misses you. Harmony value +5.
Your partner, Wan Qinghe, is worried about you.
Harmony value +10.
Your partner, Xia Mo, is worried about you.
Harmony value +10.
Your partner, Xia Chan, is worried about you.
Harmony value +10. In a taxi heading to the city gate.
Cheng Zhuo looked at the system and alarm value prompts, and couldn't help but look strange.
It seems that we have decided to go hunting during the day. It is really necessary.
During this short period of time, the three of them had already added a total of 135 points of harmony value to him, almost catching up with his 2 or 3 hours of hard work late at night. In the past half month, he tested it over and over again, and finally figured out the rules of harmony value. The most useful thing is naturally the tenderness at night. After the first round, Wan Qinghe, Xia Mo, and Xia Chan can each contribute 30 points steadily, which will decrease in the second round. He had a good understanding of the three women's physiques, and 2 times a night was just about their comfort zone. Too much will harm your health, and too little will delay progress. During the day, Xia Mo would occasionally tease him intentionally or unintentionally, such as wearing yoga pants and doing some difficult yoga in front of him, or wearing only his t-shirt and running to the kitchen to pretend to be busy. Of course, he couldn't avoid being held down and taught a lesson by Cheng Zhuo. Summer cicadas will also be affected. But the amount of thoughts and harmony value contributed by Wan Qinghe who went to the academy was no less than theirs, and sometimes even more. In comparison, the pattern of increasing gene unlocking rate is more chaotic. One thing Cheng Zhuo could confirm was that the chances of increasing their flying experience in the clouds were the greatest, especially the deep sensation of the twin girls holding hands at the same time. Therefore, if the goal is to increase the gene unlocking rate, doing it too frequently may not be a good thing. Of course, it also depends on personal physique. Xia Mo's unlocking rate is obviously much faster than the other 2 girls, and has exceeded 4%. If this value were placed on those hunters who have been struggling on the line between life and death for years, they might have already awakened a second time. This is also the reason why Cheng Zhuo is eager to familiarize himself with the wilderness ecology. He now has the trump card of undead exchange, so he can definitely find some ecological zones that are slightly stronger than his own strength to force himself. Glancing at the value close to 9% on the panel, Cheng Zhuo's eyes flashed with urgency. According to this probability, after going into dangerous places a few times, I should be able to break through that layer of window paper. After the taxi passed through a gray isolation zone, the outline of the main gate of the outer city appeared. It was a massive structure spanning 100 meters, constructed entirely of a cold-glowing mimetic alloy. The 50-meter-high city gate resembled the back of a sleeping giant beast, its surface covered with pale blue energy patterns. This is Cheng Zhuo's first time here. I haven't had time to express my feelings yet. He suddenly felt a slight disturbance of airflow above his head. A woman in a black business suit fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo, why don't you reply to the message? A ethereal, pleasant voice came without much emotion. Cheng Zhuo looked intently and recognized the cold woman. She was the recruitment manager of Beast City who claimed to be Mu Yenji last time. I've been waiting for you for many days. The teacher said that you can only send messages after others reply. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at Cheng Zhuo's watch. Hurry up and reply to me. I'll sign you so I can go find Huangfu Bai. Cheng Zhuo's face was strange, and he paused before saying, Manager Mu, I don't plan to sign Xingyun. Mu Yenji was stunned, as if she couldn't understand. Why? Didn't you ask for a hunter contract before? This is it, and it's C rank. This. Cheng Zhuo frowned and replied. I plan to go to the wilderness to learn more before making a decision. I see. Mu Yenji suddenly became quiet, holding her chin, and didn't care that her silver-framed glasses had slipped to the tip of her nose. The searchlight from the city gate fell on the top of her black hair, making the lines of her profile look cool and beautiful, but the unconscious pursed lips and occasional tilted head movements revealed an inexplicable childlike innocence. Only then did Cheng Zhuo notice that this woman named Mu Yenji seemed different from ordinary people. Hiss, wait a minute, Mu Yenji? Nebula Guild? Could this woman be the Ms. Mu who has the title of female killer goddess? It is said that the killing sword intent she cultivated has almost turned her into an emotionless killing machine. Deputy Director Hu Yensong also mentioned her, saying that she is the only hunter who was expected to reach the 7th level within a year. Cheng Zhuo immediately started investigating, and the next second, he broke out in a cold sweat. The column for Mu Yenji's biological strength was filled with a series of question marks. Is it really her? No. Why would such a pervert be the new recruitment manager? Is the Nebula Guild so short of people? Teacher doesn't allow threats, knocking people unconscious, or using swords. Mu Yenji muttered softly, with a hint of subtle annoyance in her tone. Don't worry, let me think about what other managers have done. Cheng Zhuo broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. The time for the zombie hen he summoned was almost up. If this killer suddenly goes crazy, he will have no chance to escape. That's right. At this moment, Mu Yenji's dark eyes suddenly lit up. Do you need someone to sleep with? Chapter 62 Wolf Pack Guild Base. When Mu Yenji said this, Cheng Zhuo was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Do I think my life is too long? He waved his hands hurriedly, and said in a hasty tone. Don't be ridiculous. I really just want to learn more about the Ruins realm before considering future matters. It's not about your methods or the contract. All right. Mu Yenji murmured with some regret, what a pity, if you agreed, I could legitimately stab you with the sword. Cheng Zhuo. It seems you are planning to conduct a sting operation. Eh? Suddenly, Mu Yenji turned his head and looked outside the city. He took off his silver-framed glasses, and excitement surged out of his black pupils. Call out. Cheng Zhuo only felt a flash of afterimage. Mu Yenji's figure was ejected like a cannonball, leaving only a faint vortex of air in its place. When Cheng Zhuo followed the noise and found her figure, she was already high in the moonlight, shooting out of the city. That's not the ability to fly, it's more like a jumping trajectory drawn purely by the explosive power of the body. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but be shocked. What level of physical strength is this? Call. The departure of the female killer made Cheng Zhuo subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. She clearly didn't release any pressure, but Cheng Zhuo was still frightened so much that cold sweat soaked his back. It seems something more interesting has appeared for her. Cheng Zhuo muttered to himself, quickly got up and headed out of the city. The pressure from Mu Yenji made his desire to become stronger reach an unprecedented level. There is strict control over entry and exit from the city at night. Fortunately, Catherine had made arrangements in advance, so Cheng Zhuo did not encounter any obstacles. There were quite a few pedestrians and vehicles coming and going outside the city, most of whom were hunters returning from the wilderness wearing combat uniforms of various styles. A little further away from the city gate, you can see some scattered lights and bonfires, and low huts crookedly stacked together, most of which are haphazardly pieced together with discarded iron sheets and cracked wooden boards. Some of them don't even have roofs and are barely covered with canvas. That is the shanty town, where the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the homeless live. Most people keep their doors closed. Only a few hunchbacked old men were staggering as they picked up scraps. Looking along the main road and through the border of the shantytown, you will see the deep and empty wilderness. The night is like thick ink, enveloping the distance. Even the moonlight cannot penetrate the deep darkness. Cheng Zhuo could even vaguely see blurry shadows passing through the wilderness in the distance. Some looked like hunched human figures, while others dragged long tails, moving quickly through the darkness. Those are all low-level exotic beasts that are hard to kill and always appear at night. It seems that handsome Cheng has handled things smoothly. A coquettish and frivolous voice came from the side. Cheng Zhuo turned his head and looked. At the edge of the main road, Catherine's sexy figure was leaning against a large, exaggerated motorcycle. She changed into a tight-fitting combat uniform, which perfectly showed off her slender waist and abdomen and the curve of her hips, especially her fair and slender left leg and the metallic right leg, which made her half-human, half-mechanical body look extremely sexually tense.
What's that look? Are you attracted to my sister?
Catherine raised her eyebrows and looked at Cheng Zhuo, who was approaching with a playful look.
Sister is so beautiful and sexy, isn't it normal to look like this?
Cheng Zhuo felt a little more relaxed and joked with a smile.
Hee, you have good taste.
Catherine's red lips curled up slightly at this. She turned around, raised her bright silver right leg, and sat astride the heavy motorcycle. Her back leaned slightly forward, creating a smooth arc on her perky buttocks.
Come on. Catherine patted the cushion behind her. Sister will take you to the highway.
Cheng Zhuo climbed onto the back seat and was looking for the armrest. Catherine grabbed his hand and put it around her waist.
Hold on tight, sister is driving really fast. Click.
Catherine turned on the power and turned the handlebars, and the heavy motorcycle immediately made a roaring hum.
4 pale blue flames spurted out of the rear pipe.
The tires rolled over the gravel on the side of the road, causing dust to fly up immediately, and the car body suddenly rushed forward. Cheng Zhuo quickly lowered his head and held her tight waist. The surrounding scenery quickly receded, and the crooked shanty towns gradually shrank into vague shadows in the night.
Just 2 or 3 minutes.
The two of them came to the outside of a tall base wall. The motorcycle rumbled to a stop in front of the base's gate, with a giant wolf statue standing above it. After a green identification ray swept across the top, the heavy alloy door opened to the sides with a click, revealing the brightly lit interior of the base.
Cheng Zhuo knew that many guilds had bases outside the city.
But I didn't expect that the base of a second-level guild would be so magnificent. At a glance, the space within sight is several thousand square meters. In the glass house on the left, a series of source force shooting ranges were arranged neatly. The center of the target was a shadow projection of a strange beast embedded with a low-level source core. Many people were shooting with rifles that flashed red light. The sparring area next to the shooting range was even more lively. A pair of burly men were fighting with their bare hands. One of them had dark brown scales on his arms, and his fists hit the other's long, white-haired arms, making dull sounds. There was a circle of people surrounding him. From time to time there were bursts of cheers and applause. On the right are several translucent alien beast simulation training cabins, with a light blue holographic light inside.
You can clearly see people inside dealing with the projected iron shell wolf pack. Catherine slowed down and slowly drove to the parking area.
Next to him, a thin, dark young man wearing headphones was using a robotic arm to repair a huge armored vehicle. He shook his head and hummed off-tune rock music.
Hey, Miss K brought someone new here?
The thin, dark-skinned young man noticed the person coming and hurriedly took off his headphones. He looked at Cheng Zhuo in the back seat with a slightly exaggerated expression.
What kind of status does he have to be able to sit in the back seat of our Queen K?
Fix your car properly. Catherine tapped his robotic arm lightly and smiled gently. You can't go on the road tomorrow, I'll break your legs. Stop staring at my legs all day long, Auntie. The thin, dark-skinned young man spread his hands and continued to tinker with the car, shaking his head and sighing, there's no human rights in the Department of Mechanical Engineering.
Don't act pathetic. This time, we'll go to H0173 and help you get the Tier 3 mechanical heart back. Catherine turned off the motorcycle, tossed him the keys, and instructed. Check out my big baby too.
The thin, dark-skinned young man only had the words Level 3 mechanical heart in his ears, and his eyes lit up. Really, Sister K, do you keep your word?
When did Sister K break her promise? Catherine raised her eyebrows. Last time you were lazy in playing mahjong, delaying the car, did I break your legs on the spot?
Well. The thin, dark-skinned young man shrank his neck and said, I'll fix the car first. Catherine twisted her waist and patted Chengjua's shoulder.
Don't be afraid, Sister was just joking with him. Come with me and I'll take you to meet your beauties.
After saying that, he walked straight to the back along a passage in the parking area.
The atmosphere in the Wolf Pack Guild seems to be pretty good. Catherine led him along the way.
Most people had bright smiles on their faces and greeted Catherine sincerely. The two of them walked all the way to a place similar to a dormitory area and stopped in front of an alloy room door.
They're inside.
Catherine pursed her lips to indicate, then leaned close to Chengjua's ear and lowered her voice to tease. Don't rush into sex, just give her a couple of kisses to calm her down and then come find me in the medical area.
Mayor Wang sent someone to bring you some things. Chapter 63 Rewards from Redstone Town. Brother Joie.
As soon as the alloy door slid open a crack, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the room. 3 figures came hurriedly to meet them. Ruan Xinghe walked in front, holding Chengjue in her white hands, looking him up and down. After confirming that he was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief, her voice still trembling with a hint of unease.
Zhao, that bastard Zhao Shichang didn't give you any trouble, did he? No, don't worry.
Chengjue held her slightly cold hand with his backhand, then turned sideways, opened his arms to embrace Xia Chan, who came over, and rubbed her head. Finally, he looked at Xia Mo, who was standing half a step away, and gave her a look.
Xia Mo understood and walked forward slowly.
With her silver white hair on top, she leaned against Chengjue's chest and silently hugged his waist and back tightly.
I'm sorry for making you worry.
Chengjue softened his voice and comforted his 3 wives.
It's nothing.
Zhao Shichang just wants to win me over.
He's not looking for trouble. I'm glad you're okay.
Ruan Xinghe leaned on Chengjue's shoulder, her heart still beating rapidly due to her anxiety. She had just heard Xia Chan say that the logo on the combat uniforms of the hunter team that Chengju faced in the Endless Wasteland seemed to be the Thunder Guild. The RV was completely sealed by Chengju at that time, and they had no idea what was happening outside.
But the summer cicada had sensitive ears and seemed to have heard some fighting sounds.
She guessed that the team was most likely wiped out by their brother Zhua. After hearing what Xia Chan said, Ruan Xinghe became more and more anxious. After all, Lei Ting was a powerful force that ordinary people could not shake. She knew that Chengju was no longer the same as before, but she still couldn't help but worry.
Husband.
Ruan Xinghe slowly raised his head, a look of determination on his face.
I'm not going to Kashu Academy anymore.
I want to go to the ecological zone and hunt exotic beasts in the ruins.
My sisters and I have made an agreement. We want to become stronger and awaken a second time. We want to be a help to you instead of a burden.
From the moment I left the new house and watched Chengju disappear from my sight alone, Ruan Xinghe secretly swore in her heart that she must work hard to become stronger, and if something like this happened again, she would never let Chengju take the lead alone. She really hated this feeling of powerlessness. Chengju replied with a tone of pity.
Weren't you drawn into the ruins realm when you were a child, causing a shadow? Aren't you afraid? Afraid. Ruan Xinghe nodded honestly, but held his hand even tighter. But nothing scares me more than having you taken away from me. Yeah. Me too. The summer cicada nodded beside them like a chick pecking at rice.
Xia Mo also raised her face, her silence revealing a firmness that was beyond words.
Okay. Chengju nodded slightly. I had this idea originally. Since you are all willing, let's work together. Oh, that's so cool.
After a tender moment, Chengju did not forget Catherine's instructions.
He led the 3 women to the medical area.
As soon as I reached the door, I saw Catherine sitting on the examination chair through the clean glass door, her fingertips lightly pressing the joint of Cyber's right leg. The light blue source power lines faded away, and she grasped the metal edge of the prosthetic limb and gently pulled it off, removing the silver-white mechanical leg, revealing the reddish skin at the broken limb.
Catherine also noticed them and waved, motioning them to come in. Ruan Xinghao was the first to push the door open.
She moved closer to Catherine, gently touching the broken part of her right thigh, and said with a frown,
"Sister K, does it hurt?" "I'm used to it." Catherine smiled and skillfully put on a set of biochemical prosthetic limbs.
The skin color was almost seamlessly connected with the real legs, and at first glance it was impossible to tell the real from the fake. She took off the cybernetic compound eyes on her face and put on a pair of thin-framed gold-rimmed glasses. Her long dark yellow hair hung down on her shoulders, covering the faint traces of the mechanical interface behind her ears. After removing all the mechanical devices, Catherine became much softer.
She feels a bit like the sister next door. Then if I cultivate to the 7th level?
Ruanqing has suddenly looked up, with a serious look in his eyes, and asked,
"Is there any way to help my sister repair it?"
"The book says that the high-ranking priest's healing skills can regenerate severed limbs."
Catherine's hands hesitated slightly.
As if lost in memory, he murmured, "When I was first injured, there was a sister on the team who was a full-time healer."
She asked the same question. "So what level is she now?" Ruanqing's eyes lit up. "Can I ask her some questions?" "I've made up my mind. I plan to be a hunter." "She?" Catherine lowered her eyes and was silent for 2 seconds.
She looked up and met Ruanqing's sincere gaze, and couldn't help but smile gently.
"A 7th level priest? That should be possible. However, we don't have a 7th level hunter in Star Iron City yet. Sister, you have to work hard." Ruan Xinghao was a thoughtful person.
Seeing her reaction, he immediately understood. The little girl who was a full-time therapist that Catherine mentioned might be in danger.
Ruan Xinghao nodded slightly. "Well, I will definitely work hard."
"Okay, I'll wait for that day." Catherine smiled and took her hand, then her eyes fell on Cheng Zhuo. "Come with me." The four of them followed Catherine's footsteps, walked around several corridors, and came to a slightly empty room.
"Enter."
Catherine pushed open the door and just raised her hand to invite him in. Her eyes swept across the sofa, and suddenly she cried ouch, and rushed in hurriedly, picked up the pile of messy clothes on the sofa, and threw them directly into the bedroom.
"Hee, sit wherever you want."
Catherine smiled awkwardly and secretly picked up the black t-shirt that had fallen on the ground. Everyone pretended not to notice and found a place to sit down. The room was very simple. Apart from a sofa and coffee table, and a shelf for wine and beverages, there was only a refrigerator that gave it a sense of life.
Catherine walked to the bookshelf and took down an unopened brown package from the top shelf, with the Redstone Town emblem printed on the outside.
This was sent by Mayor Wang of Redstone Town.
"It just arrived." Catherine handed the package to Cheng Zhuo. "He only brought a message. Thank you for the honor you brought to Redstone Town.
Everything here is given to you free of charge, and you are exempted from the collection task next month."
"Oh?"
Cheng Zhuo was a little surprised. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise.
Chapter 64 Abyss Hunter.
Cheng Zhuo took the package and opened it in front of Catherine without hiding it. Inside was a leather suitcase the size of a book. When it was opened, there was a click sound, and a bright purple light spread out from the box. A Source Force card lay quietly on the velvet lining. There was an envelope under the card.
"Wow, when did Uncle Wang become so generous?"
Catherine adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and stared at the cards.
"Just for being the strongest newcomer, you're giving away epic cards?"
Cheng Zhuo was also stunned. With his fingertips hovering above the card, he could clearly feel the faint vibration of the source power flowing through the patterns on the card.
"It is indeed epic."
The title of Best Newcomer sounds like a big deal, but 4 times a year is not really a rare honor. It might bring some attention to Redstone Town, but it is actually of little use to this small town that may be swallowed up by the ecology at any time.
He originally thought that the bonus would be at most tens of thousands of city-state coins.
Unexpectedly, Mayor Wang, whom I had never met before, actually gave me an epic card. Looking carefully at the card information, Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up instantly.
Thunder Scepter Weapon Card.
Quality, Epic Purple. Effect, use the scepter to summon, and you can instantly recall the summoned entity to the origin card. The summoned entity will additionally learn the beast pet skill, Thunder Punishment, the power of which is positively correlated with the summoned entity's own strength.
Usage restrictions, summoning.
Introduction. Created by an unknown weapon master, the pattern on the staff resembles the scepter of an ancient god. Unfortunately, the upper limit of its source power is insufficient, making it a low-quality imitation.
Thunder punishment.
Cheng Zhuo lightly tapped the thunder pattern on the card with his fingertips.
He had a hunch.
If Guan Guan were to cast the thunder punishment, the effect could be astonishing. After carefully putting the card away, Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell on the envelope still lying in the box. The envelope looked very special, with a dark red Stone Town stamp on the seal. Cheng Zhuo pinched the edge of the envelope and felt the unique heaviness of paper documents on his fingertips. In today's era, this type of envelope is very rare. He removed the wax seal and pulled out a dark card. When the two large gold-plated characters Abyss appeared, Cheng Zhuo's fingers subconsciously paused. Catherine was so shocked that she subconsciously squeezed to sit next to Cheng Zhuo, her face almost touching the cards, her face full of disbelief.
Abyss Hunter card? Could it be for you?
Quick, check the back.
Cheng Zhuo flipped the card as instructed. The dark lower right corner.
A line of small gold-plated characters clearly read Cheng Zhuo. This Abyss Hunter card is produced by Ta Shi.
It cannot be copied or stolen. Getting this card means officially stepping into the main battle circle of a faction.
It is a qualification that many hunters are scrambling to get. Catherine, who was standing by, stared at the dark card and rubbed her chin. It seems that there are really no newcomers in this town now.
You haven't even entered the rank yet, but you've already got the Abyss card. Is it really just because there are no new people?
Cheng Zhuo repeatedly stroked the strange patterns on the card and had a question in his mind.
Abyss Hunter can be said to be the ultimate goal of most hunters.
Among the various lighthouse forces, only when the strength or potential reaches a certain level can there be hope of obtaining this card. After all, the Abyss Hunter represents the face of a faction. If the external worlds are team dungeon modes,
that Abyss is the single-player endless mode. The hunter's name, level, guild, and lighthouse location will be bound to the kill points and displayed in real time on the Abyss leaderboard.
It would be very embarrassing to be left behind by players who are weaker than you. It can be seen that Mayor Wang is still very optimistic about him.
Don't be too nervous.
Seeing Cheng Zhuo holding the Abyss card without saying anything, Catherine thought he was frightened by the word Abyss. She patted his shoulder and said comfortingly,
"The Abyss Hunters in Redstone Town aren't as competitive as those in other places. We've been at the bottom of the heap for years, and the townspeople are used to it.
Besides, there's still over a month until the next Abyss opening, so there's no need to worry about it now."
We? Cheng Zhuo was stunned. Are you from Redstone Town too?
Of course,
didn't I tell you? Catherine raised her eyebrows. By the way, I have something for you too.
Having said that, she turned around and walked back to the bookshelf. He pulled a canvas package from the top shelf and dumped it all on the table with a crash.
A sea of red.
It turned out to be a pile of tower stones from Redstone Town.
Cough.
Seeing Cheng Zhuo staring at Tashi in a daze, Catherine's ears turned red, and she scratched the back of her head and laughed dryly.
I cheated you that day.
There really aren't many tower stones in other towns, but there are so many in Redstone Town that I can't use them all.
I've spent the 20,000.
I'll pay you back tomorrow when I get the money from selling the goods.
Ha 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 ha. No need to pay it back.
Cheng Zhuo shook his head and smiled.
You've been a great help today. Don't worry about that little bit of money.
What needs to be paid back must be paid back, one thing at a time.
Catherine shook her head. I never betray my own people.
As she spoke, she took out 3 pieces and handed them to Ruan Xinghe and the other 2 girls.
I heard you were going to Redstone Town to sign a contract. Just use this. Going from here to Redstone Town will pass through a medium risk area.
You should first have some self-protection skills before going there.
Thank you, sister.
The 3 girls accepted the thanks.
Don't think about the Abyss for now.
Catherine looked at Cheng Zhuo again, her tone becoming more serious. First, prepare to join H0173 tomorrow. To be honest, I originally wanted to win you over just because of the higher-ups. I wasn't very confident in leaving in Nua and the other 3 in your care. But since Uncle Wang thinks so highly of you, I'm relieved.
Are you familiar with Mayor Wang? Cheng Zhuo asked. Catherine nodded slightly. Well, I grew up in an orphanage in town.
He was the mayor and the director. Cheng Zhuo and Catherine learned about the situation in the small town, and then asked her some questions about the team's cooperation. As the coach of the Wolfpack's low-potential team, she has only one way of training her team members.
Use combat instead of training.
So far, Anuo and his team have only been in actual combat training for a little over a week.
It's more about tempering your mentality.
Therefore, there is no clear division in tactical training for the time being. They need to overcome the fear of the Ruins realm before they can become true Ruins hunters. Originally, Changzhuo's identity was mostly due to some veterans in the guild who had not yet entered the rank. However, many long-term medium-risk Ruins had appeared in the valley recently, and a large number of veterans were pulled away to serve as attendants, so they recruited a group of wilderness hunters. Since this is the arrangement above, it is naturally because H0173 is relatively safe.
Although it is prone to distortion, the gate can be entered and exited at will.
So Catherine told him not to worry, and to kill him in H0173 the same way he did in the Endless Wasteland.
The night deepens. After returning to the room,
Changzhuo took a quick shower and stood in front of the projection TV in the room for a long time. The scene on it was playing in a loop, showing Mu Yanji just killing a 5th Order Overlord-level monster. She was wearing the same professional suit she had just worn when she met Changzhuo, and her expression was cold. In his hand was a seemingly ordinary long sword. With a gentle wave.
There was no earth-shattering sword light, not even any extra airflow.
The body of the Overlord-level monster was nearly 100 meters long, and it was instantly split into two halves from the top of the head to the abdomen, like butter cut by a sharp knife. Tonight, a 4-star gate suddenly breached the Nanling Ruins.
Level 3 to 5 alien beasts have entered the low-risk area.
The Overlord-level Black Spine Beast has been killed, and the rest are being pursued.
All units in the low-risk areas, please pay attention. If you discover anything, report it to the high-level hunting team immediately. Do not blindly confront them. She's amazing.
Ruanqing's envious voice was heard, and then a pair of cool arms gently wrapped around Changzhuo's waist and abdomen.
You will be that awesome in the future.
Changzhuo pulled her in front of him and rubbed her face. Ruanqing curled her red lips slightly.
You're lying. I'm just a pastor. Who said that priests can't carry swords?
Changzhuo raised his eyebrows.
Yes, you are right.
Ruanqing's eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she lifted his chin with her fingertips and said, "My husband is a summoner and he plays a big gun.
He likes to fight 3 people at once."
Changzhuo was stunned and looked at the girl in his arms in surprise.
Okay, you've learned bad habits, haven't you?
Come on, let's see how powerful your husband's gun is.
Oh no, you have something important to do tomorrow. With Bai Momo here, there won't be any delay. Little Chan, help me.
I won't help, let my sister help you push it.
Woo. Chapter 65 H0173. The next morning. Black Cloud Forest.
6 heavy armored vehicles, each more than 10 meters long, rolled over the dead branches and rotten leaves on the ground. The roar of their engines exploded in the silent forest, and they rushed into the depths of the forest at a rapid speed like 6 steel beasts. Changzhuo leaned against the window, looking out at the rapidly receding morning scene.
He finally understood how the Black Cloud Forest got its name.
The half-human high black fog on both sides of the road was as thick as ink, and even the sunlight could not penetrate. Walking through it was like walking through a flowing black cloud.
About half an hour later, the convoy gradually slowed down and finally stopped steadily in front of an open area.
Changzhuo got off the bus with the team, and the cold air wrapped in the damp smell of rotten leaves hit him in the face. In front of me was an open space as big as 2 football fields, with fresh logs piled up on the edge. The crooked broken tree stumps were covered with crystal resin, which was obviously a temporary stronghold that had been cut down not long ago. The thick fog here has been dispelled. There were many different teams gathered from all directions, with logos of several major guilds, as well as some small guilds that Changzhuo had never seen before. There are also some scattered teams, probably hunters who form teams independently. In the center of the open space stands a gate over 10 meters high. It almost blends in with the surrounding environment, and if it weren't for the ripples like water, it would be almost impossible to find its location.
Chang, brother Chang, don't be nervous.
Wei Qingfeng's knuckles were pale as he gripped the staff, and even his shoulders were trembling slightly, but he forced himself to move closer to Changzhuo and said in a low voice,
"Let's just fight the alien beasts outside the boundary gate. If anything goes wrong, we will retreat immediately. It will definitely be safe. Look down at your hanging legs first."
Pang Wei leaned against the car door, crossed his arms, rolled his eyes at him, and said unhappily, "You're shaking like a sieve, and you still have the nerve to tell others not to be nervous? I think you should consider Sister K's advice and go to the kitchen to be a cook." Ha ha ha. The people around them suddenly burst into laughter, which instantly dissipated the originally tense atmosphere. Chang Zhua. And Nua leaned closer to Chang Zhua. "Are you nervous?" She was wearing a dark green combat uniform today. The fabric was close-fitting but not tight, just outlining her beautiful curves. The waistline was neatly cinched, making her 170 centimeters height mostly appear as slender and well-proportioned legs. Chang Zhua looked back and raised his eyebrows. "How could that be? I'm the strongest newcomer, and only the beasts can see how nervous I am." And Nua smiled, tapped his shoulder with the longbow in his hand, and said angrily, "Yeah, quite confident." Her movement immediately attracted the attention of many boys in the team. And Nua is a girl with outstanding appearance and figure, and now standing next to Chang Zhua, she looks even more eye-catching. As Chang Zhua's physical fitness has soared in recent times, his already handsome face has become even sharper. With a height of nearly 190 centimeters, he is tall and straight, and when he stands next to a Nua who is holding a longbow, they are inexplicably a perfect match. Even the models in the Hunter promotional videos that are played on loop in the square all year round may not be as good as the picture of these two people in the same frame. So, many people looked at Chang Zhua with a hint of sourness and even a bit of hostility in their eyes. "TSK, it seems I've become a thorn in the eyes of many people." Chang Zhua smiled jokingly. And Nua subconsciously looked around, his cheeks suddenly flushed, and his tone was a little flustered. "No, I ignored them." Chang Zhua didn't notice her abnormality. He stared at the transparent door of H0173 and said in a deeper tone, "After completing the revelation mission, you can choose to exit this multi-dimensional gate or upgrade your star to enter a higher level realm, right?" "Yeah." And Nua nodded slightly, then showed a hint of surprise. "You don't mean to?" "When it's over, you take them out first, and I'll go to the one-star ruins realm for a stroll." A strange excitement flashed in Chang Zhua's eyes. And Nua suddenly became anxious and said, "The one-star ruins here are completely different from the distorted and incomplete rookie ruins. There are many first-level enhanced bodies and overlord bodies in it, and it's even possible that a second-level boss will appear. Moreover, the guild." She wanted to say that the guild would not allow it, but then she suddenly remembered that Chang Zhua was not a member of the guild. "Don't worry." Chang Zhua looked at her tense profile and spoke in a slower tone, "If there's any danger, I'll retreat." He raised his chin and gestured towards the gate. "Let's go, we're going in." The team led by Chang Zhua includes Nua, Wei Qingfeng, and Pang Wei. There was also a young man and woman. Their names are Li Dixuan and Feng Han respectively. They were slightly older than them, estimated to be around 24 or 25, and they were a couple. The two had not been able to awaken successfully in the early years and were also the last batch of awakeners. They still had some reservations about Chang Zhua's arrival. It goes without saying that the guild wants to win over the strongest newcomer. Giving a newcomer the position in the team that should have been reserved for the veteran hunters is undoubtedly gambling with their lives. However, they have no say in the team's personnel configuration. "I can only make up my mind secretly. Just stroll around the boundary gate and don't go deep. Let's form a team first." And Nua said, "We'll be here soon." She was the first to release a light green source of energy, which slowly emerged from her fingertips like a spider silk. Chang Zhua raised his hand, and light gray source power overflowed. This is a kind of original coupling that can bind 6 people together. Prevent chaotic teleportation after they enter the Su realm. The moment of passing through the gate. A biting chill penetrated through the collar. The morning breeze here was several times colder than that in the Black Cloud Forest, and mixed with a pungent smell of frost and decay, choking several people so much that they couldn't help coughing. Chang Zhua stopped and looked around. Before my eyes was an empty rock ice cave. Rock layers and ice blocks are stacked in an interlaced manner, with icicles hanging from the top wall tens of meters high. The longest one was 3 or 4 meters long, emitting a cold bluish-white light. Spider webs covered with ice particles hung on the tip of the icicle. When the wind blew, the spider webs swayed gently, and the huge spider on them seemed like it would fall off at any time. "It's this rock ice cave again. That hairy spider is hard to deal with." Wei Qingfeng sighed. As soon as the words fell, the gate behind them shook, and a voice as rough as ground gravel came over. "Little newbies, move aside.
If you can't do anything, get back to the guild and drink milk. Don't lose your life here.
When Enua saw who was coming behind her, she couldn't help but frown. She quietly leaned to Chengjua's side and whispered, "It's a team from the Jinshu Guild. The leader is called Lei Hu, and his subordinates are all hunters who are about to enter the rank. We encountered them once before, and they have bad tempers and never give any leeway when it comes to snatching prey.
Last time, they cleared out all the exotic beasts on the periphery, even taking away the ones we injured.
I'm afraid our harvest today will be much smaller."
Chapter 66, Monsters.
Looking at the backs of the 6 people walking towards the other side of the cave, Chengzhuo replied nonchalantly,
"It's not a big deal." He just glanced at the information of several people.
The strongest one on the other side only has D-level potential, and his body strength is less than 30, which is not as strong as the giant corpse he killed in the super distance world. The reason he can bully Enua and the others is just because he is a level 0 old bastard.
And this revelation from the ruins is also very simple.
You have entered the survival world Frost Cave.
Ruins exploration progress, 75.1%. Keyword, survival. Promotion mission, kill the Froststone Ape.
Just find the Froststone Ape. It would be impossible to rely on Annuo and the others to show the way, as they had never left the area too far from the gate. Chengzhuo took out the Thunder Scepter he had just obtained. The source power moved slightly, summoning Can from the source card.
Meow.
As soon as the little fat boy appeared, he stretched out lazily in a cat-like posture, and his round body showed a naive look. And Nua couldn't help himself and stepped forward to hold it in his arms.
Reach out and rub its belly a few times. Hey, Sha Guan, long time no see.
The ravaged Guan squinted his round amber eyes and glanced at Chengzhuo, his little head full of question marks.
Is this your wife too? If not, I'm going to scratch her. It has been feeling depressed recently.
Every time it comes out, people hold it and pet it, and rub its belly. Not only did he rub his belly, he also said that his belly was about to touch the ground.
Do you think it doesn't understand? Isn't this just a roundabout way of saying it's fat?
Chengzhuo held back his laughter and gave Guan a look that said, "Don't mess around," then turned his gaze to the cave wall not far away. Rustle, rustle. A chaotic friction sound was heard, and broken ice fragments fell from the cracks between the top of the cave and the rock wall.
They're coming.
And Nua hurriedly stood up, his voice a little deeper. She tiptoed and lightly jumped onto a raised stone platform, holding the alloy longbow upright at her side. The light blue source power slowly flowed along the bowstring, and soon condensed into a fluorescent arrow.
Pangwei, Li Deshuan, maintain formation. Okay.
Pangwei responded with his fangs bared, showing a bit of fierceness. Li Deshuan also leaped forward, and the heavy shield slammed to the ground with a bang. And Nua's gaze fell on Wei Qingfeng, and his tone was a little more admonishing. Wei Qingfeng, your fireballs are the nemesis of those pupil bugs.
Don't be afraid, but don't be greedy for output. Pay attention to controlling consumption.
Okay. Wei Qingfeng took a deep breath, suppressed the tension in his heart, and quickly 2 balls of orange-red flames ignited in the palms of his hands. Finally, and Nua waved to Feng Han behind him. Sister Feng, keep an eye on the monster they're entangled with.
Their abdomen is their weak point. Hit them once and then retreat. Don't linger in the fight. Feng Han nodded slightly and took out a dagger with a blue glow. The figure flashed. It actually entered a state of almost invisibility.
Only a very faint trace of airflow remained, moving silently towards the shadow of the rock wall.
Chengzhuo, you can play freely.
And Nua's tone softened a bit and he advised. Be careful not to get touched by their self-destructing pupil bugs, they are corrosive.
Chengzhuo nodded slightly and his eyes fell on the rock wall.
I saw a bunch of spiders half a man's height crawling along the stone wall, their bodies covered with fine ice patterns, and their abdomens were covered with densely packed pupils, staring at everyone.
Meow?
Guan looked at everyone standing ready, tilted his round head, and looked at Chengzhuo in confusion.
Are they so nervous because of these giant bugs? Are the cats going to get in?
Chengzhuo stared at the large spider that crawled down from the stone wall.
Thousand-eyed spider, Frost. Realm, level 0 derivative. Biological body strength, 18.5.
Talent, dig out the pupil to create a soldier. You can dig out your pupil insect's eyeballs and launch an eyeball self-destruct attack. Introduction, this is a strange spider that lives in extremely cold places.
It likes to eat human eyes.
Be careful of the eyeballs it throws, as they are highly corrosive after exploding. The spider looks quite intimidating, about half a man's height, but it doesn't seem very strong. Cheng Zhuo suddenly lost interest. Can, quick victory. At the command. Guan's round amber eyes narrowed into vertical pupils in an instant, his round body suddenly tensed up, and he rushed out with a whoosh. Like a fully charged plush bomb. The pads of its flesh kicked out tiny cracks on the ice rock, and in an instant it pounced in front of the thousand-eyed spider in the front row. Cheng Zhuo was not idle either. He flipped his finger and took out the Silver Knight Gravity Body card. The source of power flowed into the card through his fingertips and he gently tossed it forward. A dazzling flash of light blue light. The metal components snapped together in the brilliance of the light, and the parts were quickly assembled as if they were alive. The head, shoulder armor, torso and legs are formed in sequence. In just 3 seconds, a dark silver mecha over 3 meters tall landed with a bang. Its heavy soles slammed into the ice, causing the broken ice around it to rustle. Cheng Zhuo jumped up and flipped into the cockpit. With a flick of the robotic arm, the epic spear Lone Star suddenly materialized. The tip of the spear was like a cold light quenching snow, and the dark patterns on the spear shaft slowly lit up as the source power was injected, like a dormant purple-scaled dragon. Cheng Zhuo controlled the mecha and kicked the ground hard with his left leg. Crack! The ice rock instantly cracked into spider-web-like patterns, and the Silver Knight rushed out like an arrow, sweeping his spear across, bringing with it a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Wow, this gravity body is still in Brother Cheng's hands, so cool. Wei Qingfeng cried out in shock. The flames in his hands were extinguished. The other people's gazes also shifted back, completely attracted by the cool gravity body. Cheng Zhuo did not use the heavy weapons on the gravity body. To deal with monsters of this level, using source force weapons might not be enough. He held the spear horizontally and opened and closed it vigorously. Sizzle! A giant spider on the stone wall was instantly broken into 2 halves like paper. Guan's speed was even faster, and as he jumped up and down, a faint blue arc of electricity occasionally flashed on his claws. That is the amplification skill, Thunder Punishment, brought by the Thunder Scepter. Anyone touched by its claws would instantly be struck by the electric current through their body, and they would collapse to the ground, twitching continuously, and would soon become motionless. Its hunting speed was so fast that even Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but take a few more glances. He specifically called up the panel of the can. Apart from the newly added thunder penalty increase, other data have not changed much. Growth remains alarmingly slow. Cheng Zhuo had previously looked through all the information on summoned beast training and knew that when the summoner was promoted, the summoned beast would be promoted at the same time. However, evolution during the growth period requires the accumulation of animal food and source cores. Last time in the Endless Wasteland, he slaughtered nearly half of the alien beasts and fed half of the source cores to the can, but its growth rate only increased by 0.1%. At this rate, it will take an indefinite amount of time for it to grow into a cub. However, Cheng Zhuo noticed that every bit of growth in the can is very obvious. This 0.1% progress has brought about an extremely significant improvement. The strength of Guan's biological body has directly increased by about 50 points and has now reached level 115.6. You should know that the biological strength of first-level alien beasts is generally between levels 50-150, and Guan has already surpassed most of the first-level creatures. If it is in the dragon form state, its physical strength alone is already invincible in the first level. There are also some changes that Cheng Zhuo cannot know. For example, its source core. The system shows that the promotion level is still level 1. But he could vaguely feel that the strength of its source core far exceeded that of an ordinary first-level beast pet, as if it had some special storage ability. I think it's the influence of the system enhancement and the mythical breathing meditation card that is slowly fermenting in its body. As the man and the cat rushed out, the crushing massacre completely stunned Nua and others. Is a first-level beast pet so powerful? Where did the rumor that low-level summoners are weak come from? You guys take care of the source core, and I'll go find the boss with Can. It wasn't until Cheng Zhuo's mechanical voice came that they realized that the thousand-eyed spiders in the stone cave were all dead or wounded. On the other side, there is an empty cave not far away. Lei Hu used a shockwave to blast away the last wave of pupil insects shot by the thousand-eyed spider lord, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. You little bastard, you're quite good at shooting, aren't you? Shoot again. After saying that, he picked up a hammer. Jump up in anger. The lord in front of them was more than 2 meters tall, with its spider legs covered with an ice-like shell. It was one of their targets. Bang! His hammer had not yet landed on the thousand-eyed spider lord. Then a gray shadow flashed by. Next second, the thousand-eyed spider boss flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and with a snap it stuck to the wall of the cave. Its legs twitched twice and then it became motionless. Only a pool of dark green juice was left flowing down the rock wall. Holy shit, what just whizzed by? Chapter 67 Rosa's Resentment. Lei Hu froze in place, still unable to recover from the shock of the thousand-eyed spider lord being killed instantly. Suddenly, a low buzzing sound came from behind. He turned back subconsciously. His sight ran straight into a pair of scarlet eyes that were glowing with a cold light. Those were clearly the mecha's optically simulated pupils, but Lei Hu somehow read a strong warning from them. Tiger, brother tiger. A man with a lizard tail came over and spoke haltingly. Why is there a mecha here? Lei Hu raised his thick eyebrows and cursed. You ask me, who should I ask? In the recent rookie competition, the team that took first place seemed to be using custom mechas. They were called the God-Inspired Ruins Hunter Team. A woman from the team said. The captain of that team, Cheng Zhua, is both rich and handsome. Many of my sisters are his fans. Why did I hear the captain's name was Huang Fu Bai? I don't know. The woman said, I'm not interested in these young handsome guys. How can they compare to our brother tiger? Lei Hu felt relieved by these words and raised his head slightly. His eyes drifted to a place not far away. The scarlet mecha was advancing in a crushing and slaughtering manner, followed by a furry, fat creature that looked like a panda and a tiger, and was moving at an astonishing speed. The thousand-eyed spiders along the way didn't even have a chance to react before becoming dead souls under their claws. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The lizard-tailed man looked at the thousand-eyed spider lord clinging to the rock wall, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes, and asked Lei Hu. Brother tiger, what should we do? Should we pry off that frost shell? If you miss, go ahead and pry it open. Lei Hu was a little annoyed and turned around and left. It's a waste of an opportunity. The world of H0173 will not be repeated on that day. The lizard-tailed man was stunned. Brother tiger, where are you going? Change the picture, idiot. Are you here to watch their performance? 2 hours later. Outside the boundary gate of H0173. Not far away in the sky, the low roar of engines came from far away. A silver and white-powered aircraft slowly descended, the hatch slid open with a swish, and several hunters with different styles, but all with phoenix emblems on their chests, walked out of the aircraft one after another. The woman in the lead was particularly eye-catching. She was wearing a fiery red tight combat uniform with a bold cut that perfectly outlined her hot body curves. Her long white legs were wrapped in tactical boots of the same color. Every step she took was full of soft rhythm, instantly catching the attention of everyone present. It's Rosa, the genius girl of the Holy Beast Guild, the daughter of City Lord Rhodes. He just awakened for the second time before the new year, and in just over half a year he's already reached the peak of the 3rd level. His S-level potential is truly amazing. Oh my god, she's even more beautiful in person than in the video. Her figure is amazing. Low exclamations spread among the crowd. Rosa's name is known to almost everyone in Star Iron City. Not only because of her distinguished family background, but also because of her legendary experience of awakening from F-class to S-class for the second time, and her Phoenix team, which has repeatedly made great achievements in the cross-level world. Catherine was also attracted by the noise. Her eyes subconsciously fell on Rosa's long, white and powerful legs, and she couldn't help but sigh secretly. What a killer stunner. She subconsciously lowered her head and glanced at the cyber prosthetic leg on her right leg that was glowing with a cold light. A fleeting trace of loneliness flashed across her eyes. What a pity. I am not worse than her. Sister K, you're here so early again. Rosa greeted from a distance, twisting her sexy waist, with a bright smile on her face, and moved closer to Catherine step by step. Little slut. Catherine secretly spit, but then she went up to him with a smile on her face, took Rosa's arm and said, Sister Rosa, why did you come so late today? I missed you a little bit. Rosa raised her rosy lips slightly, nudged Catherine and said, Sis, since you like me so much, why don't you come to our Holy Beast Guild? That's not necessary. I'm quite comfortable living in the wolf pack. Catherine changed her tone. Sister, why don't you come to our guild? Our guild doesn't have as many complicated rules as the 4 major guilds. Rosa raised her eyebrows.
Don't you have enough rules? Asking you, a level 3A class heavy shield master, to lead those low-level teams, isn't that a waste of your time? I volunteered. Catherine shrugged indifferently. I was supposed to come here to wait for the 3-star gate this afternoon. Didn't Sister Rosa bring one with her? But I lead a high-potential team. Rosa pulled out the projector and displayed a set of data in front of Catherine, revealing a hint of little girlish pride. Look, sister, these students of mine just brought the exploration progress of the newborn ruins realm to 80% yesterday. They're even better than many veteran hunters. Pretty impressive, right? If you come, I'll give them to you. Then you'll have a bunch of high-potential hunter students, and your reputation will be extraordinary. A new team has passed the level. At this moment, a monitor from the Lieshu army nearby exclaimed. Look, we've passed the level. Rosa smiled and turned to the monitor. Is it our sacred beasts? Of the wolf pack. Look, it's from the wolf pack. Rosa choked after saying this and looked at the monitor in shock. What team are you talking about? Reporting to Miss Rosa, it's the Grey Wolf Team 7 of the wolf pack. The monitor reported. Catherine was also stunned when she heard this reply. She immediately gathered behind the monitor. On the huge screen, a lot of data about the monitored world is listed. Among them, the exploration progress of the ruins called Frost Cave has been completed. Completed team name: Wolfpack Guild Grey Wolf Squad 7 99.7%. Ash Ruins Guild Tiger Roar 0.3%. It's actually that Chengzhua, that's not surprising. Rosa, who had also gathered around, showed a look of realization after seeing the list of people. But in an instant, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and said with pneumothorax. But why is he here? Damn it! Aren't my breasts bigger than Sister K's? Why didn't you reply to my message? Catherine, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Is there any connection between the two? Chapter 68 Huangfu buys repayment plan. Frost Cave. At the end of the densely packed cave lay a strange beast covered in white fur. It was over 5 meters long, and the muscles on its chest were like frost-covered rock slabs, with every inch exuding a sense of brutal power. A first-order Nason lord, with a body strength of 123.8. Higher than the blind corpses in the endless wasteland. Chengzhua stared at the corpse of the frost stone ape, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This type of pure power-based monster is very suitable for his current corpse recruitment. Not only can it perfectly replicate the power of the corpse in his lifetime, but its combat power can also be further increased due to the corpse puppet's lack of fear and indifference to pain. With a slight movement of his fingertips, Chengzhua put the ape corpse into the system space. He had this idea when he used the zombie hen for emergency response. He could prepare some corpses of strange beasts and put them in the system space in case of emergency. He could prepare more corpses of this kind that were within the range of his mental power. Time within the system space is stagnant. There is no need to worry about the corpse rotting. But now, it's time to increase the intensity. Chengzhua looked up at the revelation from the ruins realm that appeared after he killed the boss. You can choose to enter the 1-star ruins realm, Forest of Death. Do you want to continue? In fact, those frost beasts just now posed a huge threat to Chengzhua's body. He had just tried to fight without using the amplification card. I don't know if it's because of the jars and various supports, but although Chengzhua is in a mess, he hardly feels tense. The second awakening requires a long period of extreme state, and it is best to force a feeling of near death to trigger it. Chengzhua sighed softly and stopped wasting time. Continue. As he pointed his finger at the air. There was a fluctuation in the space, and a teleportation portal as tall as a person suddenly appeared. Gray fog was swirling inside the portal, and strange sounds could be vaguely heard coming from inside. Chengzhua controlled the mecha and stepped in. Roar! As soon as I passed through the gate, the dazzling white light instantly flooded my vision, and a strange roar suddenly exploded in my ears. Chengzhua subconsciously tried to control the gravity body to swing his gun to block, but there was a dead silence. What's going on? The mecha completely lost its response. Wait until the white light in front of you dissipates. Only then did Chengzhua realize that a giant corpse with a green face and fangs was rushing towards him. It was a giant corpse about 2.5 meters tall, its body shriveled and blackened, its bony joints exposed under its tattered work clothes. It had an orange helmet on its head, and its eye sockets were empty, with only faint green ghostly fire surging in them. Oh my god, What a coincidence, another blind corpse. Cloud Villa. In an empty room.
The cold light of the fluorescent screen and various operating tables filled the entire room. The bodyguard stood at the door with a silver tray in his hand, his eyes fixed on the figure behind the operating table that was almost embedded in the screen. His tone was filled with heartache and melancholy.
Master, I haven't eaten today's meal yet. Huang Fu by behind the operating table seemed not to hear anything.
His fingertips flew across the projection, and the red bloodshot in his eyes looked extremely hideous under the fluorescent light. He stared intently at the data jumping on the screen, and his muttering voice was full of paranoia.
Ah! If a small blind corpse force field can't solve it, what are I talking about using technology to destroy the ruins realm? After a while,
he seemed to have lost all his strength and suddenly collapsed on the cold metal floor.
Woo woo. Sudden.
He actually began to twitch his shoulders and sob. At first, her shoulders just twitched slightly and she sobbed softly, but within 2 seconds, she sobbed completely and lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. She combed her golden hair into a chicken coop and cried loudly. Wow, I was on target for the first place, but I didn't even make it into the first 1,000. Half of my teammates were killed or injured, and I was saved by an F-rank guy. I'm still locked in a broken fortress by myself and can't get out.
It's so embarrassing.
Lao Gao rubbed his throbbing temples and thought to himself.
Another personality has appeared.
Fortunately, this little white Hong still knows how to eat. He squatted down beside Huang Fu Bai with the dinner tray in his hands and coaxed him in a low voice.
Master, the team actually won first place, and you achieved your goal.
Without your gravity body, Chang Zhuo wouldn't have won the title of best newcomer.
From another perspective, you are the best newcomer. Really?
Huang Fu Bai popped a snot bubble, wiped it on Lao Gao's tie, and raised his face with tears in his eyes.
Of course you are the strongest newcomer.
Lao Gao nodded heavily, lifted the lid of the plate, and revealed the beautifully presented sandwich inside.
Eat something first. Gold foil black caviar sandwich, your favorite. Good.
Huang Fu Bai was about to take the sandwich when he suddenly pursed his lips and looked at Lao Gao.
But Liamo knew about my embarrassment the whole time. We tried to pry him out for days, woo-woo. Bang. Sudden.
He raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The grievance on his face disappeared instantly, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said in a cold tone. If you ask me, just kill them both and be done with it.
How can that be possible?
The cruel look on his face fell again, and he cried, Cheng Zhuo is my savior. His face turned cold again and he scolded.
What do you say we should do? Stop arguing.
Suddenly, the emotions on Huang Fu Bai's face seemed to have been cleared. He gently twisted a bracelet on his wrist, straightened his messy blonde hair, and his whole temperament suddenly returned to its previous dignity. There was a hint of doubt in his tone. Xiao Bai, take the killing emperor back. After saying that, he stood up, straightened his collar, and stared at the intricate design drawings that filled the screen again.
Lao Gao took a step forward and bent down even lower. Master, eat something and rest for a while? You're not in good condition.
If they come out and cause trouble, it will be difficult for your subordinates to stop them. Huang Fu Bai paused, retracted his gaze, picked up the red wine on the plate and took a sip.
What's the situation outside now?
The heat of the super distance realm has basically passed. Several major forces with bases in Red Stone Town have submitted contracts to you. They still found your residence, and the gifts are almost filling up the corridor.
Lao Gao replied. Don't worry about it. Huang Fu Bai curled his lips slightly, drank the red wine in the glass, and asked again. Where are those two guys?
Those guilds have also issued contracts to them.
Liamo signed with Thunder, but Cheng Zhuo hasn't signed yet.
He has reached a short-term cooperation with a small guild called Wolfpack.
He wants to wait and see how things go. Xiao Bai is right.
I do owe Cheng Zhuo a life.
Huang Fu Bai suddenly said. You haven't even got your gravity body back, it's enough to pay back. Not enough. Huang Fu Bai interrupted directly, raising his eyebrows. Those are just external possessions, not as valuable as my life. That's right. Lao Gao nodded. So what do you mean? Since he saved my life, I will create an opportunity to save his life. Ah? Lao Gao was stunned. Go get ready.
Huang Fu Bai turned and walked out, his golden hair swaying with his steps, and his voice drifted lazily over. Determine Chang Shua's location, bring the anchoring device and mimicry bait, and I'll set up a killing spree for him, then save his life.
Tit for tat, TSK. What a great idea. Lao Gao. Is this how tit for tat is used? As expected, what seems the most normal is the most outrageous. By the way, don't forget to gather some teammates as tools. I am a man of rules. Huang Fu Bai added. Lao Gao hurriedly caught up and said in a measured tone. Why don't you let the killing emperor enter a new level first, just in case we encounter the type of blind corpse again? Has Xiao Bai also made you stupid? Huang Fu Bai glanced at him sideways. Cheng Zhua hasn't entered the rank yet, so how can I anchor him if I enter first? Don't worry, I can't be that unlucky. I haven't seen a blind corpse once in 100 visits to the ruins realm. How could it be such a coincidence that I encounter them repeatedly? Chapter 69, Sudden Change. Forest of Death, Edge of the Gate. Roar. The blind corpse stumbled out of the fog. But the speed is not slow at all. Seeing it rushing towards him with its fangs bared, Cheng Zhuoyuan exerted his strength slightly and instantly took back the paralyzed Silver Knight. The moment the blue-black nails brushed against the tip of his nose, Cheng Zhuo could clearly smell a foul odor. He didn't summon Jar Jar. He twisted his waist with the force of his side body, clenched his right hand in the air, and the lavender source power suddenly condensed. The Lone Star suddenly materialized, and he swung it with the momentum. Clang! The blind corpse subconsciously raised his arm to block. The moment the gun barrel collided with the skinny corpse's arm, Cheng Zhuo felt his arm go numb, as if it had hit an iron pillar. The whole person was shocked and slid back half a step, and the rotten leaves and mud at his feet were rubbed into 2 deep grooves. The blind corpse's body strength is level 87.3. He was slightly taller than him, and the force of the blow was so strong that his wrist hurt slightly. But the power of the epic spear also appeared at this moment. The lavender spear light spread along the collision point. Although it only extended an inch, it plowed a long, visible scar on the blind corpse's dark blue nails. The dark brown putrefactive fluid seeped out along the scar and dripped onto the fallen leaves, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The ghostly green fire in the blind corpse's skull shook violently, and it was unknown whether it felt pain. Roar! It roared and pounced again. Its movements were still stumbling, but a bit faster than before. Its dark blue claws alternately grabbed Cheng Zhuo's vital points. Every attack was accompanied by the sound of wind, forcing Cheng Zhuo to retreat continuously. But his gaze remained fixed on the blind corpse's chest. That is the location of the blind corpse's origin core and also its vital point. After retreating about 10 steps, Cheng Zhuo suddenly changed his tactics. He no longer dodged blindly, but jumped back several meters at high speed, stomped on the ground, and rushed forward. The spear spun in his hand, leaving a shadow, and the tip of the spear pointed at the blind corpse's skull. The blind corpse subconsciously raised its claws to protect its head. Cheng Zhuo lowered his wrist and pressed down with his left hand. The spear light suddenly increased by half a foot and pierced the blind corpse's chest. By the time it reacted, the lavender spear light was already within reach, and it was unable to dodge. The spear tip accurately pierced the gap in the blind corpse's chest, right where the core of the origin was. Bang! The moment the tip of the gun penetrated, a lavender spear light shot out. The blind corpse's movement suddenly froze, its dark blue claws hanging in the air, and the ghostly green fire in its pupils jumped violently a few times, then quickly dimmed. Just a feint and he was able to kill the enemy. Low-level zombies really don't have much brains. If it were a normal person, whose physical strength was more than 10 points higher than his, he would definitely not be killed so easily. A first-order derivative, without using amplification, should be no problem to deal with. Cheng Zhuo was quite satisfied with his performance and immediately looked around. He began to look around this ruined world. This forest is lush and leafy, with layers of mist floating everywhere, wrapped in the fishy smell of rotten leaves and wet soil, and even exposed skin feels sticky. It is called the Forest of Death, and from the name you can tell that there are many undead beasts. It's also strange, could it be affected by his secondary origin? I've been to the ruins 3 times in total, and I encountered this kind of thing twice. Corpse recruitment, start. A low incantation echoed in the woods, carrying the unique cold aura of the undead. The blind corpse whose green fire had just gone out in its pupils instantly ignited a faint blue flame and slowly crawled up again. Cheng Zhuo ordered the corpse puppet to wait at the boundary gate, and followed a relatively open forest path into the forest. As we go deeper, the mist grew thicker.
Cheng Zhuo used the same method to kill many of the corpse-like beasts he encountered on the road and then resurrected them. Leave a dozen or so to guard by your side, and throw the rest of the corpses into the space for standby. There was a giant corpse about 4 or 5 meters tall, holding a rusty hammer. There are skeleton archers holding crossbows and shooting out fluorescent green flames. There is also a thin lantern corpse holding a green oil lamp. Cheng Zhuo has seen this kind of corpse in the endless wasteland. It can produce blind cores. But most of them are still blind corpses. With this kind of thing around, it would be impossible for this world to use firepower weapons driven by source force. Fortunately, Huang Fubai didn't come here, otherwise he would have to hide in the iron shell again. Cheng Zhuo thought secretly. He still doesn't know what's going on with Huang Fubai. Hundreds of millions of Silver Knight gravity bodies are still lying in his system space, but the other party didn't even ask about it. However, this kind of generosity is really in line with his personality. Since no one asked, Cheng Zhuo had no intention of returning it. The gravity body is very useful. Although the source core consumption is a bit high, he can fully afford it now. If he didn't know Huang Fubai's whereabouts, he would even want to find him to upgrade his gravity body. After all, it is still a castrated version, and he feels that the firepower is almost not enough. Time passed quietly during the hunt. Along the way, Cheng Zhuo did not deliberately pursue the limit. If a monster could be dealt with by a corpse puppet, he would not even take action himself, but would just observe the corpse puppet's fighting style from the side. From time to time, a few were sent back to the entrance just in case. He was dying, but not really dead. About 2 hours later, there are nearly 1,000 corpses of different types lying in the system space. If it weren't for the forest fog limiting the vision, the number would be even greater. Just when he was wondering why he had never met the Lord. Ho! Ho! A series of strange noises suddenly came from the dark forest on the right. With the unique hoarseness of the undead, it sounded like rusty iron sheets rubbing against each other. Cheng Zhuo's heart trembled, and he quietly moved closer. After passing through a layer of dense bushes, the view suddenly opens up. A skinny corpse of normal human height, covered in black, holding a bone knife burning with green flames, was leaning against a dead tree root. Ha! The moment Cheng Zhuo appeared, the bone knife corpse monster immediately raised its head, its eyes were bloodshot, and it roared as if it had gone mad, rushing towards Cheng Zhuo. So fast! Cheng Zhuo was shocked and he could only see a shadow. If there hadn't been a giant hammer in front of him that was blocking the way for him, Cheng Zhuo would have almost activated his dragon form directly. Why did such a fierce guy suddenly appear? Cheng Zhuo was puzzled and looked intently. Ghoul Assassin Undead. Realm, Level 1 Derivative. Biological Body Strength, 88.5, 176.0. Talent Mist Hidden, you can hide yourself in thick fog and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Introduction, when it appears, please stay away from the thick fog. This guy is in a state of overdraft and rampage. In a flash of a glance, Cheng Zhuo was shocked to find a neat bloodstain on its forehead, with dried black blood still remaining on the edge, just like Demeng, whose skull was opened that day. Cheng Zhuo looked at it carefully. As expected, the scarlet madness in the corpse monster's eyes and the violent aura in his movements were exactly the same as Demeng's out-of-control appearance at that time. No way. Cheng Zhuo felt that this was a bit outrageous. Could it be that Luo Qiyang is not dead either? Damn, is this incredible item like resurrection so common? Or, is it just a hunter with similar abilities? Cheng Zhuo still didn't quite believe it. Staring at the corpse assassin who was easily slaughtering his corpse puppet, his eyes narrowed slightly and he activated his original skill. A layer of dragon scales suddenly emerged from his chest, spreading rapidly like a tide. H0173 outside the boundary gate. Buzz. Buzz. A large number of low-altitude aircraft arrived one after another, and the originally empty temporary base suddenly became a little crowded. The first aircraft to land was the standard aircraft of the Lieshu General Administration. The moment the hatch slid open, an officer dressed in black uniform, leading several teams of fully armed hunters, strode out. His square face was as stiff as a piece of iron. He glanced at the gathered crowd and said in a deep voice, "Lingxi has detected abnormal fluctuations in H0173's internal energy. All personnel must evacuate immediately." Afterwards, the aircraft of the 4 major guilds landed one after another. Several senior executives walked out one after another.
Ren Tianqing heard the on-site warning and walked to the officer's side with a serious expression. Colonel Liang Yi, could it be that the person who caused the constant state gate to become abnormal is someone from the Shadow Society who sneaked in?
Yeah. Liang Yi responded heavily, his eyes sweeping over the top leaders of the 4 major guilds, his tone filled with suspicion.
You guys are well informed and came here specifically to provide support? OS pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and took the initiative to explain.
No, we are here for Huang Fubai.
He just entered H0173.
Liang Ye's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his tone became more serious.
The S-rank newcomer that the deputy director values so highly?
That's right.
Several people responded. Oh no.
Swish. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the treetops at the edge of the stronghold. When its 4 hooves landed on the ground, the fallen leaves were shaken and flew everywhere. It was a giant sky blue wolf that was at least 2 meters tall. Its hair was as smooth as silk, but it was panting heavily at the moment. It landed near the boundary gate with a few thumps.
An old man with dark skin and gray hair was riding on the giant wolf.
He glanced at the 4 major guilds and several people from the Lieshu army, sneered, and ignored them. He walked straight towards Catherine.
Hey, boss, why are you here?
Catherine hurried to meet him.
You're disrespectful. Call me grandpa.
The old man rolled his eyes at her and got straight to the point.
How many of us are in there?
Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Catherine stopped smiling and immediately replied. Only 10 new teams entered this morning, and only number 7 has come out so far. The others are still inside. The old man breathed a sigh of relief.
That Cheng Zhuo is in Team 7, right? It's good that he's out.
Old Wang repeatedly told me to make sure Cheng Zhuo and Huang Fubai are safely delivered to him.
He didn't come out.
Huh?
He changed teams? No. He's been promoted and gone to the Forest of Death.
Catherine hesitated. Besides, Huang Fubai just went in.
What? Chapter 70 The Unfathomable Bodyguard. Less than half an hour.
The Jaimin stronghold, which was originally somewhat crowded, was now mostly empty. Only the Lieshu army in black uniforms and a few guild members in charge of assistance were left, and they were talking in low voices around Liang Yi.
Some hunting teams came out one after another. They will be ordered to evacuate immediately.
After issuing a series of instructions, Liang Yi walked over to several guild leaders and retrieved the electronic document from his watch.
On the pale blue projection, the golden seal of the Hunting Ruins General Administration stood out.
Everyone, the deputy director has just issued an emergency call for all 3rd and 4th tier hunting teams from each guild to immediately deploy to the first line of defense against the Beast Tide, 20 kilometers outside the city.
So serious? Could it be that the Shadow Society wants to create chaos again? Those lunatics are capable of anything. Hunters' organs have been dug out lately, so they must be responsible. Discussions broke out everywhere. I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm afraid of 1. Liang Yi frowned.
Please leave this place as soon as possible.
The Hunting Ruins army has taken over. When the subsequent guild teams come out, we will have them evacuate as soon as possible. Everyone looked at each other, and finally chose to follow the arrangements.
Before boarding the aircraft, Song Yi quickly moved to Ren Tianqing's side and said in a low voice.
Old man Ren, what do you think?
Ren Tianqing twirled his goatee and glanced at the patrolling hunters in the stronghold. They didn't allow us to deploy defenses nearby, but instead arranged for us to retreat 20 kilometers to the outskirts of the city.
This isn't about preventing a beast tide, it's about preventing us from being an eyesore.
A gleam of light flashed in Song He's eyes.
Is there going to be some treasure? It's hard to say. Ren Tianqing glanced at the teams not far away and raised his eyebrows.
Look at the people they brought, they are all 3rd-level hunters. They are really worried that the gate will be broken. Why don't they send high-level hunters and heavy armored troops over?
You mean?
Song He looked over suspiciously.
Are they going in? Most likely. Ren Tianqing replied. Song He was a little anxious. Are we just leaving like this? What? Ren Tianqing looked at Song He jokingly. You still want to snatch the treasure from the deputy director?
Song He was slightly startled, with a look of regret on his face. It's definitely a good thing that the deputy director and the Shadow Society are fighting for it together.
Ren Tianqing stroked his goatee and said meaningfully. Don't be impatient. Don't you understand those crazy people in the Shadow Society? If we can't get it, they will definitely fight to the death and induce a break. Then there will still be a chance. I guess it's difficult.
Song He smacked his lips.
Last time, we heard about a forbidden item in the Endless Wasteland, but we didn't even know what it was, and the deputy director took it away. He even pretended to be clueless when asked. I really didn't lie to you. That thing really didn't appear. Ren Tianqing explained.
I have an old friend who was researching the death vault for the deputy director. According to him, the response disappeared that very night, as if it had never appeared.
There's such a thing? Song He's eyes widened. Didn't they say that as long as the fragments appear, the secret treasure will not be recovered until it is recovered? Who knows? Humanity still knows too little about that kind of top-level forbidden item.
Ren Tianqing shook his head and suddenly stopped talking before he finished speaking.
Hey, who's that? He looked up suspiciously.
Song He followed his gaze and his heart suddenly sank. I saw a middle-aged man in black clothes, wearing a well-ironed black suit, standing on the treetop on the west side of the stronghold, with his hands behind his back.
The first thing Sung Ha noticed was not the person, but that piece of treetop.
It was a thin branch only as thick as a finger, but it was supporting the weight of an adult, yet it only bent slightly by half an inch.
Not even a dead leaf with yellowed edges fell.
What shocked Song He even more was that he used all his energy to sense the other party but couldn't detect any trace of the other party.
It's not some kind of source shield, but it is truly empty.
It was as if the middle-aged man did not really exist, but was just a projection.
It's Huang Fu Bai's bodyguard. Song Ha's eyes revealed a hint of realization. I saw him outside the gate that day. At that time, I thought he was just an ordinary person. A bodyguard so unfathomable. Ren Tianqing narrowed his eyes and sighed.
Where does this Huang Fu Bai come from?
Forest of Death. Strength, 72 plus 122. Agility, 65 plus 115. Spirit, 139. Constitution, 66 plus 116. Lucky, 35. Biological strength rating, 76.55, 182.45.
Cheng Zhuo glanced at his state after changing into dragon form with satisfaction. As his attributes continued to strengthen, the effect of the dragon form also continued to increase. He raised his eyes to look at the corpse assassin who was slaughtering the iron hammer corpse puppet.
The vertical pupil flashed. The rotten leaves under my feet suddenly exploded.
Cheng Zhuo shot out like a cannonball, whistling through the wind.
Bang! 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 A series of dull collision sounds suddenly exploded in the forest.
Cheng Zhuo's fists, covered with dragon scales, exchanged dozens of punches with the corpse assassin at a speed that was almost like a shadow.
After this corpse assassin entered the rampage state, the strength of the biological organism was directly raised to level 176, almost equivalent to Cheng Zhuo.
Moreover, it is obviously good at speed and can keep up with Cheng Zhuo's punching speed. But the problem was that Cheng Zhuo's dragon scales were extremely hard, and the corpse assassin's green flame bone knife shattered into pieces after a few strikes. He could only use his skinny arms to barely block Cheng Zhuo's heavy punches.
Crack!
After Cheng Zhuo's full strength attack, the corpse assassin's wrist suddenly made a crisp sound and bent directly at 90 degrees.
Ha!
The ghoul assassin paused with his crimson eyes, tilting his head to look at his bent arm, seemingly unable to understand.
Why is my hand bent?
Cheng Zhuo narrowed his pupils slightly, revealing a hint of teasing.
Bang! He rushed out again and punched straight.
The ghoul subconsciously raised his hand to block, but was surprised to find that his right hand, which was supposed to block the fist, was drooping and limply pointing towards his head.
Bang! Crack!
The fist as big as a sandbag hit his face without any hindrance. With a crisp sound, the corpse's head deformed instantly, and black dirty blood mixed with broken bones splashed everywhere.
The next moment, its skinny body was like being hit by a heavy truck.
It flew backwards in an instant, hit the tree trunk opposite heavily, and was directly embedded in the tree hole. The skinny limbs twitched a few times, and soon there was no movement. Cheng Zhuo stepped forward and took out its source core. He shook off the stain and threw it into the space. The body of this corpse assassin was already half destroyed, but he did not give up his interest. He casually threw out a dozen giant hammer corpse puppets, ready to continue clearing the way. The strange rampage of the corpse assassin made Cheng Zhuo more vigilant. He did not remove the dragon form state. After entering the second level of origin, he was no longer able to kill men in 5 minutes. The dragon form can last for nearly an hour. There are still a lot of source power recovery cards in the system space, so you don't have to worry too much about insufficient source power in the short term. Bang! Suddenly, just after Changjue summoned more than a dozen heavy hammer corpse puppets, a scarlet firework suddenly lit up in the sky not far away. Flare? Changjue was slightly stunned. Chapter 71 Money Can Buy Everything. Looking at the red flame that seemed not too far away, Changjue hesitated for a moment, but decided to go over and take a look. This distress signal might allow him to encounter some challenging beasts. Changjue thought so. About 20 minutes later, he stood on the horizontal branch of a giant tree, looking into the distance at a dry river valley about 40 or 50 meters deep not far away. Strangely enough, his side was covered in humid rainforest. There are many streams along the way. On the other side of the valley, there was a sandy and gravelly land like the Gobi Desert, with rugged rocks and dead grass growing everywhere, seemingly a world without any vitality. There was a lot of noise at the bottom of the valley. From his angle, he could see dozens of blind corpses huddled together. He was tearing something apart. Judging from the trajectory of the flare just now, the person who launched it was most likely in the nearby area. Changjue stomped his foot, and the huge branch broke. He fell down, grabbed the horizontal branch and threw it directly at the group of blind zombies. The sudden attack caused the swarm of zombies to scatter. Silver Knight? Changjue was stunned when he saw clearly what was surrounded in the center. It turned out to be Huang Fubai's customized Silver Knight, who was kneeling in the middle of the group of corpses, his body covered with mottled scratches and lifeless. Changjue didn't hesitate, picked up the spear and rushed forward. In the dragon form state, the blind corpses in front of him were like paper, and he killed them almost one by one with one shot. Soon, the valley was littered with corpses. After the last blind corpse fell, Changjue came to the gravity body. With a click sound, he reached out and grabbed the Silver Knight's cockpit buckle, opening the hatch. The person sitting in the cabin was indeed Huang Fubai. He was leaning sideways, his eyes were drowsy, and there was a bruise on his forehead that was bleeding. Changjue released his dragon form and shook his shoulders, trying to sober him up. "Hey, Huang Fubai, can you hear me?" Huang Fubai's eyelids trembled. When his eyes focused on Changjue's face, his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of shame and anger, and he said weakly, "How, you are at 1 star." Before he could finish his words, his head tilted and he fainted. Changjue was about to shake him again. Huang Fubai suddenly raised his head, his peach blossom eyes widened, and he looked at Changjue in surprise. "Wow, Changjue! It's really you!" As he said this, he swiftly jumped out of the cockpit, grabbed Changjue's arm, and yelled, "Wow, I'm so touched. You saved my life again." He looked extremely excited, his mouth chattering like a machine gun. "Was that armor your meditation technique? Wow, that's so cool. I've told you long ago that you're extraordinary, but they just don't believe it. Speaking of which, why are you in the 1-star ruins realm? Didn't they say you were with the newcomer team? Why are you, a summoner, using a gun? Where's your beast pet?" Looking at the eloquent and somewhat abnormal Huang Fubai, Changjue's eyes twitched. Could it be that he is possessed by a ghost? He showed a hint of suspicion. "Are you Huang Fubai?" "Yes." Huang Fubai pulled Changjue's arm and jumped in front of him. "You can also call me Xiao Bai or Zaya Bei Bai Bai." The hairs on the back of Changjue's neck stood up, and goosebumps instantly appeared on his arms. He hurriedly tried to pull his arm back, but Huang Fubai held it tightly. The other party was blinking his eyes with an expectant look on his face, as if waiting for him to call Xiao Bai Bai. Changjue was shocked and felt very strange. Did he hit his brain? He was about to pull his arm out, but Huang Fubai's words stopped him. "Hey, I owe you another life, and I don't know how to repay you. Why don't I transfer 1 billion to you for use first?" "Ah?" Changjue was slightly startled, his hands stopped in mid-air, and he laughed dryly twice. "Ah, how can I be so embarrassed?" As he spoke, he extended his left hand as well. "Take out the payment code." Snort! At this moment, Huang Fubai in front of him suddenly snorted coldly. He suddenly shook off Changjue's arm, his face full of anxiety and panic, and shook his hands frantically, then wiped them back and forth on his combat uniform. Looking at his disgusted expression. "There's nothing worse than having shit on your hands." Changjue was stunned. "No.
Is this person suffering from some serious illness? Why are you in the one-star ruins realm?
Huang Fubai wiped it for a long time with disdain, then suddenly glared at Cheng Zhuo.
As if he was holding back some inexplicable resentment, he said in a restrained and angry tone. Do you think you can hunt in the one-star ruins realm just because you've got the strongest newcomer and killed some mediocre first-level monsters? Foolish. Do you know that second-level monsters can appear in the one-star ruins realm? Are you looking for death? For the sake of gravity.
Cheng Zhuo secretly suppressed his depressed anger and said in a deep voice. Captain Huang Fubai, we are not official teammates.
You seem to be meddling too much. Huang Fubai paused for a moment before reacting.
He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his eyes, and resumed his previous cold and dignified demeanor.
He said slowly.
I'm sorry, I lost my composure.
Thank you for your help, but it's a bit unnecessary. I can handle it myself. Nerve. Cheng Zhuo rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Are all the super rich people so weird?
He didn't want to bother with this psychopath anymore and turned to leave.
Huang Fubai suddenly called him. Where are you going?
I'm going to find a second-level alien beast to die.
Cheng Zhuo said unhappily.
Huang Fubai paused, and his voice suddenly rose a few degrees, with a hint of an order that could not be refused.
Come with me to find something. Cheng Zhuo ignored him and walked forward without looking back. I'll give you 1 billion.
Huang Fubai raised his voice a few degrees. Cheng Zhuo's footsteps paused, as if nailed to the ground.
This dead leg.
Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of shame surged up in him. He turned around angrily and stared at Huang Fubai.
Is it so great to be rich? Do you think you can buy anything with money? You don't want it? Huang Fubai asked suspiciously. Yes. It would be a waste if you don't want it. Cheng Zhuo showed the payment code without hesitation and said calmly. 1 billion isn't enough. Something that can tempt a wealthy person like you must be very dangerous.
In return, you must help me upgrade the Silver Knight to its full form.
No problem.
Huang Fubai raised the corners of his lips and straightened the wrinkles of his collar.
Money can buy everything, right? Cut.
Cheng Zhuo curled his lips and sneered, if you have the guts, buy me a second awakening.
No problem.
Cheng Zhuo was startled, staring at Huang Fubai in horror, his expression becoming more serious.
Captain Huang Fubai, are you serious? Certainly.
Huang Fubai took out a mirror from somewhere, adjusted his hair, and said nonchalantly.
But we'll talk about it after we get out. I can't do it, but my bodyguard can. Cheng Zhuo was a little bit hesitant to believe it. I started to wonder.
But this guy's arrogant temper made Cheng Zhuo feel that what he said might be true.
Where is the thing you're looking for? Chapter 72, The Ruins Collapse. Huang Fubai did not answer the question directly. But he asked Cheng Zhuo. Do you know what's going on here?
Cheng Zhuo looked around, his eyes sweeping over the dust-covered corpses of several hunters not far away, and said suspiciously.
Your teammate died again?
The corners of Huang Fubai's mouth twitched, and the veins on his fair forehead seemed to bulge.
He gritted his teeth and said. Damn it! Don't you realize the environments on these two sides are completely different? I found it, what's the problem?
Cheng Zhuo was puzzled.
Isn't it normal for a place like the Ruins Realm to have a strange environment?
Huang Fubai secretly rolled his eyes at Cheng Zhuo and patiently explained. The Ruins world also has to follow the laws of the world.
Don't you think these two sides are like two completely different worlds merging? Cheng Zhuo certainly noticed this.
The environment on both sides of the valley feels extremely divided. On one side is a dense rainforest, while on the other side is a lifeless arid wasteland. It would be fine if it were just that, but the key point is that the sky is different. On the other side of the rainforest, the lead-gray clouds were extremely low, as if a rainstorm would fall at any moment. But on the other side of the wasteland, it was a dark crimson, the sky seemed to be stained with blood, and the wind was filled with a dry and hot breath. It's like someone took a ruler. A straight dividing line was drawn between the sky and the earth. But the Ruins realm has always been strange, and he thought these were normal phenomena in the Ruins realm. What I need to find is called a boundary stone, which is a product of the fusion of the Su realm and the Su realm. Huang Fubai stared at the strange dividing line in the sky, and a hint of excitement appeared in his bright peach blossom eyes. I feel that if there is a way to integrate boundary stones into the mimic armor, Perhaps it can solve the problem of the mecha being interfered with by various force fields, and even allow it to ignore the rules of the boundary gate and enter and exit freely.
Chang Zhuo's pupils suddenly contracted. You mean, a third or fourth tier source power device can freely enter a low star level world?
That's right.
Huang Fubai raised his chin proudly. If this works, hunters with only a minimal amount of source power will be able to drive all kinds of heavy weapons into the ruins realm. The threat of low-level ruins realms to humans will no longer be a formidable threat.
Chang Zhuo thought for a moment and couldn't help but pour cold water on him.
Are you sure that thing called the boundary stone can be mass-produced?
Well.
Huang Fubai's throat paused, and his tone became noticeably weaker.
Well, that's the problem later.
He waved his hand and said indifferently.
No matter what, I'm going to solve the problem of the shielding force field first. The collapse of the ruins realm has begun, and they must have collected the boundary stones.
The ruins world collapsed?
Chang Zhuo frowned, looking confused.
What is that?
Huang Fubai seemed to have heard something incredible. He raised his eyebrows and looked Chang Zhuo up and down, his eyes looking at him as if he was looking at an illiterate person.
What did you do in school? Aren't these just basic knowledge of the ruins realm?
Chang Zhuo was immediately furious when he heard this.
I'm number 1 in the class, okay?
I don't know, it just proves that it's not in the textbook at all.
TSK.
Huang Fubai smacked his lips, a strange look on his face, but he still called up a holographic image. In the picture, the sky barrier that was originally like a water wall gradually dissipated, and various strange whirlpools appeared in the sky. Pointing to the image, he explained. A ruins realm collapse refers to the disappearance of the barriers of ruins realms in different dimensions, triggering a series of chain reactions. Some may see the emergence of entirely new ruins realms, others may be completely annihilated, or even a gate may be breached, triggering a beast tide.
There is such a saying.
Chang Zhuo was slightly stunned.
There are a lot of things missing from Xing Teaching's textbooks.
Even in the unofficial histories of the underworld he read online, he had never seen a similar statement. As if seeing Chang Zhuo's doubt, Huang Fubai said casually. Perhaps these small cities of yours are deliberately covering it up. After all, your city defense capabilities are very average. The collapse of the ruins can be caused by humans. Those high-ranking officials may be trying to avoid this situation as much as possible.
Can it be artificially formed?
Chang Zhuo was even more shocked.
What kind of power is that? It's not as difficult as you think. Huang Fubai's eyes flashed. The main reason is that there are too many restrictions. It's not something that can be accomplished by 1 or 2 people, and people will die.
So, you said they collected the boundary stones?
Chang Zhuo showed a trace of solemnity. Who are they?
Are you going to take me to steal something from others?
Of course not. Huang Fubai shook his head. We're just borrowing a little.
The boundary stone isn't particularly important to them.
They just use it as a medium.
Huang Fubai said it easily, but Chang Zhuo was cautious.
After all, this guy. The death rate of teammates seems to be very high.
Chang Zhuo glanced at the corpses not far away with a pitiful look and walked over.
Hey, what are you doing again?
Huang Fubai looked at Chang Zhuo, who was touching the corpse with some confusion. Chang Zhuo calmly stuffed a bunch of cards and source cores into his backpack.
After making sure there was nothing valuable, he stood up.
I just don't want their hard-earned wealth to go to waste.
You.
Huang Fubai lost control of his expression again, looking at Chang Zhuo with a look of astonishment.
I've already given you 1 billion, and you're still picking up dead people's stuff? How can a wealthy person like you understand the joy of looting?
Chang Zhuo shook his head and sighed, then greeted.
What are you still standing there for? Go and find your boundary stone.
Huang Fubai reluctantly put away the gravity body, his face full of disgust as if he didn't want to associate with Chang Zhuo, but he had to endure it anyway.
Chang Zhuo didn't care about his attitude.
He gave him 1 billion yuan and promised to upgrade his gravity body. Most importantly, he might be able to awaken again. Who cares whether his attitude is good or not?
Hey, those 2 guys up ahead, there's a problem here, quickly find a way out.
Suddenly, a loud roar came from above the valley. Chang Zhuo looked in the direction of the sound. There were 6 people standing across the valley. They were all wearing dark black combat uniforms, and the silver stripes on the shoulders and arms were easily recognizable. They were the Lieshu army. He and Huang Fubai exchanged a glance. Needless to say, both saw the tacit understanding of retreat first in each other's eyes. They both agreed in turn to walk into the forest. After a while, after confirming that there was no one around, Cheng Zhuotsai asked, "What are you going to do?" The Lieshu army seems to have intervened. They're not easy to talk to. How about you use your money power again? Huang Fubai was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Cheng Zhuo rubbed his hands. Since it's not something particularly important, you can just spend the money and buy a few pieces from them. Huang Fubai immediately shook his head and said, "The Shadow Society won't sell it easily." Wait a minute. Cheng Zhuo raised his hand to interrupt and looked at Huang Fubai suspiciously. Why are those evil thugs from the Shadow Society involved? Chapter 73 White-Faced Nine-Tailed Fox. Ahem. Huang Fubai coughed lightly and lowered his head to hide his embarrassment of being exposed. It doesn't matter what they do, we just need to take our boundary stone. Cheng Zhuo narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is the boundary stone important to them?" "Well, after they're done with it, it won't be important." Huang Fubai's voice became even lower, his fingertips picking at the seams of his combat uniform, not daring to look Cheng Zhuo in the eye. "After they use it up, can you still use it?" Cheng Zhuo asked relentlessly. No. Cheng Zhuo stared at him for 3 seconds, feeling speechless, then turned around and walked deeper into the jungle. After taking 2 steps and seeing no movement behind him, he turned around again, frowning and urging, "What are you still standing there for? Waiting for them to use up all the boundary stones so we can go pick up scraps." Huang Fubai pointed behind him. "They're in that direction." Cheng Zhuo immediately stopped and walked back to him quickly. "Master, lead the way. Stop wasting time." Huang Fubai poked his lips secretly and said, "Why are you so fierce?" Then he reached into the pocket of his combat uniform. He took out a card with a purple glow and threw it to Cheng Zhuo. "This is a mimic stone armor. It can block biological signals and source power fluctuations, so they can't find your trace. Things given by a wealthy person must be good things." Cheng Zhuo took it without hesitation and immediately activated the source force sensing. In an instant, the cards instantly turned into gray stone streams, quickly wrapping around Cheng Zhuo's entire body, forming pieces of rock like armor on his body. "Don't you need it?" Cheng Zhuo's voice came through the stone armor mask and asked Huang Fubai in a muffled voice. "I have better ones." Huang Fubai tapped his wrist lightly, where there was a watch that almost blended into his cuff. As his fingertips moved slightly, the watch began to glow. Next second, the combat uniform on his body instantly began to ripple like water, turning into a dark green color that was almost indistinguishable from the rainforest vegetation. A fluid also emerged from his neck, quickly forming a close-fitting hood that covered his delicate, almost enchanting face. What surprised Cheng Zhuo was that even his body shape had changed. Before, it was only about 175 centimeters tall. Now he is almost as tall as Cheng Zhuo. His shoulders were also much broader, giving him the look of a masked burly man. "Cool. Does my nano-combat suit have this function?" Cheng Zhuo asked with some envy. Huang Fubai snorted coldly, ignored him, turned around and walked towards the canyon. The light in the forest was a little dim. After walking a few steps, a loud roar suddenly came from the front. A strange beast with a green-gray body, a deer head, and a mouth open like a flower petal rushed over. Although Cheng Zhuo had removed his dragon armor, he still maintained his dragon-shaped attributes. His powerful 5 senses allowed him to react almost immediately. Bang! There was a bang under his feet, and the spear in his hand twisted straight, flashing a swift and cold light. There was only a chi sound. The 4 hooves of the strange deer beast suddenly stopped, and its huge body fell down limply. Second-order nascent body. Huang Fubai looked at Cheng Zhuo with some surprise as he put away his spear and was using a dagger to dig out the source core. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Recalling how Cheng Zhuo had just cleanly and efficiently dealt with the group of blind corpses in the river valley, he couldn't help but sigh. "Your legendary meditation skills seem to be much stronger than mine." Huang Fubai originally just needed someone to lend a hand, but when he saw that Cheng Zhuo had such strength, he suddenly became more confident in getting the boundary stone. His words made Cheng Zhuo stunned. "Is your breathing meditation skill also legendary?" "But as soon as I asked," he reacted, "yes, with your financial resources, even a mythical level is reasonable." Huang Fubai sighed and said with some regret, "Hey, I wanted to buy a mythical one, but the one the seller offered isn't suitable for me." Question mark.
Chang Zhuo's eyes widened. Doesn't the ruins realm history say that only one mythical level card has ever appeared? Huang Fubai looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you a nerd? You believe everything in the book. 20 kilometers south of Xingtie City. At the junction of the wasteland and the ruins, a continuous defense belt stretches across the land like a giant steel python. Every few hundred meters here, you can see heavy source power artillery batteries with black gun muzzles. Concrete platforms rise from the ground and are equipped with various heavy source power equipment. On one of the towers. After answering the phone, Song Yi immediately came to Ren Tianqing's side and said with a wink. I understand. Do you want to know what happened? Tell me about it. Song Yi smoothed his bangs and said, please beg me. Seeing Ren Tianqing's expression of not wanting to pay any attention to him, Song Yi suddenly felt bored and said to himself. Do you remember the strange beast boss that bit the captain of the Majin hunting team in Tianji City to death 20 years ago? Ren Tianqing paused, frowned slightly, and fell into recollection. That quasi-8th level white-faced nine-tailed beast? Of course I remember it. If it hadn't been a young beast back then, Mo Jin's entire army would have been wiped out. He looked up at Song Yi, his eyes becoming more serious. What's wrong? Is this matter related to that strange beast? That's right. Song Yi raised his eyebrows, then suddenly moved closer and said in a mysterious tone. Then do you still remember the strategic weapons program that Hu Yensong initiated 3 years ago, before he became deputy director? Well, he wanted to refine the white-faced nine-tailed fox into a forbidden puppet, but the city lord rejected it. That plan was too dangerous. It would require the power of the multi-dimensional world collapse, and it might trigger another beast tide. That would cost human lives. Ren Tianqing shook his head with regret, then changed the subject and stared at Song Yi intently. You wouldn't want to say that the change in H0173 this time was caused by the deputy director. How can that be possible? Song Yi shook his head. The deputy director is a bit paranoid, but he wouldn't go so far as to disobey the city lord's orders. Do you know where the body of the white-faced nine-tailed beast is? Isn't it in the research bureau? That's the problem. Hey! Guess what? Stop talking nonsense, you're just telling crosstalk here. Ren Tianqing said impatiently. Song Yi chuckled, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. The corpse of the white-faced nine-tailed fox was stolen by those lunatics from the Shadow Society. Judging from the situation, they want to make it into a puppet. Ren Tianqing's pupils trembled, and his beard trembled. What? We can't let them succeed in this. What is the deputy director doing? Why isn't he letting us send someone? Is he trying to intercept the operation? Who knows? Sung has spread his hands. From what the kids who just got out say, H0173 has already begun to collapse, and it's definitely too late to stop it. But it's very dangerous to think of intercepting it. Ren Tianqing's eyes twitched slightly. Once the thing is completed, it will most likely be level 7. If we can't control it immediately, the consequences will be disastrous. H0173 deep in the world of ruins. The black rock wall is like the back of a dormant giant beast, slanting into a slowly flowing river of lava. Over the lava, a stone platform with a diameter of nearly 100 meters was floating in the air. Light gray spatial distortion ripples lingered around the edge of the platform, glowing faintly with the fluctuations of the lava. In the center of the stone platform, a circle of light golden translucent prisms was piled up in a ring, about half a person's height, with fine stardust-like light patterns flowing on the surface, holding up a huge ice block that was 2 people's height. A curled-up black shadow can be vaguely seen under the ice, its outline resembling a fox or a wolf, and you can also catch a glimpse of a few furry tails. At the edge of the stone platform, dozens of figures in dark red robes formed a circle, with their heavy hoods pulled down very low. Each of them held a card with a faint purple glow in their hands. Their fingertips scratched the air, and hoarse humming sounds like the friction of dry paper rubbing against each other emerged from under their hoods. As the chanting grew louder, crimson rays of light began to emerge from the long river of lava below and slowly wrapped around the ice. Soon, a member holding a bone staff slowly walked out of the crowd. He came to a tall man, knelt on one knee, and respectfully asked, Master Shepherd, we can begin now. Chapter 74, Stealing. Such a big scene, what are they doing? On a steep cliff. Cheng Zhuo and Huang Fubai were crawling on a huge rock, gazing at the suspended stone platform a few hundred meters away. He needs to borrow the power of the collapsed ruins, most likely to condense forbidden items. Huang Fubai whispered. Forbidden items, can they be artificially produced? Shang Zhuo was stunned. He felt like a complete bumpkin who had never seen the world. Yeah. Huang Fubai responded in a low voice and said seriously. Remember what I just told you? After you get the boundary stone, move closer so I can see you. If one piece is missing, their spellcasting will be interrupted. You can't delay for a moment. Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. The energy of the boundary stone will form a circle of light curtain to block your vision. I will send you in before it is completely blocked. Get ready. Shang Zhuo made an okay gesture. Concentrate and prepare. He only found out on the road that Huang Fubai actually possessed the ability to teleport over short distances. The teleportation must be within his field of vision and there must be no obstructions. The two had already done the test on the way here. Shang Zhuo can only say that people who get carsick should not try this casually, they might vomit. A moment later, the strangely suspended stone platform suddenly began to vibrate violently. The whole sky began to change suddenly. Sometimes it is cloudy, sometimes it is clear. Sometimes the moon is bright and high in the sky, sometimes it is pitch black. A confusion of light and shadow. The dark red energy wrapped around the ice crystals became thicker and thicker, and the boundary stone under the ice began to gradually brighten. Countless sparse light particles floated away like fireflies, and were forcibly pulled back by an inexplicable force. An arc-shaped light shield gradually formed around the ice. Now! At the moment when the light shield was about to be completed, Huang Fubai shouted softly, his eyes filled with suppressed excitement. Remember to take as much as you can. After that, he murmured softly, Xiao Bai. As soon as the words fell, his eyes lit up, he let out a hee-hee laugh, and then reached out and patted Cheng Zhuo on the back. After a moment of darkness, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Zhuo's eyes. After being blinded for a moment, the scene in front of Cheng Zhuo gradually became clear. As expected, he arrived at the suspended stone platform. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed to the pile of half-human high crystal boundary stones and stuffed them all into his backpack. Almost at the moment he moved the boundary stone, the brilliance at the top of the curved light curtain began to weaken visibly. After filling his backpack, Cheng Zhuo thought slightly and put all the remaining boundary stones into the system space. During this time, he caught a glimpse of the corpse of the strange beast in the huge ice block. It was a fox-like beast with a white face and short dark golden fur all over its body. The two tails behind it were silky and flowing, as if it were a living creature. Its biological organism strength level is also 3 question marks. This shows that the body strength of this strange beast is at least 10 times stronger than his. Stealing one thing is stealing, stealing everything is also stealing. Cheng Zhuo's heart was filled with determination. He also stuffed the corpse of the fox-shaped monster into the space. At this time, a large area of vacancies began to appear at the top of the light curtain, and Cheng Zhuo heard a roar of anger. Oh no! There's a thief! Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhuo hurriedly moved back and jumped up to ensure that he was within Huang Fubai's sight. Then, in an instant, a tall black shadow flashed in from the top. A hand like an iron claw grabbed his neck. Cheng Zhuo could even smell the strong smell of blood on the other party's hand. The moment his pupils contracted, the light in front of his eyes suddenly disappeared. After the world turned dizzy, Cheng Zhuo's back hit the huge rock on the cliff. Huang Fubai's hurried voice came to my ears. Quick! Get in the car! Cheng Zhuo came to his senses and decisively sat in the back seat, his arms tightly around Huang Fubai's waist. Huang Fubai frowned, suppressing his discomfort and twisting the handlebars vigorously. Buzz! The hoverbike let out a low roar, and a dark blue flame spurted out, shooting out like an arrow. At this time, the light curtain on the stone platform has completely disappeared. Dozens of hooded members looked towards the center of the stone platform in horror, but it was empty. The head pastor stood there, his black robe fluttering in the wind, his whole body trembling with anger, his face grim and his voice roaring like a ghost. Who on earth is ruining my good thing? Master Shepherd. A hooded member pointed in the direction Cheng Zhuo and the others left. There's someone there. A moment later, the group of Shadow Society guys drove various vehicles and chased after Cheng Zhuo and the others. Damn it, why don't these people quickly find the boundary stones to replenish the magic circle? Why are they all chasing us? Huang Fubai couldn't help but complain. Cheng Zhuo. Hold on tight. Huang Fubai let out a low shout and slammed a card onto the car. Ka ka ka. A series of mechanical assembly sounds were heard, and two jet devices instantly appeared under the hoverbike. With a loud boom, the speed of the motorcycle increased suddenly, and Cheng Zhuo felt like his soul slowed down for a beat. He tightly grasped Huang Fubai's combat uniform, and his peripheral vision was filled with the thrilling sight of it being torn to pieces. It was not until this moment that he finally realized it. What is the collapse of the world? The cliffs along the way seemed to be torn apart by invisible giant hands, the rock layers were twisted and deformed, and gravel was flying everywhere. The hoverbike sped along the relatively flat mountain road. Soon we entered a snowy field. Several giant beasts over 10 meters tall stood up from behind the snow pile, their scarlet eyes locked onto them, and they let out a series of deafening roars. Cheng Zhuo took a casual glance and was surprised to find that the body strength of these strange beasts was actually at the level of 700 or 800. But before the giant beasts could pounce, a dark space crack suddenly opened up above the snowfield, and crimson magma poured down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the group of giant beasts. Sharp roars were accompanied by rising steam from the melting ice and snow, and Cheng Zhuo could even smell the aroma of burning flesh. Not long after, the scene in front of him changed suddenly again. The snow beneath their feet turned into scorching yellow sand, the sun was scorching and blinding, and dozens of giant black scorpions, each as tall as a person, emerged from under the sand, their pincers glowing coldly and their stingers raised high, as they swarmed towards them. Fortunately, the motorcycle is extremely fast after modification. The giant scorpions could only dig in the sand behind them in vain, rushing all the way. It is not difficult to see that this multi-dimensional gate with 0 3-star ruins has been completely messed up, and various environments and strange beasts have been completely mixed together. Until nearly an hour later. The only person who could keep up with their speed was the tall man in black robe. Unlike other people who drive vehicles, this guy actually relies entirely on his legs to run, and his footsteps have left after images. It is obvious that he is a very strong speed-type Caxiu. He stuck to the back like a plaster. No, this isn't a solution. This place is becoming increasingly unstable. Chi! Huang Fubai slammed the brakes on his motorcycle. He turned around and stared at the rapidly approaching red figure, his eyes flashed, and murderous intent suddenly filled his eyes. Chapter 75. The fish was sent away. Cheng Zhuo suddenly felt a cold aura spreading from him. Huang Fubai suddenly jumped up, pulled out a 2-meter-long sword from somewhere, and swung it at the black figure. In an instant, the air around me seemed to collapse. A cold sword light, carrying unparalleled murderous intent, slashed heavily on the man's head. The man in black robe obviously wanted to dodge at the first moment, but his body paused, as if he was restrained by some force, and he could only hurriedly raise a layer of red light shield in front of him. Boom! The moment the sword light touched the light shield, a loud explosion was heard. The crimson light shield vanished into thin air, and the black-robed man flew backwards nearly 100 meters like a torn sack. Cheng Zhuo's pupils trembled violently. That guy is a third-level hunter. Cheng Zhuo subconsciously put himself in the position of the man in black robe. He felt that even if he activated the dragon form and used King, facing this attack, he could not change the result of being blown away. He couldn't help but secretly gasp. It turns out that Huang Fubai's weak appearance, where he couldn't lift anything with his hands or carry anything on his shoulders and had to deal with all the monsters along the way, was all an act? Teleportation and sword skills. What is the origin of Huang Fubai? Huang Fubai succeeded in his attack and ran back to the motorcycle without looking back. Just twist the handlebars and go. Don't you want to finish off the enemy? Cheng Zhuo looked suspiciously at the black-robed man who was still struggling not far away. The guy was only slightly injured. I could only swing his sword once. Huang Fubai replied. As soon as the words fell, a strange and cold aura instantly emanated from him, and his voice was weak and cold as he said, "If you had let me enter the realm earlier, he would have died with that sword. Go and rest, stop talking nonsense." Huang Fubai's voice became more normal. Cheng Zhuo was stunned when he saw his left and right brain fighting each other. Recalling Huang Fubai's previous performance, he finally understood everything. He asked, "So, you have multiple personalities? The playful Xiao Bai from before, and the one who calls himself the Emperor now, are both one of your personalities? Let's put it this way. Take your dirty hands away. If you touch them again, I'll chop them off." Well, you. Cheng Zhuo subconsciously took his hand away from his waist and moved back. Not finding an armrest,
he had to hold on to the edge of the seat tightly. This person has a bad personality and a bad temper. He was very arrogant. As soon as he entered the third level, he claimed that he could kill a third-level person with one sword strike. Chang Zhuo secretly complained. But then he thought about the power of the sword just now. This guy really didn't seem to be talking big. The humming sound of the hoverbike started again, and turned into a long rainbow that flew away. The man in black robe stood up again with a grin on his face, staring coldly at the backs of the two people walking away, feeling confused and uncertain. He couldn't even dodge that sword just now. Swish! 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 Not long after, several men in black robes arrived one after another. Master Shepherd, are you okay? The black-robed man called the chief pastor narrowed his eyes slightly and said with suppressed anger. Did they find the body of the white-faced nine-tailed fox and other boundary stones in their hiding place? A red-robed man lowered his head, his voice trembling. Not yet. Keep looking. That kid only took a bag of boundary stones. The others should still be nearby. The black-robed chief pastor gnashed his teeth and said. Yes. Also, investigate who can afford that motorboat and possess the ability to transform into stone armor. The black-robed chief pastor looked in the direction where Chang Zhuo and the others disappeared, with a sinister arc on his lips. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will tear you into pieces. Amidst the chaotic changes in the environment, the two escaped for about an hour. Finally found a gate exit. Call. Huang Fubai let out a long sigh, stopped his motorcycle, pointed at the boundary gate and said. You go out first, I'll be right back. The two of you are too conspicuous. Although I'm not afraid of the Shadow Society, I don't want to cause any trouble in the near future. Okay. Chang Zhuo responded and handed the bulging backpack to Huang Fubai. Before he could ask, Huang Fubai took the initiative to say. Go back to the wolf pack base first. I'll come find you about the gravity body and the second awakening. Chang Zhuo raised an okay gesture. Turn around and walk into the gate. A pale blue light flashed, completely engulfing his figure. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. Chang Zhuo returned to the entrance of the Black Cloud Forest again. As soon as he left the gate, Lieshu soldiers approached him with guns on both sides and scanned him with a detector. If you're from the wilderness, go stay over there. In the direction he pointed, there were more than 20 people dressed in different clothes. Most of them wore various combat uniforms with frayed edges, carried bulging bags on their backs, and had all kinds of strange weapons. Chang Zhuo frowned and glanced at the Lieshu army around him who were armed with live ammunition. A rough count revealed that there were nearly 100 people. Moreover, they all have a calm aura, and many of them are above the third level. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He suppressed his doubts and walked silently to the edge of the crowd. As soon as he stood still, a man with a red snake tattoo on his neck came up to him and asked in a deep voice. Hey, brother, what happened when you came out? Is there really a shadow in there that will cause trouble? I don't know. Chang Zhuo shook his head slightly. Why are the Lieshu army holding us hostage and not letting us leave? The leader said they were investigating the cultists of the Shadow Society. The snake-marked man spat on the ground, his tone filled with resentment. I heard that everyone in front was released, but they only detained us who just came out. What a shame. Chang Zhuo's heart trembled, and he asked. How long have they been holding it up? The people from Sanha town over there were the first wave to be detained. It took about an hour. The tattooed man replied. 1 hour. What a coincidence. It seemed like it took him and Huang Fubai about an hour to shake off the pursuers and get out. Chang Zhuo couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Were the members of the Hunting Ruins army nearby at the time? If they were there, why didn't they stop the Shadow Society? Are you trying to use a chicken to hatch eggs? Or are they actually in the same group? It seems possible that those in power use shady forces to do some shameful things. After a while, a team of third-tier hunters walked up to the crowd and ordered in a deep voice. Everyone, show us your origin skills and bring out all your origin cards. No, why? Aren't you guys going too far? We're not from your city. That's right, you're violating my privacy. You preach freedom and democracy every day, but this is your liberal law? Everyone immediately complained. How many people who hang around out there have clean hands? How can it withstand such scrutiny? Bang! Suddenly,
A deafening gunshot suddenly rang out, shaking out the noise of the crowd. Ah!
A heart-wrenching scream was heard. A dozen meters away, a hunter who was secretly escaping fell to the ground in pain. He hugged his bloody right leg, and blood gushed out wildly through his fingers, quickly forming a pool of blood on the ground. His calf was shot off by a bullet, and black smoke was still coming out of the broken part. "There's a heavy sniper." The originally noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Several Lieshu Army soldiers slowly stepped forward and searched his body and backpack, and actually found the Lieshu Army's standard weapon cards and combat uniforms. This guy probably killed the Lieshu Army before, no wonder he ran away. "We are only investigating members of the Shadow Society.
We will not interfere in irrelevant matters." An officer with a gloomy face walked up to the crowd.
He glanced at everyone with his narrow eyes, and his deep voice was filled with threats. "But this is what will happen to anyone who dares to escape."
This man is Liang Yi, a colonel of the Lieshu Army nicknamed Hyena.
Cheng Zhuo recognized him at a glance. Liang Yi is the senior official of the Lieshu Army who appears most frequently in the news. Every time he appears on screen, he is associated with labels such as iron blood suppression and thunderous means. Rumor has it that Liang Yi never cared about the means to achieve his goals. Once, a parasitic beast appeared in a shantytown, and he ordered the entire area to be blocked off and an indiscriminate cleansing was carried out. In the end, less than 30% of the people survived. After the shot to scare the monkeys, and with Liang Yi's intimidation, everyone immediately lost the desire to resist. They all showed their origins and the cards they carried with them for inspection. Cheng Zhuo also put out the cans and casually took out a few low-level cards.
After checking one by one,
a Lieshu soldier pointed to a transport vehicle not far away and shouted,
"Hunters below level D in the wilderness, go to the car over there. It's not safe here. We will take you to the first line of defense against the beast tide. Once you get there, you'll be free." Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhuo's brows instantly twisted into knots. Lieshu Army is so kind?
He glanced at the wilderness hunters around him and saw hesitation on the faces of several of them. But there was a heavy sniper rifle aimed at them from somewhere, and no one dared to disobey.
Cheng Zhuo and a dozen low-level hunters walked silently into the transport vehicle. As the metal door slammed shut,
a blue light curtain suddenly lit up. They also activated the shield on the transporter. I don't know if it's to prevent a sneak attack from a strange beast, or to prevent people inside the car from jumping out.
The boundary gate.
After watching a dozen low-level, low-potential wilderness hunters enter the transport vehicle, Liang Yi touched his watch and made a call.
"Dr. O, the fish has been delivered. Remember to send someone to pick it up." Chapter 76's Class Awakener, Xia Chan. Day. Hunting Ruins General Administration.
Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard at the door of Deputy Director Hu Yensong's office.
"Deputy Director, good news." His fat white secretary stumbled in. Hu Yensong suddenly stood up, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Is this the news from Colonel Liang? Did he get the forbidden white-faced nine-tailed fox?"
The fat secretary's face froze.
No. Hu Yensong was slightly disappointed. "What is that?"
The plump white secretary chuckled and said, "There are two pieces of news, one good news and another good news."
"Which one do you want to hear first?" Hu Yensong gave him an idiotic look.
The plump white secretary shrank his head, and angrily projected a page of information, pointing at the portrait on it and said,
"I found Huang Fubai's information." Hu Yensong raised his eyebrows and looked over with interest.
As soon as he read a line, his face became visibly gloomy.
"Do you think I'm getting senile? There's clearly a woman on it,"
the fat white secretary said excitedly.
"Is it possible that Huang Fubai is a woman disguised as a man?"
Rich daughters in novels who run away from home often do this.
"Don't rush to scold me, just listen to me first."
The fat white man flipped out a character relationship chart and pointed at the woman on it and said,
"This girl is Bai Luo Wei, the little princess of the Bai family, the #1 financial group in Tianji City. She's been incredibly intelligent since she was young.
It's said that many of the Bai family's technologically advanced weapons were developed by her. Just think about Huang Fubai's custom-made silver knights, they're not available on the market." Hu Yensong showed a hint of interest, but still shook his head. "This doesn't prove that she is Huang Fubai."
"Don't be impatient, listen to what I have to say first."
The fat white secretary pulled up the character relationship diagram and continued excitedly. There's a rumor going around that Bai Luowei is actually an illegitimate daughter, and her mother is Huang Fuqin. Also, the Bai group recently sent a large number of hunting teams to various cities, reportedly looking for Bai Luowei.
I believe someone will contact you soon. Huang Fu surname, Bai surname. Hu Yensong narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a while and then said in a deep voice. Lingxi, retrieve all the information about Bai Luowei from the Bai group. Received, respected Deputy Director Hu Yensong. An ethereal electronic sound echoed through the office, but the next second, a glaring red warning popped up on the projector. Sorry, you are not authorized to access the content related to Bai Luowei of the Bai group. Deputy Director, you don't need to ask Lingxi. The fat white secretary pointed to the sketch he made and said confidently. Bai Luowei's information is definitely top secret in Tianji City. You'll understand why in a moment.
Look, these are all the news I've been digging up about the Bai group over the past 10 days, sorted from netizens' comments.
I've carefully screened them, and they're almost 100% accurate.
Hu Yensong looked at him suspiciously and began to browse the projected information. But after a moment, his brows knitted again and he shouted angrily.
Are you planning to pack up and leave? It says here that Bai Luowei was one of the fourth awakeners last year. Have you forgotten that Huangfu Bai just entered the newcomer world? He.
The fat white secretary was not at all panicked and smiled.
It's true that the transcendental realm, reserved for newcomers, has initial restrictions, but what if she hasn't entered it in the past few months since her awakening? Hu Yensong was stunned. You mean he wanted to be an academic? No.
The fat secretary touched his chin and said. Based on the information available, I speculate that Bai Luowei most likely delayed entering the ruins realm for 2 months in order to create a customized version of the Silver Knight. After all, this kind of girl, blessed by fate, wants to be the best in everything on her own. Seeing that Hu Yensong did not refute, the fat secretary continued. Of course, there's another possibility. In the past few months, she's been trapped by her own original abilities and has no time to enter the ruins realm.
Hu Yensong glanced at him sideways. What do you mean?
The fat white secretary's expression became more and more excited, even the fat on his cheeks was trembling, and he said excitedly. This Bai Luowei, her origin may not be S level, but the rare divine seal origin in the world, which is commonly known as SSS level.
Hu Yensong's pupils trembled violently.
He hurriedly stood up, concentrating on carefully reading the materials compiled by the fat white secretary, and murmured.
God's whispers, the same origin as the first generation of Tianji City Lord. The fat secretary nodded repeatedly.
That's right, it's the whisper of God. Through self-hypnosis, she can gain the source of all kinds of powerful and heaven-defying abilities. If she can hypnotize herself into thinking she is a god, then she is a god.
That kind of backlash will kill her for even a millisecond. Hu Yensong rolled his eyes at his secretary and shook his head.
Besides, from the limited information Huangfu Bai showed, the origin is S level. The fat white secretary said hurriedly. If she can forge the identity of Huangfu Bai through Lingxi and fake S level potential, it shouldn't be difficult.
You have a point.
Hu Yensong nodded, sat back in his seat and ordered.
Most of this information is just speculation and needs further consideration.
However, we do need to raise the level of importance we attach to it.
Please contact Mayor Wang for me. Regardless of whether Huangfu Bai is Bai Luowei or not, he cannot be allowed to take risks in a place like Redstone Town.
Okay. The fat white secretary nodded in agreement.
You just said 2 good news, what is the other one? Hu Yensong asked again.
Hey, look. The fat on the white and plump secretary's face trembled, and he projected another holographic image to the center of the office as if presenting a treasure.
The picture is a collective restaurant.
The camera focuses on a young girl. She was about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a washed-out light yellow t-shirt. Her hands were tightly gripping the edge of the table, as if she was in great pain. Suddenly, her whole body began to tremble violently, and she twitched as if she had epilepsy. In just a moment, an invisible pulse of power exploded from her body, and the hunters around her were thrown backwards. Tables and chairs fell over with a clang, and the ground was in a mess. Even more bizarre scenes are yet to come. With the girl as the center, the ground began to quickly condense into a rock-like color. Tables, chairs, walls, and even the dust floating in the air were all petrified visibly to the naked eye.
It only took about 10 seconds. A huge rock-like semicircle formed in the restaurant with her as the center.
The surface of the rock formation seemed to have life,
contracting and expanding in waves. High potential second awakening.
Hu Yensong suddenly jumped up from his seat, his eyes full of incredible excitement.
That's right,
the fat white secretary said excitedly.
Judging from her performance, maybe S level. Hu Yensong quickly answered and immediately asked, "Where is this? Who is she?"
The fat white secretary brought up another page of information and introduced.
The footage is coming from the Wolfpack's restaurant.
Her name is Xia Chan, a potential F-rank petrified gazer.
Unfortunately, she's blind.
Hu Yensong was startled, then waved his hand and said,
"It doesn't matter.
If she awakens to S rank a second time, her eyes will definitely recover."
After saying this, he asked again, "Does she have a contract?"
The plump white secretary's face froze slightly. Her contract information is in Redstone Town.
Hu Yensong was slightly stunned. Redstone Town again? No, I have to go to the Wolfpack base. Deputy Director, wait a minute.
The plump white secretary quickly stepped forward to stop him, a look of hesitation on his face.
There's something else you might want to pay attention to. What? This Xia Chan is married.
Hu Yensong rolled his eyes at him unhappily. So, it's already been married.
I don't have any improper thoughts about her.
The fat white secretary smiled awkwardly.
That's not what I meant.
It's just that her husband, you're familiar with him, his name is Changjua.
Hu Yensong's steps suddenly stopped, and his brows subconsciously twisted into a knot.
I did some research before coming here, and he might be planning to take Xia Chan and his other 2 wives to Redstone Town in the near future. At this point, the fat secretary hesitated and said, "Look, you punished Changjua by sending him to the wilderness to make a contract.
He might not be very fond of the giant city. Is it necessary to?"
Hu Yensong pondered for a moment, then asked,
"Is Changjua also at the Wolfpack base?" "He went to H0173 today."
The plump white secretary replied immediately, "There's no news from him yet."
"Then contact Colonel Liang Yi quickly. If he comes out, invite him over immediately."
"Yes.
I'll do it right away." A moment later, outside the boundary gate of H0173,
Liang Yi hung up the call and called his adjutant.
"Check, is there anyone named Cheng Zhuo among those who just came out?" F rank, summoning system. The adjutant flipped through the information and replied, "Yes, there is one."
Liang Yi waved his hand and said, "Check which car he is in and send it to the deputy director." The adjutant's face froze, and he leaned close to Liang Yi's ear and whispered, "Colonel, his cart is full of fish." A trace of surprise instantly appeared on Liang Yi's face, and he immediately urged, "Go, contact the driver immediately to change the route so he doesn't run into the fish collectors."
The adjutant nodded, "Yes." "Hold on."
Liang Yi called the adjutant, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and his voice was filled with a bit of hard-to-disguise ruthlessness.
"Send a reliable person to make the run.
If the fish has already been caught, have him handle the situation accordingly. If the situation is exposed, no one can be left behind who can be investigated."
"I understand." Chapter 77 Skeleton Hunter.
The heavy transport truck was driving slowly in the black cloud forest. Changjua leaned against the inner wall of the car and looked around. Including himself, there were 18 people in the car. Most of them had serious expressions on their faces. Few people who can survive in the wilderness are fools. They said they were sending them back to the safe zone, but they had to load them separately according to their original potential.
"Is this necessary? Little brother, where are you from?"
A gruff voice broke the silence. The tattooed man next to him leaned over, handed over a rolled grass cigarette, and looked at Changjua.
"You're clean and fair. You don't look like someone from the wilderness, do you?"
Changjua took the cigarette and casually replied, "Redstone Town."
"Eh?"
The tattooed man raised his eyebrows, and his voice sounded a little more familiar.
"What a coincidence. I'm also from Redstone Town, but you look unfamiliar, little brother."
"I haven't been there yet, I just used the Tower Stone contract,"
Changjua said. The tattooed man looked surprised. "Oh, I understand. They can't make it in the city, so they're forced out to make a living.
But these days, it's rare to find people from the giant city signing contracts in Redstone Town."
Changjua casually put the cigarette between his ears and said, "The treatment in Hongsher Town is better, isn't it?" "That's right.
the tattooed man said with a hint of pride. I can't say anything else, but in Red Stone Town, we have very good welfare and are the most united. As he spoke, he clicked on his watch and slid his finger, sending a card-like projection in front of Chengzhua. The tattooed man chuckled. I'm getting married before the cleanup next month. We're so destined for each other. If you're in town then, remember to come and have a drink at the wedding. Chengzhua looked up. The card was an electronic wedding invitation. The tattooed man was showing off his big white teeth, his face full of wrinkles as he smiled. A wheat-skinned woman was leaning next to him, holding a bouquet of wildflowers in her hand, with tenderness between her eyebrows. Okay. Chengzhua accepted the invitation and said, Congratulations. Hey, hey. The tattooed man stretched out his right hand covered with calluses, Huaming. Chengzhua stretched out his hand and shook his, Chengzhua. Why? After shaking hands, Huaming suddenly sighed and leaned back against the wall of the carriage, with a hint of worry in his eyes. I just hope nothing goes wrong. The Lieshu army's enthusiasm is a bit weird. Chengzhua was also full of doubts in his heart. He glanced out the window. They had already left the Black Cloud Forest and were heading towards Star Iron City. It seemed like there was no problem, but he always felt that it was not that simple. Before getting on the car, he quietly threw a black-shelled beetle corpse puppet under the car while no one was paying attention. It was a small strange beast he found when he was collecting corpses in the ruins realm. It has a hard shell and a small body, making it ideal for casting undead transposition. I hope it goes well. Chengzhua murmured softly, and clicked on his watch with his fingertips. There were 2 messages on the screen, sent by Ron Qinghe and Xia Mo. The summer cicada awakened for the second time. This made Chengzhua both surprised and unexpected. He never expected that among the 4 of them, Xia Chan, who had the lowest rate of genetic secondary awakening, would be the first to awaken. Moreover, according to Ron Qinghe, Xia Chan was not stimulated at all. He just thought the braised pork in the cafeteria was delicious and ate a few more mouthfuls. Don't you think they want to use us as experiments? Suddenly, a rough voice broke the silence in the carriage. A strong man in the corner stood up suddenly, his tone filled with panic. I've heard rumors that someone is using living people for experiments, creating emotionless, humanoid killing weapons. Do you think we're being used as experimental subjects? His question immediately made everyone's face change drastically. Not really. The Lieshu army is at least the official army of the city-state. That's right. Using living people for experiments, aren't you afraid of sparking public outrage? In the eyes of those in the city, what's the difference between us, the people living in the wilderness, and the beasts? Public outrage? As long as we can protect the giant city, their citizens will applaud and cheer. So what are we going to do? Just sit here and wait to die? What can we do? Can you break the shield of this heavy transport vehicle? Just then. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the rear of the transport truck, as if it was hit by something heavy, and the entire carriage shook violently in an instant. Everyone was thrown all over the place, debris in the carriage flew everywhere, and the chaos was extreme. After a while, the shaking finally stopped. Squeak! The rear door of the carriage was suddenly opened from the outside, and a high-pitched voice came. Everyone, come out here. Raise your hands above your heads and put them where I can see them. If you don't want to die, don't do anything tricky. Chengzhua looked up. There were several people wearing motley combat uniforms standing at the door, and they looked like wilderness thugs. They wore skull masks that covered most of their faces, and the muzzles of the Source Force rifles in their hands were glowing blue as they were all aiming at the door of the carriage. No one dared to move, and they got out of the car one by one, holding their heads. Chengzhua walked in the middle, his eyes quickly scanning the side of the car. The driver of Lieshu army was lying on the gravel next to the driver's seat, his neck twisted at a strange angle, obviously dead. Strange, are they really just wilderness robbers? Chengzhua thought that these people were arranged by the Lieshu army. It's you! Skeleton hunters! The strong man who came down last suddenly cried out, Everyone, run! They are the ones who have been eviscerating hunters in the wilderness recently. After saying this, a layer of yellowish sand and dust rolled up from his body. But before he could run away, he heard a bang. The dust collapsed and fell to the ground. He fell down instantly. In front of him, a gun barrel as thick as an arm was emitting thick smoke. The hunter holding the gun shouted coldly, If you're not afraid of death, just try. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. Cheng Zhuo took a quick look and saw that there were only 12 people on the other side. Except for the red-clothed hunter who was at the second level, the others were all at the first level, and the weapons in their hands seemed to be very advanced. But for Cheng Zhuo now, it is not a difficult problem. Just as he was thinking about how to take action. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of an aircraft engine came from far away. Everyone looked up. I saw a silver-gray shadow rushing towards the side in the sky not far away. The emblem of the Lieshu army on the fuselage was shining brightly in the setting sun. It was the Lieshu army's single-person aircraft. Great, it's the Lieshu army. An excited voice came from the hostage crowd. Cheng Zhuo and Huo Ming looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. There's something wrong with the reaction of these skeleton hunters. Chapter 78 The Horror Jar in Full State. As soon as the military aircraft landed steadily, the hatch slid open with a swish and a dark-skinned Lieshu officer walked out slowly. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and the silver star badge of a third-level hunter was pinned to the collar of his black combat uniform. When he swept his cold eyes over the crowd, he carried with him the contempt of a superior looking down on ants. When the red-clad hunter saw the person coming, his face instantly changed into a fawning smile. He bent his waist and went forward. Lord Qieying, why did you come here in person for such a small matter? Qieying glanced at him sideways, then glanced at Cheng Zhuo and the others behind him, and muttered. Your movements are quite quick, but it's just bad luck for you. There was only a whoosh sound. A scarlet beam shot out from the back of the red-clothed hunter's head, and then, dragging a long, thin shadow, it shot towards the remaining 11 hunters. Whoosh! 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 In a flash, all 12 skeleton hunters fell to the ground. Cheng Zhuo's pupils shrank upon seeing this, and he subconsciously activated the dragon form state attribute. Biological organism strength level 496.5. The Lieshu officer opposite named Qieying is at the third level. Even if Cheng Zhuo entered the king state, he was still slightly inferior. Great, we're saved. Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving my life. The surviving wilderness hunters all bowed and expressed their gratitude, deliberately ignoring the red-clad hunter's abnormal familiarity and flattery towards the officer. The red shadow swept across everyone's faces, and finally his gaze fell on Cheng Zhuo's face. Are you Cheng Zhuo? What's the matter? Cheng Zhuo asked back. Come with me, the deputy director wants to see you. Qieying said in an unquestionable tone. Sorry, I'm not interested in meeting him. Cheng Zhuo replied expressionlessly. You think I'm discussing this with you? Qieying's face darkened and he reached out to grab Cheng Zhuo. But what surprised him was that Cheng Zhuo dodged his grasp easily with a flash of his body. Ha! Qieying let out a slight ha in surprise. Cheng Zhuo in front of him suddenly grew in size. Almost in an instant, he became a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall, covered with blue-black scales all over his body. Cheng Zhuo activated the King Auxiliary card without hesitation. Level 488.65? Status cards only boost the main body and origin skills. This is the sum of King and Dragon forms, a multiple of the non-Dragon form. Qieying tapped the detector beside his ear, a hint of realization and greed flashing in his eyes. No wonder he's so arrogant. It seems he has a treasure. Could this effect be a forbidden item? However, I think you have some misunderstandings about the level barrier. It can't be eliminated by simple mechanical strength. After saying that, he raised his finger. The red light reappeared, swoosh. This time, the red light was 3 times faster than when it killed the hunter. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it went straight to Cheng Zhuo's eyebrows. Cheng Zhuo's pupils suddenly shrank, and the muscles in his arms, covered with dragon scales, nodded. His spear suddenly appeared and suddenly crossed his forehead. Clang! Sparks flying. The piercing and continuous pounding sound made the eardrums numb. Cheng Zhuo took several steps back before he could steady himself. Run! Someone shouted, and the wilderness hunters who had been surrounding them scattered instantly. Snort! Qieying snorted coldly, and a red light appeared instantly. Be careful! Cheng Zhuo only had time to push Huo Ming away. The other 16 wilderness hunters fell one after another without even being able to scream. Huo Ming scrambled back to the transport car, his voice muffled and trembling. Brother Chang, hold on first, I'll get someone else. Something in the way. Seeing that there was a fish that had escaped the net, Qieying's face became even darker, and he took a step forward and came in front of Chang Zhuo. Even though Chang Zhuo had entered the king state, the speed of the third-level hunter was still not something he could match. Chang Zhuo only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and a fist wrapped in source power hit his chest. Bang! The moment the huge force hit, Chang Zhuo was like a broken sack hit by a sledgehammer. He flew backwards more than 10 meters and hit the rocks in the distance heavily. With a boom, the broken rocks flew everywhere. The spear in his hand flew out and stuck in the sand, making a buzzing sound. After landing, Chang Zhuo stood up instantly. He touched his chest in surprise, a hint of joy flashing across his brows. It doesn't hurt much. The dragon armor's defense is ridiculously strong. It is worthy of being a mythical original skill. Chang Zhuo raised his eyelids, a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He shouted again, and shot out quickly. The two of them immediately started fighting. At first, Chang Zhuo was hit by Qi Ying's needles and fists and feet from time to time, and was almost crushed one-sidedly. But after nearly 100 moves of fighting, Qi Ying gradually felt something was wrong. This guy, why does it feel like he's using me as a sparring partner? He clearly noticed that. Chang Zhuo's punch was hesitant at first. Sometimes I didn't control the strength well and almost threw myself out. But as the number of exchanges increased, the opponent's movements became more and more smooth, and his movements became more and more cunning, like an indestructible cockroach. Although he was always at a disadvantage, he did not show any signs of decline, and actually showed signs of becoming more courageous. Bang! After throwing a heavy punch, a hint of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of Qi Ying's lips, and he jumped dozens of meters away. Your armor is indeed stronger than I expected, but it's time to stop here. I'll show you the true strength of a third-level warrior. Qi Ying growled and raised his hand suddenly. Swish! 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 In an instant, hundreds of long scarlet needles suddenly appeared, dense as a net, emitting a terrifying aura. Kid, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. I didn't lie to you. The deputy director really wants to see you. As long as you keep your mouth shut about what you saw and heard today, I promise that nothing will happen to you. I can even. However, just as Qi Ying was talking incessantly and threatening Chang Zhuo. Crack! A purple arc of electricity struck down without warning and hit the red shadow's head accurately. Qi Ying's body suddenly stiffened, and an electric current ran through his body along his spine. Before he could break free from the paralysis, a piercing pain accompanied by a powerful impact came from behind. Bang! He flew dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily into the sand. Dust and smoke scattered everywhere. Qi Ying was horrified to find that. Suddenly, a giant tiger-shaped beast covered with dark blue dragon scales and with dark purple horns on its head walked out slowly. The muscles beneath its scales were as hard as cast copper, its amber vertical pupils glowed purple, and the spikes at the end of its tail were still emitting electricity. Roar! A dull and deafening roar sounded. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually a summoner. Chang Zhuo's slightly teasing voice sounded from not far away, and then Qi Ying felt a series of strong electric shocks, and he suddenly froze in place. The power of the lightning strike was not fatal. It couldn't even hurt him. But the quantity was as if it were free, dense as rain, and kept hitting his chest. After a while, he felt his whole body numb, really numb. How is it possible? It's clearly just a low-level beast pet. How could it have such a high level of continuous casting ability? Even if there are high-level card enhancements, it's still unreasonable. It's unreasonable. Qi Ying was filled with shock and anger, but no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the thunder punishment that did not stop for a single second. At that time, he was horrified to find that Chang Zhuo had actually leaped in front of him, holding the spear high in his hand. Qi Ying's pupils suddenly trembled. You. No, you can't kill me. I am a captain of the Hunting Ruins army. Next time when you use your ultimate move, don't talk so much nonsense. Qi. The long spear, Lone Star, came down with a blazing purple light, piercing directly through Qi Ying's head. Your death was not in vain, as you were able to witness Ken in both dragon and king form. Chang Zhuo stared at Qi Ying's body and said something darkly. In fact, he probably guessed that Guan must be much stronger than him when attached to king. Originally, he planned to let Guan crush him with force. But no one expected that after possessing the thunder punishment skill, Guan turned into a magic electric cat. There was not even a CD for him to cast the thunder punishment. A series of lightning struck down coolly without even taking a breath. This powerful spellcasting ability and bottomless source power reserves really surprised Cheng Zhuo. Instant and continuous casting are abilities only possessed by hunters or exotic beasts above level 6. The system initially modified the tanks. It was far more shocking to Cheng Zhuo than the mythical meditation card. Chapter 79 The Power of Heaven reappears. Xie Ying's charred body gradually curled up in the flames. Cheng Zhuo stared at the fire and repeatedly used the system to explore. I breathed a sigh of relief when I confirmed that the system indicated that it was a corpse. He was putting away Xie Ying's belongings when he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Huoming staggering towards him, holding a pile of packages and cards. "Chang, brother Chang, this is for you." Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but be a little surprised. So fast? He didn't even notice when this guy licked the bag. Hey. Huoming scratched his head embarrassedly. My original skill is material collection, so the high-ranking brothers always like to take me with them as a servant. There is such ability. Cheng Zhuo was slightly surprised. He glanced down at the pile of miscellaneous items he had brought. The best thing he saw was a blue card. He simply waved his hand generously. "I give it to you as a wedding gift." "Ah." Huoming froze in place, his hands trembling as he held the package. This adds up to at least 1,000,000 city-state coins. You've already saved my life. Huoming simply can't afford this. Don't be so fussy. Just treat me to a drink when you go to town next time. Cheng Zhuo waved his hand and urged. Take it away quickly. This area has been quite unstable lately. You should return to town and prepare for your wedding. Okay, thank you, brother Chang, but... Huoming stopped being pretentious, knowing that Cheng Zhuo's ability was not enough to care about these things. However, he looked at the red shadow that had been burned to charcoal and could not help but said solemnly. Brother Chang, this Qi Ying is a captain in the Lieshu army, a high rank. If he's found out, it could be very troublesome. But he's clearly colluding with the skeleton hunters and killing innocent people. I can go to the city-state to testify and help you clear your name. No. Cheng Zhuo shook his head, his eyes darkening. Have you forgotten who sent us here? He's just a small fry. His superior could be Colonel Lian Yi, or even the deputy director. Do you think your testimony will be of any use? Huoming was not a fool. Cheng Zhuo's words reminded him of the confusion surrounding the group being separated and put on the bus. He nodded, held out his watch and said, Add me your contact information. Although I, Huoming, am a small figure, I do have some connections in town. Many high-ranking officials are on good terms with me. If you run into trouble because of this, I can help you get help. We in Redstone Town cannot let outsiders bully us. Cheng Zhuo looked at his serious expression and felt a little warm in his heart. Wilderness hunters were not as vicious as people said. Okay, I'll contact you later if you have anything. Cheng Zhuo nodded in agreement. After watching Huoming leave, he put all the bodies and vehicles, including Qi Ying's aircraft, into the space. After making sure that nothing was left out, the battlefield RV was released. Set your destination. Turn on the automatic driving mode. He must pick up Ruan Qinghe and the other two girls as soon as possible and get away from this place of trouble. Qi Ying's attempt to silence the witness confirmed that the Lieshu army and the skeleton hunters were indeed in collusion. I don't know if it was because he was about to do something dirty, but when Qi Ying died, his watch was disconnected from the internet and did not record the fight between the two. But Cheng Zhuo knew that his murder of Qi Ying would not stand up to scrutiny. As for Qi Ying saying that the deputy director was looking for him, it is most likely true, and the reason is not difficult to guess. It must be because of Xia Chan's awakening. The deputy director who claims to be great, glorious and righteous will probably use big words like city-state community to persuade him to bring Xia Chan back to Xingtia City and protect Xingtia City. After all, although the contractor's range of activities will not be affected by the lighthouse tasks and lighthouse rewards need to be collected at the contract lighthouse. Especially for abyss hunting, the accumulated lighthouse enhancements can only serve the contract lighthouse. Xing Tiqing would definitely not let such a high-potential newcomer slip away. But with Cheng Zhuo's current ability, he definitely doesn't want to be anyone's tool. Taking advantage of the free time of the RV's automatic driving, Cheng Zhuo took out a card with a purple glow from his pocket. This is the only high-level card found on Xie Ying. It is strange that this guy only carries a weapon card for self-defense. Scarlet Hooded Arrow Weapon Card. Quality, Epic Purple.
Effect, can release telekinetic sleeve arrows. The number of sleeve arrows that can be mobilized is linked to mental power, with a total of 1000. Usage restrictions, level 1 and above. Introduction, a miniature arrow made from a certain spiritual core, it moves at will and is unstoppable. Mental power linked. A hint of surprise flashed in Chang Shua's eyes. His undead origin originally focused on improving spiritual attributes, and this card was simply a sneak attack artifact tailor-made for him. It seems that the Red Shadow is still an origin that tends to be spiritual. Logically speaking, Qiang only used the weapon card, so at least he still had the hidden original skill that he hadn't used. If he comes up and uses all his ultimate skills, even if Cheng Zhua activates the king status, he will probably be skinned alive if he doesn't die. Underestimating the enemy is indeed a taboo. Cheng Zhua was secretly alert. Even a tiger will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. No matter when facing the enemy, we must never take it lightly. Put away the scarlet hidden arrow. Cheng Zhua turned his gaze to the boundary stones in the system space again. Boundary stone, Forest of Death. Quality, 1 star. Introduction, the cornerstone of the world barrier of the Forest of Death, possessing a powerful force of rules. Hint, consume 100 harmony points to refine. After successful refining, you can replicate the world and rebuild the Forest of Death gate. The owner can enter the Forest of Death world to hunt at any time. Do you want to replicate it? Hold on. After seeing the hint on the boundary stone, Cheng Zhua screamed in surprise. He quickly clicked on the detailed introduction of the simulated ruins world in the prompt. It must be said that the power of the system is really amazing. The replica of the Forest of Death is exactly the same as the previous Forest of Death ruins. He can also absorb source power and improve his realm by hunting in it. Even the source core can be exploded. Cheng Zhua took a look at the number of boundary stones in the space, a total of 132. Perhaps because H0173 is a parallel multi-dimensional world, most of the boundary stones are repeated, so there is no need to replicate them all using harmony values. In terms of types, there are 6 0-star ratings, 11 1-star ratings, 5 2-star ratings, and 2 3-star ratings. The extra boundary stones of the Tongshu realm can also be refined into a second boundary gate. This made Cheng Shua's eyes light up. If he places boundary stones in different places, does it mean that he can achieve long-distance teleportation within the Su realm? To test the authenticity of the idea, Cheng Zhua immediately consumed 200 points of harmony value and refined 2 boundary stones of the Forest of Death. He placed one in the front control area of the car and one in the bedroom at the rear. A thought came to my mind. The 2 gates opened at the same time. Cheng Zhua immediately stepped in from the gate at the front of the car. A familiar sticky and fishy smell came, and he had indeed arrived at the Forest of Death. Even the content of the revelation in the ruins world was exactly the same. Cheng Zhua turned around and reached out to pick up the boundary stone on the front of the car. As he expected, the gate did not disappear. He immediately walked back to the carriage through the boundary gate, and as expected, he successfully reached the bedroom at the rear of the carriage. Done. Cheng Zhua was overjoyed. He was just worried about how he would be able to get the 3 women out if the wolf pack base had been taken over by the Lieshu army. With this portal that can transcend the distance of reality, who can trap him? Chapter 80, 7th level living forbidden object Tao Yao Yao. The battlefield RV rolled over a pile of rubble and stopped at a ruin. The tall, dilapidated concrete and steel skeleton casts distorted light and shadows under the setting sun, and it can be seen that this was once a prosperous city. But now only ruins remain. Cheng Zhua looked around and found a hidden underground entrance. He stuffed the boundary stone into the groove in the wall, and covered the traces with yellow sand and gravel. After making sure that there was nothing unusual to see from the outside, he dusted off his hands and turned back. This place is about 70 or 80 kilometers away from the Wolfpack base. As the entrance and exit of the second gate, I think it is sufficient. After returning to the RV, it's still autonomous driving. Cheng Zhua was not in a hurry to refine the other boundary stones, but instead set his eyes on the corpse of the 2-tailed fox. It curled up quietly in the ice. It looked like he was just fast asleep. The corpse of the white-faced 9-tailed fox. Quality, 7th level forbidden item, semi-finished product. Introduction, this is the corpse of a white-faced 9-tailed young beast. It has been distorted by the power of the Corrosion Realm's rules and has just entered the initial stages of forbidden item refining. Tip, this semi-finished product can be refined into a system-specific version by consuming 100 points of harmony points. The refining methods you can choose are as follows.
1. Refine it according to the original method into a 7th level forbidden beast, which possesses powerful combat capabilities.
Note, the master cannot control it at the current level, and must reach at least the 3rd level.
Second, the system can reshape and inspire them, retaining the core of the 7th level forbidden object, giving them new wisdom and anthropomorphic form. They can independently control their 7th level strength and have growth potential, eventually transforming into the 9th level. Note, newborns have low intelligence and may not be able to fully control their own strength in the early stages, requiring long-term guidance.
Note, all the above refinements can be recognized as masters.
Zhengzhua knew that this corpse was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be at the 7th level.
The two ways of system refining made Zhengzhua fall into a brief contemplation.
One is the 7th level forbidden power that can be used directly after entering the 3rd level. One type has growth potential, but due to the influence of initial IQ, it may exert unstable 7th order power.
Choose the future.
Zhengzhua made up his mind, and the growth potential of the 9th level made him even more excited. Moreover, its performance was unstable, proving that it still had the power of the 7th level.
It just required more attention and guidance. I choose 2.
Zhengzhua muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks began to appear on the ice surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally gray fox fur inside the fox beast began to turn pink and white from the center of its eyebrows, first gradually changing in strands and soon spreading to the entire body.
The next moment, the system automatically moved it out of the space.
Slowly floated in front of Zhengzhua's eyes.
Refining, reshaping and enlightenment in progress. Residual rules detected, system automatically purifies.
Purification complete, newborns eliminate contaminants, retain the core properties of the forbidden object.
Level 7 growth type forbidden item white-faced nine-tailed fox juvenile form is about to take shape and is seeking its master. A series of prompts came from the system. In just 10 seconds, the fox beast's originally stiff body had regained its vitality.
Its chest rose and fell slightly, and its drooping ears trembled slightly.
Then a red light flashed.
The fox's outline began to twist and stretch, its half-grown body gradually solidifying into a small humanoid form.
Its pinkish-white fur faded, replaced by delicate, fair skin. When the red light fades away,
a little girl, about 2 or 3 years old, was floating quietly in front of Zhengzhua. Her face was as round as a porcelain doll, her skin was translucent and snow-white, and she had a pair of pink and white fox ears standing on top of her head. The system was very user-friendly and made her a light blue skirt that just covered her knees, revealing her chubby calves, and a pair of red leather shoes on her feet. She slowly opened her eyes, her big round eyes filled with the innocence of a newborn. The golden eyes looked around timidly and finally fell on Zhengzhua's face.
Refining completed.
Congratulations to the master for obtaining the 7th level growth type forbidden item, white-faced nine-tailed fox cub.
Unnamed forbidden item customizable successfully recognized its owner. Quality, forbidden object living body. Growth stage, young animal.
Original skill, nine-tail resonance. Each time a foxtail is generated, a new skill can be unlocked.
Foxtail skills, 1. Void travel, 2. Shapeshifting.
As the system prompt came down, an inexplicable connection arose. Zhengzhua's fingertips gently touched the fox ears on the little girl's head, and the touch was as soft as cotton that had just been exposed to the sun. The little guy didn't dodge, but tilted his head slightly, rubbed his fingertips with his cheek, and made a soft woo-woo sound in his throat.
This little thing has the strength of level 7?
Looking at the chubby little girl in front of him, Zhengzhua couldn't help but feel a little suspicious.
Let's pick a name first. Something pink and chubby, how about Peach?
After he finished speaking, he immediately shook his head.
TSK, not so good, too casual. You are also a little fox demon, so let's call you Tao Yao Yao.
Zhengzhua rubbed the little guy's head.
Is it okay, Tao Yao Yao? Yao Yao? Tao Yao Yao tilted her head in confusion. Hey, not bad, you can actually talk. Zhengzhua's eyes lit up. Yao Yao, tell me, what can you do? Yao Yao, yo yeo yeo. Question mark.
After communicating for a while, Zhengzhua felt a little helpless. The little fox can indeed speak, but unfortunately she has only learned her own name. It seems that her IQ is indeed about the same as that of a newborn baby.
How about you give me a simple demonstration so I can know what your skills are? Zhengzhua tried to communicate. Yao Yao? Tao Yao Yao's big round eyes were full of question marks.
Seeing Cheng Zhuo making a fist gesture, he seemed to understand what Cheng Zhuo meant, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He jumped back a step. She just raised her chubby little fist and waved it towards the back of the car. Bang! KKKZZ. The system's blind core product has been detected to be damaged. It can be repaired for 100 harmony points. Do you want to repair it? Cheng Zhuo. Is this the power of the 7th level? Cheng Zhuo was both shocked and surprised. Tao Yaoyao's punch, which was like a pulse of pure source power, directly destroyed the back half of the sturdy battlefield RV. Tender. Tao Yaoyao looked at the disappearing back half of the carriage in astonishment, her big round eyes full of confusion. Then he looked at Cheng Zhuo timidly, as if he felt that he was in trouble. Cheng Zhuo rubbed her head and comforted her. It's okay, just watch me. Outside the boundary gate of H0173. Lian Ye's adjutant walked up to Lian Yi with a serious expression and whispered. Colonel, something seems to be wrong. Lian Yi glanced at him and said, Speak. The adjutant hesitated and said. Xie Ying's personal signal, the aircraft, and the transport vehicle signal have all disappeared. I dispatched a drone nearby. There were signs of a struggle at the location, but all the people and vehicles were gone. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. What do the fishmongers say? Where are their men? They said they sent it, but there's no news. The adjutant replied. Also, I checked and there's no abnormal energy fluctuations nearby. They shouldn't have been swallowed by the Ghost Realm Gate. I'm guessing that the one with this ability, could it be the Shadow Society taking action? It's unlikely. They don't have the energy right now. Liang Yi shook his head and ordered coldly. Keep investigating. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Yes. The adjutant responded and asked. The deputy director wants someone. How should I respond? Tell the truth, just say that the vehicle Cheng Zhuo was riding in might have been attacked by hunters, and all the people and vehicles disappeared. Liang Yi said casually. The adjutant received the order and was about to leave when he was suddenly stunned by the message on his wrist. This. What's wrong? Liang Yi looked up suspiciously. The adjutant said in some surprise. The deputy director's people sent news that Cheng Zhuo has returned to the Wolfpack base. Chapter 81. She wants to drink milk? As Cheng Zhuo walked to the entrance of the Wolfpack base, he was blocked by a fat white man in an ill-fitting suit. The man's forehead was covered with sweat, his tie was askew, and he was holding a wrinkled briefcase in his hand. He said anxiously. Cheng Zhuo, right? The deputy director is waiting for you in the reception room. He asked me to come pick you up. Cheng Zhuo glanced at him. Okay, let him wait. Question mark. The fat white secretary was stunned for 2 seconds. Thinking I had misheard, I quickly took 2 steps to catch up, and the voice became more urgent. I'm talking about the deputy director, Lord Deputy Director Hu Yensong. He's waiting for you in the Wolfpack's reception room. I heard it. Cheng Zhuo's voice deepened. Even if the city lord comes, please ask him to wait until I see my wife. After saying that, he carried Tao Yaoyao and walked into the base without looking back. Only the plump white secretary was left disheveled in the wind. Just now, Cheng Zhuo discovered a troublesome problem. Tao Yaoyao is not his pet, unlike Guan Guan, who can be stored in the pet space in the origin card. It is not a dead object and cannot be placed in the system space. She was a newborn and was curious about everything. If Cheng Zhuo let her wander around outside by herself, he was afraid that she would accidentally blow a few holes in the Wolfpack space. I had no choice but to carry her in. Fortunately, her current form was transformed by the system, so there was no need to worry about anyone noticing anything. Cheng Zhuo carried Tao Yaoyao, who was looking around with curiosity, all the way to the dormitory area. He had already contacted Ruan Qinghe in advance. The 3 girls were waiting for him in the dormitory. After entering the door, Ruan Qinghe was the first to greet him. He had just opened his mouth to say, Brother Zhuo, you finally came back. When his eyes were suddenly attracted by Tao Yaoyao, and his voice softened a bit. Wow, whose little doll is this? It's so cute. Xia Mo and Xia Chan in the room were also attracted by the sound of the door opening. The moment they saw Cheng Zhuo, their attention was completely drawn to Tao Yaoyao in his arms, and they all gathered around him. The sudden enthusiasm frightened Tao Yaoyao so much that she shrank into Cheng Zhuo's arms.
The little hand tightly grasped the corner of his clothes, the fox ears drooped, and the golden pupils were full of timidity.
Chengzhuo patted her back gently, speaking softly.
Don't be afraid, Yao Yao. They are the 3 beautiful young ladies I told you about. They are our own people. We will rely on you to protect them in the future. After hearing what he said, Tao Yao Yao raised her head. He looked around at the 3 women curiously. Is her name Yao Yao? Where did she come from? Wow, these cat ears can actually move. So cute. Ruan Xinghe was already melted by Tao Yao Yao's cuteness and couldn't take her eyes off her. Well, her name is Tao Yao Yao.
Chengzhuo said with a little pride.
Tao Yao Yao, the name for Tao Ji Yao Yao, how about that? It's the name I gave it. You named it? Xia Chan's eyes rolled. Hee, brother Zhua, she can't be your illegitimate daughter hidden outside, right? Of course not. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later.
Chengzhuo put Tao Yao Yao down and let her go to her room to play. After reminding her not to cause trouble, he closed the door and pulled Xia Chan over.
I can see clearly now. I don't need to hold Xia Mo back anymore. Yeah.
Xia Chan nodded repeatedly, raised her empty hands, and put her face in front of Chengzhuo.
It's so clear. Boo.
Chengzhuo held her face, kissed her red lips hard, and teased with a smile.
Well, I didn't lie to you, I guess exercising more can help you awaken again.
Xia Chan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she suddenly broke free from his arms, grabbed Ruan Xinghe and Xia Mo, and smiled with a wink. Then you guys should work hard. Ruan Xinghe gave her a reproachful look, then turned to look at Chengzhuo with a more serious expression. Brother Zhua, the deputy director came to see us earlier.
Oh? What did he say?
Chengzhuo raised his eyebrows and smoothed the hair around Ruan Xinghe's ears.
Ruan Xinghe repeated. He said he could arrange a high-altitude villa for us in the inner city, a set of epic source cards for each of us, and contracts that far exceed our potential for Xia Mo, you, and me. He hopes that Xia Chan can change the contract and return to the city after entering the rank. What do you think?
Chengzhuo looked around at the 3 women.
Of course we listened to Brother Zhua.
Brother Zhua, you don't know, Sister Xinghe was very serious at that time.
Xia Chan rushed to reply.
She suddenly straightened her face, coughed lightly, and imitated Ruan Xinghe's reply.
Mr. Deputy Director, I'm sorry, you don't need to waste your time here. We won't give you any reply until our husband comes back.
My words are Xia Chan's words.
Her pretentious look made Chengzhuo laugh, and he asked her with a smile. So you want to go to the inner city? I thought so before.
Xia Chan suddenly put away his playful look and said seriously.
But it doesn't matter now.
Wherever Brother Zhua and the sisters are, that's home. I don't think there's anything special about becoming an S rank. I still hope to hide behind my husband and sisters and be a silly girl, hee.
What about you? Chengzhuo looked at Xia Mo again.
The girl didn't say anything, but just stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him directly. Her soft lips were a little warm, and her breathing became increasingly rapid until both of them were almost out of breath. She finally let go, her ears red, but her eyes clearly expressed her attitude. She was determined to follow him.
So embarrassing.
Xia Chan covered her eyes, peeped through her fingers, and said jokingly. Sister must be saying that even if I lived in a small forest, I would still be willing to hold onto a tree, raise my butt and wait for Brother Zhua. Xia Mo blushed, grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it at Xia Chan, as if she wanted to stuff Xia Chan's mouth with a towel.
Ah, sister, please don't pinch me. I'm really petrified right now, what?
Ruan Xinghe leaned in Chengzhuo's arms, watching them chase each other with a smile. Chengzhuo noticed that the strength of Xia Chan's biological body had reached level 37.5 due to the attribute rewards of these days and the gains brought by the second awakening. With a body like this, Xia Mo had no chance of catching up with her. After a while, Tao Yao Yao was also infected, and she ran behind with her legs twitching, her silver bell-like laughter filling the room. While running, Tao Yao Yao suddenly stopped, slowly walked to Chengzhuo's legs, stretched out her arms to hug his thighs, raised her little face and shouted.
Yao Yao. Ruan Xinghe looked at Chengzhuo suspiciously. What did she say?
Chengzhuo spread his hands helplessly. I don't know either. Tao Yao Yao looked up at Chengzhuo pitifully, trying very hard to express something, but after a long while, all she could say was Yao Yao. Ruan Xinghe stared at her drooping ears, her eyes brightening.
Hey, I see she has cat ears. Why don't we let Ken out? Maybe she can understand. She should be.
Cheng Zhuo originally thought the ears were fox ears, and he paused, thinking that being mistaken for cat ears would be nice too. Although he felt that Guan Guan probably wouldn't understand either. But he still let the cat out. Meow? When Guan Guan came out, he looked around sleepily. Yao Yao. Seeing the big cat suddenly appear, Tao Yao Yao jumped 2 meters high, landed on her hands and feet, and lay there like a little wild beast with its fur standing on end, with her pigtails standing up. Guan Guan also seemed to sense Tao Yao Yao's powerful aura. The soft hair on his back exploded and he made a low growling sound from his throat. Hey, 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 stop messing around. Cheng Zhuo was shocked by the tense atmosphere of the two little guys. If these two came to blows, the dormitory would probably be reduced to ruins. After a while of persuasion, after repeatedly confirming that each other had Cheng Zhuo's aura, the two little guys regained their composure. They came together. Guan Guan nudged Tao Yao Yao's hand with his head, and Tao Yao Yao also reached out and touched it, and they quickly became familiar with each other. It seems like they are on the same wavelength, both speaking baby talk. After a while, Guan Guan was carrying Tao Yao Yao around the table. Yao Yao. After playing for a while, Tao Yao Yao drooped her ears again and moved closer to Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo had no choice but to try to ask Guan Guan. Can, do you know what happened to her? Meow? Guan Guan looked at Tao Yao Yao with great interest. His eyes rolled around, and he responded to Cheng Zhuo through telepathy. She wants milk, preferably the 1.8 Eligno Xioxiania flavor. After a while, Song Can held a big bucket of milk and drank it with satisfaction. Tao Yao Yao was lying on the bed, soundly sleeping. It turned out that she was just sleepy. Cheng Zhuo and the three girls looked at the two cute creatures with doting eyes. It was a rare quiet moment and was extremely heartwarming. Who would have thought of their family? The strongest fighting force is actually the two little ones who are still drinking milk. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, there was a rapid knock on the door. Cheng Zhuo frowned and walked towards the door impatiently. He really didn't want to talk to the deputy director. If he hadn't agreed with Huang Fubai to wait here, he would have left through the gate long ago. I don't know what is wrong with that guy, he hasn't replied to my messages. Couldn't he have been unable to get out? Cheng Zhuo walked to the door with some worry and opened it. Cheng Zhuo, we meet again. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man in a neatly ironed black suit. He had an ordinary appearance and was the type that would be hard to recognize in a crowd. Cheng Zhuo had only met him once, but I recognized it at a glance. He is the bodyguard beside Huang Fubai. Chapter 82, The Origin of Ancient Martial Arts. Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up when he recognized the person. Did Huang Fubai ask you to come? He clearly remembered what Huang Fubai had said. His bodyguard can help him awaken a second time. That's right. Without any unnecessary greetings, the black-clad bodyguard replied in a low voice, my last name is Gao. Let's find a quiet place to chat. There are some things I must explain clearly in advance. Okay, Uncle Gao. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhuo immediately contacted Catherine and borrowed a quiet room. As the two of them turned the corner of the dormitory corridor, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared and blocked their way. The newcomer had big wavy red hair that reached her waist, fair skin, and half of her chest was plump and dazzlingly white. Her tight red combat uniform perfectly outlined her hot curves. Although she has a face of only 20 years old, she exudes the alluring charm of a mature woman. It was Rosa, the noble daughter of the city lord. Cheng Zhuo, it's so hard to see you. Her voice was a little hoarse, with a hint of deliberate allure. Cheng Zhuo stopped and nodded slightly. Ms. Rosa, would you like to consider signing our holy beast? I can help you conquer the High Star Ruins realm. Rosa got straight to the point. Cheng Zhuo shook his head. Sorry, I have no plans to sign a contract with the guild right now. Rosa added, sign an A-level contract. I can help you conquer the High Star realm. When these words came out, even Lao Gao, who had been silent all the time, looked sideways and wondered in his heart. Does she know that I want to help Cheng Zhuo awaken a second time? Cheng Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. A trace of genuine surprise flashed across his eyes. He is well aware that most of the comments about him online are. The combat effectiveness provided by the enhanced potion and legendary meditation skills has no potential and can only cause trouble for the novice players. I'm really curious. Cheng Zhuo tilted his head slightly, his tone a little inquiring.
How did Ms. Rosa figure out that I was worthy of an A-level contract? Intuition. Rosa suddenly came closer, and a faint fragrance filled her nose. Her body was almost pressed against Cheng Zhuo, and she stared at his face with her watery eyes narrowed, as if trying to dig out the answer from his eyes. Honestly, have we met somewhere? Shouldn't this déjà vu technique be used by Aquaman for fishing? Cheng Zhuo raised a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Given Miss Rosa's fame, I've certainly seen you in many places, but you probably haven't seen me. Thank you for the invitation. I have something important to attend to, so I'll excuse myself. After saying that, he gestured to Lao Gao, and the two continued walking towards the quiet room. Rosa frowned slightly and asked again. Are you really not going to consider it? The signing fee for an A-level contract is 100 million. I might consider S rank, but forget about a rank. Cheng Zhuo's voice came from afar. Strangeness. Rosa hugged her breasts, staring at Cheng Zhuo's tall figure gradually moving away, and murmured. Why does it feel so familiar? She was stunned for a moment, then dialed a number marked Teacher Xingue. Teacher, I saw Cheng Zhuo. What do you mean? Is he willing to bring Xia-chan to sign a contract with our guild? An old voice came from the other side. He refused, Rosa pouted. The subject suddenly changed, with a hint of probing. Do you think it's possible for us to offer S-level contracts to both of them? Kid, a level is the highest level I can give you. Don't mess around. The voice on the other side became deeper. S rank isn't just about costs and resources, it also involves various city-state privileges and abyssal duels, impacting the entire guild's standing. Oh, I know, please stop nagging me. Rosa interrupted impatiently, then said suspiciously. Tell me, why did I feel so strangely familiar the first time I saw him on the video? It's like, we've known each other for a long time. Can you really not help me recover my memories of that burial source realm? I feel like I might have seen him there. Silly child. The other party looked a little helpless. You're confused. Cheng Zhuo just entered the newcomer world last time. How could you possibly have seen him in the world last year? Oh, that's right. Rosa sighed. Is it possible that he is a dragon walker? We are only missing one of the 4 walkers. That's not right. The sacred beast's secret treasure didn't react at all. Ha ha ha. An old man's laughter came through the receiver, and he said jokingly. Little girl, I think you're old enough to fall in love. Apart from anything else, this guy named Cheng Zhuo is really handsome. Are you attracted to him? Teacher. Do you know how weapon cards come from? Quiet room. As soon as the two sat down, Lao Gao asked about the basic knowledge of the junior high school source card course. Cheng Zhuo replied skillfully. In the 7th year of the Hunting Ruins, Master Mo Shan created the first card-embedded source weapon. Since then, weapon cards have begun to appear as blind cores or lighthouse rewards. In the 35th year of the Hunting Ruins, Master Mo Shan researched the principles of weapon cards, and artificial weapon cards were officially released. Then tell me more about the production principles of artificial weapon cards or material cards? Lao Gao asked again. Although I don't know what this has to do with the Second Awakening. But Cheng Zhuo still recalled what he had learned and answered seriously. The Mind Master will strip the space-type source power cards to create blank cards. Then, the card maker will guide the source power and couple the source power weapons with the blank cards. That's right. Whether it's the original weapon cards or the later supply cards, it's as if there's a force monitoring the lighthouse or the ruins. Every time humans make a breakthrough in the source cards, he updates the lighthouse rewards for the cards in the blind core. He can easily replicate any new cards created by humans. Lao Gao followed Cheng Zhuo's words, then suddenly changed the subject, his tone revealing a certain inexplicable pride. However, there is a type of card that humans have never been able to successfully replicate since it was created. Cheng Zhuo was slightly stunned. What card? Ancient Martial Arts Meditation Card. Lao Gao said a card name that Cheng Zhuo had never heard of. Is it about integrating ancient martial arts moves into the cards, allowing people to master martial arts like Lingbo Weibu and 18 Dragon Subduing Palms? Cheng Zhuo asked tentatively with some excitement. That's understandable. Lao Gao nodded slightly and explained to Cheng Zhuo. Ancient martial arts meditation cards are similar to weapon and material cards. They also strip the source card into a blank card, coupling an ancient martial arts heritage with the blank card. However, the difference is that the ancient martial arts meditation card strips the breathing meditation card. So the ancient martial arts meditation card, like the breathing meditation card, can be integrated into the origin? And stimulate the second awakening through this power? Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up. That's understandable, but not entirely. Lao Gao shook his head, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table, sorting out his logic. To be precise, a new cultivation system combining ancient martial arts and source power has been integrated into your origin card. It can change your origin card's potential, but your origin skills and origin potential remain unchanged. The origin card's potential reflects your potential for ancient martial arts cultivation. This is what I want to tell you. The awakening that young master mentioned is not the same as the second awakening you mentioned. He paused and continued. This cultivation system is called Ancient Martial Arts Origin. Chapter 83 Second Awakening I. The Origin of Ancient Martial Arts? Cheng Zhuo repeated these 4 words in a low voice, and after a pause, he raised his eyes and asked, "Are there any restrictions on this style? If there is such a method of awakening, why isn't it more popular?" Combining ancient martial arts with source power sounds amazing. There are many reasons. For example, fusion is difficult and requires a lot of cultivation from the caster. Lao Gao's voice lowered a bit. Also, the ancient martial arts schools have only been around for 100 years. This kind of heaven-defying act of consuming one's own cultivation to forcibly elevate the potential of others is of course extremely limited. Therefore, the ancient martial arts schools all rely on a master-disciple system, and most of the disciples can be counted on one hand. So that's how it is. Cheng Zhuo suddenly realized. So, if I want to obtain this inheritance, I have to take you as my master? Let's not talk about the apprenticeship for now. Lao Gao waved his hand. I want to remind you that you only have one chance to fuse the ancient martial meditation card. If you inherit my legacy, you may only be able to reach a level, and after that you will no longer be able to receive inheritance from other source warriors. You can only practice the skills I pass down to you. Of course, if you have the ability to create your own, you will be considered amazing. I don't think I'm capable of finding another master. Master, you can. When mentioning Huang Fubai, Lao Gao raised a hint of inexplicable pride at the corner of his lips. If you can wait a year or two until the young master completes his plan, he can introduce you to a grandmaster who might be able to help you reach S rank. You should know the power of an S rank ancient martial arts inheritor. You have an S rank ancient martial arts inheritor in Xingtia City. Who is it? That little girl named Mu Yanji is quite capable. Mu Yanji, the peak of the 6th level, was only described by this person as quite capable? Cheng Zhuo was stunned for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Uncle Gao, I just have one question. You say, will the inheritance of the ancient martial arts source affect the second awakening of my origin?" That won't happen. Lao Gao glanced at him, with a puzzled tone. But your awakening rate is so low, why are you even considering this? Are you really counting on a second awakening? That'll do. After confirming that there were no worries, Cheng Zhuo immediately stood up, imitated the gesture of clasping fists, and bowed respectfully. "Master, please accept my disciples' greetings." "I don't plan to accept any disciples for the time being." Lao Gao looked up at him, raised his fingertips in the air, and a soft but irresistible force lifted Cheng Zhuo up. Then, he said solemnly, "This school is called Liang Yi, which emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. It is one of the 7 major schools of ancient martial arts. Since the young master has agreed to your request, I can make an exception and pass on the inheritance to you. As for becoming your disciple, we can discuss this later." Cheng Zhuo nodded. "Okay, master." This Uncle Gao was unwilling to accept a disciple, whether it was because he was too busy or looked down on him. However, this inheritance was picked up for free anyway, so Cheng Zhuo had no objection. It's also good not to have a disciple, as it reduces some red tape. However, he still had to call her master, as this was a comment made by an expert who said that Mu Yinji had quite good strength. Maybe it's a character like the sweeping monk. I only have one request. Lao Gao's voice suddenly became deep. No matter what the circumstances, you are not allowed to do anything to hurt the young master. Brother Huangfu and I are friends in need. I've saved him twice, so you can rest assured. Cheng Zhuo said with a solemn oath. What a joke, a wealthy man who can transfer billions of dollars casually, only he would offend him unless he is crazy. Come with me. Lao Gao stood up and walked out. Is it starting now? Cheng Zhuo hurriedly caught up. Don't you need to prepare some advanced breathing techniques or something? I've prepared blank meditation cards. Lao Gao explained without turning his head. The source of ancient martial arts relies on the cultivation level of the person who teaches it, and has nothing to do with the level of the source card. The two walked out of the wolf base. At this time, the sun has set and the last trace of red glow hangs in the sky. The wilderness began to feel cold, and the occasional low howl of strange beasts could be heard in the distance. The wind blew the sand and gravel, making a fine rustling sound. Only when he reached an open gravel field did Lao Gao stop. Here it is. Cheng Zhuo was a little nervous. What do I need to do? Just stay calm. It might be painful later, so you have to bear it. Lao Gao reminded. Good. Wolf Pack Base. Inside a large conference room. The cold white ceiling light hung directly above the long conference table. Even the aroma of coffee floating in the air had a sense of oppression. Deputy Director Hu Yensong sat at the main seat, tapping his knuckles lightly on the dark wooden table, and said in a deep voice. Anyone with any other ideas? Tell us what you think. We need to keep the S-ranked talents in the city, even if the nearby towns are safer than Redstone Town. Who among you has the ability to persuade them to stay? If it really doesn't work, I'll put him under house arrest at the base first? A councilman wearing round-framed glasses in the corner suggested quietly, but he shrank back as soon as the words came out of his mouth. Madness. Song He from the Jinshu Guild suddenly sneered, his tone filled with frivolous sarcasm. An S-rank hunter, you want to force her to become an enemy of the city-state? The congressman blushed and poutingly said. What else can we do? We can't just watch people jump into the fire pit, right? I don't think the deputy director needs to be too anxious. Song He leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, looking nonchalant. Women, most of them admire strong men. Once Xia Chan finds out that Cheng Zhuo is just a worthless guy, it won't be long before she dumps him and goes back to the city-state. Senior is indeed strong, why don't you see any envy? A cold female voice suddenly interrupted him, the sarcasm in her tone like ice chips. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Rosa from the Holy Beast Guild with her fingertips pressed against her red lips, a cold light in her eyes. This celebrity hunter, the daughter of the city lord, who always pays attention to etiquette, was rarely angry, obviously annoyed by Songha's disrespectful remarks. Little Rosa, that's not what I meant. The nonchalant look on Song He's face froze instantly, and he tried to smooth things over with a dry laugh. With a talent like yours, you certainly don't need to envy others. Rosa didn't want to pay attention to him, and turned to look at Hu Yensong and said. If you want to keep Xia Chan, you have to keep Cheng Zhuo first. I asked him today. If we offer an S-level contract, he'll be willing to sit down and talk. If we can't give them an S-level contract, just let them go. Is that such a difficult decision? You keep holding meetings. I don't know what the point is of bringing all these people together. What a joke. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere around the conference table exploded. Having been left out by Chang Zhuo and Xia Chan for a long time, everyone was already holding their breath. Now, upon hearing the words S-level contract, they were even more sneering. Just because you won the Best Newcomer award and melted a legendary meditation card, you think you have what it takes to get to the table? This Cheng Zhuo is ridiculous. That's right, greed is insatiable, and you're not afraid of being stuffed to death. He's using his woman as a bargaining chip. Just wait and see. When Xia Chan's realm is far surpassed by his, will Xia Chan still follow him? Just then. The door of the conference room was slammed open. The plump white secretary rushed in breathlessly, the fat on his face trembling, his voice trembling. Deputy Director. Outside. Someone outside is experiencing a second awakening. The signs are even stronger than Xia Chan's. Chapter 84 Second Awakening Part 2. Outside the Wolf Pack Base. On the empty sandy ground, the dark red source power surged like boiling magma. Within a radius of nearly 100 meters, the rubble was swept up by an invisible force and twisted into a huge scarlet vortex in mid-air. Even the passing night wind was dyed with it, and the scorching airwaves hit people's faces. In the center of the vortex, two kinds of energy were lingering around Cheng Zhuo, crossing and merging. That's strange, how did it trigger the second awakening? The old man opposite him, Lao Gao, had his brows knitted into knots, and looked hesitantly, looking at Cheng Zhuo with some confusion at his strange state. According to his previous understanding, Cheng Zhuo's secondary awakening rate was less than 0.01. How does it trigger the second awakening? Cheng Zhuo, can you hear me? Master, yes.
This is really strange. The source of power in Lao Gao's poem flowed slowly towards Chengzhuo like a long stream. He continued to promote the integration of the ancient martial meditation card while hesitating. The fusion of ancient martial arts seems to have triggered your second awakening. Chengzhuo couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Hasn't this kind of fusion triggered a secondary awakening before? Is it dangerous? It's not so dangerous. When the ancient martial arts meditation card fuses, it does stimulate the origin slightly. But that little bit of power, let alone your unlocking rate of less than 0.1%, even a 1% potential user would only feel a slight sensation at best. 10% is about right. Lao Gao's tone was full of confusion. There's no reason for this to happen to you. I see. Chengzhuo glanced at the secondary gene awakening rate that was blocked by the system's mimicry, and it was approaching 9%. He showed a slightly guilty smile. Maybe I'm lucky. Hold your breath and concentrate. Lao Gao shouted, his voice suddenly becoming serious. It's going to be tough next time, so be prepared. If your potential for a second awakening is high, perhaps I can take advantage of that and raise your ancient martial arts potential to S rank. Okay. Chengzhuo agreed solemnly. Maybe it was because of his relatively high mental strength, but he actually didn't feel too much pressure. As the pure white ancient martial arts meditation card gradually merged with his origin card, the red light became more and more intense. He could clearly feel that the origin card was vibrating violently, and there was an inexplicable power that seemed to be trying to break free from its restraints. At that time, the scarlet vortex was already surrounded by people. It's indeed the source power star. What a unique sign of awakening. Hu Yensong turned his gaze away from the surging crimson and turned to ask the secretary beside him. Who's in there? The plump white secretary hurriedly brought up the holographic panel and projected a video in front of Hu Yen. Deputy Director, according to the surveillance footage at the base entrance, the person coming in this direction is Cheng Zhua, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a black suit. Cheng Zhua? Hu Yensong frowned slightly. It can't be him. I remember his unlocking rate. There's absolutely no chance of a second gene unlocking. Is there a more accurate image? I have arranged to retrieve the images of the surrounding area of the base, and they will be transmitted to you soon, said the fat white secretary. What about the origin fluctuation index? Has it been measured? Hu Yensong asked, his gaze returning to the scarlet starry sky. He could feel it. There is a very powerful being at the center of Xingxuan. That can't be Chengzhuo. The plump white secretary stared at the jumping values on the panel, his voice a little excited. It's still climbing. The current index has already broken the B-level threshold, but the influence of this star is even greater than the S-level awakening records in our database. We can't accurately predict its ultimate potential at the moment. Could it be that Cheng Zhua, like Miss Rosa, directly awakened from F-level to S-level potential? OS suddenly said something. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a calculating look flashing behind the lenses. If it is true, their Thunder Guild will do everything they can to snatch the player away. Among all the major guilds, only their Thunder Guild has offered the highest B-level contract. Maybe it's the best chance. Song He couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. What are you thinking? It's still unclear whether he's inside. The unlocking rate is so low, how could there be a second awakening? Don't be so decisive. Ran Tianqing narrowed his eyes, twirling the ends of his goatee with his fingertips inside. That kid's luck is incredible. He even got a legendary source card from a porcupine blind core. A low unlock rate doesn't mean there's no chance of a second awakening. Just then, a staff member wearing a wolf pack uniform ran over and said breathlessly, Mr. Deputy Director, it has been confirmed that the people in Xingxuan are Cheng Zhua and a middle-aged man. 2 people? Hu Yensong's pupils shrank suddenly. How can there be 2 people? Are you sure both of them are inside Xingxuan? Absolutely true. The young man hurriedly handed over the detector on his wrist. The screen showed the biological image of the center of the star. I switched to the body detection mode and can clearly see 2 vital signs in the center of the star. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Even if an F level awakens to an E level, the surrounding source force repulsion during awakening can bounce ordinary people away. The source of power, Xingxuan, spread over 100 meters. No one present could enter, let alone stay in the center of the star. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly,
A loud and hearty laugh drowned out the noise. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant sky blue wolf running towards them in the light of fire. On the wolf's back sat an old man with dark skin and white hair. His black cloak rustled in the wind, and he exuded the wildness of a wilderness hunter. The giant wolf stopped steadily outside the crowd, and the old man jumped down. I never thought that my wolf-pack's small base would attract so many distinguished guests. Hey, President Yang Tianlang, nice to see you again. Song He's eyes lit up and he greeted him, pretending to be familiar. If you want to poach people from Red Stone Town, you can't get past this guy. Yang Tianlang glanced at him with a hint of disdain. Can you please cut your lousy hair? You're old, and you dress like a girl from the red light district all day long. Isn't it embarrassing? Song He was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Hey, old man, why do you always have such a foul mouth? I'm a painter, this is called artistic sense, don't you understand? Yang Tianlang was too lazy to argue with him. He turned to look at Hu Yensong, whose face was solemn. He glanced at the scarlet vortex again, and a hint of teasing appeared on the corner of his mouth. If Chengzhuo really has awakened a second time, that's going to be hilarious. Some people forced him to go to the wilderness to sign a contract, and now they're thinking about stealing his wife. If this guy really becomes S-rank, won't some people beg him to come back to Xingtia City? This plot is even more dramatic than Xing Yun's melodramatic skits. Hu Yensong looked at him helplessly. President Yang, there's no need to be so sarcastic. Oh, so the deputy director is here. Yang Tianlang pretended to have just seen Hu Yensong, with the corners of his lips slightly raised, but his tone turned cold. Hu Yensong, don't worry about it. Old Wang said that as long as Chengzhuo and Huanfu Bai have no intention of returning to the city to sign the contract, he won't allow anyone to take advantage of them. Of course, Xia Chan is included now. Hu Yensong's face showed no emotion, and he said slowly. President Yang, you should know best that Red Stone Town won't last more than a year. So what? Yang Tianlang approached Hu Yensong and said with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Until the last moment, how could you know that it would be our Red Stone Town that fell? Hu Yensong turned his head away, seemingly unwilling to argue with him, and simply said. We'll see. Chapter 85 Second Awakening Part 3. Black Cloud Forest, H0173's temporary base. Colonel, found it. Liang Ye's adjutant walked forward quickly, holding the holographic projector, bending down even more, and speaking with a cautious tone. This is the surveillance footage from the vehicle transport center. There are some recordings from before the transport truck lost contact, but only the audio can be heard. I'm not prepared to make any judgments about some of the content. Please listen to it yourself. Liang Ye raised his hand and took a deep puff of cigarette, then said coldly, let go. The audio streamed out, starting with a flattering male voice, with a deliberate attempt at flattery. Lord Chieying, why do you need to personally handle such a small matter? Just tell your subordinates to do it. Are you Changzhua? What's up? Come with me, the deputy director wants to see you. Sorry, I'm not interested in meeting him. You think I'm discussing this with you? Boy, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Sizzle. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually a summoner. Sizzle. You. No, you can't kill me. I am a captain of the Hunting Ruins army. Next time when you use your ultimate move, don't talk so much nonsense. Brother Chang, this Qiying is a captain of the Lieshu army. He's clearly colluding with the skeleton hunters and killing innocent people. I can go to the city-state to testify and help clear your name. Please add my contact information. Although I, Huaming, am a nobody. Okay, I'll contact you later if you have anything. Upon hearing this, the audio was completely swallowed by the noise, and the holographic image went black. The adjutant's Adam's apple rolled, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. There was strong current interference at the scene, and the signal was intermittent, but we can confirm that Master Chieying must have died at the hands of Chengzhuo. It's really strange, how could that kid kill Master Chieying? Liang Yi frowned and listened to it several times. The cold murderous intent gradually overflowed from his eyes. Chengzhuo, Huaming, you can't stay. That Huaming, I have already arranged to track him down. The adjutant replied. What should we do about Chengzhuo? His wife has now awakened to the S level. The deputy director is very concerned about it. We can't touch him easily. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. How's it going at the Wolfpack base? Did the deputy director meet with him? Not yet. The adjutant shook his head. Our people said that Cheng Zhuo was very arrogant and refused everyone's interview request. Instead, he left the base with an unidentified middle-aged man, and... Having said this, he paused, as if he was hesitant to speak. Speak. Liang Yi urged coldly. The adjutant looked strange and said uncertainly. According to the news from the scene, Cheng Zhuo may have awakened for the second time. Judging by the Xingxuan sign, he might even be S rank. What? Liang Yi's pupils trembled. Well, it's not necessarily him. The adjutant was shocked by his reaction and quickly added. I heard there are two people in Xingxuan, one is Cheng Zhuo, and the other is the middle-aged man whose identity is unknown. Would you like to listen to what you are saying? Liang Yi rolled his eyes at him. The awakening Xingxuan sign, how could there be other people in it? The adjutant looked confused. I'm puzzled too, but our people say the body detectors have detected two vital signs, right at the center of the star. After a pause, the adjutant said with a sinister look on his face. Colonel, the fact that we're collaborating with the hunters must not be exposed. Should we cut off the beginning of the video and keep the rest to prove Cheng Zhuo's guilt in killing the hunters? As long as Huo Ming is dead, he won't be able to defend himself. With this audio, no matter if he's S rank or something else, he'll have to listen to us. Hearing this, Liang Yi thought silently. His fingertips rubbed the edge of the projector repeatedly, as if weighing the pros and cons. Think for a while. He slammed the table and stood up, his military boots making a dull sound as they stepped on the ground. That's it. Let's go to the Wolfpack base. Outside the Wolfpack base, the scarlet awakening star swirled in the air, and the dark red light bands stretched out like the tentacles of a living creature, wrapping Cheng Zhuo and Lao Gao in the center. As the integration proceeds, time passes by little. Cheng Zhuo's consciousness seemed to be pulled away by an invisible force, and he felt as if he had entered a state of nothingness. In an instant, the scarlet star in front of him suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a huge arena suspended in the void. Under the dark and deep starry sky, the blue-black stone stands were stacked layer upon layer, with countless blurry figures shouting on them. The thunderous cheers came so loud that his eardrums were a little dizzy. In the center of the arena, a giant dragon that covered the sky and the sun was fighting with an octopus-clawed creature. The giant dragon was covered in dark purple scales, each scale glowing with a cold light. The purple dragon flame spewed from its mouth ignited a dark blue flame as soon as it landed on the ground, burning the air so much that it distorted it. The eight-clawed creature was silver-white all over, and looked like a snake or a lizard. The eight sharp claws shone with a cold light like a sharp blade. Every time they swung their claws, they could tear through the air and throw out several translucent blade auras. Boom! The two powerful energies collided, causing huge ripples in the air from time to time. The octopus-shaped lizard was obviously no match for the giant dragon, but every time the giant dragon's claws were about to pierce its body, the shackles on its neck would suddenly light up with dark golden patterns, and an invisible force would suddenly pull it, tearing off several pieces of dragon scales. Dark purple blood would drip onto the stone ground and instantly evaporate into white smoke. Afterwards, he had to leave the scene and was locked in a gold-embroidered cage on the side. As the sun and moon alternate, the octopus lizard appears again. Cheng Zhuo just watched them fight. The dragon won battle after battle, only to be imprisoned time and time again. Until the octopus lizard gradually became stronger. The dragon grew weaker and weaker, and it finally fell under the claws of the octopus lizard. Hateful. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but clench his fists. He could sense that the dragon's peak had long gone, and it shouldn't have been defeated in this way. If you have the guts, release its shackles. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but shout. But the only response he got was waves of cheers from the stands. When the dragon fell completely, the arena began to gradually dissipate. The dragon seemed to sense something and slowly raised its eyelids, as if looking at the starry sky, or as if staring at Cheng Zhuo. Get up! Cheng Zhuo felt inexplicably worried. But the scene that lasted for nearly 100 years and seemed to exist for only a moment suddenly disappeared, and there was nothing in front of his eyes. Along with a deep burning feeling came. Lao Gao couldn't help but look overjoyed. It worked! I actually taught a potential S-rank ancient martial arts inheritor. Moreover, the origin of his second awakening is also S-rank. Old Gao's eyes sparkled, and his usually expressionless face was filled with surprise. Ha! But this ecstasy did not last for 3 seconds.
His smile suddenly froze and his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something incredible. He leaned forward. The fingertips hovered in front of Chang Zhua. He could clearly sense Chang Zhua's origin card. There was actually an origin card floating there with a chilling aura. The dark lines were wrapped in wisps of gray mist, which was actually also an S-level source power fluctuation. Why is there another one? For a moment, Lao Gao even thought that he had sensed it wrongly. An S-level origin card. How could it be possible that he appeared in Chang Zhua's origin without any warning? Something's wrong. Almost at the moment he discovered the second origin card. A powerful suction force suddenly burst out from Chang Zhua's body. Lao Gao only felt that the source of energy in his body was rushing out like a broken stream of water, and a tearing pain came from the source. Oops, it's getting out of control. Lao Gao suddenly remembered the records of the chaotic origin in the clan documents. The 3 origins. That is not a power that humans can control. The possessor will eventually be polluted by the world of ruins and become a carrier of evil spirits, and the disaster caused will be immeasurable. Lao Gao hurriedly shouted. Chang Zhua! Wake up! Don't let the origin lead you astray. But Chang Zhua seemed to have no reaction, his eyes wandering, his lips moving constantly, his voice soft and fragmented, yet filled with a stubborn obsession. Get up, get up, get up! The outer periphery of Xingxuan. The crowd watching suddenly shuddered. A biting chill suddenly seeped into the originally scorching source power fluctuations. Someone subconsciously shrank their neck, pointed at the edge of Xingxuan, and screamed. Look! What is that? Is there something crawling out of the dirt? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At the edge of the scarlet light band, countless pale bony hands emerged from the soil, followed by the outlines of skulls of various shapes. Skeleton. An old hunter's expression suddenly changed, and he took 2 steps back. Someone is casting Summon the Dead. Chapter 86, 3SS are stronger, or is SSS stronger? When the group of skeletons with a faint blue glow emerged from the edge of the star, the crisp cracking sounds made people's scalps numb. The crowd of onlookers was instantly in an uproar. They all stepped back subconsciously. Especially some old hunters who had experienced the beast tide 20 years ago, their faces turned pale in an instant, and their memories seemed to have returned to the time of the fierce battle with the group of undead summons. Those things have no sense of pain and no fear. As long as their core is not destroyed, they will chase and bite people even if only half of their body is left. The necromancer possessed by the evil spirit, although only at level 6, caused great trouble to Star Iron City's defense against the beast tide. Mr. Deputy Director. Has there been any response from the Death Vault? Ren Tianqing pushed through the crowd, walked quickly to Hu Yensong, and asked with a frown. Several high-ranking officials from surrounding guilds also gathered around. They all knew that the necromancer was just a relatively rare summoning origin and was not dangerous in itself. Only the necromancer who used the secret forbidden items would be polluted by the ruins realm and become a disaster. The Death's Vault will respond to all undead forbidden items in the world. This is what they are most concerned about now. Hu Yensong turned his head to look at the secretary beside him. What's the situation? The fat white secretary didn't dare to delay. His fingertips quickly slid across the light screen on his wrist, and the holographic projection spread out instantly. The picture shows real-time monitoring of Death's hideout. A huge dark golden book filled with ancient aura was suspended in a specially made energy shield. The lines on its surface were calm and without even a glimmer of light. He switched to several detection angles, and the source force fluctuation curves around the secret treasure were as smooth as a straight line. Deputy Director. The plump secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and said firmly. There's no response from the Death Vault. This should just be a normal undead summoning awakening. Ordinary awakening? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned and turned their heads to look at the group of skeletons. Densely packed skeletons and corpses crowded around Xingxian, numbering at least 1,000, some of them even dragging broken spines and crawling rapidly on the ground. How could this be the kind of scene that an ordinary awakening could cause? Don't panic, everyone. Hu Yensong shouted in a deep voice, his rough voice instantly overwhelming the chaos at the scene. These undead summons haven't shown any active aggressive intent. Everyone, retreat. All hunters, listen up. Set up a cordon and enter alert. No attacks without my orders. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lieshu army, which had been on standby, immediately took action. The sound of orderly footsteps made the ground tremble, and the fluorescent blue shields closed with a clatter, quickly forming a source power cordon on the periphery, with the muzzles of the guns pointed at the group of skeletons. The chaos at the scene gradually subsided. Just as he said, the skeleton summons near Xingxuan were just wandering around aimlessly. Occasionally, some would stray into Xingxuan and be crushed into ashes. Doesn't look very smart. At this moment, the scarlet whirlwind that was originally blowing suddenly changed color. Waves of dark purple flames emerged from the center of the whirlwind, like living vines, climbing up along the lines of the whirlwind, quickly wrapping the entire star into a burning purple fire whirlwind. Is this really a sign of awakening? Someone couldn't help but mutter, his tone full of doubt. I've lived for 60 years and have never seen such a strange sign. It must be S-level. Every S-level sign is unique. I just don't know if it's Chengzhuo who awakens, or the middle-aged man. Is there any doubt about this? If that middle-aged man had awakened a second time, Chengzhuo, with his limited strength, would have been reduced to ashes after staying in there for so long. But the strength of this Xingxuan. Someone lowered his voice, with awe in his tone. Among the several 6th-level masters present, who has the confidence to stay in there for so long? The awakening sign is wrapped in the power of the lighthouse's rules, which is no joke. I think that person must be a 7th-level Caxiu. While everyone was talking about it. With a bang. A black shadow suddenly flew out from the purple Mars spiral. The hem of his clothes was rustling in the air current, and just as he was about to hit the ground, his body twisted strangely in the air, and he landed steadily on the ground with a light tap of his toes. This person was none other than the mysterious middle-aged man who had followed Chengzhuo into Xingxuan before. Seeing this, Hu Yensong and others hurried forward. Sir, what is going on? Hu Yensong asked respectfully. Hey, are you Huang Fubai's bodyguard, Mr. Gao? Song He on the side exclaimed in surprise. That time when he invited Huang Fubai, he was retorted by this person. At first he thought he was just an ordinary bodyguard, but unexpectedly, he was actually a top master. When Hu Yensong heard the name Huang Fubai, he suddenly realized what was happening. No wonder he'd asked Lingxi to check facial recognition, but it hadn't turned up any information. It turned out to be Huang Fubai's man. Lao Gao stared intently at Xing Xian, whose purple flames were flowing, and said in a serious tone. I am passing on the ancient martial arts tradition to him. The origin of ancient martial arts? Ren Tianqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was very familiar with this mysterious way of inheritance. His student Mu Yanji's realm and strength improved rapidly because he obtained the ancient martial arts inheritance. If it weren't for her mysterious master who had been missing, Mu Yanji would have probably reached the 7th level long ago. The people around were all veterans who had been immersed in the hunting world for many years. They were very clear about the importance of the origin of ancient martial arts. Hu Yensong, in particular, thought that Xingtia might produce another genius like Mu Yanji, and even his breathing became a little rapid. I wonder, what level is Chengzhuo's ancient martial arts inheritance? S rank. Lao Gao's voice was calm, but it exploded like a thunder in the crowd. Is the inheritance of ancient martial arts so awesome that any inheritance can be S-level? But his next words made people panic instantly. But something went wrong. He possesses 2 origins. The ancient martial origin I channeled actually triggered the secondary awakening of his F-level origin. The 3 origins squeezed together, and he is now in a state of origin chaos. Origin chaos? Yang Tianlang, who had been silent for a long time, murmured and repeated, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked. You mean, maybe he was contaminated by the evil spirits of the ruined realm and turned into a puppet? Given his recent condition, this possibility is very high. Lao Gao's eyebrows were twisted into knots, his eyes fixed on Ziwa Xingxuan, and there was a rare hint of concern in his tone. But the ancient martial origin is a man-made origin that even the lighthouse cannot replicate. I have already used 30% of my cultivation to help him stabilize it. If he can make it through. He paused, his voice filled with anticipation. Perhaps he will become the first hunter in history to possess 3 S-rank origins. Now, it depends on whether this kid's willpower can hold up. 3 S-level origins? Song He cried out in surprise. I've heard of SSS-level Divine Seal origins, but this is the first time I've heard of 3 S-level origins. Which one is stronger? Now it's not a question of strength. Hu Yensong interrupted him and said with a sullen face. If Chengzhuo can't make it, his origin will be in chaos and he will be eroded by the evil spirit. This level of awakening will probably trigger a ruin realm no less than 6 stars. After saying this, he bowed slightly to Lao Gao, his attitude very humble. Mr. Gao, allow me to order the activation of emergency combat readiness. If a high-level boundary gate is triggered, this place is too close to the city, and the consequences will be disastrous. Lao Gao nodded slightly, and was about to agree, but suddenly waved his hand and said, "No need, he seems to have succeeded." Everyone was stunned and followed his gaze. The originally burning purple Mars suddenly converged, and a faint red light faintly appeared in the center, like the sun breaking through dark clouds. Chapter 87: The Terrifying Master. 3 minutes ago, at the center of Xingxuan, Chengzhou seemed to be floating in endless ink, conscious but unable to grasp anything solid. He clearly heard Lao Gao's instructions before he left. "I've tried my best. From now on, it all depends on your own willpower. Don't get lost in the chaotic state of your origin. Remember, you are you. The origin is chaotic." When Lao Gao mentioned this word, Chengzhou was completely confused. He could hear the discussions outside clearly. Once contaminated by evil spirits, it may actually trigger a high-star boundary gate. This is outrageous. Others' second awakening went smoothly. How come he could cause such a big trouble? However, at this moment, Chengzhou didn't care whether it would cause an invasion of a high-star ruins world. What he cared more about was how to deal with the soul of the giant dragon in front of him. Right above this empty space, a giant purple and gold dragon was circling. Its scales glowed with a cold purple light, and each one looked like a carefully forged armor. Its dragon pupils were deep scarlet, and the breath it exhaled carried a scorching heat wave. Even the surrounding darkness was distorted by the heat. Humanity. The dragon's voice was like rolling thunder, filled with overwhelming hatred. "Give me your body. I want revenge, I want revenge." This giant dragon was the one Chengzhou saw in the void arena. Chengzhou really wanted to ask Lao Gao. "Let us say, when you say you want to rely on your own willpower, you don't mean to defeat the soul of this dragon, right?" Roar. The giant dragon didn't even give Chengzhou a chance to communicate. Its huge body turned into a ball of purple light, and with a thunderous dragon roar, it rushed towards Chengzhou. Buzz. At the critical moment, a milky white shield suddenly appeared in front of Chengzhou. In the faint halo, one can vaguely feel Lao Gao's presence. However, just as he had ignited a glimmer of hope, the shield cracked with a spider web-like pattern and shattered into spots of light in the next second. In front of the overwhelming dragon power, the shield was like paper and shattered at the touch. I'm afraid even Lao Gao never thought. The source of Chengzhuo's chaos, the evil spirits he summoned, were so terrifying. Almost instantly, Chengzhou felt a tearing pain that penetrated his bones coming from his mind. He felt like a small boat in a tsunami, which could be destroyed at any time. It's over. These were the only 2 words left in his mind. What the hell is willpower? Can anyone really survive this kind of creature through sheer willpower? Just before Chengzhuo's consciousness was about to sink into darkness, the system's ethereal notification tone suddenly exploded, like a ray of light piercing through the dark curtain of despair. The undead origin card created by the system has been detected to be corroded by an unknown object. It can be repaired for 100 harmony points. Do you want to repair it? Chengzhou, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, almost shouted in his heart. Fix it. Fix it quickly. Harmony value 100, undead origin card repairing. Detecting an imbalance in the master's essence, automatically adjusting. A small dragon soul has been detected. Humanistic persuasion is being attempted, but it's a bit stubborn. Persuasion has failed. Physical persuasion is being attempted. I have been defeated and surrendered, and I acknowledge my master. Successfully recognized the master and successfully integrated into the master's summoning origin. A series of prompt sounds exploded in his mind, so fast that Chengzhou had no time to react. He vaguely heard an unwilling dragon roar coming from the darkness, and then a warm power enveloped his consciousness. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. The purple Mars spiral in front of me is slowly dissipating. What surprised him was there were a bunch of skeletons around him staring at him with wide eyes, as if waiting for his orders. Oh no, when was he summoned? Chengzhou waved his hands frantically and lowered his voice. Go back. Go back. Get back underground. The skeletons turned around with a crackling sound, and one by one they burrowed into the ground and disappeared, leaving only fine bone fragments on the ground, which were soon burned to ashes by the aftermath of Xingxian.
Changjua, how do you feel? A figure almost teleported in front of him, revealing a hint of nervousness that was difficult to conceal. He said that he didn't care, but Changjua was his first successor and had consumed 3 times his original source. How could he really not care? Changjua calmed down and spoke with genuine gratitude. Master, I feel fine. My origin has stabilized. There's no problem. Release the origin and let me see it. Lao Gao urged. Changjua glanced at the crowd that had gathered around him, his face showing hesitation. Don't worry. Seeing this, Lao Gao's rough voice softened a bit, and a rare smile of relief appeared on his cold and dull face. With my master here, you don't have to hide anything anymore. After saying that, he gently opened his 5 fingers. Boom! A burst of white light emerged from his palm and instantly turned into a pulse, spreading out like water waves. Wherever he passed, the crowds that had gathered around him stopped in their tracks. Plop! Plop! The sound continued. Everyone was either kneeling or lying on the ground, lowering their bodies. Hu Yensong, Song He and others who were in the best condition were also half kneeling, with horror on their faces. They knew that Mr. Gao was very strong, but they didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. This is not the aura of the 7th level. I'm afraid it's level 8. Lao Gao raised the corner of his lips slightly, raised his hand and flicked his sleeves. The white light dissipated instantly, and the suffocating pressure also faded away. He patted Changjua on the back, his tone somewhat complacent. This move is called Qi swallowing mountains and rivers. Master will take the time to teach it to you. It is most suitable for intimidating those villains. The people around him only then dared to breathe heavily and looked at Lao Gao's back, all filled with fear. Changjua froze in his tracks, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Be a teacher? Does this mean that he has accepted him as his disciple? Surprised and happy, Changjua knelt down and thanked him. Thank you, master. He now had only one thought. The super-rich Huangfu Bai must get good benefits. Get up. Lao Gao helped him up and said, release your origin and let me see if there are any problems. Changjua nodded respectfully and quickly projected his origin. 3 different waves of source power emerged along his arms and quickly condensed into 3 cards of different shapes in his palms. 1 black, 1 white, and 1 purple slowly surround. There was a faint red glow all around, representing S-level potential. According to what his master said before, the man-made ancient martial arts origin should be integrated into his origin card like the breathing meditation card. It seems that the system is trying to maintain the balance of its origin. It was actually peeled off to form a separate origin card. It's actually possible to achieve a balance in this way. Strange, your undead origin card, I can't even comprehend it. Lao Gao raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes full of surprise. What a marvel! Someone actually possesses 3 origin cards? And he's even managed to keep them stable. This kid is clearly something special. Songha flattered from the side with a shocked tone. Lao Gao glanced at him sideways. That's because you have long hair but short knowledge. The smile on Songha's face froze for a moment, and he touched his nose awkwardly, not daring to retort. Whatever an 8th level master says is right. Lao Gao's gaze fell back on Changjua's palm, looking at the summoning origin card wrapped in purple flames, and asked curiously. What happened to your 2nd awakening summoning origin card? When Changjua heard this, his mind moved. As his mind moved, a light purple light pattern emerged from the card and quickly condensed into shape in front of him. When the light and shadow faded, a figure over 2 meters tall suddenly appeared. He was dressed in dark purple dragon scale armor, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long limbs, full of explosive power. This appearance was 70% similar to Chengjua's dragon form, except that his whole body was wrapped in dark purple flames, emitting a scorching pressure. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of scarlet vertical pupils, with the corners of the eyes slightly raised when glancing around. With the arrogance of looking down on ants. Chapter 88 Living Armor. Generally speaking, the 2nd awakening, in addition to improving potential, will most likely strengthen the original skills. It may be because Guan Guan has been strengthened by the system. Apart from the attributes being improved along with him, Guan Guan was not affected by his 2nd awakening. Cheng Zhua could sense it clearly. Guan Guan was still in the room, sleeping soundly with an empty bottle in his arms. Cheng Zhua summoned a brand new creature. He immediately glanced over. Star Abyss Summon, Star Abyss Dragon Beast. Biological Body Strength, 155.1. Talent, Dragon Beast body, possesses the same biological strength as its owner, with extremely high resistance to fire, and its source of power remains undiminished. Note, Dragon Beast can use most non-fusion cards.
Talent, living armor, can transform into beast armor, possessing the master or other summon creatures. Attributes are superimposed, and related armor skills can be derived. Talent Dragon Flame, all damage is infused with the Star Abyss Dragon's Dragon Flame effect, with extremely strong burning and corrosive properties. Introduction: this is a summoned beast infused with a trace of the Star Abyss Dragon's bloodline. Due to the dragon's influence, it has a somewhat arrogant temperament and it is difficult for it to look people in the eye. Rather than a summoned beast, it is more like a living armor. Similar to Venom? Not only can it fight independently, it can also use source cards, can possess can, and even possess Changjua, who is using the gravity body. It seems that it is because Guan's performance is too strong. Changjua was not too shocked after seeing the information about this humanoid dragon beast. He even felt that his original potential for a second awakening might not have reached S level, and it was probably the influence of the dragon that led to his current level. After all, the summoned body's innate skills are full of the shadow of a dragon. The dragon was sleeping in its own summoning space. Because it is not an original summoned creature, the cost of summoning it will be extremely high. The system has not yet opened it to Changjua for summoning. With his current source power, it will probably be sucked dry in a second. Moreover, its mood seemed to be very low. It's not so much that it's asleep, but rather that it's unwilling to wake up and face the situation. As expected of an S-rank summon, it's clearly extraordinary. Sunhao was the first one to flatter him. However, unlike his deliberate flattery, a man with a detector let out an incredible exclamation. This? How is it possible? The biological strength of this summoned body is actually level 155.1? How can Changjua also be level 155.1? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was shocked. Those who had detectors hurriedly took them out to check. Those who didn't have one squeezed in closer, craning their necks to stare at the screens of those around them, their faces filled with confusion. Isn't he a newcomer this year? He's only awakened for less than a month. And he's already at the peak of the first level? Is this the power of 3S level origin cards? The flames of this summoned being are terrifying even from 4 or 5 meters away. Oh my god, it's a level 3. As we all know, after entering the first level, the biological strength of Caxiu with different potentials mostly ranges from 50 to 150 levels. Occasionally there are extremely powerful individuals, and the error will not be that big relatively speaking. But Changjua and his summoned body are both level 155.1. The problem is that he hasn't absorbed the core of advancement into his origin yet. Level 0, 155.1? Are you kidding me? Everyone present was in shock and confusion. Changjua no longer used system mimicry to conceal his status. He now had enough trump cards and background. Only by appropriately demonstrating your strength and potential can you gain respect and status. At that time, Lao Gao reached out and grabbed Changjua's wrist. The two figures disappeared from the spot in an instant. Only a wisp of breeze remained, which startled everyone and made them stop and look around. Deputy Director, this Changjua has a bright future. Ren Tianqing sighed. Hu Yensong stood in front of the crowd, a complicated look in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had originally thought that for a useless F-rank summoner with no awakening ability, using a legendary breathing meditation card was a waste of resources and he would never be able to break through to the first level in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, it took less than a month. In terms of biological organism strength alone, Changjua is stronger than the average first-level person. As the deputy director of the Lieshu army, he was deeply aware that his handling of the Changjua incident was obviously too emotional. Ever since Xia Chan awakened to S level, this feeling of regret has been spreading in his heart. Just because of a moment of anger, he gave away a genius and even made a grudge against him. Short-sighted, short-sighted. Hu Yensong was secretly annoyed. Yang Tianlang, the leader of the Wolf Pack Guild, came over and asked in a deep voice. That Mr. Gao, is he from Tianji City? Hu Yensong nodded, it should be. Yang Tianlang frowned and turned to walk towards his giant wolf mount. A sentence left from a distance. Mr. Deputy Director, perhaps what you should be thinking about now is not how to dig Changjua and the others back from Hongshu Town, but how to prevent Tianji City from digging them away. On the top platform of the Wolf Pack base, Lao Gao stopped walking. Here. He turned around and handed 2 white cards with strange patterns on them to Cheng Zhuo. Initially, I really had no intention of accepting a disciple, so I only prepared these 2 ancient martial arts that are the foundation of our Liang Yi Yuan Lu. As for the other core ancient martial arts, I need to spend some time preparing them. You can practice these 2 first. Cheng Zhuo reached out to take the card and looked at it carefully. The card surface is very flat, with only the tiny word Liang Yi engraved in the corner of the back. At first glance, it looks no different from the most basic entry-level breathing card. He couldn't help but ask curiously. This ancient martial art is also directly integrated into the origin? That's right. Lao Gao nodded, and as he patiently explained, his fingertips unconsciously drew a Tai Chi circle in the air. We've removed the stacking restrictions of meditation. As long as you're willing to work hard, your proficiency will continue to improve. Ancient martial artists of the past were limited by their physical bodies, but we ancient martial artists, with our potential, can go as far as we can. Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up. You mean there's no such thing as a bottleneck? Yes, there is no bottleneck. Of course, we still need to absorb the source core for advancement. Lao Gao nodded. These 2 ancient martial arts, the left one is the Liang Yi Tanshu step, which focuses on body movements. When practiced to perfection, one can walk on the void. The other one is Han Yuan Jin, a force-generating technique that can help you generate power far beyond normal. It can be used in any close combat attack. Lao Gao changed his indifference when they first met. Become very gentle and extremely patient. Whenever Cheng Zhuo raised a question, he would break it down and explain it in detail. From the details of ancient martial arts promotion to the tricks of daily training, everything is explained. After explaining the basics of ancient martial arts training, Lao Gao suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming more urgent. The young master is researching a new material, and I can't leave him alone. You should go hunting more and raise your realm as quickly as possible. H0173 will probably be in chaos in the near future, so you should move to another place. Okay, I will definitely live up to master's expectations. Cheng Zhuo replied honestly. As if he felt that he had been delayed too long, he left very quickly. With a light leap, his figure flew out like a feather and disappeared into the inky night in an instant. After his master left, Cheng Zhuo finally had time to check the changes on his panel. 2 new S-level origins, each added 30 points of 4-dimensional attributes to him. The special attribute of luck can only be improved by the system's rewards. At this time, his biological body strength has reached level 155.1. More than double what it was before he awakened. But among all these surprises, what made Cheng Zhuo most excited was not the sudden increase in attributes, but the fact that the shackles of source power absorption were finally broken. His eyes subconsciously swept across the system space and landed on the quietly floating boundary stones. The boundary gate refined by the system has no restrictions on his realm rules. This means that he can finally take his wives to kill monsters and level up. The night winds swept across the platform again. Cheng Zhuo is no longer seen. An agile figure leaped several times above the base and moved quickly towards the gate. Chapter 89, Harmony and Monster Killing. Wow, Brother Zhuo, are you a god? Looking at the boundary gate in front of me, which was glowing gray and rippling like water ripples. The summer cicada's big eyes were wide open. Ruan Qinghe and Xia Mo were equally shocked. Cheng Zhuo can actually decide on his own whether to open the boundary gate, and it is only for their use. Don't just stand there, follow me. Cheng Zhuo picked up Tao Yaoyao, who was still sleeping soundly, called Guan Guan and the 3 girls, and stepped into the gate first. Gray light spread over his body like flowing water. The next moment, my feet touched the soft grass. Before my eyes was a world that was enough to make one's heart tremble. A bright moon, dozens of times larger than the real thing, hung in the sky, casting its light down, dyeing the vast grassland translucent. The blue-green grass was dotted with fluorescent stars, forming a sea of stars along the undulating terrain. Occasionally, there were a few tall, glowing giant flowers standing among them, with petals bigger than humans, emitting warm yellow light. In order to harmonize and kill monsters at the same time. Cheng Zhuo specially selected a boundary stone with the word grassland to facilitate the movement of the battlefield RV. You have entered the refined survival world Firefly Grassland. Star rating, none. Keyword, survival. Ruins exploration progress, 0.1%. Common beast types, wind type, firefly jet type. Ultimate mission, kill the Red Ridge Wolf King. What a beautiful place. Ruan Qinghe exclaimed subconsciously. She raised her hand and brushed away a wisp of light dust that floated in front of her eyes. The moment her fingertips touched it, the light dust turned into tiny warm rays and dissipated like starlight. Yes. That flower can even glow. Xia Chan couldn't help herself and subconsciously wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but Cheng Zhuo quickly pulled her back. The environment is indeed nice, but we must not be careless, Cheng Zhuo reminded. Then he raised his lips and blew a clear whistle. Call out. A scarlet arrow suddenly shot out from the void, dragging a long scarlet tail, like a red lightning, circling around them 3 times at a rapid speed. Only a few shrill sobs were heard. More than a dozen translucent animal shadows revealed their true forms from the bushes and fell down one by one. They are half a person's height, covered with light blue fur, and their faces are cracked like carnivorous plants, looking very hideous. Xia Chan screamed in fright and immediately turned around and threw herself into Xiaomo's arms. Don't be afraid, sister. I will protect you. Xiaomo, I'm going to protect you, why are you shaking? Cheng Zhuo put the sleeping Tao Yaoyao in the RV and began to make arrangements. Today, I'll let you get used to the feeling of hunting. During the day, we'll switch to a higher star level gate. I'll be the main one clearing it. That way, you can level up faster. After saying that, he released his origin and formed a team with the 3 women. They were also given some cards to fully arm them. Xia Chan stared at the TDG rifle in his hand for a moment, then looked up at Cheng Zhuo and said, Brother Zhuo, do you have a knife? How? Cheng Zhuo raised his eyebrows and looked at her. The little girl was obviously so scared that her lips were trembling, but she still held her neck stiff, looking eager to try. He couldn't help but smile. You're so scared, and you still want to fight in close combat? I'm not afraid. Xia Chan raised his chin slightly and said stubbornly. I'm so excited. Using a sword is so cool, like those female swordsmen in novels. I'll petrify everyone I see and chop them down with one blow. Okay, here you go. Cheng Zhuo did not refuse and took out the bloodthirsty earth demon knife looted from the Thunder Squad from the space. As soon as this epic weapon card appeared, it glowed with a scarlet light. The patterns on the card looked like flowing blood, and it exuded a sharp aura even before it materialized. Cheng Zhuo thought that once Xia Chan got scared, she would naturally choose to be a long-range agent. After saying that, he handed the bloodthirsty earth demon knife to her. Xia Chan couldn't wait to explore the origin. A scarlet sword as tall as her shoulders suddenly appeared. Wow, so handsome. Xia Chan's eyes lit up, and he waved his sword excitedly a few times. Then, with a ya sound, he raised his sword and slashed at the wolf-like creature that was rushing towards him. Cheng Zhuo originally thought she would back down soon. I didn't expect that although this little girl was afraid, she was not hesitant at all when she attacked. She really has some talent as a swordsman. Ruan Xinghe, on the other hand, also took out the scepter with excitement. Her original skill, Holy Light, had a healing effect, but it could also cause sacred damage to strange beasts. With the blessing of the epic scepter, she could kill strange beasts without hesitation. She always said that she had an inexplicable fear of the ruins. But when the hunting really began, that calm, holy look. There was no sign of weakness at all. Cheng Zhuo released the dragon beast and the cans together, responsible for protecting Ruan Xinghe and Xia Chan's safety respectively, and then released 30 corpse assassins to clear the map. He watched for a while. The 2 girls' hunting was unsystematic, but Cheng Zhuo was not in a hurry, as this was just the beginning. Mainly, his goal was to elevate their realm and strengthen their physical fitness. Otherwise, the gap would be too big, and it might be dangerous for them to have sex in the future. Just don't go. Cheng Zhuo pulled Xiaomo, who was eager to try. Your most important task now is to awaken as soon as possible. Let's get down to business first. Xiaomo originally saw her sisters hunting while she could only watch, feeling somewhat lonely, but then she heard what Cheng Zhuo said. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wolf Pack Base. In a small meeting room. You. No, you can't kill me. I am a captain of the Hunting Ruins army. Next time when you use your ultimate move, don't talk so much nonsense. Sizzle. After listening to the audio brought by Lian Yi, Hu Yansan's brows couldn't help but twist into a knot. Deputy Director, this Cheng Zhuo is vicious and murdered an officer from Lieshu. He must not be allowed to live. I implore you to immediately issue a wanted order and arrange for his capture. Destroy it. Before Lian Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hu Yansan's cold voice.
What did you say? I say, destroy the video. Hu Yensong ordered expressionlessly. Why? Liang Yi was confused. It's true that this kid is an S-rank genius, but precisely because of this, shouldn't this kind of person who stands in opposition to the city-state be strangled in the bud? Hu Yensong looked at him coldly. That Mr. Gao is Caxiu, a 7th-level ancient martial artist. I know. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. So what? Cheng Zhuo killed a Federation officer, a capital crime. Since Gao came from Tianji City, he must be more familiar with the Federation's laws. If he dares to openly attack us, he will be the public enemy of the giant city Federation. Hu Yensong looked at him indifferently. Remember the bloody incident in the eastern suburbs last year? Liang Yi was stunned. Mu Yenji is different. She was out of control at the time, so it's understandable that she accidentally killed the Lieshu army. Hu Yensong shook his head slightly. I don't know why Cheng Zhuo killed Xiang, but I believe there's probably a misunderstanding. If I have time, I'll personally find him to find out. Hu Yensong said something that made Liang Yi feel a chill down his spine. I've been keeping an eye on his movements. This kid resents me, but he's not going to the point of becoming an enemy of the city-state. At best, he's like most of the lower-class people in the outer cities, feeling indifferent to the giant city and turning a blind eye to its affairs. He took a deep breath and said in his serious tone. But as long as he's still hunting exotic beasts and still on the side of humanity, I will do my best to win him over. I won't waste any of my talent and resources fighting against the Ruins realm. Liang Yi frowned, Deputy Director. Go back. Your current mission is to retrieve the body of the white-faced nine-tailed fox as soon as possible. I will take care of Cheng Zhuo's affairs. Firefly Grassland. The battlefield RV's suspension engine hummed softly, slowly following the hunting pace of Wan Xinghe and others. The scarlet swordlight and the white magic were intertwined, the tiger roar and the shadows flowed, and those fluorescent beasts were falling one after another. There was a gentle breeze on the roof. Cheng Zhuo leaned on the silver-gray railing, holding a half-can of cold beer between his fingers, his eyes fixed on the lively hunting scene below. The faint light of source power was looming around him. This was the effect of the source power coupling team. As long as the distance was close enough, the source power dissipated when the strange beasts died would still automatically gather towards him. Even if they are just some exotic beasts that have not yet reached the rank. His source power level is still rising rapidly. The S-level origin potential is so terrifying. Ding ding. The sound coming from the stairs was subtle and clear. Cheng Zhuo turned around almost instantly, and a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of his lips. The moonlight just happened to fall on the person who came. Xiaomo was wearing a black silky suspender dress with the straps hanging loosely on her shoulders, revealing a large area of fair skin and plump, slightly swaying breasts. Her long silver hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair hanging down at the side of her neck, swaying gently with her steps. She had just taken a shower, and there was a faint scent of bath water on her body, which drifted over with the night breeze from the grassland, tickling Cheng Zhuo's heart. Among the three girls, only Xiaomo could remain calm under his burning gaze. The pair of cold eyes in the past were now like a deep spring, making her even more charming and alluring. Chapter 90, Love on the Grassland. Are you cold? Cheng Zhuo reached out and pulled the girl into his arms, kissing her on the forehead. Xiaomo shook her head slightly, raised her hand to hold the railing, and stuck close to Cheng Zhuo. Her eyes first looked at the backs of Wan Xinghe and her sister hunting. Then he looked at Cheng Zhuo sadly, full of expectation. It seems to be saying, I wish I could fight like them. Don't worry, your unlock rate is increasing the fastest, so it won't take long. Xiaomo nodded slightly and rested her forehead lightly on Cheng Zhuo's shoulder. Her skin was delicate and slightly cool, and the feeling of soft fragrance in her arms made Cheng Zhuo's big hands unable to resist. While coaxing her, he caressed her wantonly. The girl let out a moan. She took the initiative to put her arms around Cheng Zhuo's neck. Find his lips accurately. There was a moment of whispering in their ears. Cheng Zhuo soon discovered that it was actually Kong. He subconsciously looked up, only to find that the girl in his arms had already flushed and her breathing had become slow. She gently brushed back her messy silver hair, and her almond-shaped eyes, as she raised them, were filled with charm. The moonlight poured down gently, stretching the shadows of Cheng Zhuo and Xiaomo very long. The girl's back is slender and flexible, her waist is as slender as a willow, but the hip line below her waist is surprisingly round. And full of elasticity. after a little attribute enhancement every day. She was noticeably in better shape and slightly taller. It also seems a little more sensitive. Xiaomo's longing for you becomes more urgent, harmony value plus 21. The system prompt sounded. Zhengzhuo directly chose to close it and focus on the beauty in front of him. Under the moonlight, Xiaomo's silver white hair had already become disheveled, and 3,000 silver white hairs were fluttering freely in the night wind. Like a blooming flower, spring is everywhere. The sounds of hunting continued in the distance. The aha cries of the summer cicadas mixed with the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, and the scorching airwaves when the dragon beast breathed out dragon fire seemed to be able to float to the roof of the car. But all this noise could not conceal the charm of the roof. Sister is secretly studying again. Xiachan stopped the long knife in her hand and looked back at the car roof where Cheng Guan was wantonly. Little slut, even the beasts being chopped by the knife didn't make as loud a noise as hers. Xiachan curled her red lips, a hint of eagerness appeared in her eyes, and then she murmured. Forget it, let her work hard to awaken. Ruan Xinghe had also noticed the madness of the two people on the roof a long time ago. After hearing a long voice, Ruan Xinghe immediately stopped the scepter in his hand and walked into the carriage calmly. With E-level potential, it's still too slow to improve. You have to work hard. I'm not craving for that kind of feeling. Ruan Xinghe's face flushed and she quickly walked into the bathroom. After washing off the sweat from hunting, Ruan Xinghe couldn't wait to put on a nightgown. Just about to walk towards the roof. Not knowing what he was thinking of, he paused and took out the white micro-elastic combat uniform from his backpack. She bit her red lips, thought for a moment, took off her nightgown, and quickly put on her combat uniform. Then tapped the adjuster on your wrist. With a chi sound. The combat uniform suddenly tightened, wrapping her curvy figure perfectly and showing off her soft and elastic curves to the fullest. Especially the pair of fruits, which are 3 times fuller than the twin sisters, outline an attractive curve. Ruan Xinghe looked down at herself, and her cheeks turned redder. I can't let Xia Mo outperform me, this little girl is really good at it. Ruan Xinghe thought secretly. Reaching out and pulling the zipper down again. Chapter 91 Strength is the most reliable asset. Tread, tramp. There was a sound as light as a cat's footsteps coming from the stairs. As soon as Ruan Xinghe's figure appeared on the edge of the roof, Chengzhuo's eyes were instantly attracted to her. The cold white combat uniform clung tightly to her body, highlighting the round lines of her body to the fullest. From her ankles to her legs, from her slender waist to her breasts, every inch of her skin was exposed. The perfect curve of the waist and hips twists with each step. Step by step closer. She is charming and her eyes are full of love. Chengzhuo's throat rolled unconsciously, and the fire in his eyes instantly burned even more intensely. Come here, Xia Mo is exhausted. The scenery of the Firefly Grassland is like a dreamland. Of course, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it cannot compare to the beautiful lady beside Chengzhuo. The night wind and panting intertwined in my ears. Unconsciously. It was already late at night. You and Xia Mo complete a harmony value plus 150. You successfully completed a harmony, blind core plus 1. You and Ruan Xinghe completed a harmony value plus 150. Ha! When Chengzhuo was taking stock of his harvest, he discovered that there was actually a special surprise. After his original potential reached S level, the harmony value he increased each time increased 5 times compared to before. At this rate, his undead origin will be able to reach the 2nd level in less than a week. Another point may be that love develops over time. The harmony value of the 3 women also increased a lot due to the emotional fluctuations. Especially the feeling like you are right in front of me, but I still miss you so much, which can increase 4 or 5 times an hour in such a beautiful late night. It increases much faster than the actual combat harmony. The night grows darker. Wait until the sound of the sleeping person beside you gradually wakes up. Chengzhuo stopped the RV and walked out. The corpse assassin not far away was still searching for any fish that had escaped the net nearby, and the dragon beast with a purple glow was still running around. When Xiachan came back, Guan hid in the corner of the carriage and fell asleep. Chengzhuo's mind moved, and the dragon form suddenly appeared. Biological strength rating, 334.5. The common body strength range of the 2nd level Caxiu is between 200-400. After Chengzhuo's 2nd awakening, the strength of his body in the dragon form state is comparable to that of a regular 2nd tier Caxiu. It may not be as good as some 2nd tier Caxiu with enhanced physique, but it is also surprising enough. After a little adaptation, he looked up at the dragon beast busy hunting not far away and changed it back. Compared to Guan Guan, who is still an infant but has a high IQ, this dragon beast does not look very smart and only knows how to rigidly carry out the tasks assigned by Changzhua. Changzhua stood beside it and compared it. One is dark blue, the other is purple. Except that the dragon beast's head looks more like a ferocious beast, it is indeed very similar to his dragon form. Armor possession. Changzhua muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon beast suddenly let out a low roar. All the scales on his body began to tremble, and his body was actually decomposing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dark purple scales peeled off from the back, and the whole body gradually turned into streams of purple light, which began to wrap around Changzhua's ankles. It won't take a moment. The color of Changzhua's dragon scales gradually changed to a faint glow alternating between blue-black and dark purple. Bone spurs also appeared on the outside of his limbs, stacked layer upon layer, gradually outlining sharp curves, and the whole person grew several inches taller. Also became a little stronger. Even Changzhua's dragon-shaped helmet changed its appearance. The originally slightly rounded outline became more ferocious, with 2 short and thick amethyst horns protruding from the forehead, and 3 rows of interlaced spikes protruding from the jawline. It looks like an ancient ferocious beast. At the moment the beast armor took shape. The system then updated the new data of his beast armor's dragon form. Beast armor dragon form. Biological body strength, 490.2. Beast armor skill, Dragon Flame Pulse, gathers the power of the dragon flame within the beast armor, firing a pulse of high temperature corrosiveness. Current status can be maintained for 1 hour 45 minutes. Introduction. After the dragon form is attached to the beast armor, the defense and body attributes are cumulatively improved, and it has long-range attack capabilities. Congratulations, this is a perfect humanoid combat weapon. Changzhua slowly raised his hand, while silently reciting Dragon Flame Pulse. The beast armor on his right arm made a cracking sound, and gradually formed a cannon barrel with a palm width and a dark purple glow on his palm. Bang! A dull roar suddenly sounded. A dark purple dragon flame pulse, like a purple flame compressed to the extreme, just burst out from the barrel, and the firefly grass passing by instantly curled up into charred fragments. The air along the trajectory was twisted into waves, rapidly moving away with a powerful impact force. 30 meters away, an unknown beast happened to crash into the pulse trajectory. It just realized something was wrong and dodged sideways, but the aftermath of the dark purple dragon flame still blew it away. There was no blood splattering, only the sound of corrosion exploding with a sizzling sound. The crustacean skin melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the gray bones inside. In less than 3 seconds, the entire body collapsed into a pool of black mud emitting black smoke. Seeing this, Changzhua's scarlet pupils flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Finally, a decent ranged skill. The next day, the scorching sun hangs in the sky. Inside an underground passage in the ruins of an old city. Clatter. A few pieces of gravel suddenly fell from the groove in the side wall of the passage, hitting the dusty ground with a slight sound. Then a halo of light emerged. A gray gate suddenly appeared. Changzhua stepped out of the gate. Although he has now awakened his S-level potential and has a powerful master as his backer, he has received top contracts from many guilds. But he still didn't choose to stay at the wolf base. He had no intention of dealing with those high-ranking officials, nor did he have any plans to sign a contract with the guild for the time being. According to his original plan, he passed through another gate of the Forest of Death and came to the ruins of the old city that he had arranged in advance. He really couldn't understand why the hunting army and the skeleton hunters were cooperating. Could it be possible that those thugs who roamed the wilderness all year round, preying on low-level hunters and digging out their internal organs to sell, were secretly arranged by the city-state? Everything is for the continuation of mankind, and city-states are a community of shared destiny. The city-state's top leaders always keep these words on their lips. But aren't the lives of the lower-class lives really lives? If there really was something that needed to be dissected and studied, why did it have to be these little people struggling to survive in the wilderness? Don't people like Huoming deserve the right to live? If it was to replace the internal organs of those nobles and gentry, that would be even more outrageous. Changzhua didn't bother to worry about whether these things were right or wrong. His experience of 2 lives had already taught him that in a world where disasters ravaged the world and civilization existed in vain, he could never hope for mercy from the rulers. The so-called rules and morals are nothing more than shackles used by the strong to restrain the weak. Only your own strength is the most reliable capital.
Thinking of this, Chang Zhuo no longer hesitated and immediately opened the system space. His eyes fell on a 3-star boundary stone.
In its current state of beast armor dragon form, with the assistance of Tao Yaoyao and Guan Guan.
It's enough to go to the Samsung Ruins realm and try to jump to a higher level.
Refine. The first line of defense in the suburbs of Xingtia City. A quiet inner chamber of the fortress. Colonel Liang Yi of the Lieshu army leaned against the sofa. The brass cigar cutter cut across the cigarette with a crisp click sound, and the cut was smooth and neat. He pinched the cigar with his fingertips, and before he could bring it to his lips, there were 2 shallow knocks and 1 deep knock at the door. Dong dong, dong.
Liang Yi glanced at the dazzling sunlight outside the window and showed a hint of surprise. He paused and gave his adjutant a look.
The adjutant understood and walked forward quickly without any hesitation, opened the heavy alloy door, welcomed the person in, and then pressed the secret button on the wall with his backhand. The light blue signal blocking curtain instantly enveloped the entire room. After doing this, he walked out with his hands hanging down. The person who came was a tall man in a cloak. After he entered the room, he took off his hood, revealing a long and narrow face. He has high brow bones, deep eye sockets, and thin lips with a faint smile. Behind him,
there was also a hunched and thin figure following him.
You broke the rules. Liang Ye's eyes suddenly narrowed, staring at the hunched figure, in broad daylight, and you brought a stranger here. The tall man acted as if he didn't hear anything and walked straight to the sofa opposite and sat down.
He picked up the freshly cut cigar on the table with his fingertips, took out a silver lighter and lit it with a click.
The aroma of burning tobacco spread.
He took a deep breath, exhaled the smoke ring from his lips, and then said slowly, "Don't worry, the people I can bring here are naturally trustworthy." After saying that, he patted the sofa beside him.
Come and sit, Mr. Luo. Zhao Guangming.
The tall man's nonchalant attitude seemed to annoy Liang Yi, and his eyes were filled with scarlet anger.
You'd better give me an explanation. You're a 5th rank hunter. Even if your strength was restricted, it was at least at the peak of 3rd rank. And what happened? The 9-tailed fox's forbidden treasure was stolen right under your nose. Is this the foolproof you promised me? This is indeed my fault.
Zhao Gongming took a deep puff of his cigar and said with some depression,
That damn place restricts my telepathy.
I didn't expect someone to be so bold as to steal things from our shadow society.
Bah!
Liang Yi spat on the ground, his eyes full of sarcasm. You've been pretending to be the Shadow Society's chief pastor for a few days.
You're not really thinking you're a Shadow Society member, are you? You messed up a 7th tier forbidden item. How are you going to explain this to that person? That's what I said.
Zhao Gongming stretched out his hand to gesture to the person wrapped in the cloak beside him.
Mr. Luo, why don't you say hello to your instructor? He.
The man called Master Luo suddenly let out a strange laugh that sounded like it had been polished with sandpaper, and slowly took off his hood.
You. Liang Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of person is this in front of me?
His skin was grayish-white, he was skinny, and there was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, but no blood was flowing out.
This is not a human at all.
Liang Yi subconsciously wanted to draw his weapon, but he suddenly stopped after hearing his next words.
Instructor Liang, are you planning to use the phantom revolver they gave you as a token of their gratitude to you to attack the students?
Liang Yi narrowed his eyes and revealed a slightly suspicious surprise.
Luo Qiang? Master Luo? Chapter 92 Sequence Breaking Source Core.
Luo Qiang raised his skinny hands, his knuckles were bluish-gray and his skin stuck to his bones, like a layer of wrinkled oil paper. He stared at the lines on his palm, his tone tinged with self-mockery. It's normal that the officials can't recognize me now that I look like this.
Liang Yi looked suspicious. What's wrong with you? Ha! A cluster of blue flames suddenly shot out from Luo Qiang's fingertips.
The flames danced between his fingers, but there was no temperature at all. Instead, it made the surrounding air a little colder. I fused the forbidden immortality items from the Death God series.
What?
Liang Yi's whole body stiffened, his wrist suddenly turned, and he pulled out the pistol with a swish.
Light blue fluorescence flowed along the lines of the gun barrel, and the muzzle was pointed steadily at Luo Qiang's eyebrows.
Even his breathing became heavier.
Zhao Gongming, what's going on? Is what he said true? You're a colonel after all, how come you're even more impulsive than a rookie? Zhao Gongming sneered and reached out to press down Liang Yi's wrist holding the gun. He glanced at Luo Qiang and said,
If there was any problem, Mr. Luo, and it wasn't your turn to draw your gun, I guess your deputy director would have already come to kill him with the death god's secret treasure.
Liang Yi hesitated and slowly put down his gun.
But still remained vigilant. He knew the reputation of the Death God series of forbidden items better than anyone else. The war 20 years ago was extremely brutal. In history, there have been 4 series of Death Gods, 3 of which became puppets of the Ruins realm.
The only exception is the first-generation Lord of Tianji City.
But what Zhao Gongming said was right. If Luo Qiang was really contaminated by banned substances, the deputy director would have sounded the alarm for the entire city long ago.
The Death God's secret treasure can sense a series of forbidden items that appear in the Ruins realm, let alone in the suburbs. Although Luo Qiang looks like a walking corpse, his thinking seems to be normal. Could it be that he got some treasure that can restrain it?
Liang Yi stared at Luo Qiang, who looked like neither a human nor a ghost.
Mr. Luo, you can't live like a rich young man? Why did you make yourself look like this? He. Luo Qiang laughed strangely. It's all thanks to that Changzhua. Changzhua?
Liang Yi was a little surprised.
Why was it Changzhua again?
Luo Qiang stared at Liang Yi meaningfully. The instructor must be upset because of him. Liang Yi didn't reply, but glanced at Zhao Gongming angrily. Zhao Gongming immediately spread his hands.
Don't look at me, I didn't say that. There's nothing to worry about.
Liang Yi sat back on the sofa and said nonchalantly. He has no evidence.
Oh? Really? Luo Qiang's dry lips curled up into a cold smile. We are all smart people, so why hide it?
With your temper, instructor, I believe you will never leave such a thorn behind if you have the chance.
Liang Yi no longer denied it. Do you have a way? He's a big celebrity now. If you give me an opportunity, I can get rid of him. Luo Qiang said.
Liang Yi shook his head helplessly and laughed. That guy couldn't even meet the deputy director. I received news that he took all 3 wives away early in the morning without anyone noticing. Not even the surveillance cameras caught him. It must have been his mysterious master who did it.
Where can I create an opportunity for you?
Luo Qiang's dry lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. You only need to send a team to the Nanling ruins to set up a base and spread the news that there is a summoning sequence breakthrough source core. He is an S-rank summoner and will naturally come to you on his own initiative. Oh, then you underestimate him too much. Liang Yi snorted lightly and said in a cold voice. This guy is very cautious. He kills people and destroys the bodies. If he didn't know that military vehicles have hidden surveillance cameras, I might not even know that he killed Qiang.
What makes you think he would be fooled by such false information? Who said it was fake news? Luo Qiang curled his lips. Liang Yi's pupils trembled. You mean, there is indeed news of a sequence-type rank-breaking source core at the Nanling ruins? Mr. Luo didn't frame you. This is absolutely true.
Zhao Gongming took over the conversation and swiped his fingertips twice on the virtual screen, calling up an encrypted file.
I've confirmed it. This is the lighthouse quest in Sanha town. There's a nest beneath the Nanling ruins where sequence-cracking source cores will appear, levels 1 to 3. There's a chance they'll yield a legendary promotion core. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes. Legendary? So, it's not a summoning type? No one knows what department it is, but he certainly won't miss it, right? A trace of hatred flashed in Luo Qiang's eyes. You just need to help me spread this news quickly. Once he enters the nest, the rest will be my responsibility. You can't touch him outside, but if he dies in the nest, you can't blame anyone else. Liang Yi looked suspicious.
He inherited the legacy of a 7th rank master.
What makes you think you can kill him? Don't expect me to give you any help. I'm not ready to fight him to the death. Ha!
A hoarse and strange laugh rolled out of Luo Qiang's throat, and his skinny palms slowly spread out. Beneath the bluish-gray skin, 3 balls of light radiating silver light were swirling around the gray card in the palm of their hand, each ball of light shrouded in a faint aura of rank. 1 first order, 1 second order, the outermost one. It turned out to be the 3rd level promotion core. Ha! Liang Yi was slightly stunned, staring at the 3 balls of light. Luo Qiang, who had just awakened, actually became a 3rd level Caxiu. Is this the power of the immortal forbidden object? Can a newcomer directly become a 3rd level hunter? Why should I help you? What's the reason? Liang Yi suppressed his shock, thought for a while, and shook his head. If Cheng Zhuo were still that F-rank loser, I wouldn't bat an eyelid to kill him. But now, the deputy director thinks highly of him. There's no need for me to treat him as an enemy. It would affect the organization's overall plans. Even if he said something in front of the deputy director, I can easily deny that it was Qi Ying's personal actions. Besides, judging by his attitude towards the deputy director, he might even be suspicious of the deputy director. Why would I bother getting involved in this mess? What if I can give you the opportunity to enter the 7th level? Luo Qiyang said something that shocked Liang Yi. Liang Yi stood up suddenly, and the energy field around him was released instantly. He stared coldly at Luo Qiyang. Mr. Luo, don't think that just because you're the city lord's illegitimate son, you can easily deceive me. My reputation as a vicious person, Liang Yi, is not exaggerated. Facing Liang Yi's pressure, Luo Qiyang showed no fear at all. He twirled the gray origin card in his palm with his fingertips. You may not believe this, but I originally had the chance to directly enter the 6th level. He paused, gnashing his teeth, and said, I sacrificed 50 years of my life to barely suppress the erosion of the forbidden object, but Cheng Xiao ruined my plan. He took away the undead forbidden object that I hadn't had time to integrate. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, but the death god's secret treasure didn't respond. That's what I'm saying. Luo Qiyang's expression gradually became ferocious and fanatical. Cheng Zhuo's S-rank undead origin must be the product of that forbidden undead artifact, but look at him, he doesn't look like a necromancer at all. He can definitely eliminate the contamination of the forbidden artifact and block the perception of the death god's vault. Aren't you tempted? As far as I know, in the entire Xingtia city, besides the deputy director and my father, you are the only one with permission to access the death god's vault, right? Luo Qiyang suddenly moved closer and said in a low voice. Think about it carefully. If you can dig out the secrets of Cheng Zhuo and completely control the secrets of the god of death, then by then, will the 7th level be difficult for you? Chapter 93 may be exposed. 3-star Ruins Realm, Arctic Icefield. The biting cold wind whistled past, blowing up ice chips, and the ground was frozen harder than steel. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded. Boom! A 3-headed monster python covered with ice armor and 40 meters long fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yao Yao! Yao Yao! Tao Yao Yao was wearing a pair of bright red leather shoes, her skirt was covered with snow, and she ran towards Cheng Zhuo like a jumping little ball. Even the 4th level derivative boss couldn't withstand a single punch from her small fist. That's great. Cheng Zhuo picked her up lovingly and patted the snowflakes on her 2 little tufts of hair. Arctic Icefield hunting mission completed. Simulated Lighthouse Reward. Congratulations on obtaining the 4th level Source Core 50. Congratulations on obtaining the Elite Series weapon card Mystic Ice Staff. Congratulations on obtaining the Premium Series equipment card Mysterious Ice Armor. A pale blue system prompt flashed before Cheng Zhuo's eyes. He raised his hand to rub his frozen cheek, his eyes falling on the fully drawn realm progress bar on the panel, and he exhaled softly. It's time to go out and contact Miss K. He remembered that Catherine had mentioned before that there was a rank-breaking source core hidden in the H0173 ruins. He originally thought that after brushing through so many imitation worlds made of boundary stones, he would eventually encounter one. But he brushed it for 5 days in a row. From a 1-star world to a 3-star world. Even after the experience bar was filled up, there was still no sign of a rank-breaking beast. These days, in addition to exploring every realm, he spent most of his time on clearing 3-star realms, which made him and Xia Chan's realm progress rapidly. Even Wan Xinghe's advancement progress exceeded 10%. Keep brushing like this. In more than a month, Wan Xinghe was able to reach the 1st level without awakening. This is definitely a record-breaking speed in the E-class potential. In the real world, even if there were low-level servants with high-level hunters, they would not be able to obtain such a high source power diversion. Because most of the killing power will be divided up by high-level teammates. The only drawback is, he was unable to absorb the source power from the strange beast that Tao Yao Yao killed. Perhaps because he is an independent life form, although Tao Yao Yao recognizes him as her master, he is still obviously different from the Guan Guan summoned by the origin. If Tao Yao Yao could learn to release her origin and team up with Cheng Zhuo, perhaps Cheng Zhuo would also be able to absorb the origin power of the monsters she killed. But unfortunately, Tao Yao Yao didn't understand. Guan Guan is a fake translator. Tao Yao Yao could only understand some very simple instructions from Cheng Zhuo, such as shaking a fist. Yay, beat it to death. Her current IQ may only be equivalent to that of a baby a few months old. Most of the time, Tao Yaoyao was either playing in the mud, rolling snowballs, or secretly pulling the tail of Guan Guan from behind while he was hunting monsters. She was like an energetic little naughty boy. Cheng Zhuo sighed from time to time. No wonder the system prompted that long-term guidance was required. So most of the time, Cheng Zhuo took drugs to maintain his beast armor dragon form. With Guan Guan's help, they had no problem clearing the 3-star ruins. Only when he encounters a 4th-level boss that he really cannot defeat will Cheng Zhuo ask Tao Yaoyao to deal with it. After digging out the source core of the giant python boss, Cheng Zhuo walked towards the RV. From a distance, the warm yellow light of the RV could be seen spreading out through the car window. Before it reached the door opened with a click and Xiaomo's pretty face peeked out from behind the door. Her long silver hair swayed gently in the cold wind, and she looked at him with a smile. Xiaomo really wants to hug you, harmony value +9. After hugging, I still want to kiss you. Harmony value +15 inch. After kissing, I still want to have sex, harmony value +32. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but smile. He went up to Xiaomo and gave her a big hug. He pecked her red lips and whispered, "I'll come back later." The warm love words brushed past her ears, causing Xiaomo's snow-white skin to turn red. The car was filled with the aroma of barbecue. "Are you back? Go wash your hands and have dinner." Ruan Qinghao was wearing a light pink apron with some barbecue oil stains on the corners. She walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of sizzling barbecue. "I'm going out after eating." Cheng Zhuo directly stated the plan. "I need a breakthrough source core, so I have to go out and get some information." Ruan Qinghao opened her red lips slightly, her pretty face full of surprise. "So fast?" Xia Chan just said that she has reached the halfway point of her realm. "Is this the speed of 3S level origins?" "Hey, I thought that after awakening to S level, I could help Brother Zhuo, but I didn't expect that I would still be a burden." Xia Chan held her cheek, her fingertips unconsciously poking the patterns on the tablecloth, her tone full of annoyance. Ever since Cheng Zhuo started to clear maps in the 3 stars ruins, she could only stay in the RV like Ruan Qinghao and Xiaomo. Her petrification ability is almost ineffective against the 3rd level and even 4th level monsters here, and she can't even assist Cheng Zhuo. What's more, in a place like this, any strange beast has the ability to kill her instantly. Don't lose heart. Cheng Zhuo raised his hand and rubbed her head, his fingertips running through her soft hair. As long as you're by my side, you're the greatest help to me. I can't get where I am today without you. Stop calling yourself a burden. Xia Chan responded softly, then raised her bright eyes and said with some expectation, "Brother Zhuo, please go out and do your work. Can Sister Qinghe and I go to the low-star ruins realm to farm maps?" "Of course, I'll let Dalong and Guangguan protect you," Cheng Zhuo said with a smile. "Yeah." Xia Chan stood up and cheered. "If you have time when you go out, please buy me some things." Ruan Qinghao naturally reached out and pulled Cheng Zhuo's arm, opened his watch, and recorded the voice in his memo. "Remember to bring some toiletries and vegetables." What caught Cheng Zhuo's sight was the profile of a pure and tender girl. A strand of long hair on her forehead slowly fell down and was gently lifted behind her ear with her white fingers. Cheng Zhuo was a little dazed. "You?" After Ruan Qinghao finished recording the voice, she looked up and met his straight eyes. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked with her head tilted, "Is there something on my face?" Cheng Zhuo smiled, put his arm around her slender waist, and pecked her soft cheek lightly. "She looks like a good wife and mother." "Eh?" Xia Chan immediately covered her eyes and let out an exaggerated cry, but there was a large gap between her fingers. "Showing affection every day, it's suffocating, suffocating. Come, let's show off and make your sister Qinghe choke on us too." "Oh, no, it's broad daylight. What are you thinking? I just want a kiss, why are you sticking your butt out?" About 2 hours later, Cheng Zhuo's figure walked out of the gate in an abandoned high-rise building. Outside the building was a gray sky, and the strong wind blew dust through the broken window frames, making a whoosh sound. He immediately turned on his smartwatch and quickly swiped across the message list. Most of the messages were from high-ranking members of the guild, all of which were recruitment offers with high benefits and high salaries. Cheng Zhuo quickly clicked to ignore it. He didn't stop until he saw the message with the note, "Master Lao Gao. Please take some time to come to Yunjing Villa number 108. I know you like using guns, so I specially made a gun skill card for you." Cheng Zhuo looked at the time of the message. It happened to be sent this morning, so I quickly replied, "Okay, I'll be there this afternoon." Then he flipped through the other information. My eyes were instantly drawn to an anonymous message. "Be careful, the Lieshu army is tracking me, I might be exposed." Chapter 94 Complaint. It's Hua Ming. The moment Cheng Zhuo saw the anonymous message, he thought of him. He dialed immediately, but it showed no signal. He dialed the number he had added before, and got the same cold, mechanical prompt, repeating the voice, "The current number cannot be connected." This made Cheng Zhuo's heart sink. Why was it exposed? When dealing with the scene that day, he clearly checked every trace carefully. With a lot of questions in his mind, Cheng Zhuo opened a door at random and walked in quickly. He found an open, rocky area. With a thought, the aircraft, transport vehicles, and 6 hoverbikes in the system space fell to the ground one by one. The time in the system space is still, and these vehicles still maintain the state when they were loaded into the space. At that time, the scene was deserted and there was no one around. If any problems were found, they would most likely be on these vehicles. Cheng Zhuo turned on the system's detection function. Checked them one by one. Xiang even turned off his watch at that time, and of course all the equipment on the aircraft was turned off as well. It is impossible for a team like the skeleton hunters to do dirty work while recording or videoing. Cheng Zhuo checked every one of them and found nothing unusual as he expected. His eyes finally fell on the transporter. The car was badly damaged, and some of its peripheral surveillance equipment had been destroyed by the hunters. Is there anything missing? Cheng Zhuo checked every detail with doubts. Sure enough, a pinhole camera was found in the corner of the carriage. The camera's power supply and signaling devices are independent and remain powered on. It seems that some sounds were recorded. Cheng Zhuo suddenly realized. These hunters are quite cunning. I have to be more careful when doing this kind of thing in the future. I don't know how big the interest groups are involved in this. Was it Liang Yi, the deputy director, or even the mysterious city lord? Doubt swirled in his heart, but Cheng Zhuo didn't think about it anymore. Be vigilant, but don't delay doing what needs to be done. He exited the gate. His fingertips slid across the friend list on the smartwatch, finally stopping at the avatar of Catherine, and pressed the call button. The receiver rang only twice before Catherine's cheerful and somewhat teasing voice came. "Hey, isn't this our Redstone Town's new 3S legend? The whole world's been looking for you, and yet you actually took the initiative to call your sister. I thought you'd completely forgotten about a nobody like me." "Ha, how could I forget?" Cheng Zhuo laughed with a hint of sincerity. "Ms. K helped me so much before, I remember it." "Hey, it's just a small favor, why are you being so polite?" Catherine's voice was full of curiosity. "By the way, there's been a rumor going around online that your master is a 7th level hunter, and some say he's an 8th level. Is that true?" Cheng Zhuo said helplessly. "Actually, I don't know either." "So do you really have 3S level potential origin cards now?" "That's right." "Wow. Could you please sign a few autographs for me? They should sell for quite a bit of money. You look like you're in dire straits. I'll transfer some money to you later as a reward for my help. I agreed to help you train new people for a few days, but I haven't been free lately." Cheng Zhuo said apologetically. No need to transfer money." Catherine quickly refused. "I'm just kidding, do you have something to talk to me about? I remember you told me before that H0173 could drop a rank-breaking source core. Can you tell me which realm and what kind of beast it was? Hey, don't you know yet?" Catherine's voice was a little surprised. After the last turmoil, H0173 collapsed, and a large number of strange beasts poured out, revealing many nests. The group of broken-level beasts we were targeting previously excavated a large nest underground in the Nanling ruins. Now many low-level hunters are gathering there. Nanling ruins? Cheng Zhuo frowned slightly. That's a medium-risk area, right? Before the disaster, Nanling was the largest and most prosperous city in the surrounding area. At the beginning of the catastrophe, the death of a large number of lives triggered the opening of many gates. At first, most of them were of low star level, but parasitic beasts reproduced wildly in the pile of corpses, and in just a few years, the ecology of the entire area was dragged into the abyss. Although the wandering beasts are still mostly low level, the occasional outbreak of medium risk gates is enough to make low level hunters avoid them. Cheng Zhuo suddenly remembered the news from a few days ago.
The 4-star Broken Gate ruins that Mu Yenji hurriedly rushed to suppress seem to be in the core area of the Nanling ruins. It's not a medium risk zone, but fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Catherine's voice came through the receiver, a bit encouraging. Guess what? There might be a legendary core in the lair this time, and I heard it's a summoning type. Want to join in the fun? Summoning legendary series core? Cheng Zhuo's tone was filled with surprise. How do you know it's a summoning system? Has anyone already opened it? Not really. The nest is still in the gestation period. We can only enter it after 7 days. Catherine's voice was a little confused. I don't know where this news came from, but the core of the series is indeed real. It can be found in the lighthouse mission in Sanha Town. There's a series core, is that Samsung's lair? On the Caxio path, every 3 steps is a hurdle. The series level breaking source cores have always appeared in bundles of levels 1-3 and levels 4-6. If a series of cores can be found, then there must be monsters of levels 1-3 in this nest. That's why Cheng Zhuo asked this question. Catherine also gave a positive answer. Our guild has already set up a base outside the ruins. If you want to come, remember to tell me in advance. Uncle Wang and the guild leader have specifically instructed that if they can contact you, they will arrange for a top-tier 3rd-level team for you and Huangfu Bai to enter the lair together. Okay, I'll get back to you. Cheng Zhuo agreed, then changed the subject and asked. By the way, what was that rank-breaking beast called in H0173? Which world was it from? They were previously in the Qingyan crypt, and they were called the 6-clawed poisonous dogs. However, after the collapse of H0173, those beasts have been deformed. Looking up the old information is of little use. Okay, thanks Miss K. After hanging up the call, Cheng Zhuo raised his hand and opened the system space, and glanced at the boundary stones piled in the corner to confirm. As expected, there is no Qingyan crypt. No wonder he has searched all the low-risk gates these days but hasn't found any trace of the broken level beast. I don't know if there is any in Huangfu Bai's bag of boundary stones. It's been less than a week. I hope he hasn't used them all up. Cheng Zhuo pondered inwardly. The promotion cores of levels 1-3 can be replaced before entering the 4th level. It is undoubtedly safer if you can first find a level 1 breakthrough source core as a backup, and then go to the 3-star nest to compete for the legendary core. After all, the nest outside is different from the boundary gate refined by the system, and a 7th level living forbidden creature like Tao Yaoyao definitely cannot be brought in. But what Catherine had just asked him about his master did remind him. He is no longer the lower-class person with no background. He has a master who has no rivals in this city. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Zhuo arrived at the gate of the inner city. He originally thought that he would have to show his S-level origin and register his identity before entering the inner city. But when he walked to the smart identification device, he heard a light beep sound, and his identity information quickly flashed across the screen. The city guard on duty didn't even look up at him. Apparently someone updated his permissions. Once upon a time, he could only look at the skyscrapers of the inner city through the haze of the outer city, but now he can walk into this area that symbolizes power and wealth. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional, but it was quickly suppressed by business. Following the map, Cheng Zhuo quickly found number 108 Yunjing Villa. The person who opened the door was a girl in a maid outfit. What made him sigh with admiration was the entrance hall is bigger than his new house. Master Lao Gao had already been sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting. When he saw him come in, he showed a look of relief at the first sight. Not bad, not bad. I can see that you haven't been slacking off these past few days. Have you encountered any problems with your cultivation? Master. Cheng Zhuo replied respectfully. There's no problem with cultivation, but I think I may have gotten into some trouble a few days ago. Chapter 95, Qingyan Crypt Boundary Stone. Oh? Lao Gao raised his thick eyebrows, revealing an interested look. Tell me about it. Here's what happened. Cheng Zhuo told everything that happened to him after he came out of H0173, and also expressed his guesses. Do you suspect that the top management of Xingtia City is conducting human experiments? Lao Gao's originally relaxed brows suddenly tightened. I have this suspicion. Cheng Zhuo responded, but then he changed the subject and his tone became more pragmatic. But I don't care about these things. I just don't want to get involved in these muddy waters. It's enough for me to practice peacefully and increase my strength step by step. That's not a good idea. Lao Gao's voice dropped. Follow me.
After saying that, he turned and walked into the depths of the villa, passed through 2 carved wooden doors, and stopped in front of a room with a fluorescent blue light. Zhangzhuo followed and found that the room was over 100 square meters, filled with sophisticated instruments. There were several virtual projection screens suspended in the air, with dense streams of data scrolling on them. At the end of the room, Huang Fubai was holding an instrument, testing something back and forth. Young Master's goal since childhood has been to use technology to destroy the ruins world and save humanity. No one's doubts about him have ever interfered with his choices. There was undisguised admiration in Lao Gao's eyes. Chang Zhuo frowned slightly. Master hopes that I will have the same heart to save the world as Master Huangfu? No. Lao Gao shook his head decisively. The point isn't to save the world. He turned and stared at him, his tone serious. With your current talent and your master's support, you shouldn't have the heart to live in mediocrity. Whether you save the world or destroy it, the key is to have the conviction to stand at the top of the world and look down on everything. Cheng Zhuo pondered for a moment, trying to understand the meaning of his master's words. Lao Gao's fingertips traced the air, and the yin-yang outline reappeared. My Liangyi school emphasizes the integration of yin and yang, the balance of hardness and softness, but it's not the traditional doctrine of the mean. Softness is for oneself, while hardness lies beyond form. One must have the courage to fear nothing. Do you understand? Cheng Zhuo pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. Disciple, I understand. It's still early, just wait and see. Lao Gao patted his shoulder and said, that colonel's name is Liang Yi, right? That's right. Cheng Zhuo nodded. You stay here and guard the young master. Don't let him go too crazy. Lao Gao said, turning and walking towards the balcony. Without stopping, he jumped directly from the balcony more than 100 stories high, and his figure instantly merged into the clouds. Master, I will be back soon. Cheng Zhuo looked at the disappearing figure and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Is this to reason with others, or to silence them? He withdrew his gaze and walked into this laboratory. After taking 2 steps, my eyes were caught by a pile of boundary stones piled on a table by the wall. On one of the boundary stones with a white sheen, the 4 words Qingyan Crypt are clearly engraved on it. Hey, when did you come here? Huang Fubai's eyes lit up when he turned around and saw him. I was just about to look for you. Hurry and give me your Silver Knight's vehicle card. I tested it successfully. 5 days. Huang Fubai spread out his slender fingers. In 5 days, I will transform it into a super strong gravity body that ignores the rules of the gate source power and has firepower comparable to a 4th level hunter team. Amazing, awesome. Cheng Zhuo praised him repeatedly and quickly handed him the card, but his eyes were still fixed on the boundary stone of the Qingyan Crypt. He pondered for a while before speaking tentatively. Can you give me one of these boundary stones? Take whatever you want. Huang Fubai was very straightforward, without blinking an eye, and lowered his head to fiddle with the vehicle card again, his tone full of excitement. The material of this boundary stone is even more special than I expected. There are remnants of mustard seed matter inside. It must be that some kind of dimensional change occurred when the ruin's boundary collapsed. He kept spouting professional terms like source force collision and reconstruction of boundary stone molecules, which left Cheng Zhuo confused. Cheng Zhuo listened patiently, but his hands moved quickly. He hurriedly put away the boundary stone of the Qingyan Crypt. Cheng Zhuo discovered. At this moment, Huang Fubai completely lost his previous noble young master temperament. He seemed like a different person, with the feeling of a fanatical scientist. This was not the same change he had experienced before when he switched personalities. It's a pure change of state. That kind of confidence, love, and indescribable obsession. Cheng Zhuo suddenly had a different understanding of what his master said. You must have the belief to stand on top of the world. About half an hour later, Cheng Zhuo heard the voice of his master Lao Gao coming from outside. Disciple, come out. Cheng Zhuo hurried out. But as soon as he stepped into the living room, his steps stopped. 2 people were kneeling on the carpet in front of the sofa. It was Colonel Liang Yi, and the adjutant who always followed behind him. Cheng Zhuo was not shocked that Lao Gao was able to capture these 2 people. After all, his master's strength was unfathomable. What shocked him was Liang Yi. Who doesn't know that this hyena colonel is a famous iron-blooded officer in the Xingtia City Lieshu army? He is cruel and unruly, and he doesn't look like a spineless person. How come in just half an hour? He knelt willingly in front of his master, his back hunched, revealing an indescribable humility. His originally sharp eyebrows drooped, and his forehead was stained with sweat.
It looks even more docile than the stray cat seeking adoption on the street. Bang, bang.
Liang Yi and his adjutant caught a glimpse of Cheng Zhuo, as if they had grasped the last straw, but they did not dare to look up and directly at him. They could only kowtow to him twice, their voices trembling.
Cheng Zhuo. Mr. Chang.
Please be magnanimous and speak kindly to Mr. Gao to give us a quick death. Chapter 96 The Protective Master.
Shut up. Lao Gao shouted coldly.
The two of them lowered their heads in silence for an instant, the fear in their bodies almost overflowing.
Lao Gao snorted softly.
You people, who know nothing about the truth of this world, yet you want to win power by changing human genes.
How ridiculous. Liang Ye's shoulders slumped, and his voice was a little weak. I am only following orders.
Ha! Lao Gao snorted coldly, and when he turned to look at Cheng Zhuo beside him, the coldness in his eyes instantly turned into a smile, and he greeted.
Good disciple, come and sit down.
Cheng Zhuo sat down beside him as he was told, glanced at the brewed tea on the table, took the initiative to pick up the pot and fill it for his master, and listened to his instructions.
At my current level, it's actually impossible for me to produce an S-level disciple.
Lao Gao patted Cheng Zhuo's shoulder, his lips slightly raised, his eyes full of relief. When he turned his head to look at Liang Yi, the corners of his mouth suddenly dropped. You should know how difficult it is for us, the ancient martial arts lineage, to inherit the legacy.
Liang Yi nodded slightly. I've heard a little bit about it.
So far, the highest number of disciples is 6, and most of the time, it's 2 or 3. So, touching my disciple is tantamount to destroying my inheritance. Lao Gao's voice suddenly became cold, and murderous intent seeped out through his teeth.
Do you understand this principle? I understand.
Although Liang Yi was kneeling, his tone was neither humble nor arrogant. I beg you to give me a quick death, sir. Originally, I brought you here so that my disciple could kill you and vent his anger, but...
Lao Gao paused.
I suddenly changed my mind. Hearing what he said, Liang Yi hurriedly knelt down 2 steps forward, his face showing anxiety.
Killing is not the right thing to do. What happened between me and Brother Chang was just a misunderstanding. Why did you lower yourself to torture us like this?
Lao Gao raised his hand to interrupt, drank the tea in one gulp, and said loudly. Don't worry, my fantasy heart card isn't cheap enough to be used repeatedly by people like you.
I won't kill you. Then you. Liang Yi became even more uncertain after hearing Lao Gao say this.
A trace of reminiscence flashed in Lao Gao's eyes, as if he had thought of something, and ordered.
Evolutionists, you idiots. Even if we kill you, there will always be more people taking your place.
I have no intention of getting involved in those dirty politics and ethnic struggles. He leaned forward, his narrowed eyes revealing a cold glint. I only ask one thing of you, return to your post and do what you're supposed to do. But one thing, any conspiracy that touches even a hair of my disciple will not be tolerated.
Can you do that?
Liang Yi nodded almost immediately, knocking his head against the ground with a loud bang. Yes, yes, yes. Lao Gao turned to look at Cheng Zhuo, his tone softened.
Good disciple, do you have any other ideas?
Cheng Zhuo refilled the cup of tea and handed it to Lao Gao. It's all up to master.
Okay. Lao Gao waved his hand, go away.
Liang Yi and his adjutant looked at each other and saw the relief of surviving the disaster in each other's eyes. The two tried to stand up, but their knees were numb and trembling. They stumbled several times before they could stand steady. After taking only 2 steps, Liang Yi stopped again. Mr. Gao, there's another person who might be a bit troublesome.
Who? The illegitimate son of City Lord Luota, Luo Qiang. Liang Yi replied. Luo Qiang?
Cheng Zhuo was slightly stunned.
What?
Lao Gao looked at Cheng Zhuo. Did he provoke you too? Logically speaking, he should be dead. Cheng Zhuo's brows knitted together instantly, and he told everything that happened in the novice ruins realm in detail. He has an immortal forbidden item, which should be able to withstand 2 or 3 death crises.
Liang Yi explained quickly.
I guess he's holding a grudge against Brother Chang because of this. He's deliberately spreading the news that a batch of promotion source cores will be revealed at the Nanling ruins this time, hoping to lure Brother Cheng deeper into the ruins.
What's his level of cultivation? Asked Lao Gao. Liang Yi replied, level 3.
Lao Gao's eyebrows instantly twisted into a shape, and his tone was full of surprise.
He's in the novice realm with my disciple, and he's already reached the 3rd level so quickly?
He must have come into contact with the death god's secret treasure at some point and sacrificed his own lifespan, Liang Yi explained. I was once commissioned by the city lord to provide him with special training. This kid has a wicked heart and is always jealous of his sister Rosa. He's obsessed with proving to the city lord that he's no less capable than Rosa. Lao Gao curled his lips and said, "Okay, I'll go kill him."
Master. Chang Zhuo hurriedly grabbed Lao Gao.
I'll handle this person myself.
I can't let you handle everything. He is at level 3, are you confident? Lao Gao showed a hint of surprise.
Cheng Zhuo didn't hesitate at all, and raised his chin slightly. Yes.
Good. Lao Gao showed a very satisfied look. You are worthy of being my eldest disciple.
Liang Ye's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side, thinking that this was your own choice. You won't blame me if you die, right?
He hesitated.
He is not afraid of death, but Mr. Gao's methods are really shocking. That card actually allows a person to experience more than 100 kinds of torture, as well as various psychological torments, in just 3 minutes.
3 minutes felt like years. It's not entirely the power of the cards. Mr. Gao's mental control is the key.
Liang Yi originally thought that the 8th level was just a rumor spread by those inexperienced guys, but after experiencing it himself, he was very sure. This Mr. Gao is definitely not comparable to the 7th level venerable he had met.
Then,
I'll take my leave first.
Liang Yi nodded and retreated.
His steps were hurried, as if he didn't want to stop for a moment.
Seeing Liang Yi leave, Lao Gao looked at Cheng Zhuo with a smile. Are you really confident that you can handle a level 3?
Have.
Okay.
Lao Gao spread his hands. The young master will be bringing his mecha with him anyway, so you can go in with him a few days later. The young master has means of self-protection, but each one is very precious, so try not to let him use them.
Disciple understands. Protecting the rich is everyone's responsibility. But, Master, who are the evolutionists you just mentioned? They seem to make you a little wary. I'm not afraid of you at all. Lao Gao sneered. At best, they're a little disgusting.
Those people are even crazier than the Shadow Society.
To be precise, they can't even be considered human.
He sat back on the sofa and explained patiently. Initially, they were just a few biologists who created genetic hybrids.
They mixed the genes of exotic beasts into humans, creating half-orcs. These humans are immune to attacks from the Ruin Realm, and like exotic beasts, they grow and reproduce extremely quickly. Is he still a human being? Cheng Zhuo didn't quite understand. This is the attitude of the opponents. Lao Gao shook his head.
Humans utilize cards and source power, but they are still humans after all.
How can those orcs still be considered human? But you know, their power is growing extremely fast.
Tianji City counted them last year and found that orcs have only been around for 10 years, and their number is no less than 10 million.
Cheng Zhuo was stunned, so many.
If it weren't for the large number of insane orcs that have appeared in the past 2 years, this number would probably be even higher. The old man took a sip from his teacup and sighed.
Think about it.
Those refugees in the wilderness, living on the edge of life, scavenging food from garbage dumps on the outskirts of the city every day, threatened by low-level beasts at any moment. And then suddenly they were told that transforming into a half-beast could make them invulnerable, and even allow them to directly reach the 3rd or 4th level.
If it were you, wouldn't you be tempted? Chapter 97 Simulated Lighthouse Rewards. According to Master Lao Gao's guess,
at this stage, the half-beast evolution faction should have started human experiments again. Most of the orcs created previously had their minds devoured by their animal nature, and they would bite anyone they saw, just like strange beasts.
Maybe it's because he couldn't make it in the Tianji City area that he went to marginal cities like Xingtia City. This Liang Yi has some status in Xingtia City.
He can help you stay away from this kind of disputes as much as possible.
Lao Gao said in a serious tone. You should try to stay away from this kind of thing now. Disciple understands. Follow me.
Lao Gao stood up and turned to walk towards the room on the other side of the living room. Most low to mid-level beasts can be dealt with by source power weapons. Once the young master's gravity body transformation is complete, you can go directly with him to farm 4-star or even 5-star Ruins Realm.
It will be easy to reach the 4th level within a month. Lao Gao said as he walked.
Don't think this method is opportunistic.
No matter what school you belong to, force will always defeat skill. The best way is to raise your realm first. As they talked, the two of them came to an empty room. This is a martial arts training room. There are many different types of cold weapons on the shelves on both sides. But once you become a mid-level Kaxia, you'll need to personally capture many resources, and your personal abilities will become even more important. Hot weapons can be used against monsters, but they're of little use in duels and during offensive moments. Lao Gao walked to a shelf, took out 3 cards, and handed them to Cheng Zhuo. So, after you become a high-level Kaxia, among your 3 origins, ancient martial arts will be the foundation of your life. Cheng Zhuo nodded, disciple understands. He lowered his head and glanced at the cards in his hand, which showed 1 for boxing, 1 for grappling, and 1 for shooting. Boxing is about controlling the body techniques are about moving forward and backward with ease, and spear techniques are about the coordination between weapon and body. Lao Gao picked up the long gun on the rack. A slight twist of the wrist. The gun body turned into an afterimage in his palm, and the wind whistled. If you want to master the art of spearmanship to the point of piercing accurately and striking hard, both boxing and body techniques are essential. He suddenly put away his gun, and the tip of the gun stabbed on the floor. Buzzing sound. Although he didn't move at all, Cheng Zhuo felt that the tip of the gun was like his master's eyes, which could move at will and kill the enemy in an instant. The unity of body and mind is the foundation of the unity of weapon and mind. Most of the sharpshooters in history were masters of boxing. Lao Gao said almost word for word. Remember, the gun and the fist are inseparable. Cheng Zhuo nodded seriously. In school before, the instructor would never tell him these things. The instructor's ultimate goal is to help students get high scores in combat. The source power of ancient martial arts is divided into 4 levels: entry level, minor success, mastery, and mastery. Lao Gao's voice slowed down a bit. He walked to the center of the martial arts training room and casually made a fist gesture. From entry to minor mastery is practicing the form, carving the moves into your bones. Mastery to the highest level is practicing the technique, letting the source power flow through the moves. Ever since the ancient sages fused the source power with ancient martial arts, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will eventually reach the highest level of ancient martial arts. He suddenly paused, his eyes darkened, and his tone became more solemn. But precisely because of this, it will be difficult for future source warriors to achieve the state of unity of body and mind, or unity of mind and weapon. Therefore, we will not engrave the 2 highest realms of ancient martial arts, transformation and perfection, into the source cards. You must remember that your heart and your body should not be determined by a single card. You need to comprehend these 2 realms yourself before you can hope to step into the highest realm of the ancient martial arts source. Disciple, I will accept your instruction. Cheng Zhuo bowed sincerely. Lao Gao helped Cheng Zhuo up, pinched out the Liang Yi Luha spear technique card from his palm with his fingertips, and instructed. Until your body movements, boxing skills, and grappling skills have reached the minor success level, this spear card will not be integrated for the time being, and you are not allowed to use the spear against the enemy again. Do you understand? Clear. Cheng Zhuo gained a lot from this trip to the inner city. In addition to the hidden crisis being resolved, he also benefited greatly from the guidance of his master Lao Gao. However, the most important thing at the moment is obviously to go to the Qingyan crypt. Once he enters the level, his strength will increase again. After leaving Yunjing Villa, it's getting dark. The neon lights in the inner city are colorful and dazzling. Cheng Zhuo did not leave the city, but found a high-end hotel and checked in. After entering the room, Cheng Zhuo immediately activated the system's detection function, scanning every corner one by one, including the fire retardant spray on the ceiling, sockets, mirrors, until it is confirmed that there is no monitoring equipment. He then locked the door and drew the heavy blackout curtains. With a flip of his palm, a gray stone the size of an egg appeared in his hand. This is the refined Qingyan crypt boundary stone. A flash of white light. A milky white gate appeared. Cheng Zhuo walked in without hesitation. Qingyan crypt just hadn't entered the Xingshu realm, and he didn't even bring Dalong and Guanguan with him. As the light and shadow in front of him suddenly changed, humid water vapor instantly enveloped his body, and Cheng Zhuo felt his nostrils filled with a strange smell mixed with rust and humus. There are green rocks covered with moss all around. You have entered the refined version of the Killing Ruins realm, the Blue Rock Crypt. Star rating, none. Keyword, killing. Ruins exploration progress, 0.1%. Common types of beasts, poisonous, 6-clawed, crustacean type. Ultimate mission, kill the 6-clawed dog king. It was the same old routine. Not long after Cheng Zhuo came in, a strange beast rushed towards him,
making a strange chi-chi cry.
6 claws, rat head, and carapace body.
It turned out to be a rat mantis. Cheng Zhuo didn't want to dirty his combat uniform, so he directly turned into the dragon form state.
Searching quickly in the dungeon,
he didn't waste much time before finding the group of 6-clawed poisonous dogs that Catherine had mentioned. Fortunately, he turned on the detection function. Who would have thought that a group of ugly guys with snake heads and shell backs actually had the word dog in their names?
Kill that boss effortlessly.
As expected, Cheng Zhuo dug out a high-quality promotion source core with a green luster from its forehead.
Poison resistance increased by 15%.
Not good, continue. Cheng Zhuo frowned and was about to go out to refresh, but at this moment, the system prompt sounded.
Qingyan Crypt killing mission completed.
Simulated lighthouse reward.
Congratulations on obtaining the first level source core 50.
Congratulations on obtaining the quality series weapon card Poison Fong Dagger.
Congratulations on obtaining the advancement source core, series type, level 1.
Fuck.
Chapter 98 Lucky Star Summer Cicada. Hear the system prompt.
Cheng Zhuo immediately opened the space and took out the source core that was glowing.
Advanced to source core level 1. Quality, unknown. Effect, can produce a first order series promotion core. Introduction, this is a promotion source core rewarded by the simulated lighthouse. Some card rules have been stripped away and can be used by both the owner and the partner. Even my partner can use it. Cheng Zhuo's pupils suddenly lit up.
For Caxiu, the main function of the promotion core is to improve attributes and path gains.
This is also the main difference between the previous level and the next level.
The promotion core must be obtained by completing exclusive tasks by the individual, either by soloing a designated exotic beast, or independently completing a high-risk commission issued by the lighthouse, without even the help of teammates. But the advancement source core in his hand actually broke this iron rule. It really deserves to be called the power of heaven.
Cheng Zhuo sighed inwardly. Put the promotion source core back into the space. He was not in a hurry to open it. Since the level was unknown, it would be better to find Xiao Chanchan to add a lucky buff. With this idea in mind,
Cheng Zhuo withdrew again and stepped into the gate again.
The world of ruins is refreshed. Time passed quietly as he repeated the battle.
After collecting 20 of them, Cheng Zhuo returned to the Firefly grassland to find the 3 women who were killing monsters.
It was already late at this time. Adding a lucky buff is a natural thing to do.
After a lot of hard work, it was already midnight.
In the RV's bedroom, the warm yellow light is particularly cozy.
Cheng Zhuo leaned against the head of the bed. I raised my hand and clicked on the system status bar, and a light blue screen unfolded before my eyes. Harmonious Fortune Self-Healing. You are in your partner Wan Qinghe's Harmonious Fortune state, and your body's self-healing effect is doubled.
Remaining time, 11 hours and 58 minutes.
Harmonious Luck and Fortune. You are in the harmonious luck state of your partner Xiao Chan, and your luck attribute is temporarily doubled.
Remaining duration, 1 hour and 22 minutes.
Harmonious Fortune Recharge. You are in your partner Xiaomo's harmonious fortune state, and your stamina recovery speed is doubled.
Remaining duration, 10 hours and 55 minutes.
The duration of doubling luck was relatively short, so while the 3 women were still asleep, he took out the 20 promotion source cores and gave 5 to each of them. He also took out the system blind cores that he collected on a daily basis. Because he couldn't see the luck values of the 3 women, Cheng Zhuo planned to use these promotion source cores to test them. Xia Mo and Xia Chan, who were leaning on the left and right, immediately sat up straight. I started the open blind core state with great interest. As expected, He Mingfu's luck is twice as good as Xia Chan's, and he is indeed a lucky star. Of the 5 promotion source cores, Xia Chan opened 2 legendary ones.
Cheng Zhuo's lucky doubling effect is also good.
Among the 5, 1 is legendary, 3 are epic, and 1 is exquisite.
Xia Mo and Wan Qinghe are probably just ordinary people. The 2 of them couldn't even open an epic level 1.
Seeing that Xia Chan was so lucky, Cheng Zhuo had an idea, and 85 harmonious blind cores instantly appeared at the head of the bed, piling up into a small crystal core mountain. These are the rewards for his hard work with the 3 girls over the past few days. Thinking that the consumption cards on hand were almost used up and he would have to continue to clear the map after entering the next level, Cheng Zhuo planned to activate all the blind cores tonight. The 3 women also tacitly acknowledged that Cheng Zhuo had spatial abilities, and gradually became accustomed to his endless magical abilities.
Amidst waves of joyful exclamations, Xia Chan opened 31 epic source cards from 85 Harmony blind cores. It seems that the best cards that can be opened from the blind cores rewarded by hemming are epic cards. There are all kinds of types, which is enough for each of them to equip a set of epic cards. Cheng Zhuo picked out the cards and chose a buff card that was very suitable for his current use. Summon Stone Armor Assist card. Quality, Epic Purple. Effect, adds a layer of stone armor to the summon creature, doubling its physical defense and making it immune to conventional fire elements. Usage restrictions, summoning system, can be stacked with other auxiliary cards. Introduction, it is said to be made from the source core strip from Olava Giant. Cheng Zhuo tried it specially and found that it also worked on his undead summons. With this card, the strength of the undead army will be increased. After allocating the harmonious blind core, Cheng Zhuo took out a pile of blind cores and piled them in the corner of the room, and said, "Little Chan, drive for a while. I'm going out for a while." Great. Xia Chan suddenly became energetic again. "I'm rich." She rubbed her hands and started opening the blind box again. Cheng Zhuo came to the roof of the RV alone with 3 legendary promotion cores. The night wind blew in with the coolness of the grassland. Not far away, on the fluorescent grassland, Tao Yaoyao was still riding on Guan Guan and hunting everywhere, followed by a group of skeleton archers holding flaming bows. Perhaps we can consider settling down in the world created by the system. Cheng Zhuo pondered. Although the battlefield RV is luxurious and spacious, it is still a bit crowded for 4 people, a child and a fat cat. And every night, he had to send Tao Yaoyao and Guan Guan out, lest they affect the war. Tao Yaoyao and Guan Guan have one similarity in that they both spend a lot of time sleeping every day. There were several times when Cheng Zhuo went out to pick them up, Tao Yaoyao would curl up on Guan Guan and fall asleep leaning against the side of the car. This made Cheng Zhuo feel somewhat guilty. After spending these days together, he and the 3 girls all treated this little girl, whose body was a forbidden object, as their own daughter. There is no reason to let your daughter sleep on the grass all the time. Once the idea of building a house came up, it grew like weeds. These ruins before his eyes belonged entirely to him. Apart from some exotic beasts that refresh periodically, there is no need to worry about any other dangers. He had done a test before and found that the things he left behind would not be refreshed along with the strange beasts, so the only thing he needed to consider now was how to build the house. The size of the space transfer item is linked to his mental strength. This system also has clear annotations. The size of the item that can be picked up is equal to 1 cubic base size plus 1% of his spirit value. With his normal spirit value of 226 points, the size of the object he can move is 3.26 cubic meters. This is obviously not enough to just move a house in. Of course, with money in hand, these are minor problems. Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell on the 3 advancement cores in his palm. Right now, entering the rank is the most important thing. 3 legendary cores, all named Abyss. The strength of each enhanced biological organism is level 50.0, and the gain direction is different. There are 3 cores, one of which is called Abyss Fire. As soon as Cheng Zhuo's fingertips touched the surface of the core, a dark red flame shot out from the Abyss pattern and slowly circled around his knuckles. This core can make his source power attacks have the burning effect of the Abyss Fire. After gathering all the cores of the sequence, he can completely ignore fire attacks. However, Cheng Zhuo's dragon armor state already has the effect of dragon flame, and adding earth fire to it is obviously useless. The other one increases the casting distance. The effect is quite good. In the full series state, the casting distance can be increased by several thousand meters. But Cheng Zhuo's moves are mostly summoning and melee. The only ranged skill that carries source power attacks is the dragon armor skill, Dragon Flame Pulse. There is no such thing as a casting distance for this move. This one is more suitable for Qinghe or Xiachan. Cheng Zhuo murmured. Ruanqing, his holy light spell, can only be effective when he is close to his teammates, and Xia Chan's petrifying gaze requires him to lock onto the target. Thinking of this, he immediately put both of them away and his eyes fell on the last core. This core is deeper than the previous 2, with occasional traces of blood red emerging from the dark luster, like thin blood veins slowly flowing. Core name, Bloodthirsty Feast. Chapter 99 Abyss Series, Bloodthirsty Feast. Abyss Series, Bloodthirsty Feast 1-3. Grade, First Order. Quality, Legendary. Effect, when a bleeding wound appears within a kilometer, the feast effect will be triggered. Each wounded person will increase the self-healing ability of the core owner and their summons by 15%, which can be stacked infinitely.
Introduction. It is said that in the sea of blood and corpses, the owner of the complete series is almost immortal.
This one seems to suit me better.
Cheng Zhuo felt a strong interest. A few days ago, when I was fighting against the 4th level giant python boss in the 3-star ruins realm, a crack was scratched on the dragon armor by its tail whip. The attack power of the 4th level monster was enough to break through his defense.
Even Guan Guan's defense is not enough in the face of such a gap.
In the future, their cross-level combat may become the norm.
The powerful self-healing ability is obviously a blessing for melee enthusiasts like them. No more hesitation.
Cheng Zhuo immediately held his breath and concentrated. The power of origin stretched out and moved towards the core of the palm little by little. The moment the source force touched the surface of the core, the blood veins that had been flowing gently in the card's patterns suddenly stretched into solid bloodlines like dormant leeches smelling fresh blood, and madly entangled with the source force filaments. The force carried a bit of bloodthirstiness, and it rushed along the source of power veins, rushing towards Cheng Zhuo's origin. When the blood-colored mist reached its source, it began to condense rapidly.
The outline of a miniature heart gradually became clear. About a quarter of an hour later,
Cheng Zhuo suddenly opened his eyes. At his origin, there suddenly appeared a first-level core that looked like a blood-red heart.
It's done!
Congratulations to the master for advancing.
I present you with a legendary card.
Accompanied by the system's congratulations. Cheng Zhuo felt that the blood in his body was boiling like boiling water, and his physical strength was obviously improved.
He immediately glanced at the attribute changes.
The core-enhanced 50.0 level biological body strength has been reflected in the 4-dimensional attributes.
In addition to the improvements brought by the core,
the dragon power effect of the mythical breathing technique also increases the strength attribute by an additional 60 points. The strength, agility, and physical attributes of the dragon form have also been increased from 50 plus basic attributes to 150 plus basic attributes. The source power state in the origin has nearly tripled. According to the most ideal estimate, he can now maintain the dragon form for nearly 4 hours. Of course, when hunting, any punch must be attached with source power, and the duration will be shortened a lot.
At this point his attribute column has become Strength, 266. Agility, 195. Spirit, 259. Constitution, 197. Lucky, 39. Biological strength rating, 223.3.
It's much stronger than after the second awakening, comparable to the normal level of the second stage. Cheng Zhuo put away the panel with satisfaction.
But out of the corner of my eye I caught a glimpse of the cans beside me.
The little fellow came towards him, swaying his chubby body, his amber eyes half closed, and he was about to fall asleep. Cheng Zhuo's mind moved, and he immediately recalled it to the summoning space within the origin. As soon as he entered, the little guy curled up into a ball of fur and fell asleep. Around its body, a faint blue-black halo seeped out through the gaps in its fur, rising and falling with its round belly. Obviously, as he advanced in level, Guan Guan was also undergoing some kind of transformation. Seeing that Guan Guan wouldn't wake up in a short time, Cheng Zhuo simply turned his attention to the legendary card given by the system. King Series Cards Magic Cards 2-5.
Quality, Legendary Orange. Effect, after fusion, you will gain the magical Power King's Judgment.
The selected trial target will have a taunting effect on all units within a square kilometer, and the trial target will be attacked in groups. Note, the judgment effect is ineffective on units with a mental strength that is 5 times that of the host. Usage restrictions, fusion type, cannot be peeled off, CD, 24H.
Introduction, this is a magical card in the King series.
Try your best to collect all the cards in the series and you will become a true king.
Interesting. Cheng Zhuo seemed to see the outrageous scene of his enemy being suddenly attacked by his teammates.
With his current mental strength, it is almost impossible to surpass it by 5 times, within the 4th level. After taking stock of the changes after entering the level,
Cheng Zhuo feels,
if we don't count the plugins like Tao Yao Yao and the King series cards, he can already crush most of the 3rd level hunters or exotic beasts. If he could practice Han Yuan Jin and Liang Yi Tanshu Bu to a small degree of success as soon as possible, it should be very easy for the 4th level. While hunting, he felt the power of these 2 ancient martial arts.
The body movements and force techniques brought about great changes in his offensive capabilities. The next day,
Cheng Zhuo took the 3 girls for a stroll in the inner city. With his current net worth as Mr. Billionaire, he is bound to make a big purchase. In addition to strategic materials and daily necessities for clearing maps, He also purchased several supersonic hover bikes with source force engines for use in some wilderness travel situations.
To conceal from others.
Cheng Zhuo specially rented a hidden warehouse and asked the merchants to deliver the goods directly there. The idea of building a house has been lingering in Cheng Zhuo's mind. After purchasing the supplies, he considered that before going to the Nanling ruins, he still had to spend a few days in the 3-star ruins to wait for Huangfu Bai to set off together. He simply decided to resolve the matter. Otherwise, I would have to stay cramped in the RV for a few days in the Samsung ruins.
Cheng Zhuo did some research on the internet himself.
Given his current situation, he could buy a group of intelligent construction robots to carry out the construction.
But the problem is that there are no channels for individuals to buy this type of robot.
Not wanting to provoke those high-ranking officials in the city-state, Cheng Zhuo scanned the contacts on his watch and called someone he thought he would never meet again in his life.
Zhao Shichang.
After much thought, it seems that he is the only one in the inner city who can be considered to have connections. After a few rings, Zhao Shichang's slightly surprised voice came.
Hey, Mr. Chang, how come you remembered to contact me? I thought I was seeing things.
Cheng Zhuo casually said.
Mr. Zhao, how are you these days? Oh, don't mention it. It's really unlucky.
Zhao Shichang's voice was full of depression, and he cursed. I don't know what the hell, those shadow societies causing trouble outside the city are actually tracking me down.
Cheng Zhuo was slightly stunned. The Shadow Society? How did you get involved with that group?
Zhao Shichang spat, I want to know too. The Lieshu army is crazy, calling me in for questioning every few days, saying that I might be related to some damn fox they lost.
Bah, I've never heard of it. Hearing this, Cheng Zhuo was stunned.
He suddenly realized. On the day when he stole the boundary stone and Tao Yaoyao, the camouflage armor that Huangfu Bai gave him, the appearance of the stone armor seemed to be very similar to Zhao Shichang after his transformation.
And, if I remember correctly, the hover bike that Huangfu Bai modified.
It seems to be a product of Thunder technology.
Cheng Zhuo.
Zhao Shichang, filled with resentment, suddenly changed his tone.
By the way, what do you want from me?
After some hesitation, Cheng Zhuo finally told the reporter that he wanted to buy an intelligent robot to build a house.
As for letting Zhao Shichang take the blame. If it really doesn't work, transfer more money when buying equipment. Are you planning to buy some high-end villas for yourself in Hongshi town? It's no big deal. I'll send someone to deliver it to wherever you want to buy it.
Zhao Shichang said readily.
Chapter 100 Spending Billions. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The edge of the inner city.
Cheng Zhuo followed Zhao Shichang and came to a military-industrial building. The two took the elevator all the way down to the 5th floor below ground.
Zhao Shichang introduced as he walked. This is our Thunder's specialized military factory. It has 35 floors underground, and the first 5 floors are sample showrooms.
The building robots and defense facilities you need can all be made here. As they were talking, the two of them had already stepped into the sample exhibition hall.
In the open space, various military equipment are displayed in an orderly manner. Hey, Mr. Zhao, how come you have time to come here in person today?
A crisp and capable female voice came. Bring this brother of mine here to buy some equipment.
Zhao Shichang raised his hand and introduced, this is a supernova with 3S level origins. Please treat him well. After that, he introduced Cheng Zhuo. This is manager Wu Shui.
If Brother Cheng has any needs, just tell her. Even if you want to build a military fortress, she can help you arrange it. Wu Shui first glanced at Cheng Zhuo, her pupil shrinking slightly, then she suddenly realized what was happening, and the smile on her face instantly became genuine and warm.
Cheng Zhuo. Hey! You've been all the rage lately, a big celebrity. I didn't expect to see the real me. Are you here to buy weapons? I want to build a house with an autonomous defense system.
Cheng Zhuo shook her hand lightly and stated his needs directly. Wu Shui was obviously an expert. She understood what was going on immediately and clicked on the projection to bring up the model.
Mr. Chang, you've arrived at the right time.
We recently installed a Watch 4 defense system, perfect for wilderness bases or small-town villas.
Let me demonstrate it to you. A moment later.
Looking at the equipment ordered by Cheng Zhuo, Zhao Shichang's forehead began to sweat.
His original intention was to give Cheng Zhuo a set with his own money.
After all, with Cheng Zhuo's current status and background, a lot of people want to send him gifts but can't. But looking at what Cheng Zhuo ordered. A highly intelligent engineer management robot, 50 integrated military robots, and materials for a 1,000 square meter, 8-story watch base villa. Zhao Shichang immediately began to dissuade him. Brother Chang, you really don't need to get these power grids and military defense equipment. The town also has city walls. These big guys can deal with the 5th level monsters. It's okay, it's better to be prepared. This kind of source force pulse cannon cannot be brought into the low-level Stargate. Zhao Shichang reminded again. I know, it's just building a house. Construction labor is actually very cheap. I suggest you buy an engineer robot to take charge of the design and supervision. It will only cost 2 or 3 million. I don't want to use living people. The final order was 270 million city-state coins. In Chang Zhuo's opinion, since he wanted to get a place to live, he naturally had to choose the best one. When he completed the transfer on the spot, Zhao Shichang was visibly relieved. Chang Zhuo saw this and laughed dumbly. Why, Mr. Zhao, are you afraid that I will default on my debt? How can that be? Zhao Shichang waved his hands hurriedly, his face a little embarrassed. With Brother Chang's current status, the 4 major guilds will definitely offer their resources as long as he agrees to sign the contract. I just feel a little ashamed. I originally thought that if it was a house worth millions, I would give it to you, but I didn't expect. Mr. Zhao has been a great help in making an exception for me to purchase from Thunder Military Industry. I just transferred an extra 10 million as a reward to Mr. Zhao. Chang Zhuo said casually. Ah? Zhao Shichang was stunned. How can this be possible? I didn't help at all. You're welcome. I don't like to owe favors to others. Chang Zhuo didn't give him a chance to refuse and directly pushed him into the elevator. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's only right that I transfer some money. Zhao Shichang was stunned. It took a while to get around. How can it be considered troublesome to deliver such a large order to their military industry? Lei Ting is indeed a large conglomerate specializing in heavy industry technology. The goods that Chang Zhuo ordered at 3 o'clock were delivered to the underground warehouse he rented before 6 o'clock. When Chang Zhuo returned to the warehouse, this warehouse of 4,000 to 5,000 square meters is almost full. In the center are 52-meter-tall, silver-white military industrial robots lined up in an orderly manner. These robots can serve as a construction team and can also be equipped with weapons to serve as guards. On the right are 2 transport vehicles and a multifunctional construction vehicle. The rest of the place was almost filled with construction materials and supporting military and defense facilities. The most eye-catching thing is the humanoid robot in front, which is as tall as a human. It has a silvery white luster all over its body and looks very technological. Chang Zhuo walked forward and gently touched the frosted shell of the robot with his fingertips. He could clearly feel the fluctuations of the source power coming from within. That's the mechanical heart in action. This special source core can serve as a CPU and also nourish self-awareness. As long as it is locked with the origin, it can be prevented from having a rebellious consciousness. Master's instructions activated, awaiting naming. The moment Chang Zhuo injected the essence, the robot tilted its head slightly, uttered a gentle greeting, and entered a state of waiting for a response. Chang Zhuo named it Lai Fu and gave it full command of the entire project. Then, Chang Zhuo activated the system to check and confirm that all robots and heavy machinery were in an offline state. Only then did he feel relieved and brought the 3 women and Tao Yaoyao out of the ruins. Wow, Brother Zhuo, did you buy all these? Looking at the warehouse of thousands of square meters that was almost full, Xia Chan was stunned. Ruan Qingha and Xia Mo were equally shocked. They all knew that Chang Zhuo's current status was no longer the same as before, and he would definitely not be short of money anymore. But I didn't see him signing a contract with the guild. Most of the valuable cards that Xia Chan opened were kept for their own use. How could he have so much money to buy construction materials and machinery? In the morning, Chang Zhuo discussed with them about building a small home in the market town. The 3 girls thought they were just building a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. What do you mean? Have you decided where to settle down? Chang Zhuo smiled and called back the 3 women who were stunned by the shock. Dream Valley. Ruan Qingha looked at Chang Zhuo with some anticipation. What do you think? Of course, I guessed you would choose that place. Chang Zhuo agreed readily. Dream Valley is also one of the 3-star ruins in his hands. The biggest advantage is the beautiful scenery. There are mountains, water, and grasslands in Huanmeng Valley.
The second is stability.
This world is an exploratory world, and the strange beasts in it are all territorial. As long as they choose an area that is not occupied by strange beasts, they don't have to worry about the terrifying incident of a strange beast suddenly appearing in their home. Cheng Zhuo stretched out his hand and threw the boundary stone, expanding the boundary gate to its largest state.
Lai Fu, follow me.
Cheng Zhuo called over the engineering robot Lai Fu, then turned to look at Wan Qinghe.
Have you chosen a location? Have you chosen? I'll lead the way. Xiao Chan excitedly took Tao Yaoyao's hand and led the way into the boundary gate. The moment you pass through the gate, your vision suddenly opens up. There is soft grass under my feet that is above my ankles, and the wind is filled with the faint fragrance of wildflowers. The stream in the valley not far away is sparkling, and the forest 200 or 300 meters away is lush and green. On the other side is the endless grassland. The setting sun was slanting down in the sky, dyeing it orange-pink. It's right here. Summer Cicada pointed to the edge of the grassland. Cheng Zhuo looked around.
This location is more than 100 meters away from the river valley, and there is a forest 200 or 300 meters away. What makes Cheng Zhuo most satisfied is there are groups of territorial monsters near this area, so even if he sleeps at home at night, it will not prevent him from arranging the undead army to go out hunting.
Lai Fu, this is it, let's start digging.
Cheng Zhuo ordered.
Roger that, Master. Chapter 101 Adrian. After deciding on the base location.
Under the leadership of Lai Fu, 50 military robots quickly entered working condition. Although Cheng Zhuo mostly bought prefabricated materials, the robots mainly did the assembly work.
However, it involved some miscellaneous matters such as digging pits, soft furnishing construction, etc.
According to Lai Fu's calculation,
50 military robots worked day and night, but the construction of the entire luxurious fortress still took about a week.
Of course, this speed is already very fast.
Far exceeded Cheng Zhuo's expectations. The next day, Cheng Zhuo took some time off to go back home, wanting to visit his younger brothers and sisters.
The streets of the outer city remained the same. A rusty iron fence surrounded the gray building, and the solar street lights flickered with a dim light. Several children were chasing each other at the alley entrance, holding low-quality models of exotic beasts in their hands. Their laughter mixed with the roar of machines in the distant factory, inexplicably evoking a sense of familiarity in Cheng Zhuo. It had only been about 10 days since Cheng Zhuo last left home, but he felt as if he had been away for a lifetime.
Who would have thought?
20 days ago, he was still debating whether to become a rat catcher.
Walked to the familiar iron gate.
With a click, the door was pushed open.
Cheng Zhuo bumped into Cheng Qingshan, who was opening a beer.
When he saw it was Cheng Zhuo, his thunderous voice rang out.
You little brat! You still remember to come back? Where have you been for the past half-month?
I can't get through on the phone, and the watch hasn't returned.
Xiaoma and Yu ask me every day, when will second brother come back? I'm almost fed up with them. Second brother is back. Hearing Cheng Qingshan's roar, the 4 younger brothers and sisters in the other room all rushed out. When Chang Yamo saw him, the admiration in his eyes almost overflowed. Second brother, do you really have 3S level origins now? As soon as Cheng Zhuo nodded, Cheng Qingshan angrily scolded. What's the point of 8S's if you can't even call home? I'm back. Cheng Zhuo frowned. Snort. Cheng Qingshan snorted coldly and scolded. I heard your contract is in Redstone Town. Why are you going to such a godforsaken place? Change it back immediately. It's none of your business. Oh, now that you become successful, you no longer take your father seriously, right?
I just transferred 10 million to you. Just take good care of your brothers and sisters, and don't meddle in my affairs.
Don't think you can just transfer 1,000 to me. How much did you transfer? 10 million. 10 million.
The empty wine bottle in Cheng Qingshan's hand fell to the cement floor with a clang, and wine stains splattered everywhere. He hurriedly checked his watch, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. After a pause, he suddenly smiled.
Look at you, kid.
You didn't even tell me you were coming back, so your dad could have arranged for your Aunt Wang to prepare a delicious meal.
Really, it must have been very tiring hunting outside all this time. After arranging all the chores,
Cheng Zhuo immersed himself in the 3 Stars ruins and started the mindless hunting mode. He did not slack off just because he had a powerful backer. He knew very well that the origins of his master and Huangfu Bai were mysterious, and they might be separated from him one day. He must improve himself as much as possible while his master is still with him. In this way, if you encounter some problems or shackles, you can seek guidance from your master.
3 days passed in a flash. The time for the appointment with Huangfu Bai is approaching.
Tomorrow, if he can complete the upgrade of the gravity body as agreed, they will set off together to the Nanling ruins. That day, Shang Zhuo returned to the RV early.
But the main reason is, he was only a little over 100 points of harmony value away from reaching the second level of the undead origin. As the night deepens,
the night breeze on the grassland made the canvas of the RV sway gently, and the warm fragrance after the lingering love still lingered in the car. Ruan Qinghe's hair was draped in Shang Zhuo's arm, and her breathing was even. Shang Zhuo finally heard the long-awaited prompt tone. Ding, the undead origin's second-order harmony value target has been reached. Congratulations to the host for advancing his undead origin card to the second level, unlocking the permanent undead summon, Necromancer Adrian. Original skill Undead Armament, activated.
All attributes plus 50, mental strength plus 100. Necromancer? There's actually a surprise.
Shang Zhuo moved the beautiful body lying beside him, put on his clothes and walked out of the RV.
The cool wind from the ruins blew over, instantly waking him up.
He concentrated his mind to sense the origin of the undead, and saw that in the originally empty origin space, a dark area had appeared.
That is a special summoning space for the undead.
In the center of the space, a tall figure was wrapped in a black robe, with the hood pulled down very low, revealing only a dry and white jawline, like a sleeping stone statue.
Come out,
Shang Zhuo muttered in his heart. The next moment, the space was slightly distorted. The tall figure suddenly appeared 2 meters in front of him. He gently placed his gray, withered right hand on his chest and said in a hoarse voice, "Great Lord of the Undead, loyal and fearless Adrian, I offer you my eternal allegiance."
What is your command? It's actually an intelligent undead.
Shang Zhuo's eyes narrowed as he opened the information about this special undead summon being.
Necromancer Adrian.
Realm, 4th level Peak Lord, advanced. Core skills, Eye of Kilrog, Hell Meteor, Plague, Summon Hell Lava Behemoth. Background, once the chief of a border village, he was massacred by bandits. He sacrificed his soul to the abyss, seeking revenge in the form of the undead. After annihilating his enemies, he fell into the abyss of the undead.
Adrian,
Shang Zhuo called softly. Your orders.
Show what you can do.
Shang Zhuo pointed his hand not far away, where a group of 3 petal-faced strange beasts were wandering around blindly.
As you command, my lord.
Adrian nodded slightly, his skinny fingers gripping the skeleton staff at his waist, and the undead crystal on the top of the staff suddenly lit up with a faint purple light. He slowly raised his staff towards the night sky, and a hoarse spell rolled out of his throat.
Kilrog, please grant me the true eye that sees all things. The next moment,
there was only a strange flash of purple light. The night sky seemed to be torn open, and a giant eye covered with bloodshot, 100 meters long, slowly opened. A dark green flame surged in the pupil, and even the starlight seemed dimmed.
With the opening of the giant eye,
a clear perspective projection appeared in front of the two of them at the same time. All the strange beasts, even the tiny insects, were exposed and all lit up in the projection.
Shang Zhuo raised his eyebrows, high-altitude real reconnaissance vision, not bad.
Afterwards, Adrian could only be heard mumbling. The flame on the top of the skull staff suddenly exploded, turning into a fire meteor that smashed into the night sky.
Boom! With a loud bang, the stars in the sky began to fall.
No, they were huge rocks wrapped in red flames, each of which carried the momentum to tear everything apart and smashed into the ground with a roar. There was a sudden cry of grief at the scene. Almost none of the strange beasts that were locked by the giant eye survived.
A moment later,
Shang Zhuo suddenly felt the earth tremble. A giant hand made of magma broke out from the ground, and then a lava body tens of meters tall slowly stood up.
Chapter 102 Lord Roads. 120 kilometers south of Xingtia City. This is the area covered by the Sanhe Town Lighthouse.
Looking along the shallows where 3 rivers meet outside the town, in the dense forest on the opposite bank, sections of concrete ruins peek out from between vines and bushes. From a distance, it looks like the skeleton of the entire forest.
There is the Nanling ruins.
In the wilderness 1 kilometer outside the ruins, temporary camps for tens of thousands of people are spread out along the edge of the riverbank, with colorful tents crowded together. The wilderness, which should have been lonely, was turned into a mobile market by this popularity. The edge of the makeshift camp. Outside the green canvas tent on the high platform, the flags of the Lieshu army fluttered. Hu Yensong stood at the edge of the platform with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the flag embroidered with a blazing sun in the distance, his eyes filled with solemnity. Mayor Qian, look, this is the result of your town not blocking the news. Even the team from Guangming City next door has smelled the scent and is coming here. Xian Jinshan followed behind him, his round face full of worry. Oh, this is really weird. He sighed with a bit of grievance. As soon as the news came in that someone had triggered a legendary quest, I immediately grounded them. How did the news still leak out? Liang Yi leaned against the tent pillar, drank a sip of water as if nothing had happened, and thought to himself. I'm just spreading it, leaks are none of my business. Shen Jinshan rolled his eyes and took a half step forward. Deputy Director, how about we chase them away? People from Bright City are coming to our Xingtia city to steal our resources. Isn't that a bit too much? Hu Yensong glanced at him sideways. They paid the fees they were supposed to, and they didn't break the rules. Now you're ordering them to leave. Do you want us, Xing Tai, to lose face in the Federation? Xian Jinshan shrank back in anger after being scolded. The deputy director is lecturing me because I was not thoughtful enough. Hu Yensong retracted his gaze and asked. How long until the lair gate opens? Shen Jinshan hurriedly took out the portable terminal from his waist, looked at the data of the source power fluctuations, and replied. Deputy Director, the fluctuations have stabilized. It's estimated that the gate will open in about 2 hours. Hu Yensong nodded and turned to look at Liang Yi beside him. Colonel Liang, are the third-level spearhead teams ready? Liang Yi stood up and replied respectfully. Everything has been arranged. There are 7 teams in total, all of whom are peak-level Tier 3 hunters. Each team is equipped with a seed hunter above Tier A. The equipment and source power supplies have also been counted in advance, and nothing has been left out. Very good. Hu Yensong narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a serious tone. Before we leave, I'll emphasize to each team captain once again that if you capture a core, you must give it to the seed hunters. Anyone who dares to keep it for themselves will be punished according to military law. I understand. Liang Yi nodded in response. After arranging the affairs of the Lieshu army, Hu Yensong looked at the leaders of the 4 major guilds behind him. He took 2 steps forward and said solemnly. Everyone, this time the core members of the legendary promotion team will most likely come from the 4 major guilds and the spearhead team of the Hunter Ruins army. He paused, glanced at the 4 people, and emphasized his tone. This involves the honor and future of the city. I hope that if your top teams encounter each other in the nest, they will cooperate with each other and absolutely not cause internal chaos, which will allow the City of Light to seize the opportunity. Don't worry, Deputy Director. Song Yi patted his chest and said, at times like these when we are united against the outside world, our 4 major guilds are always unambiguous and must unite. OSS of the Thunder Guild pushed up his silver-framed glasses, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Guangming City is ridiculous. They went through so much trouble to cross the high-risk zone, only to bring 3 teams here. Do they want to snatch resources from Xingtia City? We can't take it lightly. Hu Yensong said in a cold voice. As long as the lair gate isn't open, we won't know what this lighthouse mission is about. A larger team doesn't necessarily mean an advantage. If they really dare to rob us, we'll just kill them. Suddenly, a soft but cruel voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone was startled and turned around suddenly. At the entrance of the platform, a slender and straight figure was walking slowly towards it. He was wearing a purple uniform without a single wrinkle, with fair cheeks, a thin figure, and an elegant scholarly air between his brows. Lord City Lord! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The person who came was none other than Rhodes, the Lord of Star Iron City and the chief director of the hunting ruins, who had not appeared in public for nearly half a year. Hu Yensong was taken aback and stepped forward hurriedly. City Lord, your body. It's done now. Rhodes raised his hand and patted Hu Yensong's shoulder. Over the past few months, everything in the city has depended on you. Thank you for your hard work. It's all part-time work, so it's not hard at all. Hu Yensong replied modestly, his eyes still filled with concern and surprise. City Lord, have you truly fully recovered? No one has ever been able to remove the poison of the fallen witch. How did you do it? It's a long story. Rhodes shook his head and sighed, then raised the corner of his lips. I'll tell you about this later when I have time. Let me show you a team first. After saying that, he waved behind him and said, "Come up, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of deep footsteps. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and the next second, gasps of shock rang out one after another. A team of 6 people walked onto the platform of the camp. Each of them wore a 3-star uniform of the Lieshu army. But that look made everyone present feel a little creepy. The leader of the team had a sturdy human body with bluish-gray skin, but his lower body was a spider belly covered with shiny black hair, and his 8 slender spider legs were like blades. The person beside him seemed to maintain his human form, but when he opened his mouth, he discovered a 3-lobed mouth full of sharp teeth. The other 4 also had more or less characteristics of strange beasts. What surprised everyone was not their appearance. After all, many Kasu who have the ability to transform into beasts will also have similar forms after transformation. Those present were all high-ranking officials from the Lieshu army or major guilds, most of whom were above level 4 or 5. They saw the problem at a glance. The source power fluctuations of this team are turbid and restless, and are exactly the same as the breath of the strange beasts in the wilderness. Lord City Lord. Hu Yensong took a step forward, his voice filled with disbelief and shock. You still agreed to that group's anti-human plan? Don't react so strongly. Rhodes shook his head and laughed. What do you mean by an anti-human plan? Look at them. They have half-beast bodies, so alien beasts won't attack them. They also have human souls and intelligence. They can protect cities and replicate quickly. What's wrong with that? That's ridiculous. An old but sonorous voice suddenly rang out. An octogenarian who had been sitting on a chair slowly stood up and said bluntly, Rhodes, don't you know that research on orcs has been banned in Tianji City? All those evolutionists are on the wanted list. The parliament voted down your proposal for orcs back then, yet you actually conducted experiments privately. The old man who dared to scold Rhodes in public was none other than the old president of the Holy Beast Guild and Rhodes' former teacher, Green Turtle Elder. Rhodes turned around slowly, a calm smile still on his lips. Teacher, you've been with the Holy Beast Guild since the beginning of the catastrophe. How many times have you seen Tianji City send people to assist us before the beast tide? He changed the subject and said in a cold voice. If I don't think of a solution, am I going to watch my city fall in the 7-star ruins realm next year? Chapter 103 Orc Hunting Team. This is not a reason for you to conduct such anti-human experiments. Green Turtle Old Man scolded with anger in his tone. Don't you know what will happen to those millions of orcs in Tianji City? They will all be completely polluted by the ruins realm and turned into monsters like the alien beasts. So what? Rhodes spread his hands indifferently. Those refugees outside the city will die if I don't reform them. Ask the people behind me, do they regret it? I was originally a paraplegic, and it was the city lord who gave me a new life. The half-spider orc took a step forward, his voice full of respect for Rhodes. I have no regrets and swear allegiance to Lord Rhodes until death. Did you hear that? Rhodes glanced at the crowd, they did this voluntarily. Besides, I found a way to solve the problem of them being completely transformed into beasts. As he spoke, he revealed a hint of pride. Teacher, think about it, if the hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the city could all be transformed into this kind of combat power, even into level 4 or level 5, then there would be nothing to fear from the beast tide. I think what the city lord said makes sense. Before Green Turtle Old Man could speak, Sunha took 2 steps forward. He carefully examined the 6 orcs and said with admiration. The auras of these 6 people are all at the peak level of the 3rd Order Lord. If there are hundreds of thousands of these orcs, it can greatly alleviate the pressure of the 7-star beast tide on us. Ren Tianqing stroked his long beard, frowned and shook his head. I don't think it's right. Even if they volunteered to become orcs, it's an unfair choice in a desperate situation. Fair? Song He glanced at Ren Tianqing. Old Run, you've lived half your life in vain. Now, at a time like this where life and death are at stake, you're still talking about fairness? Ren Tianqing was not to be outdone and said. Oh? You mean, those refugees outside the city deserve to become half-human, half-ghost beings? Aren't you afraid that after being forced to volunteer, they will turn around and attack the city? Song He choked in his throat. He recalled that the parliament had rejected the proposal, which was the hidden danger that everyone was most worried about. For now, humanity's enemies are at least a group of strange beasts with low IQs. If a being like orcs were created, Even if there is a way to prevent them from transforming into beasts, it cannot change one fact.
They are no longer actually human.
Take this half-human, half-spider creature in front of us. If it were a female, it could give birth to dozens of its kind in a month.
An intelligent race that is different from humans. It could be a far more terrifying threat.
What Shaoran said is what I wanted to say as well.
Green Turtle Elder said.
If the orcs are contaminated or mutinied, not only will the outer city suffer, but even the inner city might be lost.
We don't have the defense power of Tianji City.
Everyone who is not involved should leave.
Rhodes dismissed his attendants, leaving only the leaders of the 4 major guilds and Hu Yensong. Then he invited a few people into the tent. You are all people whom this city lord trusts, so I won't hide anything from you.
Rhodes smiled slyly.
If I could make these orcs absolutely loyal to me, would you still object?
What? When they heard this, they were all shocked.
Green Turtle's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. What level of loyalty do you mean by loyalty?
Rhodes said word by word, I will do as you say.
Green Turtle Old Man still couldn't believe it and said. Just like a summoned creature is to its master, completely loyal?
That's right. Rod said affirmatively.
Even if they were asked to commit suicide immediately, they wouldn't hesitate at all.
Hiss. There was a sudden sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air in the tent.
You mean?
Hu Yensong swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling slightly.
Now you can create an army of orcs that is completely under your control? Rhodes nodded.
Yes, but it will take some time.
I am still missing a key thing. Hu Yensong asked, what's missing?
We'll talk about this later. Now is not the time to discuss this. Rhodes interrupted with a wave of his hand and continued.
First, let me tell you about the 6 Claws lair.
My orc team must capture the legendary cores of levels 1 to 3. I called you in to inform you of this.
What?
Several people looked at each other in surprise. Green Turtle's gray eyebrows were twisted into a ball, and his tone was full of anxiety. Rod, this sequence core is very important to Rosa. She will soon enter the 4th level, and this is her last chance to optimize the first 3 levels of cores. I'll explain it to her myself. Rod's tone was calm, but it revealed a hint of unquestionableness.
Which is more important, the grand plan for dealing with the 7-star ruins realm or her future?
I think she knows the difference clearly, and so should the teacher. This is like a bucket of cold water. It extinguished the thoughts of others in the tent who wanted to argue.
If he doesn't even favor his own daughter, who would dare to fight for his own team? Hu Yensong showed hesitation. City Lord, do you mean to tell the teams from the major guilds not to enter the lair? Or come in any way you like?
Rhoda interrupted directly, with a confident smile on his lips.
Anyway, they are just running along.
After saying this, he shouted to the outside world.
Number 17, come in.
As soon as he finished speaking, the half-man, half-spider-man outside the door walked in with 8 spider legs and a rapid rustling sound.
Show your true strength to all the seniors, Rhodes ordered.
As you command, master. Upon hearing this, number 17 immediately closed his eyes.
In an instant,
a hot airflow spread out from his body, veins popped out under his gray skin, and his aura suddenly became noticeably stronger.
When he opened his eyes again, they were already scarlet. Level 4. Peak? They actually have the violent ability that only the deformed boss has? Incredible.
They still have the origin, Caxio's origin card, they can also use it. Several people were dumbfounded.
Rhodes walked around number 17, as if admiring a perfect work of art, his tone full of pride.
Each of the 6 of them has this berserk state. 6 of them are at the peak of Tier 4.
Do you think those Tier 3 teams are a match for them?
Hu Yensong shook his head slowly, his Adam's apple moving. The gap between the 4th and 3rd levels is even greater than the gap between the 3rd and 1st levels. No matter how talented they are, they can't bridge such a huge gap.
So, you'd better not let them waste their time.
Rhodes waved his hand and said, time is running out, everyone please make arrangements as soon as possible. Ran Tianqing and the other 3 looked at each other, their faces full of hesitation.
But no one refuted it.
He could only bow his head in agreement and turn around to walk out of the tent.
Outside the tent, Thunder's Vice President OSS came to Green Turtle's side and asked in a low voice. Mr. Turtle, what do you think about this? I always feel like something is wrong. Ran Tianqing echoed. I also find it a little strange. When I visited the city lord last month, he was still in a state of severe poison. He recovered too quickly. OS was stunned. Could it be that the city lord was replaced by those evolutionists? Sungha rolled his eyes. Your 5th level cultivation has been cultivated on a dog? You can't sense the city lord's special origin aura? OS lowered his forehead. That's right. Then how do you arrange your team? Do you still want to go in? We have to advance if we need to, and we have to fight if we need to. Green Turtle Old Man twirled his chest-length white beard. The matter of the city lord training orcs still needs to be considered. It would be a good idea to let the children try out the orcs. However, they should be warned not to cause any damage to the relationship and not to let the people of Bright City take advantage of them. Chapter 104, Nether Dragon Knight. Star Iron Inner City. Number 108, Yunjing Villa. Chengzhou sat on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously stroking the armrest, his eyes glancing towards the laboratory every few seconds, his brows tightly furrowed. Lao Gao calmly poured him a cup of tea. Don't worry, the young master said it can be done in half an hour, so it will definitely be done. The Wolfpack Guild told me that the lair will open in an hour and a half. Is it still in time? Chengzhu's tone was filled with worry. To reach the Nanling ruins, we have to pass through a medium-risk area. It seems that aircraft cannot pass through it. In the past few days, Chengzhu spent most of his time hunting and gaining experience in the 3-star ruins. He has already felt the benefits of the core of the series. Not only does it heal wounds, the feast effect is also useful for some blunt injuries. The more bleeding there is on the scene, the more courageous he becomes. No matter what, he has to fight for the remaining 2 series cores. Don't worry, the master is here. Lao Gao comforted him. It won't take more than 10 minutes. With the master's promise, Chengzhu's mentality instantly calmed down. Wait a moment. Thinking of Huangfu by patting his chest and promising to help him seize the core, he couldn't help but ask curiously. By the way, Master, isn't young Master Huangfu vying for the core of this series? Could it be that he is also the origin of ancient martial arts? In the past few days, Chengzhu encountered some doubts about ancient martial arts and asked his master Lao Gao for advice many times. I also gradually learned some common sense about the origins of ancient martial arts. The origin of ancient martial arts is to use source power to temper the body. Originally, there was no independent source card, and they were all used to assist the advancement of the source. Chengzhu's ancient martial arts origin card is purely an exception. Even Master Lao Gao didn't know how his origin card would be promoted. In other words, is it necessary to advance? Young Master's origin cannot be revealed for now. Perhaps she will tell you in person later. After all. Lao Gao suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. This is the first time I've seen her care so much about other people's affairs. Crack. Just then, the laboratory door suddenly unlocked. Huangfu Bai rushed into the living room. Even though he tried to maintain his noble and calm demeanor, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Done. Fusion with the boundary stone, ignoring the rules of the boundary gate, firepower can destroy 5th level monsters, and a gravity body mecha tailored for you. Referencing your black dragon man shape, let's call it M. Nether Dragon Knight. As he spoke, he threw a card to Chengzhu. Try it quickly. Huangfu Bai urged. Chengzhu caught it steadily. Explore the source of power and activate the card. A flash of fluorescence followed by a humming sound of mechanical assembly as metal components rapidly connected. A red and black mecha appeared instantly. Chengzhu's eyes lit up. Compared to the previous silver fuselage that was consistent with the currency, the black background and red edge design of this Phantom Dragon Knight looks more cool. There are spikes on the shoulders, arms and back, making the 3.5-meter high fuselage line smooth yet tough. This gravity body carries 18 sets of firepower weapons and 9 types of physical weapons, 4 of which can inflict fatal damage to 5th level alien beasts. Huangfu Bai knocked on the outer shell of the mecha and said proudly. This is a special armor fused with boundary stones. Not only can it ignore the rules of the boundary gate, but it can also store energy when attacked and emit pulse reflections. I said it can deal with 5th level monsters, but that's a conservative estimate. It's amazing. Chengzhu's eyes widened. Which man can resist a handsome mecha? Not only that. Huangfu Bai raised his eyebrows again and said. I also replaced its CPU with a mechanical heart core.
Its intelligence system can upgrade autonomously and bind to your origin.
You don't even need to pilot it yourself, it can still fight for you. Of course, some functions will be limited during autonomous combat. Listening to Huang Fubai's endless introduction, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but gasp. That must be a lot of money. Not much. Huang Fubai waved his hand indifferently and said,
As long as you help me build the strongest team in Redstone Town, dominate the Abyss, and expand the Redstone Lighthouse, you will receive many benefits in the future.
Sure. Cheng Zhuo smiled happily. It felt so good to have a big boss by his side. He glanced at the time and saw that the nest was about to open, so he quickly reminded. Master Huangfu, how about we set off?
No hurry, I'll go take a shower first. Huang Fubai took out a mirror from somewhere and looked at his fair and flawless face.
It's so dirty.
Seeing him slowly walking towards the bedroom, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but complain in his heart. The rich young master is good in every way except that he is too obsessed with cleanliness.
How can you be like a woman? The edge of the Nanling ruins.
Catherine leaned against her heavy motorcycle, tapping the fuel tank unconsciously with her fingertips, and glanced repeatedly towards the end of the road in the direction of the city-state.
Sister K, are those two guys coming yet?
A sturdy man, more than 2 meters tall, was holding an alloy staff taller than him.
He ate a meat pie boredly and said as he chewed. The gate is about to open. The bearded middle-aged man leaning against an SUV glanced at him sideways. Why are you in such a hurry? Just wait. Do you really expect to bring 2 new servant-level recruits to grab the lighthouse rewards? Just deal with a few small bosses. That's right.
A fat man with a silver gray detector on his eye shrugged and said jokingly.
Anyway, my goal is to serve the local tyrant young master well. If the young master is happy, he can also give me an epic weapon, then this trip will be worthwhile.
Hearing this, the bearded middle-aged man suddenly raised his drooping eyelids.
Hey, you kid, don't say it. If you expect to grab the treasure, it's better to hold the young master and reward him. But
the 2-meter-tall man swallowed a large mouthful of meat pie and said in a muffled voice. I heard that young master is quite unlucky with his teammates. The first time, 3 of them died, and last time, H0173 was wiped out.
What the hell are you saying?
The middle-aged man with a beard suddenly raised his voice and kicked the strong man's staff.
We're a tier 3 hunting team. How can we compare to those newly awakened rookies? Here I come.
Catherine, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke.
Where is it?
The strong man rubbed his eyes and looked towards the end of the road for a long time, but he didn't see a single vehicle coming.
At this point, what should have come has already arrived. The highway was empty. Just as they were puzzled, Catherine suddenly looked up and said, in the sky. The 3 of them looked up suddenly.
Not far away, beneath a patch of white cloud, 2 beams of light were breaking through the wind barrier and rapidly approaching.
At first, they looked like 2 twinkling stars, but in an instant, they magnified into clear outlines. I saw a man in black holding a mecha in one hand and flying towards me at high speed. Bang! Bang!
But in the blink of an eye, the man landed steadily with 2 mechas.
Sister K.
Cheng Zhuo jumped out of the mecha and greeted her with a smile. Sorry for the wait.
Not long.
Catherine shook her head, but her eyes involuntarily drifted towards the man in black beside the mecha.
He was dressed in a neat suit, and his figure and face looked like an ordinary middle-aged man.
Even though he didn't exude any pressure when he stood there, Catherine still couldn't help feeling a little timid. A nervous blush appeared on her cheeks.
This is Mr. Gao, right?
An 8th level master, let alone seeing one. I have never heard of such a level in Xingtia City before. The other 3 also stopped their previous idle state.
Greet him respectfully. Hello, Mr. Gao. Yeah. Lao Gao just nodded slightly in response.
Then he stepped aside.
Huang Fubai regained his noble and arrogant look. He tapped his watch with his fingertips, and 2 mini drones quickly flew over the ruins.
I saw that both of them looked like they didn't want to be approached by strangers. Catherine tactfully stopped talking and turned to Cheng Zhuo and said, The guild leader was originally going to come over to say hello to you, but something unexpected happened in town, so he asked me to say hello on his behalf. We will do our best to help you get high-quality cores during this trip to the lair.
Do you have any thoughts on the series type? My thoughts? Will they affect the team's actions? Cheng Zhuo was a little puzzled. Catherine nodded slightly. Well, based on the advanced beasts that have appeared in the past, different types correspond to different distribution areas of exotic beasts. It's best for us to determine the type first and then go straight to the target after entering. That's right. The bearded middle-aged man beside her also echoed. Brother Chang, if you kill a few small ones of the nest-type advancement beasts, you can probably figure out the distribution of the boss. With a target in mind, you can save time and prevent others from getting there first. Is that so? Chang Zhuo suddenly realized it, but before he could reply, he heard Huang Fu Bai say coldly. He wants to be at legendary level. Our only goal is to be number 1, nothing else. What? The four of them looked at each other in surprise. Chapter 105 Hunting Game, Winner Takes All. Seeing the four people's strange expressions, Chang Zhuo couldn't help but ask. Will it be difficult? It's more than difficult. It's simply impossible. The four of them were shouting in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Catherine pondered for 2 seconds, then tapped her watch to bring up a holographic image. This news, have you seen it? What is it? Chang Zhuo leaned over curiously. The picture shows a team of hunters wearing black combat uniforms, but everyone looks weird. Chang Zhuo asked doubtfully. Looks like they're all beastmen? Is this team strong? It is rare to see a group of all beastmen in the Hunting Ruins army. The beastmen's original skills are all physical strengthening types. Most of them are tank-type fighters, and occasionally there are some speed-type assassins. But the hunting team emphasizes the combination of long and short distances, and this team is too biased. They're not ordinary beastmen. Catherine's voice deepened. They're orcs. Orcs? Chang Zhuo's eyes widened instantly. He subconsciously looked at his master on the side. Could it be the orc they had talked about before? Lao Gao, who was half closed his eyes and seemed to be distracted, suddenly raised his eyes, and a barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his black eyes, and his gaze fell on the hologram. Brother Chang, this is the first time you've heard of this. The bearded middle-aged man stroked his beard, with a hint of suspicion in his tone. I heard that Tianji City was in turmoil with the orcs. I didn't expect that the city lord Luo, whom I haven't seen for a long time, actually cultivated them. He said that these people are all at the peak of the 3rd level, but they can all exert the strength of the 4th level. They are the core of the legendary series. The rewards from the lighthouse are usually given to the strongest team, Catherine said with a hint of helplessness. If we want to fight, we'll not only face this group of orcs, but also the 3rd-tier teams from the guild and the Hunter Ruins army, and even the 3 teams from Bright City. They'll all be very difficult to deal with. After a pause, Catherine introduced. By the way, this uncle is Wei Erdeo. We all call him Uncle Dao. He is our team's close combat attacker. By the way, I introduced the 2 people behind me. The one holding the ally staff is called Gaota, and as his name suggests, he is indeed very tall. But it was a little surprising to Chang Zhuo that such a strong man was actually a wind mage with a level potential. The fat man carrying the detector is called Miao Sanpao. The origin is a level Hawkeye. He has a bunch of source-powered hot weapons and cold weapons like bows and crossbows, and he is best at sniper-type heavy artillery. 2 knives and 3 cannons, quite a combination. Hello, everyone. Chang Zhuo nodded slightly to Wei Erdeo and asked. Uncle Dao, according to what you said, a boss-level promotion source core can't be a legendary level? Wei Erdeo smiled and said with some regret. If I want to get a legendary level boss core, I'll probably have to use up all my luck in this lifetime. Just after he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and said. TSK, but you might be another one. Yes. Catherine smiled. Handsome Chang is the son of Luck who used the wild boar blind core to create the legendary meditation method. Sure. I'll try to open another legendary level. It looks like our team is going to be famous this time. Gao Ta and Miao Sanpao also responded with a smile. But it was not difficult to find out from their joking support that they did not quite believe that Chang Zhuo could have such luck. Chang Zhuo didn't expose it either. After a while of discussing teamwork, they released their original power, completed the team formation, and waited for the nest to open. While we are still waiting for time, Chang Zhuo casually clicked on the watch news. The hot headlines were blindingly red, filled with news about the orc team and city lord Luo. The sudden appearance of a group of orcs, anti-human or new hope? Luo Changju, the orc hunting team will win the championship. The 7-star ruins are coming, if you don't change, you will be destroyed. The discussion about this matter below is also in full swing.
From what the city Lord Luo said, it seems that he can transform all those who are unable to awaken or have low potential into this kind of half-orcs. Catherine leaned towards him, frowning slightly as she spoke. Originally, most people in the comments section were against this beastification experiment, but he just posted a message saying that next year's Great Beast Tide, which occurs once every 20 years, will originate from the 7-star ruins realm. If Xingtia City doesn't seek reform, it might be destroyed by the Beast Tide. Public opinion has instantly reversed. These are not our concerns. We in Redstone Town are not part of the city-state. Gayota continued to chew on the meat pie and waved his hand nonchalantly. You know shit. Miao Sanpao rolled his eyes at him. Have you never heard of the saying lips and teeth are cold? If Xingtia City is overrun by a wave of beasts, how can we, the town, hold out without support? Have you forgotten that even our wolf pack has most of the city's inhabitants? Don't worry about that for now. Wei Erdeo's voice became deep. It's about to start, fatty, get ready to position yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone clearly felt a strange breeze in the air. The sound of the wind was filled with the low growls of strange beasts that seemed to come from deep within the ruins. Huang Fubai's voice suddenly rang out. 3.2 kilometers southwest. Set off. Catherine raised her long legs and landed steadily on the heavy motorcycle with a light leap. She turned back and warned Cheng Zhua. Cheng Zhua, there is spatial turbulence above this site. You can't fly too high. Cheng Zhua nodded slightly. Together with Huang Fubai, they each returned to the mecha cockpit. The metal hatch slowly closed. Cheng Zhua activated the low-altitude flight mode and increased the power to the maximum. Several scarlet fluorescent lights suddenly lit up on the edge of the mecha, like a sleeping beast opening its eyes. The other three boarded a hardcore off-road vehicle. As the engine roared, the four wheels retracted with a click, switching to hovering mode, and pale blue flames erupted from under the car. The entire temporary base was suddenly filled with roars, and hovercrafts of various shapes turned into a wave of steel, rushing towards the entrance of the nest. In less than 2 minutes, several people gathered at the edge of a huge, half-convex black hole. Different from the conventional erected boundary gate. This gate does look like the entrance to an ant's nest. At this time, many teams had already rushed in. Catherine's voice came from the headset. Let's go in too. Several people agreed and rushed towards the boundary gate. There was no light and it was dark all around. Cheng Zhua, who had just entered the nest, immediately turned on the light source of the mecha, and then gradually saw some vague outlines. The surroundings are very empty. This place doesn't look like a nest of some creature, but more like the ruins of some ancient building. You have entered the Six Claws lair. Current ruins level, 3 stars. Keywords, hunting game, killing points. Ruins exploration progress, 0.1%. Common beast type, unknown. Ultimate mission, winner takes all. Brothers, be careful. Quickly gather at Cheng Zhua and Huang Fubai's place. Catherine's slightly nervous voice came. This nest uses a killing points system. Anyone who stays here may become our enemy. Chapter 106 Summoning the Army. Hunting games do not refer to hunting exotic animals. Hunting humans. Under this rule, even team teleportation was disrupted. Cheng Zhua also had some understanding of the rules of this world. Killing hunters here also earned points, and points could even be plundered. Even though the city-state strictly prohibits hunters from killing each other, some people cannot resist the temptation of high-ranking rewards. This type of world usually only has one chance to enter, so no one will choose to quit unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, the temptation of the core of the series is too great. Even if you can't get the legendary level, other levels of series cores are still stronger than ordinary ones. This time's revelation of the world. In addition to displaying the information of the world, the points description and lighthouse rewards are also displayed below. The points for strength before entering the level are 530 from low to high. The first level is 50-150. The second level is 200-350. The third level is 400-600. It is designed to be consistent with the strength of the biological organisms corresponding to each level, and the points for hunting hunters and exotic beasts are the same. As for the rewards, 10,000 points can be exchanged for a set of high-quality series cores. 50,000 can be exchanged for a set of boutique-level items, and 500,000 can be exchanged for a set of epic-level items. There are also rewards for team rankings. The top 100 teams will receive premium-level rewards, and the top 10 will receive epic-level rewards.
The legendary level is the top reward. It's hard to say whether this reward is easy or not, as it depends on the number of exotic beasts in the nest and the size of the nest. But it is obvious that a bloody storm is inevitable. Chengzhua, Huangfu Bai, please find a safe area nearby to wait for us. We will meet up first and ensure your safety before making any further plans. Catherine was still giving instructions in the headset, her tone full of worry. Wei Erdeo's hoarse voice followed. Fatty and I are close, so let's go find Master Huangfu first. Xiaokei, you and Gayota go to Chengzhua's side. Okay, let's arrange it this way. Catherine replied. Huangfu Bai suddenly said. The mecha I gave Chengzhua can't even break through defenses below level 4. You should take care of yourselves first. There was a momentary silence in the team channel. Haha, if we didn't have to rely on young Master Huangfu, how could we have forgotten about this? The fat man flattered with an awkward laugh. Uncle Dao and Sister Kay's plan is fine. Let's meet up first. Chengzhua said at the right time. But don't be too anxious. If you encounter any strange beasts along the way that can be dealt with, don't hold back. We will hunt them as we go along. The light spots on the revelation can show the approximate locations of several teammates. But there is no distance and no route. So they could only grope their way towards one direction. After deciding on the plan, Chengzhua turned his attention to the surrounding environment. He is currently at a 4-way intersection. The surrounding area is filled with stone wall passages built with square stones. The rough stone surface is covered with moss. The ceiling above is about 40 to 50 meters high, and the passage is more than 10 meters wide. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, there was a sound of arthropods climbing. Chengzhua's mind moved. He immediately released 1,000 corpses of strange beasts that he had collected in his new home, the Dream Valley. Although Chengzhua is only a second-level undead summoner now, with his current mental value, he can already summon a third-level undead corpse puppet. So he put a large number of third-level alien beast corpses into the space in the past few days. The one released this time was an ape corpse, about 2.5 meters tall, with a 4-petal mouth, huge claws and mouthparts that were extremely lethal. Although the strength of the body was generally only over 400, it was only at the level of a newborn in the 3rd stage. But Chengzhua's second-level undead origin skill can use source power to create mimic weapons for them. After being armed, the combat power of the monkey corpse puppet can reach the middle of the 3rd level. Chengzhua pulled out the Thunder Spirit Scepter and slammed it hard on the ground. A lavender lightning exploded on the stone surface, and a difficult and profound spell came out of his mouth, so low that it seemed to come from hell. As the last syllable falls, the joints of 1,000 ape corpses creaked as they slowly rose to their feet. Then, Chengzhua continued to cast spells. The crisp sound of the armor splicing together was like dense drumbeats. Iron claws popped out from the palms of the corpses, and in a blink of an eye, a team of 1,000 corpse puppets was armed. Go! Chengzhua gave the order. 1,000 giant ape corpses were divided into 4 teams and rushed towards 4 passages. The instructions he gave to the corpse puppet were to hunt on its own and not to actively attack humans. The source power fluctuations on the summoned creatures and strange beasts were still easy to distinguish. If someone was blind and attacked the corpse puppet and was killed in return, he could only blame his blindness and bad luck. In addition to hunting, Chengzhua also wants to find the 2nd and 3rd level 6-clawed boss as soon as possible. Just because others can't use the promotion source core to open a legendary level, it doesn't mean he can't. Even if he can't, there are still summer cicadas. But after a moment, the roar of a strange beast was heard from the depths of the passage. The corpse puppets have collided with the group of 6-clawed monsters. The sounds of tearing, shattering shells, and the screams of strange beasts were intertwined and densely intertwined, echoing in the stone path. Perhaps they were still outside the nest, and those 6-clawed beasts didn't even have the strength to resist the 3rd-level ape corpse puppet. The giant ape corpse puppet's hunting efficiency is astonishingly high. Chengzhua could hardly get involved. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he immediately opened the gate to the Dream Valley and took Tao Yaoyao over. Can, Dragon Beast, and Adrian were also summoned. As the saying goes, a lion uses all its strength even when fighting a rabbit. What's more, there is Luo Qiang who is hiding somewhere unknown. Since he was determined to get the core of the series, Chengzhua didn't plan to hide it anymore. Except for Tao Yaoyao, who was sitting on the shoulder of his mecha watching the fun, all the other summoned beings were sent out by Chengzhua. In the next 10 minutes, Chengzhua's personal points and team points rushed to the first place at almost rocket speed.
and quickly widened the gap with the second place. In the Lieshu military camp outside the Nanling ruins, the Hunting Ruins army and the guild leaders were all gathered together by the city lord Rhodes. Lingxi announced the mechanism of this nest at the same time as the gate was opened.
You all should have seen it. Rhodes pointed at the revelation of the ruins realm published by Lingxi and said in a deep voice. This time, the core nest is a hunting game mode. What are your thoughts? As soon as the words fell, discussions began to break out at the conference table. I think the low-level teams are fine.
Most of them are self-aware and will withdraw once they get the core they want. What we need to focus on are those teams with high talent or strong strength.
We have to try to prevent them from killing each other. How about sending some more people in to convey our message? People are always greedy.
This series core is only released once every few years. I'm afraid they won't give up fighting for rankings easily.
Yes, fighting is inevitable. Quiet. Rhodes shouted, I'm not asking you how to resolve their internal strife. His eagle eyes looked around and he continued.
I must emphasize again, the orc hunters will not yield to the legendary core this time. As you all know, the orc speciality is difficult to control, and only I can command them.
City Lord, what you mean is? Deputy Director Hu Yensong showed a worried look.
Rhodes' voice was somewhat cold.
If they are unwilling to withdraw, this City Lord's orc hunting team may hunt them indiscriminately. Chapter 107 Arrogant Mr. Gao. What?
Deputy Director Hu Yensong suddenly jumped up from his chair. City Lord, this is inappropriate. Upon hearing that those orcs who can exert the peak strength of the 4th level will attack indiscriminately, he was so frightened that his gray beard was trembling.
Are you kidding me?
The hunting team entering the Six Claws lair this time consists of nearly 50,000 people, and more than 90% of the high-potential young hunters in Xingtia City are among them.
Hu Yensong's voice unconsciously rose, with an unconcealable anxiety. How could we allow those orcs to slaughter these young talents at will? Deputy Director, don't you understand what I'm saying?
City Lord Rhodes glanced at him coldly.
I told you, the orcs only obey my orders. Do you think you can let me into a 3-star nest?
He pounded the table, his tone full of unquestionable force. I've told you before, they'll stop at nothing to get the legendary series core.
This is related to whether I can train a team of 7th level orcs. 7th order team?
When Hu Yensong heard this, he couldn't help but choked in his throat. Ever since his teacher, the previous City Lord Master Yuan, died in battle 20 years ago, he has always had an obsession in his heart that he must protect Xingtia City for his teacher. But the 7-star ruins realm a year later weighed on his heart like a huge rock. In the Tianji Federation, only Tianji City has the ability to destroy a world of that level, but Tianji City is half a month away from Xingtia City. The other party must first clear out the beast tide in their own territory before they can allocate manpower to support. So, there was no support for a month.
Xingtia City can't hold out that long.
Deputy Director, there's no need to worry too much. At this moment, Ren Tianxing stepped forward and gently tried to ease the tension in the room.
We'll send more people in and order them to evacuate the nest immediately. Others in the hall also echoed. That's right.
Although the series cores are scarce, compared to their lives, those guys should know what's important.
The gap between the peak of the 4th stage and the 3rd stage is obvious to any fool. They can definitely tell the difference. The City Lord's plan is for the prosperity of the city-state. Personal gains and losses should be put aside.
Hu Yensong's eyes lit up when he heard this.
Yes, this nest is not the type that you can't exit until the end.
Thinking of this, he hurriedly urged. In that case, each guild should quickly send someone in to explain the pros and cons to them and urge them to come out quickly. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head to look at Liang Yi beside him. The Lieshu army should also quickly dispatch troops in and arrange for them to evacuate as soon as possible.
There can be no delay at all. After the order is issued.
Only then did he realize that the city lord was still sitting in the main seat. He quickly suppressed his anxiety and bowed to ask for instructions.
Lord City Lord, do you think this arrangement is okay?
The deputy director made very appropriate arrangements.
Rhodes raised his eyebrows in satisfaction and then scolded. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and do what the deputy director asks. Yes. Yes, sir. No one in the hall dared to delay.
They all bowed in agreement, turned around and quickly left the tent, leaving Hu Yensong standing there, looking at the backs of those people leaving, with a heavy heart. Hopefully these people won't get carried away by the core of the series. Their strength is comparable to that of a peak 4th Order Orc team. Even 10 top-level 3rd Order hunting teams would not be able to deal with them. Wait until all the participants in the meeting have left. Rhodes then said. This Cheng Zhuo is the guy who's been so popular recently and has merged with the legendary level, right? He looked at the name that stood out on the data list, his eyes filled with gloom. Hu Yensong bowed with his hands down, his voice respectful. Report to the city lord, it is him. I heard that the deputy director kicked him out of Xingtia City in order to punish him for his selfishness. Rhodes turned around and looked at Hu Yensong, his tone was indistinguishable from his joy or anger. Does the deputy director realize his mistake? Hu Yensong's square face froze and he sighed. I was inconsiderate. I initially thought his secondary awakening rate was too low, making it difficult for him to achieve great things. I never expected him to encounter such an opportunity. Your punishment is correct. Rhodes raised his eyebrows. When faced with the fate of a city-state, selfish people should be punished. But your mistake was leaving him alive, creating a difficult enemy for the city-state. Hu Yensong squeezed out a smile and said. Don't worry about that. Although I haven't been able to convince him to return to the city-state contract yet, after getting to know him in detail, I've found that he has a good temper and isn't violent. As long as I personally apologize to him sincerely, even if he doesn't want to come back, he will never become an enemy of the city-state. Senior brother Huyen. Rhodes slowly stood up and patted Hu Yensong on the shoulder. Have you ever been curious? Back then, the entire city clearly supported you, but before his death, the teacher appointed me as the successor to the city lord and sent you to the remote Red Stone town instead? Hu Yensong smiled bitterly. Junior brother, you are smarter than me and know how to plan and strategize. The position of city lord should belong to you. Rhodes shook his head. Senior brother's past achievements are much better than mine. The problem is that he is too kind. Benevolence? Hu Yensong unconsciously clenched the sword at his waist with his fingertips, thinking of the things he had done in leading the Lieshu army over the years. He expelled refugees on a large scale, and for the sake of the city-state's interests, he turned against his old friends in Red Stone Town. During the last small beast tide, in order to hold the defense line, he refused to send troops to support Red Stone Town. He sighed deeply. I'm afraid my actions over the years can't be considered benevolent. Yes, brother may have offended many people and expelled many refugees for the sake of the city-state. He even turned against his former teammates in Redstone Town for the sake of the city-state's interests, but that's the problem. Rhodes pointed at Cheng Zhuo, who was at the top of the list, and his tone darkened. You always try to leave a little room for maneuver, but this room is the root of disaster. It sounds nice, but to those in high positions, it's indecisiveness. This child won't. Deputy Director Hu Yen. Rod interrupted with a deep voice, look at his current points. Do you think he would be willing to give up? This. Hu Yensong looked up suddenly and realized what Rhodes meant. If Cheng Zhuo and the others still refused to withdraw after receiving the news, what if they died at the hands of those orcs? I'm going to find Mr. Gao now. Hu Yensong raised his foot and was about to leave, but Rhodes grabbed his shoulder. No. Rhodes' eyes showed a hint of anger. I've looked for him. Hu Yensong was stunned. What did Mr. Gao say? Ha ha. Rhodes sneered. He advised me to withdraw the orcs so as not to waste years of hard work. I've never seen such an arrogant person. Hu Yensong frowned. His confidence comes from those two mechas? The scene when Chang Zhuo and Huang Fubai came was so impressive that the two mechas, one black and one white, had gone viral on the internet. That's right. Rod's tone was filled with sarcasm. I thought the people from the giant city had seen the world and knew what the orcs were capable of, but what happened? It's ridiculous. He didn't really think that those two guys driving two cheating mechas and earning some points could stop my orcs, right? Chapter 108 Abnormal Transmission. In the Six Claw Nest. The one-sided massacre by the summoned undead army continues. We're almost reunited. Cheng Zhuo's eyes swept across the red dot on the revelation of the ruins world. Catherine was just a dozen meters in front of him on the right. But when he turned the corner and saw the scene in front of him, I couldn't help but be stunned. Between him and Catherine, there was an almost transparent barrier, swaying slightly like solidified water ripples. They both reached out and tried.
This transparent barrier is so unique that even source energy cannot penetrate it.
And no matter how they attacked, there was no change at all.
What's going on?
Catherine's confused voice came from the headset.
What's wrong? Wei Erdeo asked.
Catherine immediately recounted what had happened to her in Changjua. Just as he finished speaking, Huang Fubai's slightly indifferent voice came over. That's the Shujia barrier.
This nest is similar to a honeycomb structure.
We should be scattered among the small nests now. We need to pass through the central passage and enter the next level to have a chance to meet up.
Changjua couldn't help but ask curiously. How do you know? I'm right in the center, Huang Fubai said in a calm tone.
Changjua frowned and looked at the revelation of the Shujie. The light spots representing the teammates on the screen were slowly approaching, but Huang Fubai's light spot was hanging alone at the outermost edge, separated from everyone else by a distance. Young master, please be careful and don't run into another blind corpse.
I don't believe I'm that unlucky.
Huang Fubai disagreed. Besides, I'm not afraid of those things.
Okay, then please be more careful.
Changjua felt a little helpless, and was too embarrassed to touch his scar, so he could only gesture to Catherine on the other side of the barrier to leave.
Sister K, let's find the entrance to the next floor first. Catherine nodded, put away her weapon, turned around and ran deeper into her area.
Changjua also controlled the mecha and turned to walk towards the center of the nest. As he went deeper and communicated with his teammates, Changjua gradually figured out the patterns of this nest.
It is exactly as Huang Fubai said. The nest is like a huge shaped structure. The closer you get to the center, the stronger the monsters become. But Changjua has not seen any Lord-level monsters yet. They are all low-level monsters that have not yet entered the rank or the first rank. He guessed that the strongest person on this level might be at the peak of the first level. He also noted that the team behind him on the points list, Team 001, the Orc Hunting Ruins team, as well as the points of several teams from Bright City and the 4 major guilds, were rapidly closing in on them. Judging from the rising numbers, these people killed at least second-level monsters. Obviously, most of them have entered the next level. At this rate, Chengjua's team may soon be pushed off the top spot. We have to hurry. The sense of urgency in his heart suddenly increased, and Changjua subconsciously quickened his pace and rushed to the center of the character. Along the way, Changjua also encountered several hunters who were either playing in groups or alone. After seeing his undead army and mechas, most of them retreated or frantically took pictures with their watches. He was stopped several times during this period. At first, Changjua thought that some blind people wanted to kill people and steal points. It turned out that people just wanted to take a photo with his mecha. In a hunting game, when Changjua met this kind of people, he felt like he was holding a celebrity meeting, and there was no fierce competitive atmosphere at all. About half an hour. The deep and wide passage suddenly opened up. An empty square appeared in front of Changjua. A milky white gate was suspended in the center of the square, which was obviously the entrance to the next level. But what surprised Changjua was that there were 2 rows of Lieshu soldiers standing on both sides of the gate, staring at the surroundings with vigilant expressions. The edge of the square was still crowded with hunters, all with serious expressions on their faces, whispering about something. Just then, Catherine's voice came from Chengjua's headphones. Turn your watch radios to emergency frequency 144. Upon hearing this, Changjua immediately transferred over. A very official emergency notice sounded intermittently. Zzz. Warning. Orc Hunting Team number 001 possesses peak Tier 4 combat power. Their sole goal is to secure first place. All seeded teams must evacuate their lair immediately to avoid becoming prey. Everyone else must also stay as far away or retreat. After listening to a few words, Changjua returned to the team channel and his teammates had already started discussing. What do you mean, should we retreat? If what you said is true, we, as the top team, may become the number 1 target of these orcs. Wei Erdeo asked. The voice from the tower was slightly muffled. He's at the peak of the 4th level. The 4 of us together can barely deal with 1. Is it true? Fatty Miao Sanpeo's voice was full of suspicion. They're just a few orcs, how could they have such abilities? From level 3 to level 4, and at the peak of their powers? Catherine was also very confused. I also think it's a bit outrageous. After all, a 4th level machine is twice as strong as a 3rd level machine, and the energy reserves in the source are also doubled. How did they do that? It's true.
It's a kind of berserk ability that consumes vitality, Huangfu Bai said in a cold voice. When the knowledgeable Huangfu Baidu said this, everyone fell silent. I won't retreat, Cheng Zhua said at the right time. But you don't have to accompany me. I have a mecha, Huangfu Bai also said succinctly. I won't retreat either. Why don't we go to the next floor first and think about it? I haven't heard of anyone encountering them here yet, Catherine suggested. Okay, let's reunite first. The other three also agreed. Cheng Zhua did not try to persuade them to retreat. They were all adults, and since they had decided to go forward, they were naturally aware of the dangers they might face. Thinking of this, Cheng Zhua immediately put away all his summons and controlled the mecha to drive towards the gate. He glanced at the crowd gathered in front of the gate. What the group of people gathered to study was the warning broadcast on the emergency frequency. Stop. The two hunters at the door saw Cheng Zhua's mecha and asked. Identification badge, please. Cheng Zhua did not refuse and used the mecha projection to reveal his identity information. Seeing that Cheng Zhua was a contractor from Redstone Town and was driving a mecha, the two of them immediately began to whisper. Captain, this Cheng Zhua is the 3S genius, right? What should I do? He's not on the list of people ordered to withdraw. TSK, wouldn't it be a pity if this kid was killed by the orcs? Then should we stop him and go out to ask for instructions? Look at this piece of iron, can you stop him? He's only earning tens of thousands of dollars, why do you care so much? Just let him go. The two looked at each other, then stepped back to make way for Cheng Zhua. Unexpectedly smooth. Cheng Zhua didn't stay for long and walked straight to the entrance of the boundary gate. As soon as he stepped in, a strange revelation from the ruins popped up before Cheng Zhua's eyes. Meets Arena Standards, Transmitting. Chapter 109 Lighthouse Arena. Cheng Zhua didn't have time to react. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and the tall stone walls disappeared. Instead, there was an empty red stone ground, which was as big as a dozen football fields. The dark red sand rustled under the feet of the mecha. It was surrounded by layers of stone stands, and dried blood was embedded in the weathered stone cracks. The scene before me looked very much like the ancient Roman Colosseum, exuding a primitive and cruel atmosphere. Arena? Cheng Zhua was stunned when he saw the revelation of the ruins in front of him. He had only seen this kind of thing on the internet before. When I was in school, every time there was an arena, the teacher would take me to watch the whole thing. That's a lighthouse competitive mechanism. It is specially selected for some special treasures or special environments. Under normal circumstances, it will only appear in the Abyss or High Star ruins. Strange. Cheng Zhua couldn't help but feel puzzled. Can a 3-star nest be triggered? Yao Yao, Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao suddenly let out a cry of surprise, stood up from the shoulder wing of the mecha, and pointed excitedly at a place not far away. In that direction, there was a circle of stone pillars engraved with strange inscriptions standing around the arena. At this moment, every 2 stone pillars formed a group, and a pale white halo similar to a gate was lit in the middle. Tiny black shadows could be seen wriggling in the halo. Roar, roar. In an instant, deafening roars were heard one after another. Immediately afterwards, 20 black shadows rushed out from the halo, making muffled bang sounds when they landed, and rolled up red sand all over the sky. Cheng Zhua immediately looked over attentively. He was pleasantly surprised to find that these 26 clawed beasts with different appearances were actually all second-level boss lords. He was rushing towards Cheng Zhua with his teeth bared. Let me show you some new firepower. Cheng Zhua's pupils shrank slightly, and he glanced at the updated functions of the gravity body. It's you, source melting ray. His fingertips slid quickly, and a dark shoulder cannon appeared from the Dark Dragon Knight's mecha with a click. The light blue source of energy condensed into a ball of light at the muzzle. Bang! The next moment, a scorching ray that distorted the surrounding air shot out. The moment they touched those second-level bosses, the contact parts almost melted directly, and 20 bosses fell to the ground instantly without even being able to use a single skill. TSK. Cheng Zhua was very surprised by the power of this source melting ray. But when he checked the energy consumption, he couldn't help but be shocked. Only then did he notice that the energy tank of this version of the gravity body actually contained a 5th-order source core, and the previous wave of rays had directly consumed 10% of its energy. Cheng Zhua can afford the 5th-level source core. But the problem is, he wasn't prepared. Never mind. Mechas are useless against these idiots. Thinking of this, he immediately put away the mecha and released all the summoned bodies.
Go and collect the source core. Changjue gave orders to Dalong and Adrian.
Dragon Beast. Upon hearing this, the dragon's feet made a bang and it rushed over with a swish, fearing that it would be slower than Adrian. When it stood next to the corpses of 20 lords, it looked back at Adrian, who was still standing there. His pupils narrowed slightly, a hint of contempt flashing across them. But when it turned around, it was surprised to find that the source cores of the 20 corpses popped out automatically, and wrapped in a faint green halo, they shot quickly above Adrian's palm.
Dalong? This telekinetic move made Changjue's eyes light up. He couldn't help but wonder. You actually know this move? Why didn't I see you perform it during the demonstration? Adrian nodded slightly and replied in a hoarse voice. Master, this is just the simplest magical extraction.
It is not offensive.
It's very practical.
Changjue praised.
That's right, from now on, collecting the source cores will be left to you.
Yes, sir.
Dalong dragged his feet and slowly walked back to Changjue's side. His slightly ferocious face showed no emotion. But the depressed feeling was about to overflow.
Originally, its strength was no match for Guan Guan, and it was even no match for the third-order undead corpse puppet summoned by its master.
Now even the job of picking up things has been taken away. It seems that among all the master's servants, it is the weakest. Don't be discouraged. Changjue saw through Dalong's frustration at first sight. You are a replica of my biological strength. You will have a chance to turn the tables in the future. Dalong's IQ is not high, but he can still understand what was said. The slightly dejected back straightened up in an instant.
Seeing a group of strange beasts appearing in the boundary gates, it roared and rushed over without waiting for Changjue's orders.
Lieshu Army Camp. Hu Yensong walked into the tent with hurried steps.
He frowned and looked at Rhodes solemnly.
City Lord, please come out and take a look.
Seeing how serious he was, Rhodes quickly stood up and followed him to the door of the tent.
Look. Hu Yensong's gaze turned towards the direction of the nest's gate.
Rhodes followed his gaze. In the direction of the nest gate, above the gate, which originally only had a faint white halo, there was a projection like a mirage hanging in the air. It was dozens of meters wide and was still extremely eye-catching even in the bright daylight. The projection consists of more than a dozen small images, each with the same background. The circular stone stands, the dark red sand, and the stone pillars with strange patterns carved all around it look like a giant arena.
Arena? Rhodes' pupils suddenly contracted, his face full of surprise. It's just a 3-star promotion nest. How could it trigger the lighthouse's arena mechanism? Hu Yensong also frowned. It's really strange.
Aside from some special areas in the abyss, it seems no ruins realm below 6 stars has ever triggered the arena.
Lingxi, bring up the arena image of this 3-star nest. Rhodes said.
Received, respected City Lord Rhodes.
As Lingxi's ethereal voice fell, a clearer projection was projected from Rhodes' watch. There are a total of 10 venues in the projection. Rhodes quickly found the group of orcs.
There were 6 of them, not one missing, fighting with a group of second-level lords. It was a completely one-sided situation.
He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. It's no secret that Lighthouse Arena doesn't take in trash.
Since they can be transmitted from the outside nest to the arena, it proves that the strength of these orcs has been recognized by the lighthouse. Hu Yensong suddenly uttered a soft ouch.
Rhodes looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong?
Hu Yensong pointed at a somewhat confusing picture and said uncertainly. In the other venues, there are entire teams, but why does Changjue seem to be alone?
Rhodes was stunned and immediately looked over intently.
Although the scene Hu Yensong pointed to was a melee, it was not difficult to tell if one looked closely that most of the people in the front row were summoned beings. The only one, a hooded mage standing next to Changjue, did not seem like a normal person.
Maybe his teammates haven't teleported in yet.
Rhodes guessed.
Probably not. After all, this isn't a solo abyss. Hu Yensong shook his head.
I remember clearly that all the arenas that appeared outside were in a team PK mode.
Rhodes was puzzled. What's wrong with this kid? Hu Yensong's eyes lit up. There is a possibility.
What? According to the Lighthouse's assessment, his personal combat capability is comparable to that of all the selected teams. Rhodes' pupils were startled, and he immediately shook his head and said,
Impossible. If his mecha is so powerful, why didn't he give Huangfu Baidan one? Chapter 110 The Weird Luo Qiang.
The sudden return of City Lord Rhodes, who had been silent for nearly half a year, and the appearance of the core of the series, these two events had already caused a sensation in Star Iron City.
Especially Rhodes' experiment on the orcs caused an uproar in Star Iron City. However, with the emergence of Lighthouse Arena, its popularity instantly overshadowed all other hot events. This kind of direct, passionate, and violent competition can easily ignite people's interest. All major media outlets opened real-time analysis of the arena columns overnight, and bloggers also hunkered down on Lingxi's arena channel. Almost every square in the inner and outer cities with a live broadcast was broadcasting footage from the arena.
These teams did not enter at the same time. Some entered a little earlier and have already fought against the third-level Lord Boss. Those who came later were still fighting with the second-level Lords. There are a total of 16 arenas this time, which means 16 teams. Among them, the 4 major guilds occupy 4 seats, the 3 teams of Guangming City were also included, and there were 6 third-level spearhead teams of the Lieshu army. The remaining 3 teams are the most controversial. One of them is naturally the orc team numbered 001. After Lord Rhodes issued a statement, these orcs became the hottest topic. The debate over whether to support orc research is raging online. The other 2 teams were even more surprising. They are all teams with only one person. One of them is Chang Zhua, who has recently become famous for his triple S level origin. The other one-man team was actually a hunchbacked and thin man with a name I had never heard of, Luo Qiang. City Lord, you have to take a look at this. When Hu Yensong saw the name, he couldn't help but look surprised. Almost all the top executives of Star Iron knew that besides his daughter Rosa, Rhodes also had an illegitimate son outside. Hu Yensong had met him several times. He was a handsome young man with clear eyes and eyebrows. He always wore a clean white shirt and liked to hold books from old times. He was an ordinary young man with a slightly eccentric personality. Somehow, it has nothing to do with the withered, short and gloomy hooded man in the picture. Rhodes looked at the picture that Hu Yensong was pointing at. Lingxi, zoom in on the face of arena player number 002. His voice was tense, with a barely perceptible tremor. Received, respected City Lord Rhodes. The holographic screen switched instantly, and Luo Qiang's ghost-like face instantly occupied the entire screen. Rhodes' face gradually turned pale, and he pounded the table angrily. What's going on? How did he get into this state? Hu Yensong shook his head. Please don't pay too much attention to him. I haven't seen this child for some time. In the picture, after a group of second-level lords appear, Luo Qiang picked up the bone scepter in his hand and waved it lightly. A huge skull appeared in the void and easily sucked those third-level lords into ghosts. Necromancer. Rhodes' eyes twitched slightly, and he said angrily, where did he get this high-level necromancy? Hu Yensong also frowned. He knew that although Rhodes had never liked this illegitimate son, he was his only son after all. Now that he had become like this, neither human nor ghost, Rhodes must be filled with anger and confusion. Only forbidden items can allow him to possess such strength in such a short period of time. Hu Yensong said in a low voice. Rhodes took a deep breath, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is there any reaction from the Death God's treasure? Hu Yensong shook his head. No, but what? Rhodes asked. When the novice ruins realm appeared, there was a brief sign of the Death God's vault. Hu Yensong had a strange look on his face, but it only lasted half a day before disappearing. A trace of contemplation flashed in Rhodes' eyes, and he slowly shook his head and said, the signs of the Death God's hidden treasure will not appear without reason. Hu Yensong's eyes suddenly fixed. You suspect he took it? Rhodes murmured, possibly. Hu Yensong pondered for a moment and looked intently at Luo Qiang's figure. The green fire on the bone scepter became brighter, and a second skull emerged. Another second-level lord was sucked into a dried corpse. Hu Yensong still shook his head. But if it's a forbidden item of the undead, how did he manage to avoid the hidden detection? Rhodes' eyes narrowed as he stared at Hu Yensong and said, do you still remember what our teacher said about temporarily borrowing forbidden items from the undead? Upon hearing this, Hu Yensong was immediately filled with surprise and doubt, and immediately shouted, Lingxi, check if any abnormal personnel have entered the secret room where the god of death is hiding in the past month. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingxi's reply came. Between 11:20 and 11:38 p.m. on June 7, the captain of the secret treasure guard led Luo Qiang into the city using the city lord's key.
Then, a projection appeared.
In the picture, a man in a black guard uniform walked in front, with a hood covering most of his face.
The person following him was Luo Qiang. Rhodes noticed that Luo Qiang was holding a dark gold key in his hand, which was the city lord's exclusive key. June 7th. Rhodes' brows suddenly tightened. He suddenly remembered that Luo Qiang came to visit him that evening.
At that time, he thought that this child was showing a rare affection, so he asked him to stay for a while without thinking much. Unexpectedly, the key was taken away quietly at that time.
What's going on? The key and the owner must be present at the same time. Doesn't the captain know that?
Rhodes looked at Hu Yensong angrily. Hu Yensong also looked solemn and immediately made a phone call.
After a brief communication, Hu Yensong said suspiciously,
"It's Lieutenant Wu Liang, but he said he doesn't remember this at all.
I've asked him to come here immediately." Rhodes' eyes swept over Wu Liang's stiff movements in the projection and said in a deep voice, "Of course I have no impression. I was controlled."
Hu Yensong was slightly surprised.
Luo Qiang's original skill is E-level hypnosis.
Even ordinary people might not be able to control him.
How can he control a lieutenant of the Lieshu army?
Maybe some method of temporarily amplifying abilities was used. Rhodes stared at the hunched figure in the picture with dismay. This idiot. He must have sacrificed his lifespan to the Death God's vault.
City Lord, Deputy Director.
Suddenly, an assistant who was monitoring the arena not far from the two of them reminded them. The Orc hunting team number 001 and the Paladin hunting team from Bright City have already run into each other.
So soon?
Rhodes was a little surprised, then glared at Luo Qiang's projection screen fiercely, and with a flick of his finger, the holographic screen switches instantly. The official live broadcast of the Orcs team instantly occupied the entire screen.
Chapter 111. The City Lord's face will be dark soon. At the same time,
in the scene of Changzhuo's arena, after his undead army swept through 32nd level bosses again,
the barrage of comments instantly exploded. Is the necromancer so powerful that he can summon so many third-level corpse puppets right after awakening?
I'm also a necromancer, a level 1 at that.
Why can I only summon 3 skeleton monsters? The one upstairs is S rank, what are you? By the way, what's going on with Changzhuo and Luo Qiang? Everyone else is on the same team, but they're the only two playing solo? Maybe it's too strong, the lighthouse is for balance. What the hell, they're strong.
I admit they have great potential, but Changzhuo and his summons, who fought back and forth with the second-tier boss, how can they compare to those teams? Indeed, but you forgot, brother, I still have a mecha that I haven't used yet.
So what if it's a mecha? It can enter a 3-star nest, so it's at most a tier 3 mecha. The Ruins hunters who have already entered the PK phase aren't even tier 3 mechas.
At this moment, the situation in Changzhuo's arena suddenly changed. Just 100 meters in front of Changzhuo, a hurricane rose into the sky. Gravel and dust scattered everywhere, and a 5-meter-tall black shadow suddenly appeared in the center of the hurricane. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary beast.
As expected.
The moment it landed, a green wind blade slashed out, and the first few undead corpses were instantly split in half. Seeing this, Changzhuo immediately summoned back all the giant ape corpse puppets. The boss in front of him was probably close to the top among the third-level lords.
Ha ha ha. What was I saying? His summons are fighting back and forth with the second-tier lords, so how can they deal with a third-tier boss? Indeed, this performance is not as good as that Luo Qiang next door. That guy almost kills instantly. It's too early for you to shout. Do you see any panic on his face? On the field,
Changzhuo stood quietly in the strong wind, without any panic at all. His eyes fixed, and he first took a look at the information of this boss. 6-clawed wind erosion beast lord level. Grade, 3rd order overlord, lord level. Biological body strength, 672.3. Special skills, wind erosion storm, sky-splitting wind blade, wind armor. Features, each wind blade has a wind erosion effect, continuously reducing the target's defense. Introduction, a dominant beast that inhabits the wind erosion canyon of the 3 stars Ruins realm. It feeds on devouring source power ores. It is said that it contains a series of advancement cores.
Finally, you're here at Samsung. Changzhuo raised his eyebrows and then turned sideways. I'll leave it to you.
Behind him, a figure wrapped in a dark purple robe slowly walked out. Adrian's pale fingers under his hood pinched the bone staff, and the green fire at the tip of the staff suddenly jumped half a meter high. The dark blue curse pattern spread along the ground and wrapped around the ankle of the six-clawed wind erosion beast. Cheng Zhuo noticed that the boss's information now had an additional status. Negative status: it has been ravaged by the undead plague, experiencing fear and fatigue. Its biological strength is 30%. It dropped so much? Cheng Zhuo was a little surprised. The six-clawed wind erosion beast's movements suddenly slowed down. Black smoke billowed out of the body's surface, and the originally manic roar was instantly mixed with a hint of painful roar. At that moment, Adrian's bone staff suddenly pointed towards the sky. A difficult spell flowed from under the hood, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a lava crack exploded from the center of the arena. A giant beast made entirely of lava slowly stood up. It was over 10 meters tall, and its fist was bigger than the head of the six-clawed wind erosion beast. Lava flowed through the cracks in the rocks and made a sizzling sound when it fell to the ground. Roar! The lava monster roared. Cheng Zhuo only felt a slight pain in his eardrums from the vibration, and then he noticed. The six-clawed wind erosion beast now has a new state called stiffness. The lava beast glanced at the six-clawed wind erosion beast with its flaming eyes, suddenly raised its fist, and smashed it hard with a scorching wind. Boom! The shockwave spread out along the location of the wind erosion beast. When the smoke and dust cleared, the six-clawed wind erosion beast had become a pile of minced meat. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly changed from ridicule to exclamations that filled the screen. I'm sorry. I'm too narrow-minded. I couldn't even imagine a newbie summoning a 4th-level necromancer. No wonder one person can take on an entire team. That makes sense. Deputy Director, kneel down. How could such a person become a contractor in Redstone Town? It seems a bit of an overkill. Cheng Zhuo murmured as he looked at Adrian's back. Even though Adrian is a mage who is not good at close combat, as a 4th-level peak lord, he can still easily crush the 3rd-level boss. Cheng Zhuo took the 3rd-level promotion core handed to him by Adrian and glanced at the boundary gates between the surrounding stone pillars. Sure enough, this time 5 3rd-level bosses appeared directly. There were no surprises. The lava monster easily dealt with the subsequent waves of attacks from the 3rd-level boss with almost no effort. At this time, there was no longer any controversy in the live broadcast room barrage, and it seemed that the only comments were 666. Wait until the last batch of 3rd-level lords are destroyed. A bright light suddenly appeared above Cheng Zhuo's head, and the revelation of the world before him changed again. Congratulations on completing the arena advancement and entering the Team PK mode. Mr. Rin, which one do you think is good? Inside the Lieshu army camp. All the guilds and the Lieshu army leaders gathered together again. Song He poked Ren Tianqing beside him and encouraged him with a smile. Want to make a big bet? I'll bet on the orcs. Ren Tianqing glanced at him and asked, what are you betting on? Song He raised his slender eyebrows and said, the guild card of Tashi in Redstone Town. Ren Tianqing said without hesitation, no bet. Song He suddenly became anxious, you don't even want to listen to my conditions? Ren Tianqing still shook his head. I'm not betting on any terms. Your guild has so many teams. You can definitely get the Redstone Town Lighthouse quest in 2 or 3 months. Why are you staring at my card? Song He sighed. After 2 or 3 months, the opportunity would have faded. Cheng Zhuo would have signed the contract by then. Ren Tianqing curled his beard and said, who told you to retreat so decisively back then? Don't get too cocky. The Wolf Pack is Redstone Town's native guild. Don't think you have a chance to sign him. Song He rolled his eyes. Besides, maybe Mr. Gao will be taken back to Tianji City in a few days. Aren't you optimistic about the city lord's orc? Why are you staring at Cheng Zhuo? Ren Tianqing asked curiously. Weren't you also staring at this kid's screen? You didn't even look at your own guild's team? The level of our 3rd-tier team is just average to begin with, so it's not very interesting. Ren Tianqing's eyes showed excitement. But Cheng Zhuo is unexpectedly strong. In my opinion, the top spot on the list should be either him or that weird Luo Qiang. The others are not good enough. Hee hee, great minds think alike. The city lord's face is going to be black soon.